arma virumque cano, Troiae qui primus aboris Italia, fato profugus Laviniaque venit littoram multil, et terris iactatur ab alto vi superum saevae memorem uniononis ab iram.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, The Seven Hills, a personality sketch of one of the world's great capitals, the eternal city of Rome, and of its seemingly indestructible citizenry, the Romans.
I sing of arms and of the men who, driven from the shores of heroic Troy, pursued by the savage wrath of unforgiving Juno on high, wandered from coast to coast until they found refuge in fair Italia, and on Latium soil set up their hearts and homes. It's no use, honey. Even when I just try to follow the sense instead of old Virgil's words, I still can't put a decent verse together in English.
Oh.
100 men must have translated this 100 times better than I ever will.
Don't worry, darling.
Rufino!
What is that?
Un momento. Hey.
Chi è? Sister. Come sta?
Shh, let's listen.
Buongiorno, Rufino. At last I have caught you.
What can I do for you, sister?
For me, no. It is for you this time. I have the bargain. Cigarette.
French again?
No, per l'amore. American, fresh. 1,000 cartons. And only 1,500 lira a carton.
You've been drinking again? That makes it $1.5 million for the lot.
Nearly 100% profit for you, Rufino.
Not anymore. You can buy from that on the legal market. I give you $1 million.
1,400.
Let's not bargain like two children who do not know each other, sister. Where are those cigarettes?
In the harbor at Anzio. But we will unload and deliver them here, if you like.
No. The warehouse in Ostia would be better. All right, I'll give you 1,200 a carton and not a lira more.
Bene, Rufino. But you leave me no profit. Still, let us go and arrange the details over a glass of that fine new wine at Terzetti's.
What was all that about, Peter?
A little business deal, Roman style, if my Italian did not deceive me.
Black market?
Uh-huh. American cigarettes. Thus are the mighty fallen. Oh, well. As Sallust said long ago, omnia venelia Romae.
Who was Sallust, and what does it mean?
Sallust, my pet, was a so-called classical Roman poet of the 1st century before Christ. And his crack means, all things are for sale in Rome.
Oh.
Now, I'd better get back to my misbegotten attempts to adapt Virgil to our own benighted language. Mine is a song of arms and of the man of Troy. Now what, for the love of...
Prego, cittadini! Per favore! Anzi! Noi siamo monarchici!
And what was that? Sounded like an election fight back home.
That's what it was, all right. A sober discussion of vital issues in the coming election with modern trimmings. This bloody assignment's getting me down, Ruth. And I thought it'd be so easy to do it right here, right in the old Roman Forum, where Virgil himself must have walked 1,000 times. But who can concentrate with all this turmoil going on?
Oh, Peter, don't fret so.
Easier said than done. Come on, honey, let's go back to the hotel. At least we can take off our shoes there and have a drink ourselves.
All right, but just give me a minute, darling. Look, you see how the sun falls on those columns over there? I just want to take one quick picture.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Only don't ask me to stand in front of that masonry. Atmosphere. There. Bounce, you historic pebble. Bounce on from marble slab to broken column. See if you can find me some atmosphere. Atmosphere. That's what they said when they finally gave me my sabbatical. Drink in the atmosphere. Search for new understandings. Drink in the carbon monoxide from those crazy motor scooters they drive around here. The intoxicating odor of ripe black market deals? Or maybe the gentle whispers that trail in the wake of political candidates.
Would the Signor perhaps have us stop the traffic and evacuate our city so that visitors can indulge themselves in our atmosphere?
What? Oh, I didn't say that, sir.
To us, young man, the city is a living creation, not a stage setting. It is our home, and has been for nearly 3,000 years. Yes, of course, things are as they are. Like all living things, a city changes, always changes. Not always the way we might wish, of course, but as history wills it. Yet it seems also to be true that the more it changes, the more it remains the same. And as to atmosphere, it is said that the past is the key to the present. Does this not also indicate that the present, in turn, may give us a key to the past? The soul of a people is an enduring thing, far more resistant to the ravages of time than marble buildings and monuments.
I think I see what you're driving at.
Look around you, then, but with the eyes and ears of your soul. Then you might find the key.
Ruth! Ruth! Where are you? Ruth!
Oh, Peter.
What happened, honey? What was the matter?
Well, it's all right now, darling. I was just frightened for a moment.
What was it? Tell me.
Well, it was nothing, really. I went along down the other side of that wall there. Huh? There's a little road that runs behind it to get the right angle for my picture. And then a man came along and started saying things to me. In Italian, I guess. And I didn't understand him, but I thought he was offering to help me with my tripod. So I kept smiling at him, and maybe I said, see, a couple of times, and then... Oh, it's too silly, darling.
Well, then what? Come on.
Well, then he, he pinched me.
Well, is that all? I thought you were being murdered.
Well, I might have been.
Well, then you shouldn't go hiding behind walls and walking up deserted alleys in strange cities just for that reason. Come on now, let's go home and have lunch. We've still got to climb up to the top of that monstrosity of a monument this afternoon. And tomorrow we leave for Pompeii, remember? Say, where'd he go?
What? Where did who go?
The old codger. The one I was talking to just before you screamed.
Well, I don't know, darling. I didn't see anybody, and I don't now.
Yeah, I know. That's what's puzzling me. There isn't enough cover where we were to hide a kid of 2.
Well, maybe he left.
Well, he wouldn't have had time to get out to the street. Oh, well, let's go. Hot rotters with spaghetti sauce. Well, here we are at the nation's tribute to the memory of Vittorio Emanuele II, King of Savoy and Sardinia. The man who made one Italy where there used to be a dozen or 2. Well, might as well begin climbing. Come on, honey, let's start. Well, we've made the first level anyway.
How many are there?
3. You'd think they'd have an elevator in a place like this. Okay, let's get on with it. Getting old, honey. Oh, well, only one more flight to go. are.
Oh, Peter. Oh, Peter, look, what a view. Look, you can see the whole city.
Yeah.
And there's the Tiber. And look. Isn't that the old Forum down there where we were this morning?
Yeah, I think it is.
And on the other side... Oh, Peter, what is that building on top of that hill? Such a beautiful color that stone has in this light.
That is the former Royal Palazzo on the Quirinal Hill, Signora.
Who are you?
Why, Signor. Honey, this is the gentleman I was talking to in the Forum this morning. Mr.
Tullio, Magister. Marco Tullio.
Harwell is our name, Signor Tullio. This is my wife, Ruth, and I'm Peter Harwell. Hey, what happened to you this morning?
Yes, my husband was worried about you.
Oh, I regret it. I have distressed other new acquaintances with this bad habit of taking my leave too quickly. But let me explain for the Signora the meaning of that rectangle of broken pavement in the Forum beneath us. It is one of the two things responsible for Rome's timeless influence on human thought and institutions.
Two things?
Look around, if you will. Do you notice that the hill upon which we are standing is surrounded by a number of others, which form a semicircle?
Oh, of course. The hills of Rome.
The 7 hills, exactly. And the one we're standing on is the Mons Capitolinus, where ancient Rome built the temples consecrated to her most all-high gods and goddesses. Temples to Jupiter Capitolinus, Juno, and Minerva. And right there stood the Arx, the fortress which gave refuge to Romans, women, and children whenever the city below fell prey to marauding enemies.
But I thought Rome never had been conquered.
Conquered? Never, Signora. But occupied? Often. Most recently by your own countrymen.
You were going to tell me about that pavement.
Oh, yes, the pavement. You will be interested in that broken bit of pavement square down there in the Forum. Nearly every basic concept of law by which the world now lives was formulated, debated, developed, or often bloodily contested in that small historic arena. That plain, dark building across the square, the Curia, was for centuries the seat of the world's most powerful legislative body. Your own most august chamber of lawmakers is named after it. It is the Roman Senate. I think perhaps I would like to show you. May the gods grant you to see the life of the old Forum.
What is this path, Peter?
I don't know. Signor Tullio?
It is the Clivus Capitolinus, the sacred road, by which in ancient times the triumphal processions ascended from the Forum to the top of the Capitoline Hill to pay tribute to Jupiter. It has not been much used for some time, of course.
Look, Peter, look. It's all changing. The temples are rising.
So they are.
Look at that one straight ahead. I remember it from this morning. There were only a few columns standing then. And those beautiful buildings.
The Temple of Saturnus. You see it now as it stood for so many glorious centuries.
What's that noise?
Oh, the usual crowd in the Forum.
Peter?
It's okay, honey. Just people.
There weren't any people this morning.
Well, there are a lot of people now.
They are campaigning for an election here, too. I suggest that we remain close to this wall if we want to see what is going on. The crowd is too dense to allow us to move about freely.
Who's that?
On the rostra there? No. One of the candidates for tribune, I believe. If he is elected, he will be expected to be a model of probity, a defender of the rights and interests of the people. In the meantime, he is talking the customary nonsense and telling the usual lies, I suppose.
I'd like to hear what he's saying.
Well, then, let us move around to the front of the rostra. Come.
Signor Tullio, are you hurt?
No, damn it.
What's going on?
Wait for me.
Sextus, salve.
Salve, Rufus.
In what way can I assist you?
Non, Rufus, not this time. I shall assist you instead. I have 3 shiploads of North African wheat.
It is probably from Lucania.
From Lucania. It is the best of the best, straight from Carthage, and at a price you cannot afford to reject. 100% profit for you.
Where is this wheat now?
In the harbor at Portus, but we will unload and deliver it.
The warehouse in Ostia might be best. But I warn you, Sextus, I will not pay more than 50% of the closing price on the legal market today.
You drive a hard bargain, Rufus. But let us see if we can come to terms over a cup of that fine new wine at Zetta's.
Peter! Peter!
It's Ruth. Ruth, where are you? Out of my way there. Scusi. Scusi. For favor. Scusi, out of my way. Please get out of my way. Oh, shut up. Honey! Honey!
Peter.
Oh, honey. Are you all right, Ruth?
Yes, darling, I'm all right. Now that you're here.
The Signora is unharmed.
Oh, she's all right, I guess. Well, where were you?
Oh, Peter. It is so silly. It's just like this morning. I wandered over by the wall, and then this man came along. A Roman in one of those togas. Real silk, too. And he said something to me that I didn't understand, so I smiled at him. And I guess I said something silly like, CC again. And then he sort of leaned over as if he wanted to protect me from the crowd. And then...
He pinched.
How did you know?
Just intuition, I guess. Besides, you're beginning to make kind of a habit of
Yes,
it.
but you don't understand, Peter.
Oh, never mind that now. Signor Tullio, how can we get out of here?
We could make our way around the back of the speaker's rostra and then up that path to the Curia. It is also our pathway back to modern Rome.
Okay. Let's go, honey.
But, Peter, just a minute. You still don't understand.
Don't understand what?
This one pinched me on the other side. I can hardly walk.
The men of Rome in all ages, Signora, have made a principle of expressing their admiration for beauty enthusiastically and directly. So back now to the modern age.
So you managed to get us to your beloved Curia after all, Signor Tullio.
I hold precious memories of this building, and proud ones, too. It was from here we once ruled the world, and for centuries we secured the peace for all those who put their faith in Rome. And we taught them law, not laws, Magister, but law itself. The universal principles of right and wrong, and both the rights and the responsibilities of individuals in relation to their communities, their duties to their world. You yourself, Magister, live in a faraway land, which had not even been heard of by any of the men who sat in the Curia. Yet you live by many of the rules we shaped here in the Senate of the ancient and eternal Rome.
Did I hear you say we rule the world and so forth?
Do you mean to tell me, Magister, that a man of your learning has never heard of Marcus Tullius Flavianus, the most outspoken, if not the most revered, senator of his era?
Oh, yes, of course.
If you have not, young man, I invite you to examine the base, which is all that remains, of the fourth seat from the left on the second tier in the Curia here. I believe you will still find there the evidence of my youthful vanity, inscribed with a stylus.
No proof is needed, Senator. And I want to thank you, Senator. We both do.
Oh, no need, Magister. And now, I suppose the time has come to say, Valete.
We sincerely regret it, Senator.
Do not waste time with regrets, Magister. Life has manifold necessities. Allow me a final suggestion. This will be your last night in Rome, and there will be a full moon. Do not neglect, Magister, to take your devoted lady to the Colosseum tonight. The view of the half-destroyed curves and arches of that ancient structure of joy and pain, bathed in the radiance of the moon, is generally sufficient to wipe out anyone's concern about his ability to sense the Roman atmosphere and to respond to it.
Thank you for the suggestion, Senator.
I shall certainly follow it, sir.
So, now, my friends, fortunus vobiscum. Perhaps we shall meet again, if you ever return.
But how shall we find you, Senator?
This flat stone upon which I've been sitting is the cover for the entrance to that tomb behind me. Should you ever return to Rome and find the tomb closed, knock long and hard, or push a message through one of the cracks. Then we shall see. Valete.
Vale!
Goodbye, Senator.
There are but 7 hills in Rome, and they not high. They girdle close the ancient marbled square, where men so long were free to hear, debate, and think, and shape the laws which guide us still today. 1,000 years of peace were nurtured here, 1,000 years of order, and through order, justice, mankind's most precious heritage. It is this, and an unquenchable thirst for life, that are the undying glories of Rome's 7 hills.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and the 7 Hills, a fanciful sketch of the unique personality of one of the world's most ancient cities, eternal Rome. Written by Henry E. Fritsch, with music composed and conducted by Alfredo Antonini, produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Ernest Graves was heard as Peter, Leslie Woods as Ruth. Others in the cast included Louis Van Ruten, Leon Janney, Danny Acco, Ralph Camargo, Dick Shepard, Bob O'Connor, Guy Rep, Bob Dryden, and Joe Helgeson. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to listen again next week to the CBS Radio Workshop on the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a study in semantics, or a play on words. It is written by Anthony Ellis and is called A Matter of Logic.
All right, Bill, hold it. You mind, Bill? I'd like to get a timing on this thing. We're late now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony.
All right, hold it quiet now. We'll start again from the top. Keep it quiet, real quiet. From the top again.
Hey, Tone.
Yes, Bill.
Look, seriously, while you stop, it's none of my business, but you got 3 titles in there. The show's confusing enough as it is without that. Can't you cut it?
Bill, look, we've got an hour until we go on the air. Now, can we finish the dress rehearsal first? We've spent the whole bloody afternoon going through this.
Okay. I'll keep my mouth shut.
All right, once more, please. Cue from the top. Keep it quiet. All right, here we go.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a study in semantics, or a play on words. It is written by Anthony Ellis and is called A Matter of Logic.
Well, Bill, that's supposed to be a word cue for you.
I'm sorry, Tony. I was just trying to figure it out, that's all.
Figure what out?
Well, how to do this thing, Tony.
Well, don't you think it's a little late for that, Bill? Why don't you just try it all the way through? Maybe it'll come together. You've spent most of the rehearsal arguing about the logic. Now, perhaps if you try a performance...
Oh? Well, if you don't like my performance, Tony, maybe you better get yourself another boy,
I haven't heard a performance yet. Now, come on, Bill, please.
Look, you've given me 26 minutes of monologue to play. That's a lot of double talk, and I don't understand it. Nobody in the studio understands it, and the audience is not going to understand it. But you want me to give a performance, huh?
Wait a minute. Now come out. We'll get this thing settled once and for all. Cast, you might as well take 5 minutes. I'll be right out.
Who's for coffee?
Yeah. Hugh?
Yeah?
You know what this is all about? Do you understand it?
Well, don't ask me, Bill. I'm neutral. I just want to get a timing on my closing announcement. We'll probably have cuts, and I don't know what I'm going to do with it.
You want coffee, Will?
Yeah, Stace, would you? All right. I know he wants to do a dress, Stace, but what's the use? I don't know what the narrator's talking about half the time, and the other half's a lot of nonsense anyway. I don't know what he wants me to do. As far as I'm concerned, he might have just as well filled the time with a half hour of music. I can't do this thing.
Oh, stop it. Sure. How do you want your coffee?
No, black.
Okay.
Been on my back all day long. Well, maybe he knows what he wants, but I don't.
All right. I'd just as soon skip the rehearsal if I can get you to understand the show. Take a chance of getting off the air on time. Cars, will you hold it down, please? Hold it quiet. Now, what's the problem, Bill?
Are you kidding, Tony? I don't understand any part of this thing.
Oh? Well, I don't see why not. Stacy.
Yeah?
Stacy, you want to tell him in a couple of words? Seems to me at this point it shouldn't take much more than that.
Oh, you just leave me out of it, Father. I've been through this before with you two, remember? Well, Scotty, you want to call a coffee shop?
I think there's a lot to be said for both sides.
All right, Parley. Right now, I'd like to do the side that Bill's got to play. You want to tell him?
Well, I see your point,
Well,
Bill,
thank you, Parl.
Well, Tony wrote the script, and, well, he must have known what he had in mind. Didn't you, Tony?
Thanks a lot, Parley. Fred? Fred?
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony, I wasn't listening. What page you on?
Oh, that's all right. That's all right, Fred. Mary Jane, you got any ideas?
Well, I think, well, look, airwaves are something. You can't see airwaves, but they are something. And the sun rays, you know, what are those rays? The sun rays. The cosmic rays. Now, they're something. You can't see them.
Well, how about sound? You know, the largest tree in the forest can fall, but unless the disturbed air caused by the crash reaches the eardrum of some living thing, there will be no sound.
Oh, really?
All right, hold it down. This isn't getting us anywhere. Quiet, please,
Look,
will you?
Tony, don't worry about them understanding it. I'm the guy who has the problem. I'm the guy saddled with 99 million words. Look, why don't you worry about me understanding? And I don't understand it, and I don't know where to start.
All right, Bill. Let's start at the beginning.
We've been through that.
All right, we'll do it again. Line 17. Hold it quiet, will you please? 17, definition, page 1.
It's pointless, Tony.
No. Not if it makes you understand. Line 17. Now, come on, Bill, let's try it.
All right. Nobody. A noun. Meaning, no person. No one. Hence, a person of no influence, importance, or social standing. An insignificant person.
Okay, fine. Now, let's stop right there. Now, forget the script for a minute.
I'd be delighted.
Oh, come on, Bill. Now, I'm trying to get this thing down.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, now. Nobody. Meaning, no person. No one. Hence, a person of no influence, no importance.
But they're not the same thing, Tony. They're separate and distinct. And besides, that's not what you're saying in the script.
Well, what am I saying?
You're saying nobody, no-body, is really somebody.
That's right. In order for there to be a nobody, there has to be has to have been a somebody.
It's a play on words, then, Tony, but it isn't logic.
But of course it is, Bill.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Now, wait
Look,
a minute.
you can't...
Wait a minute. Look here. Supposing you and Junior at home, telephone rings. And he says...
Will you get that? It's probably for you anyway.
Yeah, honey, I will. Hello. Hello.
Who was it, honey?
I don't know. Nobody's there. They must have hung up.
Oh.
Nobody was there, Bill, right?
Yeah, that's right,
But there had to be somebody on the other end to ring your phone.
What's the point?
That particular nobody, the one on the phone, was somebody.
Not when I answered the phone, he wasn't.
Let me finish now. That's one nobody. All right, now here's another one. You're home. It's dinner time. Somebody comes to the door.
Bill, someone's at the door. I'm getting the dog's food ready.
Okay, I'll go. Lisa, honey, will you please be quiet? Huh. I wonder.
Who was it?
Nobody. Probably some kids.
Nobody, Bill. But somebody rang the doorbell. Junie said someone was at the door,
I'm not arguing with you,
Up to
Tony.
now, though, you follow me.
I understand that when I go to the door, there's no body at the door. The absence of a body.
Nobody.
All right. Nobody.
And the same thing with nothing. Nothing can also be something.
Well, let's finish with nobody first.
No. They tie up. Now, you don't understand what I'm trying to say in the script, Bill, that nobody is really somebody and nothing is always something. That's the whole idea. They're inseparable. Now, look, let's take nothing.
Go ahead.
You're upstairs. You're in bed. And now you've put the light out, and you're almost asleep, and suddenly Junie turns over and shakes you.
Bill.
Huh. What?
Bill, I heard something downstairs.
What is it?
Wake up. Bill.
What is it?
I heard something.
Where, honey?
Downstairs.
Oh, darling, the dogs would have barked. Now go to sleep.
No, I heard it again just now. There is something, Bill.
Oh, right. Seems to me you're always hearing something.
Well, I did. Listen.
Oh, it's probably a tree branch.
No, it isn't.
Oh, we should wear earplugs.
Be careful.
Of what?
You look all over downstairs, Bill. You don't hear anything. You don't see anything. So you go back upstairs, and Junie says to you,
What was it?
I told you nothing. There's nobody there, nothing at all.
Nothing there. Nobody there. But you both heard a sound.
Well, you say we did. I didn't, Tony. Besides, why have I always got to be the one who answer the phones and the doorbells and get up in the middle of the night? Why don't you let her do
That's
it?
funny. Well, no, let's not be funny, huh? I'm as sick of this thing as you are, Bill.
I doubt that,
We've got
Tony.
a show to put on the air in about 40 minutes, and it's going to go on. Now, will you please try to help?
You haven't said anything new, Tony. I know what you're getting at. You're saying nobody, nothing, are somebody and something. Tangible somebodies and somethings, but they're not, Tony. Now, if you want to make a play on words, that's all right with me, but what you're asking me to do is make reality out of fantasy, and that's the way you want me to play it, but I can't do it, Tony. It can't be done. It's not logic, and we can sit here for 10 hours. That's not going to change
But
anything.
you do agree that nobody is the absence of somebody?
Obviously.
As an
Tony.
example.
Oh, let's not. I don't want any more
As an example, you're a policeman. You get a call about a murder. You go to the scene of the crime, and while you're there...
Excuse me, Mr. Ellis.
Yes, Hugh?
I'd like to be able to run through the closing before we go on the air. There are a couple of
It's
things...
all right. We'll have time. Now, don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Look, Tony, why don't we just forget about it, huh? I'll do the best I
No.
can.
This may help to straighten it out. Now, look, you're a policeman. You go to the scene of a crime.
Yeah.
When you get there, the officer on the beat's waiting for you.
What happened?
Near as I can find out, there's been a murder, sir. Witnesses report hearing shots and a scream. They're right over there. You want to talk to them?
Where's the body?
Well, that's the funny part about it. There isn't one. No body.
What do you mean, nobody? You said a murder's been committed.
Yeah, I know, but when I got here, there was no body anywhere around.
Oh, what happened to it?
I don't know, sir. Nobody seems to know.
Now, That's the absence of somebody, some corpse. In other words, no corpse, no body.
Go on.
And the officer says nobody seems to know. Now, that's a different nobody, Bill.
So?
But the nobodies who don't seem to know anything about the missing bodies are the witnesses, right?
Yeah.
And the witnesses are somebodies, but they're also nobodies.
Look, Tony,
Bill.
I'm tired. I'd just as soon drop the whole thing. You're right. You are right. I can do the show, and I will do the show.
And you understand it?
No, I don't understand it, Tony. All you've managed to do is make it even more confusing.
Well, I think we're on the right track. You'll see it in a minute.
And I just as soon not.
Well, we've gone this far. Now, let's finish.
None of this has got anything to do with the script I've got to do, though, Tony.
Bill, it's got everything to do with it if you'll just be open-minded about
Look,
it.
you're very convincing. If you want 2 and 2 to make 5 for the sake of argument, you can do it. With fantasy, you can do anything. I agree with you. 2 and 2 make 5. But it isn't logic, Tony. It's fantasy. That I can play if you want me.
But I don't want you to play it as a fantasy, Bill. I want you to play it as a realistic piece because it is reality.
We're back where we started.
Are you deliberately trying to be arbitrary, Bill?
Oh, come off. Knock it off,
I mean
Tony.
it.
Listen, I'm just an actor. You wrote this epic. You're directing it. Now, if you can make me understand what you want, I'll play it for you. It's not my fault if you're inarticulate.
Or you're so blasted obstinate that you won't see what I'm trying to say.
What? What are you trying to say?
All right,
I wish
quiet
you'd
down,
tell
will you,
me.
please?
Look, if I can't understand, how do you expect the audience to, huh? I've got a wonderful idea. Why don't you play this thing yourself, and I'll go sit in your little control room and wave my finger at you. How about
If
that?
it weren't so late, Bill, I'd try that.
I'll bet you would, yeah. That's a nice piece of arrogance.
Do you mind if we get into personalities after the show, Bill?
I'm sorry, Tony.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry,
all right.
fellas.
It's all right. It's all right. It's
Excuse
my
me.
fault, too. Now, look, I'm trying to see your side, Bill. I really am. Will you just do one thing for me? Now, maybe this will clear it up.
Yeah, sure. What?
Turn to page 21. 21.
Yeah.
Line 8. No. Let's start on 10. Yeah, that's it. That great assemblage of
Yeah,
nobody's
I got it.
line 10.
I got it. Who are they? That great assembly of nobodies. Where do they come from? But why should I be afraid? They're non-existent. They can't. They don't affect me.
Well?
Well?
Well, that's it, isn't it?
What, Tony? Who are the nobodies? Where do they come from? Will you tell me? I still don't get it.
Bill, by the time you get to that speech, you've already been answering the question for 20 pages, and you can't even see it
No,
now?
I can't see
Oh,
it.
Lord. Hold it, Stacy, will you? Bill, that's the whole point of the show. You, the narrator, tells the audience that nobodies are somebodies. You spend 20 minutes doing it, but the twist at the end is that because you're so logically minded, so analytical, you're not flexible enough to encompass the enormity of the truths you've been
Are
saying.
you talking about me now or this character I'm
The
playing?
character.
All right. Now for me, huh? Little old Bill, you tell me. Where do they come from, Tony? I'm as stupid as this character I'm playing. Where do these nobodies come from?
Okay, you said it somewhere back on 10, 11, doesn't matter. Look, I'll give it to you simply.
Yeah, you do that. You make it very simple
Don't
for me,
worry,
huh?
I will.
Excuse me, Mr. Ellis.
Yes, Hugh, what?
I'll be able to get that timing on the close one eye in case you want some cuts. We've only got 20
You'll
minutes.
have time, Hugh, before air. Now, don't worry.
Thank you.
I don't know why I took this call. I could have gone fishing today.
Well, nobody twisted your arm, Bill.
Oh, don't say nobody that way, please.
All right. Now, look. Just keep an open mind and listen.
Okay, open mind and I'm listening.
Nobodies are really somebodies.
You said that.
I'm saying it again. All the nobodies we hear about, the nobody on the phone, nobody at the door, all of them, they're somebody. Where do they come from? Well, all right. Let's say you and I go out for lunch, dinner.
Yeah?
We're having a drink. Somebody comes into the restaurant, anyone. You see him, I don't know him, but you do. You lean across the table to me and you say,
Hey, Tone, look over there.
Hmm?
See that fella coming in with a blonde?
Yeah.
Oh, what a bum. That's the biggest nobody in the business. Let me tell you what he did.
Now, Bill, what did you call him?
I called him a nobody, Tony. I know what you're getting
you
at.
better let me tell you what I'm getting at. It'll save time. All right, now. That nobody that you saw in the restaurant, let's say he died about a year later.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
And what happened to him?
Oh, he became Bridie Murphy, huh?
All right, Bill, now
I'm
look.
sorry, go on.
He died. He died and became one of that great assembly of nobodies.
Uh-huh.
He's one of them. Like all the others, everybody who's ever been called a nobody, after they die, they come back. They're the nobodies who ring doorbells and aren't there when you answer, who ring phones and hang up.
Oh.
Well, now you do understand?
Well, I understand, Tony. That this is a very cute fantasy, Tony, a play on words. All the slobs I've ever called nobodies come back to haunt me, huh? Oh, well, this I understand, and it's very clever, and it's very cute.
And you really understand?
I said I understand.
Good. And do you understand that those nobodies, they don't like being nobodies, they want to be somebodies?
Kind of neurotic ghosts, huh? Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. For a fantasy, Tony.
Yeah, now that's fine, that's fine. Now, you've got half of it, Bill. What you call the fantasy, what I call the fantasy of the show. But there's also the logic in the show.
No?
Clear, cold logic, realism, fact. I don't care what you call it, Bill, and I guess this is the thing that's throwing you, the combination of the two.
Must be.
The character you're playing doesn't believe in ghosts. So that nobody who rings the bell has to have substance for you. Therefore, he is somebody.
No, he isn't, Tony. He's the absence of the somebody. If nobody's standing outside my door, somebody isn't standing out there either.
That's right. He was gone when you answered, but he's somebody. He's somewhere around. He has to be.
You know, I got a wonderful idea. Why don't you sell this routine to Abbott and Costello? It's better than Who's on First.
That's fine. You're a big help, Bill. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Hold it.
Look, Tony, we've taken long enough over this. Just tell me how you want me to play it, and let's get the thing over with, huh?
Realistically, Bill, that's all.
Oh. That's all.
You asked me to tell you how I wanted you to play it. I've told you.
You can't combine fantasy and realism,
no,
Tony.
No, you can't, Bill, and I can. I've done it, and there's the script.
All right, then I'm a lousy actor. I'm sorry.
So am I, but that's not getting the show on the air.
Look, let me ask you something. You want me to read this stuff straight, huh? And believable?
That's right.
The fantasy part, too?
Yes, but you make it fantasy, remember, only because you don't want to believe that it's logical, that it's happening. It's your way in the story of running away from reality.
I'm running away from nobody,
Yes, you are.
Oh, well, boy, that's pretty scary stuff, that is. Oh, if I don't watch out, all the nobodies will come some dark night and get me, huh? Well, that's real strong stuff. It's raw and true to life and documentary.
You know, Bill, that's not a bad idea. The nobodies all over the world, they don't like people like you. You're a somebody. A big somebody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis.
Mm-hmm. And people like you, somebodies like you, call them nobodies. Make them nobodies. And the poor swine, they try to get even.
Ringing doorbells.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't really get them even. It's a pretty empty victory. The one with the least influence, importance, the most insignificant nobody of all, he's the one who gets a thought.
We'll make a list. We'll make a list of everybody, anybody who's done this to us, made us what we are, nobodies. We wanted to be somebodies all our lives, and they pushed us down, squashed us. So we'll just make a list.
You mean a list through all the ages?
Oh, no. Just the dangerous ones, the somebodies living today.
What'll we do with them?
What they've done to us.
Make them nobodies?
Well, why not?
But how? We've tried murder. They always catch somebody for the crime. They don't believe that nobody did it. They don't believe in nobody.
Well, we can make them believe. We'll make all those big, important, influential somebodies like us. But the only difference is they won't have to be dead first. They'll just disappear right off the face of the earth.
But how can we do it? How can we make them disappear?
Well, we use the same method with them as we do with ourselves when we ring a doorbell or make a noise in a house at night. Dissolution. They'll vanish. Poof.
Do you think it would work? Surely it must have been tried before.
Well, not that I've heard. At least it's worth the effort. And I know who we'll start with.
Who?
An actor. I remember what he used to call me. He thinks he's a big somebody. An actor. His name's William Conrad. Yes, sir, we'll start with William Conrad, and when I'm finished with him, He'll be the greatest nobody, the most worthless nonentity in all of existence throughout time.
You know, I'm getting pretty sick of this, Tony.
What, Bill?
You sitting there making snide remarks about me?
No, nonsense. I'm a writer. I've outlined a fable. It's just an extension of the story we're supposed to be doing in about 10 minutes. Maybe someday I'll make it the sequel.
Not with me, you won't.
Oh, come on. I'm only kidding.
I don't feel like kidding, Tony.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything else to do. Look, you might as well relax until airtime, Bill. Take it easy. I got to go in and time Hugh's closing. Hugh Douglas.
Ready, Mr. Ellis.
Hey, Tony, wait a minute.
Hold it, Hugh. Yes, Bill.
Look, let me get one thing straight. Huh? I know it's a little late and we'll probably never agree, but for my own ego as an actor, I'd like to have at least some idea of what I got to do with your script, huh?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
All right, now you say this show's logical, forgetting the fantasy, and, well, so help me for the last time. You say that in reality, in substance, nobody and nothing are absolutely and definitely somebody and something, right?
That's right. The whole story's built on that premise.
And you believe that, huh?
Yes, you know I believe it.
Now, this isn't a philosophical discussion, huh?
Not as far as I'm concerned.
All right, will you grant me this? If I can prove to you that you're wrong, and, well, I'm not just saying this because I want to be right, but if I can prove to you that you're wrong, will you come over and, on my side of the...
Are we going to do this thing, fellas?
All right, now hold it quiet. Go ahead, Bill. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Look, I'm just trying for the last time to understand this thing, huh? Now, look, if I prove that you're wrong, that you're making a play on words, that it's a matter of semantics, this nobody-somebody business, will you let me play the show for what I think it is, a very nice, imaginative piece, but not to be taken for anything else. Not realism, not logic, just pure romantic fantasy.
Bill, dear old Bill, if you can prove that in 5 minutes, you sing the part if you want to. Do anything you want with it. But if not, will you do it my way? Will you try to make it realistic?
Okay, Tom, you got a deal. Who's that behind you, Tony?
Where? Nobody. Nobody there.
Ah, there, you see? Nobody there. Nobody there. Am I right?
Yeah.
Did you hear anybody, Tony? Anything behind you before I told you to turn around?
No.
And there wasn't anybody, was there?
No.
You're sure now?
Well, come on. Yes, I'm sure. So what?
Hugh, no. Turn around. Face me, Tom. Hugh, you mind standing behind Tony and making a noise, saying something?
Mr. Ellis, I wish we could time that closing. It's getting awfully close to airtime, you know.
Did you hear him, Tony?
Well, of course I heard him.
Well, turn around.
Oh, come on now, Bill.
Is somebody there? Turn around, Tony, and take a look.
All right. All right, now what does that prove?
Somebody's there, Tony, right now. Hugh Douglas. But a minute ago, when you turned around, nobody was there. Nobody. You see? And that nobody wasn't somebody. Now, was it? All right, now, look at this table. Right here. You see anything?
No.
There's nothing on the table, huh? Nothing. No thing. You can't hear it, you can't see it, you can't feel it because it doesn't exist. Am I right?
That's right. No, all right.
There's nothing
quiet,
there.
Please, let's have it quiet. All right, go on.
All right, now. What's that, Tony?
Well,
It's a quarter, right?
Yes, it's a quarter.
A quarter. Something, huh? You see it, you feel it, you even heard it when I threw it on the table. But the nothing on the table a second ago wasn't something until I threw that quarter down there. Now, was it?
Mr. Ellis, we've only got 3.5 minutes. If you're going to want to make any cuts, I've got to
all right,
time the
Hugh,
closing.
all right. In a minute. We'll have time now, don't worry. Let me think a minute, Bill.
Oh, well, go ahead, Tony. We've got all kinds of time.
There's nothing...
You see, Tony, that's what I've been trying to tell you. We got a nice fantasy to play
wait
here,
a minute.
but that's
Wait a minute.
all.
Will you let me think, please?
If you'll just accept the fact that it isn't logic and you let me play it as a fantasy, we'll have a good show, Tone. Well, a fair show, anyway. I'd know what to do with the part. I could understand how to play it, Tone.
Bill, I hate to admit it, but you know something?
What?
You're right. It's a play on words.
Well, thank you.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Now it makes sense, huh? You know, it just wouldn't have worked, Tony, the other way. Me trying to play against what you've written. Well, that's why I couldn't figure it out.
No, you're right, Bill. You are right, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, and I've given you a bad time.
Oh, forget it, Tone. I'll admit you had me going for a while. You know, you can be awfully convincing when you want to be. I was beginning to wonder if 2 and 2 did make 4.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll buy you a drink after the show. Now, I'll make it 2 drinks.
Okay.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes, just a second, Hugh. Now, look, Cast, I'm sorry about that dress rehearsal, but will you just play it as you did on the first and second readings? It was fine, sounded fine. This nonsense of mine won't affect you. Bill knows what to do. My apologies.
Mr. Ellis.
Yes, Hugh. Yeah, look, why don't you just make an optional 10-second cut? That ought to do it, and if I need it, I'll give you the signal, all right?
Well, I haven't even...
Hey, Tone, look, there's just one more thing.
Yes, Bill.
Look, at the end of the script where I'm supposed to be afraid of the nobody's coming to get me,
Mm-hmm.
do you think if I cut line 25 that maybe...
What?
Maybe...
Well, what, Bill?
What's that noise?
Well, I don't hear anything.
Listen, Tony, you didn't hear it?
No, it's just a ringing in your ears. Nothing.
But it is something.
Now, look, this
What's
is a good cut that Bill suggested. Cast, will you make this cut on page 21? Page 21, line 25, and that's cut, all right?
Yeah. 2 minutes.
Now, is Bill going to finish the speech, or do I...
What's the matter, MJ? Were you sick? Mary Jane?
Bill.
What?
He's gone.
Well, he's probably just gone out.
No, he was standing there right behind you. I was looking at him, and he just disappeared in front of my eyes.
What are you talking about? Bill? Bill?
Mr. Ellis, I've got to read this through.
Where's Bill?
Tony, he's standing right behind you.
Well, I know. Bill? Harley, did you see him? Did anybody see Bill?
I was looking at him. I saw him, and he just wasn't there.
Bill? Bill! Where did he go? Hey, Bill!
I've got to do this closing. Will somebody please time the closing?
What's going on out there?
I don't know. Bill Conrad seems to have disappeared or something.
Well, better go ahead anyway. We'll time the closing.
Okay. CBS Radio has presented the CBS Radio Workshop from Hollywood tonight, A Matter of Logic, which was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis. Mr. William Conrad and Mr. Ellis were heard as themselves. Others in our cast were Stacey Harris, Mary Jane Croft, Hugh Douglas, Parley Bear, Fred Mackay, Ben Wright, Robert Chadwick, and Bill James. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we again present the CBS Radio Workshop. Suppose 500 forest fires were going to break out tomorrow, and that 450 were going to be started by people like you. Fantastic? Not at all. Judging by past year's figures, that's exactly what we can expect, unless we agree to be careful and make man-made fires a thing of the past. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a pre-release performance of Hugo Weisgall's The Stronger, a recorded one-act, one-voice opera chosen by the American Chamber Music Committee to be given a major performance on record as part of the Columbia Modern American Composer Series. Serving on the American Chamber Music Committee are Virgil Thompson, composer and critic as chairman, Aaron Copeland, composer and chairman of the faculty of the Berkshire Music Center, Henry Cowell, composer and professor of composition, Peabody Institute of Music, Baltimore, Maryland, William Schumann, president of Juilliard School of Music, and Goddard Lieberson, president of Columbia Records. Here is Mr. Lieberson.
When the Committee for the Modern American Music series, which included the speaker, first heard a test record that was submitted of a chamber opera by a composer named Hugo Weisgall, we were all struck by what seemed to us to be the emergence of a genuine American opera composer, a composer who seems to have grasped not only the elements of his work as a musician, but also those important elements that make up that rare being, a genuine theatrical composer. The Stronger, a small opera based on a play by Strindberg, is perhaps not immediately accessible in its full values, but what is immediately accessible is the dramatic impact. I think that perhaps as far as the music is concerned, the best thing I can do is quote from the notes that Mr. George Rochberg has supplied for this record. He says, "In general, it is difficult to place Weisgall's musical style. Not that it is important or necessary to do so. We are too fond of labeling composers today. Still, his music leans heavily in the direction of a freely handled chromatic palette, without ever sounding like so-called atonal music. The diversity of harmonic palette is evident in The Stronger, as is the composer's sensitivity to orchestral color. The most important thing is, of course, that these means are not to be judged by themselves, but entirely in relation to the dramatic situation to which they are applied and which they delineate so beautifully."
And now, Hugo Weisgall's The Stronger, sung by Adelaide Bishop and conducted by Alfredo Antonini.
How nice to see you. But sitting all by yourself, like a bachelor at his club? I do hate singing alone on Christmas Eve in a restaurant. May I sit down? Even if you like to be alone, I don't think it's wholesome. I can't bear people who aren't serious about Christmas. It reminds me of a wedding party I once saw in a Paris restaurant. The bride was reading La Botte, and the groom was playing billiards with the witnesses. The French are so cold-blooded, really. I know you're bored with Christmas. I suppose it's only the children who keep me at it year after year. dress as a bit, a coat. Tomorrow morning. But don't you want to see some of these marvelous things? Isn't this a sweet infant? She'll do anything but throw fits and protect. We never had anything like that. And here's a pair of slippers for Harold. Maroon. I hate maroon. But he must have everything. That one color. Slippers, ties, dressing gown. See what small feet he has. 7.5. But not effeminate. The way he walks up and down, up and down, up and down, like the tiger in the zoo. Of course, you've never seen him that way. In dressing gown and slippers. But then he loses his temper. He really stops. Damn it all! Who stole the bulb from my study lamp again? Oh, when the lamp breaks down and cold brass rumbles on the floor, my God, my feet are freezing, but a fortune in oil goes up in smoke. But I am mean, bearing his little weaknesses in public. He's almost perfect, really. What are you laughing at? I know he's only human, but I can depend on that. Not that he isn't subject to temptation. I know, because he tells me, and we laugh about it. That little beast, Audrey, he made a play for him the last time I was on the road. I'd have clawed out her wrist. I'm glad I heard about it first from him, and not from my dear friends. And she's not the only one. Why should they all make passes at my poor husband? Maybe they think because he's a producer, he'll give them jobs and build them into schools. Why does every snip of a debutante fancy herself as another conceal? Maybe you tried it once, but then he never cared for you. But there I go, being catty again. Let's look at some more of these nice things. Aren't these the cutest little soldiers? And this hunting knife is pretty, just like the real thing. It was so strange the way we met. At first I was afraid of you, so much afraid I didn't dare to let you out of sight again. No matter how I planned my day, I always ended somewhere near you. I didn't have the courage to hate you, so I became your friend. But when you called on Harold and me, something was wrong. I saw he didn't like you, and it annoyed me like a tight shoe. I asked him to be nice to you, but it was no good until you were engaged. Then you and he was pale. I scarcely noticed at the time. I haven't thought about it since. I never really thought of it. Why don't you speak? You haven't said a single word. You just let me talk. You sit and stare, like a spider catching flies. Your eyes have drawn out thoughts that I was never conscious of. Why did you break your engagement? Why won't you visit us tonight? You needn't say a single word. All at once, it's clear to me. It all fits together. The whole underhanded business. Why must all these things be this hurried color, like dried blood? Because it's your favorite, you're wearing it tonight. Why must we go to the mountains every year? Because you can stand the smell of the sea. That's why my boy's name is Frederick, because it was your father's name. That's why I read your favorite books and eat your ghastly food and drink your drinks and martinis, horrid bitter things. You made me swallow everything. Even your I couldn't run away. You were always beside me. I was never free of you. Even when I slept, I've dreamed I was in the water. My feet are striking on with my arms are sinking down, down to the darkest depths, and there you lay in wait, a monster crab, reaching out with your claws. And I'm there now, here I am, half dead with jealousy, while you just sit, silent and indifferent. I don't care if it's snowing or if the moon is out, whether it's Christmas or the middle of July. Happy or unhappy, it's all one to you. You are incapable of hate, and you don't know how to love. Here you sit and wait. Here you in your lifeless way. I should be angry with you, but I'm not. Who could be angry with a dead woman? And as for that, why should I worry if you or someone else taught me to drink martinis? They're always chic and never fattening. And if I learn to dress from you, so much the better. It helps me hold my husband. My gain is your loss. Yes, I think you have lost him entirely. Of course, you meant for me to break with him. But you see, I have a thick skin. I never would do that. Suppose he did love you once. I'm not that narrow-minded. And besides, it was exciting to have a man that someone wanted more than I did. You never took anything from me. You only gave. And now who's holding the cards? For a while it seems that you did. For a while you held his love, but it belonged to me. Frederick was a name you gave, but the flesh is mine. Why are you always so silent? I used to think it was because you were the stranger. But the simple truth is that you had no words worth saying. Your mind and heart are
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop premiere performance of The Stronger, a recorded opera based on a play by August Strindberg, adapted by Richard Hart, with music by Hugo Weisskall, sung by Adelaide Bishop, and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. The Columbia recording of The Stronger will be available at music stores next week. This is Roger Foster inviting you to join us next week when, from Hollywood, we will present Hamlet Revisited, another point of view about Shakespeare's great heroic figure. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. In the current issue of TV Radio Mirror magazine is an interesting article on Who's Who on CBS Radio Workshop. TV Radio Mirror is now on sale at all newsstands. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
This is Samuel Clemens speaking. Word comes to our colony of late residents of the United States that the art form known as the motion picture makes a pretty good thing of bringing the great American West to the attention of current inhabitants who are fortunate enough to live somewhere else. As I understand it, the movie makers have found 3 basic ingredients necessary to their presentation of life in the West. Ingredient 1, scenery. Ingredient 2, a good man in a white Stetson and a bad one with 10 gallons of black felt on his head. Ingredient 3, a rousing chase over ingredient 1 and involving ingredient 2. Of course, they add a few refinements now and then, such as the love of mankind for horsekind.
Don't know what I'd do without you, broomtail partner.
Or maybe a battle against the elements.
Gotta keep moving. Ain't no little thing like a blizzard, a prairie fire, and a flood gonna stop me.
And sometimes even a female.
Come back when you can, Ranger, and thanks.
Now, word has reached me that in addition to symphony orchestras, trick horses, and guitar players, they also hire writers just to think up these adult westerns. This seems a little silly to me, since I wrote a book some 90 years ago which contains all the literary appurtenances necessary to make a western as adult as it should be. These writing fellows can find it in any library. Its title is Roughing It, and its author is yours truly, Samuel Clemens.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight by tape, the workshop offers to writers of Western films a do-it-yourself kit through the courtesy of one of America's greatest humorists, Samuel Clemens.
Mind you, I don't consider myself an authority. It's just that I was there back in 1863. It happened my brother Bob was appointed Secretary of the Territory of Nevada, and I was pretty cut up about it. Pretty soon he would be hundreds of miles away on the great plains and deserts and mountains of the far west. He would see buffaloes and Indians and prairie dogs and antelopes. Maybe he would get hanged or scalped and write home and tell us all about it and be a hero. So when he offered me the sublime position of private secretary under him, it seemed the heavens and earth passed away, and the firmament was rolled together as a scroll. I accepted. We left the States at St. Joseph, Missouri, and headed west across the plains by fast stagecoach.
Comfortable in there, gents?
Yep. Maybe a bit crowded.
If that pile of mail sacks topples loose, we'll be crowded right through the back of the coach.
Yep. We got 2,700 pounds of mail aboard. Some from Salt Lake, Carson, and Frisco. But the heft of it is for the Injuns.
Mail for the Indians?
They's powerful troublesome. Thought they get plenty of truck to read.
It was a superb summer morning, and all the landscape was brilliant with sunshine. So I didn't give much thought to Indians, literate or illiterate. We felt there was only one complete and satisfying happiness in the world, and we had found it. We felt a lot different 12 hours later as we slashed through a prairie rainstorm.
Whoa there! Whoa!
Sam.
Yes, Bob?
What happened?
Well, how should I?
Hey, George, the thoroughbrace is broke!
Just what I was going to say.
Thoroughbrace? Is that part of a horse?
Well, doubtless a vital part, a leg maybe.
Well, how could a horse break a leg on a road this smooth?
He may have been reaching around to bite the driver.
Have to turn out a spell, gents. Thoroughbrace is broke.
In all this rain?
A little drizzle is all. Won't melt you. Here, I'll hold the lantern so you can see the trouble.
Yeah. Is the animal in pain?
Now, see that doggone strap connected to the other belt and spring contraption right there under the rear of the coach?
Oh, say, I never saw a thoroughbrace used up like that before that I can remember. How did it happen?
Yeah, it happened trying to make one coach carry 3 days' mail, that's how. Yeah, but it's lucky. That'll protect us from the Indians.
How so?
Why, right here in this very spot is where I was supposed to leave that whole ton of newspapers for 'em. And it's so nation dark, I might have drove right by if the thoroughbrace hadn't broke. Hey, now, if I can ask you gents to help me toss out the sacks, I'll get on with mending it.
When will the Indians pick up their mail?
In the morning, maybe. Or next time they're along this way. All I know is that with all this fascinating reading matter, they won't be bothering us.
They didn't, and we enjoyed considerably more legroom in the stage. 56 hours later, we crossed the Platte River and rattled into Fort Kearny in the territory of Nebraska, 300 miles out of St. Joe. 300 miles in 56 hours. But they went and spoiled it. They pushed the railroad out onto that beautiful prairie. And only 12 years later, they made the same 300 miles in less than 16 hours. And now I'm given to understand that this record has recently fallen to the newfangled flying machine. So it's no wonder that the fellas who make these Western movies never get a chance to find out what the West is really like. You gotta rock along a rutted trail at 12 miles an hour like we did to understand the country. Soon we acquired certain blisters, and when they became calluses, the seats became less hard. The driver of the stagecoach was perhaps the very first of a hardy breed. George Bemis was his name, only nowadays you meet him as Gabby or Chill or Fuzzy or maybe the old-timer. But if any of those Johnny-come-latelys think they can hold a candle to George Bemis, they'd better start burning it at both ends.
Yes, Squaw was late getting back from the buffalo hunt. Well, here's that stupid horse's fault. The minute he saw that buffalo wheel on him, he raised straight up in the air and stood on his heels.
He threw you?
Takes more horse than him to throw George Bemis. Well, then a buffalo made another pass, and I may wish to die if the horse didn't stand on his head for a quarter of a minute and shed tears.
But you stayed on through the flood.
I stayed on. Pretty soon, the buffalo made a snatch for us and brought away some of my horse's tail. Then you should have seen that spider-legged old skeleton of a horse go, and the buffalo cut out after him.
Which was faster?
I never did determine. But by George, it was a hot race. I in the saddle were back on the horse's rump, and I had the bridle in my teeth while holding on to the pommel with both hands. First we left the dogs behind. Then we passed a jackrabbit. Then we overtook a coyote. and we was gaining on an antelope when the saddle girth let go, and I landed about 30 yards off to the left at the foot of the only tree in 9 counties adjacent. The buffalo come over to see if I was hurt. And 1 second after that, I was astraddle of the main limb. It was a little over 40 feet to the ground from where I sat.
But you were safe.
That's what a tenderfoot like you might assume, Mr. Clemens. But presently a thought come to that buffalo, and he started in to climb that tree.
What, the buffalo?
Course. Who else?
But a buffalo can't climb a tree.
He can't he? Since you know so much about it, did you ever see one try?
No.
Well, then, the buffalo started to climb that tree. So I cautiously unwound the lariat from the pommel of my saddle.
Your saddle? Did you take your saddle up the tree with you?
Of course I didn't. It landed there when the horse kicked it, and it was falling off him when the girth let go.
Oh, I see.
Certainly. So I unwound the lariat and fastened one end of it to the limb. Higher and higher clumb that buffalo. He hitched his foot over the stump of a limb and looked at me as if to say, "You are my meat, friend."
But buffaloes don't eat meat.
Don't they, though? He was within 10 feet of me, his eyes hot, his tongue hanging out. And by this time, I had one end of the lariat tied to the limb and the coil all ready. All of a sudden, I let go, and the slip noose fell fairly around his neck. Quicker than lightning, I was out with my revolver. Hey! That scared the buffalo, too. Must have. For when the smoke cleared away, he'd let loose his hold of the tree trunk, and there he was, dangling in the air 20 feet from the ground. So I shinnied down and headed for home.
Well, that's quite a story, Mr. Bemis. It's a little hard to swallow, but still quite a story.
You wouldn't care to doubt it, would you, young man?
No, but,
Did I bring back my lariat?
No.
Did I bring back my horse?
No.
Or my saddle?
No.
Well, then.
There's something to be said for a liar on a long journey, though. A really good one makes the time pass more quickly. But 20 days is still 20 days. And that's how long it took us to reach Carson City, the capital of Nevada Territory. If you want to know what Carson City looked like back then, just try to recall the little town in high noon with those funny little white frame buildings that seemed too high to sit down on and hardly high enough for anything else. Carson was like that, and the same sort of things went on there as Gary Cooper and the Princess and all the other fine people acted out. But as I recall, the action at Carson City moved toward its climax without benefit of that old clock on the wall. And there was action. It began the moment we climbed down from the stagecoach. A tall, rangy fellow that might have been Gary's granddad rode up and shook hands with us from the lofty turret of his saddle.
Good afternoon. I take it you're Mr. Clemens, the new secretary.
I am, sir. And this is my brother Sam.
I'm deeply pleased to welcome you. I'm Mr. Harris. The governor sent me to meet you.
Well, now, that's mighty...
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to excuse me a minute. Yonder is the witness who swore I helped rob the California coach some weeks ago. A piece of impertinent meddling, gentlemen, for I'm not even acquainted with the man. Get up there! Whoa! Now, gentlemen, if there is any way I may be of service.
I never saw Mr. Harris shoot down a man after that without recalling my first day in Carson City. I was wonderfully fascinated with the curious new country, and I set about to become a real Westerner. Now, every Westerner must have a horse to ride, a noble, intelligent, friendly beast, which I understand, according to routine film procedures, must be acquired by saving it in colthood from a stock shot of a cougar, or at very least from a mob of blackguards bent on thwarting the SPCA. But that is the hard way to get a horse.
$20 I am bid for this noble beast. Friends, don't hurt the animal's pride. Now, do I hear 22?
It looks like that one's going pretty cheap, don't it, Strange?
Well, I'm not too familiar with the local market.
Saddle alone's worth the money.
Friends, who'll make it 22?
22.
$22 I'm bid, and it's still a steal in the crying shape.
Well, I was about to bid myself, but if you want him...
I don't really want him. I wouldn't know what to do with another horse. It's just that I know this one. I know him well.
Oh?
Do I hear 24?
Now, you might think he was an American horse. Well, he's nothing of the kind.
22, going.
24.
24 is bid. Thank you, sir. Only 24 for this magnificent super.
Excuse my speaking in a low voice, stranger, other people being near and all that. But he is, without a shadow of a doubt, a genuine Mexican plug.
Really?
Yes, sir. A genuine Mexican plug. I only wish I could use him. See, why don't you bid on him?
Has he any other advantages?
Oh, yeah, 24 and a half. He can outbuck anything in America.
You're sure you don't want him?
Oh, no. I wish I did. You go right ahead, sir.
24 and a half, 3 times.
27.
Sold. Come and get him, friend.
Congratulations, stranger. You always get a bargain when my brother auctions off a horse.
Certain citizens held my genuine Mexican plug by the head and others by the tail while I mounted him. As soon as they let go, he placed all his feet in a bunch together, lowered his back, then suddenly arched it upward and shot me straight into the air. The third time I went up, I heard my new friend say,
"Oh, don't he buck, though?"
And when I came down again, the genuine Mexican plug was not there. He darted away like a telegram, soared over 3 fences like a bird, and disappeared down the road toward the Washoe Valley. I sat down on a stone with a sigh. One of my hands sought my forehead, the other the base of my stomach. I never appreciated till then the poverty of the human machine, for I still needed a hand or two to place elsewhere. And subsequent events, as you shall see, convinced me that the movie maker perhaps is inclined to romanticize the horse's usefulness to man. Now, this was the time of the Great Silver Fever. John Wayne himself searched for the Comanche no more avidly or in deeper snow than the inhabitants of Nevada searched for hidden wealth. I succumbed and joined a prospecting party consisting of a Mr. Ballou, a Mr. Ollendorf, me, and 3 miserable horses. We rode out of Carson on a chilly December afternoon, and some days later...
Move! Now, come along here, you swearing monster! Move!
Mine doesn't pull any easier than yours, Ballou.
This one pulls even harder yet. Maybe they don't like it, the snow.
I don't like it, the snow either, Ollendorf. Yeah, we should have stayed at the stage station another day or two, maybe, till we could see where we was going.
My head, it is like a compass. Exactly where we are going, I know by instinct.
Well, now, that's splendid news. The last 4 hours would have been happier if you'd told us 4 hours ago.
My instinct sets a beeline. If we was to waver off that beeline a single degree of the compass, my instinct, she would say, whoa! I didn't mean you, whoa. I meant myself, whoa. Come, horse.
Oh, we should have traveled with the party left before us this morning.
I rather wish we had.
Oh, but here are the tracks of that party.
Say, they are tracks at that.
So, we hurry and catch up with them. I told you my head, it is like a compass. Come, horse.
We must be catching them. Tracks look fresher.
Yeah, there seems to be more of them.
Maybe some others also have joined the party. Come, horse.
More people joining the party all the time.
I wonder how such a large group of people can be so quiet.
Well, maybe they don't like each other. Come, horse.
Enough tracks now for a platoon of soldiers?
A regiment yet. Any minute we catch up with them.
Yeah, any minute. Boys, wait. These here's our own tracks. We've been circusing around in a confounded circle for the last 2 hours.
What?
Well, certainly we have. Not a very big circle at that.
But my head, it is like a compass.
Ollendorf, your head, it is like a rock.
Here, horsey, horsey, horsey.
Oh, Clemens, if you hadn't used up all them matches...
Well, if you hadn't got the full notion that frozen sagebrush would burn...
Well, if you hadn't dropped the bridles and lost the horses when Ollendorf tried to light the fire by shooting his pistol into it...
Yeah, horsey, horsey, horsey.
Well, if horses would stay by their master's sides through thick and thin like those lying books say they do...
If you hadn't overslept this morning so we could have joined that other party...
If Ollendorf hadn't led us around and around in circles,
Boys, let us die without hard feelings toward each other. Let us forgive and forget bygones. Maybe you have felt hard toward me. Well, I have felt hard toward you, too. You are both a couple of doomcocks. But I forgive you. I forgive you with all my heart.
You know something, Ollendorf? You make me ashamed of myself. Now, you are a pompous Prussian ass.
Yeah.
But I forgive you, too.
Baloo, Ollendorf, I hadn't traveled 1 mile with you before I decided you were the biggest bores the Maker ever created.
Yeah.
But I forgive both of you.
Well, thanks.
I could not die with 2 finer gentlemen.
Well, let's shake hands and then lie down in the snow. And in the morning, well, we'll be frozen to death.
Yeah. They say that freezing to death is the most happiest way to die.
That's what they say.
So long.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Goodbye. A delicious dreaminess wove its web about my yielding senses. The snowflakes wove a winding sheet about my conquered body. Oblivion came. We woke in the gray dawn, and not 15 feet away under the shed of the stage station stood our noble horses. It's no fault of theirs that I ever got back to Carson City and continued my research on the mores and peoples of the West. It was a grueling job, and when I became so physically exhausted that I felt the need of a bit of spiritus frumenti to rub on my corns, I would repair to an establishment noted for its medicinal hospitality. Now, I have no quarrel with the Hollywood notion that ruffians are found in saloons. I have no quarrel with calling these ignoble creatures by the names of states, such as Montana, Texas, or Black Bart. But I do quarrel with their idea of the raw passions that ignite a barroom quarrel. And I give them Arkansas.
Come on now, landlord. You can get that bottle on the bar faster than that, can't you?
No offense, Mr. Arkansas. There's other guests in the place, too, you know.
I got eyes.
There you are. Your second bottle today, Mr. Arkansas.
Put this on my bill, too.
Well, now, I was reading about Pennsylvania election. I reckon it looks...
what do you know about Pennsylvania? Answer me that, Johnson. What do you know about Pennsylvania?
Well, I was only going to say that...
What was you going to say? That's what I want to know. Yeah, repeat what you were saying about Pennsylvania, if you dare.
Why, I was only going to say that Pennsylvania was going to have election next week. That was all I was going to say. I wish I may never stir if it wasn't.
And why don't you say it? What you come swelling around that way for, trying to raise trouble?
Why, I didn't come swelling around, Mr. Arkansas. I was already here because I own this place. And I just...
so I'm a liar, am I?
Now, please. Now, please. I never meant such a thing as that.
I got ears. Any man calls me a liar.
Oh, now, come on now, Mr. Arkansas. Let's take a drink together. Let's shake hands and take a drink.
Well, now that you put it that way...
Well, come on up, everybody. It's my treat. Bill, Tom, Bob. Baloo, come on up.
Yeah, just leave the bottle.
I want you all to take a drink with me in Arkansas. Old Arkansas, I call him. Give me your hand again, old Arkansas. Give me that old flipper again.
As long as you say so, and as long as you're buying.
Why, sure. Hey, drink up there, Baloo. Oh, say, by the way, how's your father?
Not so good.
You know, my father was upwards of 80-year-old when he passed away, and if he hadn't...
Landlord, will you please make that remark over again, if you please?
Why, I was just saying to Baloo that my father was upwards of 80-year-old when he died.
Was that all you said?
Yeah, that was all.
You didn't say nothing about that?
No, nothing.
Look, what's the idea of raking up old personalities and blowing about your father? Ain't this crowd agreeable to you?
Well, of course this crowd...
If this crowd ain't agreeable to you, perhaps we'd better leave. Is that your idea?
Why, bless your soul, Arkansas, I wasn't thinking of such a thing. I only said that my father...
Landlord, don't crowd a man. Don't do it. Don't rake up old bygones and throw them in the teeth of a passable people who wants to be peaceful if they could get a chance. What's the matter with you today, anyway?
Well, Arkansas, I really didn't mean no harm. But with so many customers, a man's got to give each one a little...
So that's what's rankling your heart, is it? Too many customers. You want us to leave, is that it?
Now, please be reasonable, Arkansas. You know I ain't a man...
Come out from behind that bar.
Now, please, Arkansas, please don't shoot. If there's got to be bloodshed...
So it's blood you want, you raving desperado. You made up your mind to murder somebody today, and it's me you got in mind, eh?
No,
Well, you can't do that. I get one chance first. You thieving, black-hearted, white-livered son of a sea cook. Draw your weapon.
Now, wait, Arkansas.
Let me see Hollywood stop that one without rivers of blood and mothers dragging their screaming offspring from the theaters, never to return. Hollywood would never think the carnage could be halted by the tender words and frail beauty of the pioneer woman, would it?
What's going on in here? Johnson, what do you mean stumbling through our nice glass door that way? And who's doing that shooting? Who's causing all this? Oh, it's you, is it, Arkansas?
Mrs. Johnson, I didn't
Don't tell me what you mean. You're the only one with shooting iron smoking. Well, when a man can't hold more than 2-3 quarts of whiskey without he has to disturb a poor woman who's slaving her life away over a boiling hot range trying to prepare a few victuals to keep the customers from starving themselves to death and causing her clumsy oaf of a husband to smash himself through a lovely glass door, which we only had shipped clear out here to make the place a little mite more like things was back in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Well, you fire off that pistol once more, and I'll run this butcher knife clean down from your guzzle to your boots. Do I make myself clear?
Yes'm.
All right. Now do your drinking peaceable.
All right, dear.
There's lots more in my book. The real information about the West. Information appears to stew out of me naturally, like precious ottar of roses out of the otter. So, as I previously remarked, any writing fellows contemplating an adult Western can find the book in the public library. Its title is Roughing It, and its author is yours truly, Samuel Clemens.
The CBS Radio Workshop, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson, has tonight presented Roughing It by Samuel Clemens, adapted for radio by Francis Van Hartesveld and directed by Mr. Robeson. Louis Van Ruten was heard as Sam Clemens. Included in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Eddie Marr, Dawes Butler, Peter Leeds, Howard McNear, Jack Crucian, Hal Perry, and Junius Matthews. The original score was composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Next week, the workshop will be heard from New York in a demonstration of a writer at work by and with Hector Chevnier, author of the daytime serial The Second Mrs. Burton. Looking for a shortcut to satisfaction, there's nothing quite as satisfactory as knowing you've accomplished a good deed. And when you do that good deed through your United Community Fund, you really are taking that shortcut. When you're thinking about lending your support to the United Fund in your town, CBS Radio hopes you'll remember that the United Fund is a way to help many worthwhile efforts with just one gesture on your part.
Transcribe. CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations, presents the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, a graphic and dramatic account of one of nature's most terrifying phenomena, storm, from the famous book by George Stewart, adapted and directed by William N. Robeson, with William Conrad as narrator.
Steadily, the great sphere of the Earth spun upon its axis and moved in its unvarying course around the sun. From far off Venus, a watcher of the skies, if such a one can be imagined to exist, viewed it as a more brilliant planet than any to be seen by us Earthmen. It gave no sign that storms or men disturbed its tranquil round. Bright against the black of midnight, or yellow in the dawn, the Earth hung in the sky, unflickering and serene.
San Francisco Weather Bureau. Fair tonight and Wednesday, no change in temperature, moderate northwest winds. You're welcome.
The same forecast, day after day, week after week. The junior meteorologists wanted to yell blizzards, thunder, lightning, and hurricanes. But as long as that high-pressure area hung off the coast, it would be the same. Fair tonight and tomorrow, no change in temperature. This wasn't weather, it was a bore, and nothing on this morning's weather map could change it. Oh, there were storms, plenty of them, but always somewhere else. Sylvia, an old friend, was now over Boston, dumping a heavy fall of snow before she swept on across the Atlantic. Felicia, poor thing, wasn't doing too well. By all indications, she would die in the fastnesses of the Northwest Territory. But Cornelia, the junior meteorologist, was proud of Cornelia. A big, full-bodied dowager of a storm, 400 miles at sea, southeast of Dutch Harbor. He'd known all of them since birth, days ago in the far western reaches of the Pacific. And it was his private pleasure to give them names. His eyes swept across the map down the arc of the Aleutians and the islands of Japan. And then he saw something he hadn't noticed before. A ship halfway between the weather stations of Haridoyashima and Titijima had reported a barometric pressure of 1011. Yet by its position, it should have been 1012. The temperatures of the ship and the weather station showed too wide a divergence. The wind forces and the directions were at variance. Cold air from the tundras of Siberia had met warm air from the coral atolls of the Southern Ocean. So he rerouted a section of the 1012 isobar
drew a little ellipse like a football around the figure 10-11.
Mariah. This one shall be Mariah.
A proud city, San Francisco, set upon hills, pearl gray in the winter sun, swept clean of smoke and dust by the steady wind from the sea. A city of towers and banners standing out stiff in the northwest wind. In the streets of the city, women clutched at their skirts and men at their hats in the invigorating sun-filled breeze, and they greeted each other with sparkling smiles.
Great weather we're having. Puts life in a fella.
But out in the country, there was a drought in the vast Central Valley. The grain and the grasses curled by drought ceased growing. And the well-to-do cattlemen ordered cottonseed meal at the Fresno mills. And in Tehama County, a not-so-well-to-do cattleman received a polite but firm letter from his bank. And an hour later, in the barn, they found his body hanging.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Is the map ready?
Almost, sir. The last reports are just coming in over the teletype.
Nice little storm developing there west of Japan.
You mean Mariah?
You named them, too.
Well, just to myself, sir.
It must be nice to be new to the game. I used to do it when I first came to work here.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I called them mostly after heroes I'd read about in history books, Hannibal and so forth. I remember General Lee developed into a terror, but Genghis Khan was a fizzle.
Well, I've been using girls' names ending in IA, but I'm nearly running out. There's Felicia over Hudson's Bay, and Cornelia's still doing fine in the Gulf of Alaska.
Where'd this Mariah come from?
Incipient. Day before yesterday, north of Titajima.
She'll bear watching. You know the old saying.
What's that, sir?
The Chinaman sneezing in Shensi may set men to shoveling snow in New York City. Mariah did bear watching. Half as large as the United States, she rolled across the Pacific at 1,000 miles a day. Yet nowhere did she touch land, so vast and empty is the great ocean between the Aleutians and Midway Island. All over the top of the world rested unbroken darkness like a cap. Through that polar night, the flow of heat into outer space was like the steady drain of blood from an open wound. As the air thus grew colder and colder, it shrank toward the surface of the earth. Upon every square mile of snow-covered land and frozen sea, the air weighed more heavily with the passing of each sunless hour.
Hey, Chief, look at the report from Copper Mine this morning.
What about it?
1032. Up 9 millibars from yesterday. And Fort Norman, 1035. That polar air mass is going to break out in Canada.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
Well, there's no place else for it to go. And when it does, Mariah won't follow Cornelia and Felicia and the others into the Gulf of Alaska. She'll keep coming straight for the coast. Chief, it's rain in 48 hours and plenty of it.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
I'm sorry, Chief. I guess I got carried away.
That's understandable. You haven't seen as many storms come across this map as I have.
No, sir.
But don't go throwing around any 48-hour guesses. Storms are hussies, at least in this part of the world. I've known lots of them. Storms, that is. You can't trust them 12 hours out of your sight. San Francisco Weather Bureau.
Hello. Let me speak to somebody in authority, please.
This is the chief forecaster speaking.
This is Brownington Steamship Company. We got a ship in trouble. She just sent out an SOS. The Eureka relayed it to us. What's the weather like out there?
Can you give me her position?
Not exactly. The Eureka said she was 6 hours away.
What ship is it?
The Byzantium.
In that case, we have it. She made a weather report 2 hours ago. She must have been all right then. Just a minute, let me check.
Well, for heaven's sakes, hurry. It's mostly a local crew. They've got wives and families in the Bay Area. We've got to notify them.
I understand. Here we are. From the Byzantium. reported she had a 9-point wind. That'll be about 50 miles an hour. But it's going to get worse. In an hour, it'll be blowing a whole gale, 60 miles an hour anyway. For another hour, it'll be even worse than that, with gusts up to 70.
It's a hurricane then, a typhoon.
Look here, there's no sense in panicking. It's not a hurricane. It's not a typhoon. It's a storm, a very big storm. Make that clear to your people and to the newspapers. The Byzantium will be through the worst of it in the next 2 hours. After that, it'll fall off. But there'll be lots of wind for 12 hours and a heavy sea after that.
I see. Well, isn't there anything you can do about it?
I'm afraid not. We report the weather. We don't make it.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, son.
Sir?
You know, Mariah's a big girl now. A killer.
From the Arctic islands and the ice floes of the Beaufort Sea, the polar air swept southward across the plains at 50 miles an hour, across Alberta and Saskatchewan. By noon, it engulfed Edmonton. Just before the winter sunset, Saskatoon and Calgary. At midnight, it crossed the border and invaded the United States. By daybreak, it had occupied much of Montana and North Dakota and was advancing on Minnesota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. But in San Francisco, the proud banners on the tall towers still streamed southeast in the winter sun. Continued fair today. No change in temperature.
Got the map filled in, son?
Yes, sir. Just finishing.
How does it look to you this morning?
Well, I said yesterday it'd rain inside 48 hours. I say now it'll rain inside of 24 hours.
Pretty sure of that, huh?
Positive.
Let me have a look. Your Mariah's come a long way in 5 days.
Yes, sir. Look at that cold front east of the Rockies, right out of Canada. Just as I forecast.
Did you forecast this, too?
What's that, sir?
Part of your cold front slipped west across Alaska, as far south as Seattle.
No, sir. I didn't expect that.
Care to forecast the possibility of it continuing south?
Well, sir, my guess is that Mariah will get here before it does.
Son, in this game, you can't afford to guess. There are a lot of factors on this map that argue against rain. There's this cold front. There's the Pacific High, still has been for weeks.
There's Mariah, and nothing's going to stop her.
Chief.
Yes,
Chief.
Righty.
Chronicles on the wire. They want the forecast.
Tell them I'll have it for them in 10 minutes. You see, son, it's up to me. If I say that one word, rain, the weather forecast won't be in a box at the bottom of the front page. It'll be in boxcar letters in the headlines. That single word will be the biggest news story in California. Thousands of people will change their plans because of it. Hundreds of businesses and industries will adjust to it. And if it doesn't rain...
But it's going to. It has to.
Would you like to take the responsibility of guaranteeing it?
But, sir...
On the other hand, if I forecast fair and it rains, that mistake might mean millions of dollars lost and the illness and the death of more people than a man likes to think about.
Yes, sir.
Of course, it's possible that the Pacific High will hold, and it's possible that the polar air will get here before Mariah does.
But
it's not probable. And we must forecast probable, not possible weather. Whitey.
Yes, Chief.
Get on the phone and order up storm warnings on the coast from Point Lorena to North Head. Yes, sir. You, son, call the Chronicle and tell them we'll have the complete forecast in 5 minutes, but tell them to set the headlines and get ready. It's rain.
Rain. The load dispatcher of Power and Light was ready for the electric heaters that would be turned on against the chill, and the lights that would burn later in the morning and earlier in the evening. Somewhere in his maze of high and low voltage wires, his powerhouses and his dams, there would be trouble. But he was ready. Rain. The plant superintendent of the telephone company sent some extra men up along US 40 in case things went bad on the pass. Rain. The general manager of the railroad dispatched the assistant divisional engineer and the chief trainmaster to Immigrant Gap and Norton to take charge of track clearance in the pass. For rain on the coast, rain in the valley, rain in the motherlode meant snow on the pass. The Pass, one of the 5 great gateways to California. The first covered wagons crossed the pass in 1844 from the high plateau of Nevada to the rapid valley of the Sacramento, where yet unsuspected, gold lay in the sands of foothill streams. 500 wagons crossed in 46, crossed safely. All but the last, the Donner Party. The snow caught them, and the horror of their story has imprinted their name upon the pass and broods still over peak and canyon like a legend of Greek tragedy. But today, gleaming streamliners glide between the snowy crags with 20th century ease. The transcontinental telephone carries chit-chat and the closing of deals, the word of birth and death, and the jokes and tunes of radio through the high canyons and over the summits. The great steel towers of the Power and Light High Line cut their wide path through the lodgepole pines and the tamaracks as they march with metal feet across the mountain. And feeling its way more subtly, following the contours of the convoluted land, is U.S. Highway 40, the all-weather road across the Sierras, one of the 5 great mountain gateways to California. Far out at sea, the crippled freighter Byzantium, her rudder jury-rigged, made for Honolulu in repairs under a sunny sky. She had ridden out the storm, but she had lost her first officer overboard. Maria was indeed a killer, and she announced her coming with a wave of pain. As she moved steadily shoreward, old lumberjack joints grown stiff in the dripping of redwood forests twinged and throbbed. From Cape Disappointment to Point Arguello, overworked mothers winced with headaches. Nerve ends of leg stumps tingled. Old wounds of the Argonne and Guadalcanal ached again. In a moving belt 150 miles before the rain, renewed tortures prevailed in the hurt and maimed limbs of men. First, so fine was the rain, it was as if the low-lying mist had merely swooped a little lower. And then for a moment, it was gone. But it came again. Minute by minute, unhurrying. The rain grew thicker and more steady. East beyond the Sierras and the Rockies, the river of polar air swept on. Behind it, the snow-plastered houses of Cincinnati and Louisville, the quick frozen ponds of the Ozarks. In Abilene and Fort Worth and Dallas, they felt it now. And men battling their way along gale-swept streets reminded themselves.
Between Texas and the North Pole, the only windbreak is a barbed wire fence.
Rain will not harm a high-tension line. Snow will build up on it and then fall away of its own weight and bulk. But ice... At the 3,000-foot level in the Sierra the morning after the storm broke, neither rain nor snow fell from the turgid clouds, but sleet, sheathing the trees in bizarre robes of ice, coating the wires of the Power and Light's 60-kilovolt line until they were a half-inch thick, an inch, 2 inches, until the weight became more than copper cable could bear.
San Francisco load dispatcher.
This is Ringo, substation operator. The French Bar's 60 kilovolt line just went out.
Don't say just. When did it go?
9:02. Look, I'm replacing it from Two Rivers and Buckskin Dam.
Thank you.
The
load dispatcher looked at his desk clock and noted with satisfaction that it was a little past 9:03.
I know I'm seeing it, but I just can't believe it.
What's that, son?
For this morning's map. It just isn't supposed to look like this. Storms should move from west to east between the high-pressure areas of the pole and the Tropic of Cancer.
They do, in the textbooks. But it looks like El Maria's trapped.
Well, that's what I mean, sir. Trapped between that polar breakthrough over the plains and the one that came in over Alaska. Why, it could go on raining for days.
And very well might.
This is a miracle of electronics. This is the multiplex telephone cable, carrying 2 or 3 radio programs, half a dozen personal conversations, and several teletype messages. 6 of these cables cross the Donner Pass, strung from pole to telephone pole. The central transcontinental lead between San Francisco and the east. In 1579, the same year Sir Francis Drake landed on the coast of California, a cedar sapling sprouted on the lip of a ravine far up in the Sierra Nevada. It was, however, somewhat insecurely rooted, and in 1789, a half-century before the first immigrant let his wagons down the canyon walls with ropes, a windstorm toppled it. Its trunk has lain athwart the ravine ever since, decaying but little in the high, dry mountain air. But last fall, a chipmunk burrowing beneath it dislodged a pound or so of gravel, and thus disturbed its delicate and ancient balance. And the weight of Mariah's snow finished the job. Now the log begins to roll, slides sidewise, upends and drops over the canyon's edge. 100 feet below, it strikes squarely among the crossarms of pole 1-243-76 of the Central Transcontinental League.
Operator? Hello, operator.
This is the operator.
I've just been cut off from New York.
I'm sorry, sir.
Sorry's not enough. What's the matter with you people?
Hold the line, sir.
Company as big as yours, you'd think they'd give better service. Absolutely ridiculous. This is an important
Here
call.
is your party, sir. I'm sorry for the delay.
Yeah, you should be. Hello, Harry.
Yeah, what happened?
Who knows? Well, anyway, let's pick it up where we were before.
You can't pick it up exactly where you were before, sir. Before, you were talking from San Francisco via Salt Lake, Denver, and Chicago. Now you are talking to New York through Los Angeles, Oklahoma, and St. Louis, over one of the alternate circuits which had been previously set up by a telephone company traffic superintendent who knew what a storm could do on the Donner Pass.
You were right, Chief.
Huh?
Look at this morning's map. That polar air that broke through over the plains finally made it across Mexico. It's out in the Pacific now.
Joining up with Mariah. That'll be the death of her. But she'll give us trouble tonight.
How's that?
That old polar air mass is only a few hundred miles wide, but she's cold and dry below and warm and moist on top. When she hits Mariah, she'll blow her into bits. Cloudburst, hail and snow, thunder, lightning, and damnation. Tonight'll be the night.
U.S. Highway 40 was still open, but only because the road superintendent and his crew had pushed the flangers and the rotaries around the clock for nearly 72 hours. And now the snow was thicker than ever, and the superintendent standing at the doorway of the maintenance station garage was tired, bone tired. A heavily pounding truck came up grade from the west. A sedan, its headlights clawing the swirling snow, followed. And a few moments later, another. And then something began to bother the super. Something vague. And then he realized what it was.
Wally.
You!
Let's get out on the road.
What's up?
She's blocked somewhere down the pass. Nothing's coming through from the east.
She was blocked, all right. At Windy Point, a big truck and trailer was jackknifed across the road, and the drifts were already piling up. 4 cars were lined up grade, their motors running.
Idiots. Motors idling, windows closed to keep warm. Wally, tell them to open up before they suffocate. You! I'll take the downgrade side. Anybody hurt here?
Nobody hurt but this truck.
Never mind the truck. You ran past the chain warnings yourself. If you'd had chains on, you wouldn't be stuck in that drift.
Yeah, but look, hey, what am I going to do? I can...
Hey, anybody in there? Oh, no. Hey, you!
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. Where are the people from this car?
Oh, them?
Yeah, what happened to them?
Oh, yeah, old dame and a guy. She was sort of hysterical. She yelled something about we'd all get snowed in and froze like somebody named Donna. Then they started off down the road walking. Hey, you think maybe we ought to start walking like she said, huh?
No, you stay where you are. We'll get you out of this. When did they leave?
About 5 minutes ago.
And that's long enough.
Hey, what's the matter up ahead?
Road's blocked. You see a couple of people walking down grade?
Yes, we wonder.
You got chains?
Sure, I always got chains. I'm from Colorado.
Good, then you must know mountains. Now listen to me, Jack. I'm the road superintendent here. We aren't going to be able to clear the road for a while. Why don't you swing around while you still can and go on back down grade after those 2 people?
Well, now, I don't know.
You might save a couple of lives.
Why, of course we will.
There's a joint down at the bottom of the pass where you can get them some coffee. We'll let you know when the road's clear.
Well, sure thing. Glad to help.
Thanks a lot. You better get going. One of my rotaries is coming up behind you.
I had no idea you got so much snow out this
Yeah, well,
way.
we get enough.
Shut the window, Emily, and let's get out of here.
Hey, Steve! Hey, Peterson! Give me a lift.
Hi, boss.
What you doing down here? I'll tell you later. Raise the plow, Steve, and get me up the road as fast as you can. Radio hot?
As a pistol.
Let's go. KRDM4, calling KRDO1. KRDM4, calling KRDO1.
KRDO1, standing by for KRDM4.
Hank, get this. Halt all eastbound cars at the summit. Phone the boys at the lake to stop all westbound cars at the gates. Contact the highway patrol and tell them there's a block at Windy Point. Get a couple of men off the day shift and send them down with a push plow and flanger. We're going to lose the road if we don't work fast.
To lose the road was to lose his honor. But that night, as Maria thrashed across the Sierra and her death rose, the superintendent once more held the road. Once more, the storm gave out before his machines did, or his men. Once more, there would come a time and a storm, he reminded himself, when they might not.
San Francisco Weather Bureau. Fair today and tomorrow. Moderate northwest winds. Slightly cooler. You're welcome.
The junior meteorologist turned back to his map, filling in reports from land stations across half the world and ships spun out upon the great ocean. But soon he let his eyes wander down the Kuril Islands and across the Sea of Japan, where surely a new wave should be forming, a wave which might develop into another great storm, like Maria. But now, no ship happened to be at the proper location to tell him about it.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Storm by George Stewart, adapted and directed by William N. Robeson, with William Conrad as narrator.
Featured in the cast were Helene Burke, Chet Stratton, Herb Butterfield, Byron Kane, Harry Bartell, Tony Barrett, Barney Phillips, Frank Gerstle, and Jack Crucian. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. The workshop is produced by William Frug. Transcribed.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
This is the CBS Radio Workshop, the theater of the mind, dedicated to man's imagination. Today we take pride in presenting E.M. Forster's The Celestial Omnibus, adapted especially for the workshop by Richard Shattuck. This is a story for skeptics, and the story of Jamie, who was not a skeptic. Jamie, a small boy who found himself wondrously alive in the days of Victorian England.
Mr. Bond.
Hello there.
And Cynthia.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Summers.
How good to see you both again. We're so pleased that you could accept our invitation. Do go in.
Well, thank you.
Bert, Mr. Bonds and his daughter are here. Jamie?
Who came, Mother? Do we have visitors? I saw the carriage drive away just as they came past the signpost.
Jamie, what were you doing down at that end of the road? Your father and I have told you never to go beyond number 36.
I was down by the alley, Mother. That signpost points up the alley, but there's nothing there. The sign says, to heaven, but it only points up a blind alley. What does it mean, Mother?
Many years back, some naughty young men put it there as a joke. The sign ought to be removed by the authorities. Such nonsense.
What kind of young men were they?
I believe your father told me that one of them wrote verses and was expelled from the university and came to grief in some way or another.
Then it doesn't mean anything at all.
No, son, it doesn't. Now, quickly, go in, tidy up. Little Cynthia Bonds is here.
And Daddy is president of the Literary Society this year.
I say, Seth, but you've coached her well. She must be your most ardent publicist.
Well, you know how children will talk. Of course, though, I am a bit hopeful for my chances in the coming election. A seat on the county council would be most helpful.
Mr. Bond, sir. Where is heaven?
Why, you might say...
Jamie, the boy is talking about that signpost down the road, Mr. Bonds.
Oh, yes, that bit of a joke young Shelley put up. It still stands there, you say.
I told you so, my dear. It's nothing but a joke. And, Shelley was the name of that young man.
Have you ever heard of Shelley, Jamie?
No, sir.
No book of Shelley's in the house?
Why, yes, of course. Dear Mr. Bonds, we aren't such Philistines as that. We have 2, at least.
Well, I believe we have 7 Shelleys. A very brilliant writer, you know.
Jamie, why don't you and Cynthia go outside and play until dinner time?
All right. Come along, Cynthia.
That's the Commuter's Express, isn't it, Jamie?
It always passes our house just before sunset. You can see it down there in the valley.
Oh, yes, I see it. It looks just like a snake, doesn't it?
Don't you love this time of the day? It's so wonderful. I almost want to cry.
How silly and childish. Here's that signpost you were talking about at tea. To heaven. And it's pointing up that blind alley. Have you ever been up the alley, Jamie?
Not all the way. My parents say that it's not a nice neighborhood.
Jamie, let's you and I go together and see what is really there. Come on. Here we are. But there's nothing here at all. Nothing but that high brick wall at the end of the alley.
I'd like to kick that Shelley.
Hello, what's this over here, Jamie? It's some paper pasted on the wall. Jamie, listen to what it says. S and CRCC announces alteration in service. Owing to a lack of patronage, the company is regretfully compelled to suspend the hourly service and to retain only the sunrise and sunset omnibuses, which will run as usual. It is to be hoped that the public will patronize an arrangement which is intended for their convenience. As an extra inducement, the company will, for the first time, now issue return tickets, good for 1 day only, which may be obtained from the driver. Passengers are again reminded that no tickets are issued at the other end, and that no complaints in this connection will receive consideration from the company. Nor will the company be responsible for any negligence or stupidity on the part of the passengers, nor for hailstorms, lightning, loss of tickets, or any other act of God. Signed, the directors.
Does it say where the omnibus goes, Cynthia?
No, it doesn't. What do the letters S and CRCC stand for?
The S must stand for Surbiton. The RCC probably means Road Car Company. But I can't guess what the other C stands for. Maybe City?
How strange. Why don't they sell tickets at the other end? And what a strange hour to start. At sunrise and sunset.
Cynthia, come here. Aren't those wheel marks on the ground? There.
Oh, Jamie, let's go home, quick.
Oh, my. 9 o'clock already. You children had better be getting to bed now.
Yes, Cynthia, it's time you were asleep.
You two must be tired after your long walk to heaven.
Please, Bert, you've teased them enough already. Good night, Mr. and Mrs. Summers. Good night. Good night, Daddy.
Good night, my dear.
Good night, my dear.
Mother! I've been dreaming. Dreaming about the omnibus. I happen to find out if it's real and where it goes. If I hurry, I may be able to reach the alley before sunrise. There is nothing here at the end of the alley. The sign is a lie. But why should they put up a sign that doesn't tell the truth? It's there! The omnibus is there! Please, Mr. Driver. Is this the omnibus that sign in the wall tells about?
Omnibus est.
About when do you leave?
In another minute, lad.
How far do you go?
All the way.
And can I have a return ticket which will bring me back?
You can.
You know, I think I'll go with you.
Jump in quickly then, my boy, for we're on our way.
How can we get out this way? We're heading straight for that wall at the end of the alley. The wall. It's opening up. Oh, goodness. I've forgotten my money. Stop. Stop. Mr. Driver, stop. Oh, do please stop.
We are unable to stop now. What is it, my boy?
Oh, Mr. Driver, I've left my purse behind. I won't be able to pay for my ticket.
Tickets on this line, whether single or return, can be purchased with money from no earthly mint. And a chronometer, though it had measured the slumber of Laura or solaced the vigils of Charlemagne, is of no value. Here is your ticket.
Thank you, Mr. Driver.
Titular pretensions are, I know, but vanity. Yet they do serve to distinguish one Jack from his fellow. Remember me, therefore, as Sir Thomas Brown.
Are you a sir? Oh, I am sorry. It is good of you about the ticket, Sir Thomas. But if you go on at this rate, however does your bus pay?
It does not pay. That error, at all events, was never intended and never attained.
Sorry again, sir.
Oh, come on up and sit beside me on the box here, boy.
Have you been a driver always?
I was a physician once.
But why did you stop? Weren't you good?
Oh, as a healer of bodies, I had scant success, and several of my patients preceded me. But as a healer of the spirit, I have succeeded beyond my hopes.
Tell me, Sir Thomas, have you ever heard of a man named Shelley?
Oh, my, yes. He is a driver like myself.
Where are we going, Sir Thomas?
Oh, you will soon see. Are you afraid, lad?
No, Sir Thomas.
Well, here we are.
Look, Sir Thomas. Look at the rainbow that is forming under our omnibus. It's moving across the sky. How beautiful. What colors. Where will it stop? It's like a rainbow you can walk on. What is that out there? What is the rainbow resting on at the other end? Is it a castle or a mountain? Oh, look! Between those cliffs, on the ledges, I see people. I see trees.
Look also below. Neglect not the treacherous Hades.
That music coming from the pool of water down there. What is it, Sir Thomas?
On the water's glistening surface, you see truth reflected. Truth has its depths as well as its heights. Oh, but you, my boy, need not be concerned with the siren song. Your path lies ahead. Come, let us start across.
Sir Thomas, the horses are pulling the omnibus across the rainbow. Wonderful, wonderful, beautiful.
You are a truant and a liar. There is no omnibus, no driver, no rainbow bridge.
Jamie, please tell your father you're sorry.
I cannot. Mother, it was the greatest experience of my life. Today, I went to heaven.
You will go up to your room without dinner, James, and memorize that poem you were working on for school. Go to your room now.
Yes, Father.
Oh, Bert, can't we believe? What will Mr. Bonds and his daughter think?
I don't care what they think. The boy needs to be taught that he must control his imagination.
Jamie, dear, you can come down now and bring your poetry with you.
I haven't learned, Father. Hello, Mr. Bonds.
Jamie.
And Cynthia.
Well, here's our great traveler. Here is the young man who rides in an omnibus across a rainbow.
After all, there is something similar to Jamie's experience in Wagner. It's odd how, in quite illiterate minds, you will often find glimpses of artistic truth. Let me plead for the culprit.
Hear how kind Mr. Bonds is, Jamie.
Very well. Let him say his poem, and that will do. He's going away to my sister's on Tuesday, and she will cure him of these fantasies. Now, say your poem, boy.
Standing aloof in giant ignorance.
Oh, one for you, my son. Standing aloof in giant ignorance. I never knew these poets talked sense exactly describes you. Except you go in for poetry. Take him through it.
Well, come over here, my boy, and we'll see how well you learn.
Fine. Bert, you fix the drinks. Cynthia and I will make some refreshments.
Yes, Mrs. Summers.
Now, Jamie, let me hear you say your Keats.
Standing aloof in giant ignorance. Of thee I dream, and of the Cyclades, as one who sits ashore and longs perchance to visit.
That's quite correct, quite correct. Well, continue, my boy. To visit what?
To visit dolphin coral in deep seas.
Why are you crying?
Because all these words that only rhymed before, now that I've come back, they're me.
You? This sonnet, you?
Yes. And read farther on. On the shore of darkness, there is light, and precipices show untrodden green. It is so, sir. All these things are true.
Oh, I never doubted their veracity.
You believe me. You believe in the omnibus, and the driver, and the storm, and that return ticket I received without having to pay.
No. No more of your yarns, lad. I meant that I never doubted the essential truth in poetry. Someday, when you've read more, you will understand what I mean.
But, Mr. Bonds, it is so. There is light upon the shore of darkness. I have seen it. Light and a wind.
Oh, nonsense.
If I had only stayed up there. They tempted me. They told me to give up my ticket. But I thought of my mother and father, and that I must fetch them, too. The people up there warned me that no one would believe me. I shall never see that mountain again. But I told them about you, Mr. Barnes, and how clever you were, and how many books you had.
Huh?
But they said Mr. Barnes will certainly disbelieve you.
Stuff and nonsense, my young friend. I will settle the matter. I'll cure you of your daydreams. Tomorrow evening, just before sunset, you and I are going to take a walk, Jamie. We shall go up this alley, and we shall hunt for your omnibus, you silly little boy. Good heavens. Good gracious heavens. There is the omnibus. Just as you said, right at sunset.
But look, it's different than the omnibus yesterday. And the driver is not Sir Thomas.
Huh?
Coming back yesterday, Sir Thomas told me that each omnibus has a plate inside with its driver's name on it. I'll see who this one is, Mr. Barnes.
I say, you up there, driver. How soon before we start? What?
Sir, come in, sir. It is such a fine omnibus. And here's the driver's name. Dan somebody.
Quickly, boy, move over. Now, let me in. We're moving. Heading straight for that wall. Bless myself.
Let me get the tickets, Mr. Barnes. Driver, 2 round-trip tickets, please. Thank you, Mr. Dan. Or whatever your name is.
No. No, it can't be. It is the impossible. Do you know who that driver is?
I don't know, Mr. Barnes, but I don't like him as well as Sir Thomas Brown. For I shouldn't be surprised if he had more in him.
More in him? By accident, you've made the greatest discovery of the century, and all you can say is that there's more in this man. My boy, do you remember those vellum books in my library? This is the man who wrote those books. Dante. Well, it can't be possible.
I wonder if we shall see Mrs. Gamp.
Mrs.
Gamp and Mrs. Harris. I liked Mrs. Harris. I came upon them quite suddenly.
Out there sits the man who penned my vellum books. And you talk to me of Mrs. Gamp.
I know Mrs. Gamp so well. I could not help being glad to see her again.
Did you spend the entire day in her elevating company?
Oh, no. I raced, too. I met a man who took me out to a race course, and we ran a race. I won.
Indeed. Do you remember the man's name?
Achilles. No, he was later. It was Tom Jones. That's the man I raced. Tom Jones.
My lad, you've made a miserable mess of it. Think of a cultured person with your opportunities. A cultured person would have known all these characters and would have known what to say to each. He would not have wasted his time with a Mrs. Gamp or a Tom Jones. The creations of Homer, Shakespeare, and of him who drives us now would alone have contented him. He would not have run races. He would have asked questions, intelligent questions.
But, Mr. Barnes, you're a cultured person. I told them so.
Oh, that's true. And I beg of you not to disgrace me when we arrive there. Now, no gossiping and no running. Keep close to my side and never speak to the immortals unless they speak to you first. Yes, and give me the return tickets before you lose them. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Mr. Barnes, may I introduce you to my friends when we get there?
Oh, you distract me, boy. I wish to meditate on beauty. I wish to goodness I were with a reverent and sympathetic person.
Look, Mr. Barnes. We're here. The mountain. Look at the campfires in the valley. And the rainbow.
Campfires? Ridiculous rubbish. Now, mind your tongue, Jamie. There is nothing at all.
But, sir, can't you see the beautiful rainbow stretching across the sky?
Huh?
Look, the horses have just started to cross it. We'll soon be there. And then you will see that I was telling the truth. Listen.
Wagner's Das Rheingold. Let me see out that window. Now, move over, Jamie. No!
Mr. Barnes, your face is green. What did you see in the water?
I want to go back. Tell the driver I want to go back.
But we'll be stopping soon. Oh, we were pleased to see you. For I told them you would come. I wonder who is the sentry tonight. I am coming! I am returning!
The boy is returning!
I am bringing Mr. Barnes with me. Who stands sentry?
Achilles! And as sentry, I must refuse admission to those unworthy. Here may pass only those who have attained the spirit of truth. There is no welcome for those who merely aspire to embrace it.
Yes, I can see you now. And your spear and shield. Mr. Barnes, look. It is Achilles.
I want to go back.
Achilles, I'm coming.
Welcome back, boy. Here, let me lift you up on my shield.
No, Achilles. I'm ignorant and without grace. I must wait for Mr. Barnes, of whom I told you yesterday. No, I'm not worthy. It's Mr. Barnes who should be on your shield. He collects the books of great writers.
No, I want to go back. I want to go back.
No, my boy, you're the one we honor. You are the one to stand upon my shield.
Mr. Barnes, sir, why do you delay? Here is only the great Achilles, whom you know.
No, I see nothing. I see no one. I want to go back. Oh, save me, oh, great Dante. Let me ride in your chariot. I have honored you. I have quoted you. I have bound you in vellum. Now take me back to my world.
I am the means and not the end. I am the food and not the life. Stand by yourself as that boy has stood. I cannot save you, for poetry is a spirit, and they who would worship it must worship in spirit and in truth.
I want to go back. Now take me back. There, through the clouds, I see London below. I'll go back on my own then.
Mr. Barnes, you have a return ticket. Come back. Come back. We can't get back without our tickets, Mr. Barnes. Please. Please. Here comes a procession to honor you. Here come the men and the women you wanted to meet. The mountain is awake. The river is awake. And it is all for you. They want you, Mr. Barnes. This wreath of leaves. Why have you placed it on my head?
Welcome home. Blessed are the pure in heart.
Jamie. Jamie. Where is he? What's happened?
I don't understand it. Poor Barnes, murdered, horribly mutilated. The inspector told us he looked as if he had been thrown from a very great height. All they found in his pockets were 2 omnibus tickets. Could it be possible that Jamie was telling the truth?
He and Jamie were together. I think we should believe. Will we ever see Jamie again?
Yes, Mother. You will. You will. You will.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop. Today's presentation, E.M. Forster's Celestial Omnibus, written for the CBS Radio Workshop by Richard Shattuck. D. Engelbach produced and directed. Music by Edward Vito. Today's cast, Peter Laser, Deirdre Owen, Mercer McLeod, Bill Woodson, Lee Vines, Carol Teitel, Louis Van Ruten, Gregory Morton. This is Ted Pearson speaking. Wherever you go, go with radio and the CBS Radio Network.
My name is Clifton Fadiman, and the sound you hear is the sound of the atmosphere. And the sound of wind. The sound of thunder. The sound of rain. Universal sounds. Sounds that are heard around the world. Sounds that are the voices of eternity. But when you leave the heavens and approach the earth, you will hear the sounds of the living, the sound of the countryside, and the sound of a city. On any city block at any time of day or night, there's a world of sound, a special world for people who are willing to listen, for people who are willing to hear. New York is a city of sound, and that sound is the voice of a city, the voice of New York.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations, presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a documentary in sound, as recorded by Tony Schwartz, a young man who walks the streets of a city as familiarly as a farmer walks his fields. He is a man who listens, and what he listens to, he records. Tony Schwartz and his portable tape recorder have recorded the voice of New York.
If you were to visit New York and stand atop a skyscraper, you could see the entire island of Manhattan, and this is what you'd hear.
So, folks, you're on the roof of the RCA building. You are 70 stories, 850 feet from the street, and you're looking toward the south. Directly in front of you is the tallest building in the world. It's the Empire State Building. It's 102 stories high, 1,250 feet. The high buildings way down back of the Empire State. At the end of the city is Wall Street, the financial district. Now look directly left to the river. And notice that square box-like structure with all the windows? That is the permanent quarters of the United Nations on the East River. There are 6 acres of glass in that building. Now come with me, folks, please, to the north side. This way.
That's what you'd hear high above the city. A description, nothing more. It might even be what you'd write home about. But would you know New York? Would you hear its voice? The sound of the streets.
Sunday papers are late. Times Tribune American Newspaper. Sunday papers are late.
Cents and 2.15. 10 cents and 2.15. Shine your shoes, brush your coat. Make you look like a New York sport. How about shine there? Get your shine around here.
The subway rises from the tunnel and stops at 135th Street. Orchard Street on the Lower East Side.
Ford Deputy, shared by 250. Very great choice, get him by 2.5 settlement.
Yeah, very fine.
There's 2.5, big amount, get him by 250.
The Port Authority bus terminal at 41st Street and 8th Avenue.
Cornwall, Newburgh, Beacon, Wappinger Falls, and Poughkeepsie. Coaches loading at gate 19, lower level. 11:15 a.m. departure. Mohawk coach line loading at gate 19, lower level.
That's the city at ear level. The sound we, all of us, hear. But there are other voices. Voices we have to listen for. Listen as Tony Schwartz and his recorder listen. New York is a port city, the largest in the world. People from all the world settle here, and with them they bring customs, and they bring songs. They bring music. street band. You don't have to go into the hills for folk music, and you don't have to go back 100 years. It's woven into the rhythm of New York. It's all there if you listen. You can hear it on the way to work, riding a bus or subway, or going out for a late dinner. Tony went out for a late dinner one night.
On my way to a little French restaurant on 9th Avenue, I met Henriette. She was sitting on the stoop, singing to her baby and tapping her leather sandals as she sang.
Labourer en Auvergne, labourer va bien. Écoutez la cabrette du vieux Limousin. À Brioude on est 12 et 40 à Saint-Cloud. Les époux, les épouses qui reviennent toujours pour bien la chanter. Vive la limousine pour bien la danser. Vive les Auvergnats. Que venez-vous chercher, garçons de la montagne? Que venez-vous chercher si vous ne dansez pas? Si vous ne dansez pas, garçons de la montagne, si vous ne dansez pas, allez-vous-en là-bas.
I wondered where she learned her songs.
Oh, I learned them when I was a little girl. At school or from my mother or grandmother in Normandy or during vacation with other people in some countries of France.
And this woman's mother came from Romania.
Haila baba sitski chiaska, haila baba na, sitski chiaska deno roko, haila baba na. Oh, finima, shia haila baba na. Oh, finima, shia haila baba na. Haila baba sitski chiaska, haila baba na.
A group of Nigerian students gathered together to sing on Thanksgiving Day afternoon. And in Harlem, Joy to the World, a Sunday night service a week before Christmas. I've heard songs from all over the world in New York and in many, many languages. For instance, here's a Spanish song I found on a jukebox in a restaurant that catered to Puerto Rican New Yorkers. I asked a man if he could translate the song for me, and he said yes. I put a nickel in the jukebox, and the man told me what the song was about.
I won't change my heart, my dance, by the Empire State in this country of such a cold weather. The Puerto Rican mountains, the birds sing there. They sing from way down to up the peaks of the mountain. I won't change Puerto Rico by 60 New Yorks. I won't change Puerto Rican chickens by frozen chickens in the ice boxes here. When I saw the snow coming down like coconut flakes from heaven, I was going crazy seeing that kind of stuff coming down. My soul was very disconsolate. I won't change Puerto Rico by 4,000 New Yorks.
Not only do people from all the world settle in New York, but people come from all sections of the United States. These are men from the Carolinas working a fishing boat in the Hudson River, bringing their Carolina ways and their Carolina voices. A man from Mississippi now driving a car in New York, singing a spiritual and beating out time on the steering wheel while driving Tony down Park Avenue. And a blind street musician from the West, accompanied by the harbor sounds on 11th Avenue and the river. And then there are the real New Yorkers, the children. The children who make the folk music of the city in parks and playgrounds, in the middle of busy streets.
He went to heaven, without a head, and when he got there, St. Peter said, my dear old goat, where is your head? The goat replied, I cannot tell. It must have gone right down to hello, folks.
And the man thinks and the lady who she is, I do not know. All she wants is gold, the silver. All she wants is I think so. So jump in my love, blink, so jump out my big gate. You have to come out.
Who, me? Yes, you. Couldn't be. Then who? Bernie. Who, me? Yes, you. That's a lie. Then who? Margie. Who, me? Yes, you. Couldn't be. Nor me. Who, me? Yes, you. Couldn't be. Then who? Bernie. Who, me? Yes, you. That's a lie. Then who? Margie. Who, me? Yes, you. Not me. Then who? Nikki. Who, me? Yes, you. That's a lie. Then who?
Indian lived in a tent. She had no money to pay her rent. She borrowed a one, she borrowed a two, and passed it on to Y-O-U.
On my way home one night, I heard sounds coming through a basement window. I went downstairs and saw a group of teenagers. They were beating out rhythm on boxes, benches, one small drum, and a Pepsi-Cola bottle. I spoke to one of the boys.
Tell me about your playing. Just talk about it.
For about 5 or 10 minutes I'll be playing, It doesn't suit me then, But after a while, about 15 minutes, 20 minutes playing, well, I start, feeling good, And then I'd be able to bring out a few more beats better than the others. It brings a good feeling to me. I know that. After a while, it brings a good feeling.
These are the rhythms in music, the voices of song. But there are other rhythms, there are other voices that make up the voice of the city. People talking, people asking to be heard.
Number 2 is a fine line. Now, here is a pen that hasn't got the feature of a number on it, but it gives you any sort of line without changing the point. Now, if you understand, realize, and appreciate a real good value, and if my physiognomy is not too conspicuous to be comprehended, I'm going to clarify to such an extent that each and every individual standing here at the present time can very well afford it. I'm going to give it this Parker 51 type. Now, don't forget, you can take my pen and bring it into any pawn shop. Ask them for $10, see how quick they'll chase you out, but you ask them for $5, they may give it to you. Look, and today I'm not going to charge you no dollar bills for the pen, but the first lady or gentleman gives me 25 cents, gets the pen. And I think it's worth a quarter to anybody. Anyone who understands and realizes and appreciates something real good. You can go downtown, uptown, out of town, into time, in the summertime, in the wintertime, gets a sugar line.
That was a pitchman trying to make a sale. You can hear it at any corner in New York. But if you want to hear people telling stories about themselves, stories that tell you what the people are like, well, all you have to do is ask.
I asked a little boy to tell me a story.
Do you know what? One time I went fishing with my Uncle Herman, and, you know what I did? I caught more fish than Uncle Herman. I caught more fish than Uncle Herman.
I asked the little girl to tell me what she liked about stories.
I like to hear people tell stories because when they tell stories, that you can picture in your mind what happened as they tell the story.
I listened to a plumber who came to fix my sink.
I mean, to me, when there's music, I'll stop anything. I don't know. I think music is everything. Without music, I think there'd be life. There won't be no world, I think. Everybody'd be downhearted. Don't you think so?
I agree. I think that music is one.
Music is the only thing.
A cab driver taking me to a date told me how to solve the traffic problem in New York.
Very easy. I can straighten that traffic out in 48 hours.
What would you do?
The more parking lots in Midtown, the heavier traffic there is. Do away with your parking lots in Midtown from 14th Street to 59th Street. No parking allowed in the daytime, only after 6 o'clock. There's you solve your whole traffic problem. If you or me can't know that we have nowhere to park it, we're not going to bring it in there. But if Mr. Ashma Costello knows he's got a parking lot he can afford it at $1.02, he's going to bring his car in. That car doesn't stop him from coming in. Without the car, he'll have to come in just the same. And as long as you got them parking lots right around on Broadway in Midtown, you're going to have a traffic problem. That's the only solution. Do away with your parking lots in daytime, and you got no traffic problem. There's no other way out. If you know that you are not allowed to park here, you're not going to bring that car in. But if you know you can park it, you're going to bring it in. You work here, you're going to come in just the same. And if you want to shop near Macy's, you're going to come just the same. That's 85 cents.
And I listened to a doorman talking to a barking dog locked in a car.
Why don't you be good? Come on. Stop barking. Why don't you be a nice baby? Eh? They're like you. Oh, quiet. Come on. Come over here. Come here. Ah, quiet. Be nice. Ah, whoa, yourself. Yeah? Whoa. What do you want? You want you to have? Eh? Frenchie. Whoa. That's right. Get him. That's a good one.
I asked an old woman for her memories.
Oh, my thistle cat was wonderful. His name was Thistle Blossom, and he named himself because his fur was so soft, like that of the purple part of a thistle blossom. And his little fingernails were like the prickers around the outside. And he got so that he knew everything. He could do all sorts of things, and he could almost talk. Thistle was a wonderful little cat. He knew so much. He had better table manners than the majority of children. I taught him to eat slowly. When he's a little kitten, I just let him take one piece of meat at a time, and I'd tell him to chew it well, and I'd make my jaws go as though I was chewing. He learned what I meant. He'd stop chewing. If I said, all right, he'd swallow it. If I said, chew it some more, he'd chew it some more. And he could take the tin cover off a jelly glass. He'd paw it with his right paw and tip over the glass, then put his left paw on to hold it, and then he would claw it till he got the cover off. Then he'd look up at me and smile. He curled the corners of his mouth up and back when he'd smile. And he knew a waltz when he heard it on the radio. He'd put his paw on my foot and sit down in front of me. That meant pick me up. So I'd pick him up and waltz around the room, holding my arms. I'd jiggle him, and he liked that. And old Thistle died March 12th, 1929.
The voices of a city. The voice of New York. If you listen, you can hear the world of sound without leaving your chair. You don't have to look for it. It will come to you as it comes to Tony Schwartz, from the hour before dawn until well after dark. All the city up 5 stories through the windows and into his home. First there's silence. Then Mrs. Klein hangs out a wash at 6 a.m. At 7 o'clock, the birds arrive. At 7:30, they collect the garbage. Saturday at 8, the streets are repaired. Thursday, construction begins on the new Coliseum at Columbus Circle, 3 blocks away. Saturday at noon, there's an air raid drill. And on Sunday, there are church bells. On holidays, there are parades. And after school, there are football games in the street.
Hey, put the ball down, Paul. You're going to get belted. Come on, get on the line. Get a ball. Come on, right there. Take down. You want to play? You want to play? Signals on. Oh, hang on, Tommy. Go, Tom. Take down. Signals on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hi. Hi, Philip.
A street gospel group inviting you to a service. And then there's rain. Any evening at election time, there are politicians and their sound trucks.
We want the old custom of the janitor collecting the garbage every day. My opponent has no program. His 10 years of inactivity, unavailability, and futility have demonstrated that he has no program, that he is disinterested.
And every night at 3 a.m., there are cats. And so to sleep, while the city continues to speak. The city is a vast complex made up of millions of people in a perpetual sound. It is in these many and endless sounds that we find a single rhythm and a single voice. We've been atop a skyscraper, and we wandered in the streets, and we've heard the city through an open window of an apartment in the West 50s. The rhythm is everywhere, and if you listen carefully, you'll find it right beside you, in the voice of a 14-month-old baby playing on the floor.
No, 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 no. Here comes the
The voice of a city. The voice of New York.
You have been listening to The Voice of New York, as recorded by Tony Schwartz and narrated by Clifton Fadiman, editor of the new American Anthology Treasury. The narration was written by Norman Catcock. This is Warren Sweeney inviting you to listen to the CBS Radio Workshop next Friday, when we will present Report on the Unknown, a study of clairvoyancy, extrasensory perception, and telepathy. A dramatic account of actual cases and current research in the mysteries of supernormal communications. The CBS Radio Workshop was produced and directed by Paul Roberts.
Over most of these same stations on Sunday, the distinguished British pianist Dame Myra Hess will be heard as soloist as the New York Philharmonic Symphony, under Bruno Walter's direction, opens a 2-week Mozart festival in observance of the bicentennial of the composer's birth. Hear Dame Myra Hess with the New York Philharmonic Symphony this Sunday. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Desk clerk. Journal American of 411? Right away.
Good afternoon, Arthur.
Oh, hello, Mr. Shelby.
Any messages for me?
Well, not since I came on, sir.
May I have my key, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Shelby, but the manager says not to give you your key until your bill's paid.
Oh?
It's $113 and some odd cents.
I know.
You want I should call him so you can talk to him about it?
No, never mind.
Sorry, Mr. Shelby.
It's not your fault, Arthur. I'll stop back in a couple of days to see if there's any mail.
Yes, sir. Desk clerk. I'm sorry, Mrs. Martin.
$14.60, 65, 66 cents. Well, I can eat for a week or so, and
plenty of people sleep in the subway.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Subways Are for Sleeping, based upon the Harper's Magazine article by Edmund G. Love, a true story of one man's strange adjustment to mid-century materialism in the largest city in the world.
Have you ever gotten fed up with rent, and taxes, and bills, and the clatter of telephones? With all the demands, large and small, that our complicated civilization makes upon us? Henry Shelby finally did. When they locked him out of his hotel room, he stayed out. For the past 3 years, he has, by choice, been homeless and without a steady job. Yet, Henry Shelby is no bum. He is as well dressed and as smoothly shaven as the next man you'll meet. He's not stupid. He holds a master's degree in economics and is a former school teacher. He has never visited a soup kitchen or stood in a bread line or asked for a night's lodging at a Bowery mission. Still, he has learned for himself how to maintain his sanity and peace of mind in a confused and confusing society, which takes from a man more than it gives. Henry Shelby has reversed the process, and this is how he does it.
I'm getting along all right. I'm perfectly happy. I'm just waiting to see how things come out. In the meantime, I see to it that I always have at least 15 cents, so I'm sure of a place to sleep. And the truest statement I ever heard is that no one will ever starve to death in the United States.
86 in the bean soup? All out of Yankee bean, Mac.
Cream of tomatoes, okay.
Tomato or both? Well, as I live and hope to, Shelby.
Hello, Ernie. See, you've got the counterman wanted sign in the window.
Yeah, guy was here 2 weeks. Today never shows. Want to go to work right now?
Sure.
Well, go on back and grab a hat and jacket. I ain't even checked cash from breakfast yet.
Okay, fine.
Want a cup of coffee or something first? Go right ahead.
No, I'm fine.
Here's your soup, Mac. Crackers or bread?
Crackers. Hey, ain't you the regular counterman?
Me? I'm supposed to manage a joint.
You give any bum comes along a job?
Shelby ain't no bum, Mac. He's a college graduate.
Huh.
Michigan or someplace like that. Used to be a school teacher, too.
So?
Well, he shows up every 3-4 months, works a couple of days for $5 a day in his meals, and then he's gone. When he tells me he ain't coming back.
So that makes him he ain't a bum.
Well, it does in my book. He can do anything around the joint. Do it plenty good, too. How's the soup?
All right.
Anything else?
I don't know yet.
This jacket isn't exactly the best fit in the world.
You look great, Shelby.
I'll bet.
Now, here's your checks and a punch. Everything's the same as last time he was here.
Not quite. Corned beef and beans are up a nickel.
Hey, they are at that. I forgot. Well, she's all yours. I'll check the register.
Anything else for you, sir? Pie? Coffee?
I might have some pie at that. Apple.
Right.
With cheese, I guess.
Right. Empty the mousetrap on this pie.
Hey, look, Shelby, I was thinking, I got no night chef for the moment either. Well, why don't you stick around for a couple of weeks and help me out?
Well...
8-hour shift, 5 days, $55, and all the food you can steal.
Here you are, sir. Well, I'll think about it, Ernie. I actually didn't have to think about it. When I went in, I knew I'd only stay for a few days. I have 5 or 6 places like that. They're my Social Security. I use them when my cash is way down and my suit needs dry cleaning, and when I'm ready for a good, long sleep, lying down.
So, Henry Shelby works just long enough to get a little money ahead. Then he picks up his clean laundry and checks in at a respectable but inexpensive hotel.
Here's the $4.50 in advance. I'm afraid I don't have any luggage. And will you send the valet up to my room in a few minutes, please?
Once his suit is on its way to the cleaners, Shelby spends the next 24 hours in bed or under the shower. He has taken as many as 15 showers on one of these occasions and slept for as long as 22 hours.
It's an extravagance, of course. Costs me $7 or $8, and that's as much as I usually spend in a whole week. But I certainly do feel fine when I check out.
And thus refreshed, Henry Shelby sets out again to roam the streets of New York. First stop, to leave his laundry somewhere in the Grand Central area. He owns 2 of everything except for his 1 suit, and he'll pick up this bundle in a few days, bathe and change in a booth at Grand Central Terminal, and drop the soiled clothing off at another laundry in the vicinity.
I carry a safety razor in my pocket, and I shave at least every 36 hours. It costs 25 cents for a booth, but I can freshen up generally at the same time. The bums who look like bums are mainly the ones the cops bother. Naturally, I don't consider myself a bum, so I make it a point not to look or feel like one.
"24 hours can be a long time, particularly when all you have to look forward to is 24 more of the same. But Henry Shelby fills them with endless variations of the same pattern, and he walks between whatever geographical points are involved. Breakfast time may find him at a juice bar on 3rd Avenue.
Large tomato juice, please. Come on there, friend. Fill it up. Your sign says 12 full ounces for a dime.
Coffee at the automat on 6th. Another cup later in the gloomy fluorescent glare of a cafeteria in the garment district.
I load in all the cream and sugar the mug will hold. They're calories. Free calories.
Lunch in the Gramercy Park neighborhood today. Yesterday, it may have been at Broadway and 116th, but at the same kind of a white tile stand and very likely the same lunch.
A frankfurter, I guess, and a large glass of milk.
2 or 3 more cups of calories during the afternoon, and finally, the one substantial meal of the day.
The Vienna loaf dinner looks all right.
Vienna loaf coming up.
Not that slice. The next one with the hard-boiled egg in it. Yes, that one.
Fried or boiled potatoes, corn or stewed tomatoes.
No potatoes. Plenty of starch in the bread. How about a good helping of cream spinach instead?
Mac, if you got to order a la carte, why don't you go to the Waldorf for the 21, huh?
Well, I'll take you to either one of them someday as my guest.
Yeah, I'll hold my breath. Okay, spinach. Now, corn or stewed tomatoes.
Stewed tomatoes. What's that you're putting on?
Gelatin salad comes with it.
No, thanks. Let's trade for a dab of those cooked carrots, okay?
Now, look,
They're
friend.
probably cheaper than the salad. You're saving money for the management.
That's what I'm interested in. Okay, but don't ask me for no Charlotte russe. There you are, Mac.
Very good. A very well-balanced dinner.
Yeah, not bad for 42 cents.
Not bad at all. I may continue to give you my patronage when I'm in the neighborhood.
Thus, the inner man is stoked, though perhaps not aesthetically satisfied, and always a walk between each refueling stop. The aesthetic hunger is assuaged along the way. There is the ever-changing kaleidoscope of Manhattan store windows, displaying their shiny wonders, their sturdy commonplaces, their exotic luxuries, their mundane necessities. There is a record of mankind's daily activities the world over, in a newspaper plucked from a trash basket, and there are benches and parks and public buildings where Henry Shelby may rest while he reads. There are pillared halls where paintings and sculpture may be viewed. Henry Shelby is a regular visitor to New York's many art galleries, but his favorite is the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
Now, if you'll follow me, we will view the museum's unrivaled collection of the works of Edward Degas.
Edgar Degas. Edgar Hilaire Germain Degas.
Oh?
Oh, I'm sorry, madam.
Oh, don't apologize, young man. That's very interesting.
Degas worked chiefly in oil, although his renderings in pastel have achieved some fame.
He wasn't a bad sculptor either.
Is that so?
The oil to the immediate right and above is at the milliner's. And to the right of that and below is dancers practicing at the bar.
Only the first
Now,
one is a
as we move
pastel,
along,
not an
we have
oil.
a woman on the
This
sofa.
guide is new, I'd imagine.
Let's stay behind, Myrtle. This gentleman knows more about it than the guide does. You don't mind, do you, mister?
No, not at all. They sort of hurry you through on the guided tours.
Now, what about the one that's a pastel instead of an oil?
Well, Degas' pastels, particularly his later ones, do have a deep, rich, almost oil-like texture. He applied the color in successive layers, fixing each tone or shade separately, and using open lines to allow each undercoat to show through.
Oh, well, I don't quite understand, but I see what you mean. Are you an artist?
No, although I'm planning to do some painting. Sometime.
Well, my daughter's very artistic, back in Chillicothe. What's this one, that lady sitting with a big bouquet?
That's an oil. It's called Woman with Chrysanthemums.
Well, that's a good name for it, isn't it?
Yes, isn't it?
Say, if you aren't an artist, how do you know all these things?
Oh, I spend a lot of time here, and I read a great deal.
Oh, you certainly must. Goodness, you're a regular Billy Pearson.
I beg your pardon?
You know, the jockey on television.
Oh, yes. I've read about him. Didn't he win $64,000 and then go on and tie with a fellow named Price for another 64 or something?
Yeah, that's the one. Did you ever watch those programs?
No, I can't say that I do. I'm afraid I don't have a television set.
Yes, there's plenty of free culture and free entertainment to be found in New York City, even without a television set or a radio in your home, even without a home. One of the most spectacular free entertainments in Manhattan is presented by the fire department. Henry Shelby always follows a fire engine. He generally gets to the fire, too, for the radius in which each engine company operates is small enough to permit even a pedestrian to arrive shortly after the equipment.
Oh, this one is nothing. It's just a chemical job. They might as well have left the ladder truck back at the station. Now, you should have been at Amsterdam on 133rd the other day. I happened to be in the neighborhood at the time.
There are the inevitable New York traffic accidents. Shelby has a nose for these and for straight fights, and he never leaves the scene until the last policeman has closed his notebook. And the parks and public squares are places where a man with a message may speak it forth within certain limits of subject matter.
Can commit mass suicide, and that is to continue to eat the flesh of the animal. What Mother Nature intended us to nourish ourselves with grows in the ground.
Henry
Or
Shelby
attached
stops to
it with
listen
a
to
stem,
every street
a
corner
branch, or a
orator he
trunk.
runs across,
And what she
weighing
intended
gravely
us
the
to drink
ideas he
goes along
hears.
her
I can
surface,
scarcely
or
agree,
springs from the rock.
but he does have a wonderfully resonant voice.
There are the new buildings that constantly alter New York's skyline. Our well-kept vagrant knows every major construction project in town and shows up at the exact moment some critical problem is to be solved.
No. A little more to the right. Say, does it look to you as if they're placing that girder properly?
It doesn't right now, but they'll raise it another 3 feet and then force it to the right with a cross member.
Oh, yes, I see.
Actually, it's a different technique than we're accustomed to watching in the usual steel skeleton construction.
Seems to me there'd be too much strain on the cross member.
No, I understand the alloy is both light enough and strong enough so that, in effect, they're employing a variant of the ancient Egyptian post and lintel method.
Say, there are similarities, aren't there? You're an engineer, I take it.
No. Matter of fact, my master's was in economics.
Is that so? I'm liberal arts myself, Yale 28. Construction's sort of hobby of mine. Watching it at any rate.
Mine, too. So much so that I've done quite a bit of reading on it. There. You see what they're doing now? That's how they equalize the stresses.
So they do. Your office in the neighborhood?
No, it isn't. I just happen to be passing this way.
Mine's just across the street, 230 Park. I'm H.J. Chisholm, Regal Paper Company.
How do you do, sir? I'm Henry Shelby.
Hello. You with the firm or you in business for yourself?
Neither. I don't have a connection right now.
Is that a fact? Well, if you're looking, why don't you stop by the office whenever it suits you? We might very well have something for a chap like you.
That's mighty nice of you, Mr. Chisholm. I'm not really looking at present, but I'll certainly remember you when I am.
I wish you would. Say, wouldn't it save time and an extra piece of heavy equipment to haul those I-beams up on the construction elevator and then place them with one of those small hoists?
It seems that it would at that. I think you have something there, Mr. Chisholm. And I'm going to look into it the next time I'm at the library.
The public library, one of Henry Selby's favorite haunts. A fellow vagrant once advised him that the library was a good place to keep warm on a cold day. But he found it to be much more than that. On his first visit to the massive old building at 42nd and 5th Avenue, he asked for a copy of the New York Times for November 10th, 1936, and was referred politely to the microfilm room.
Here you are, sir. Are you familiar with the operation of the viewing machine?
Not particularly.
I'll be happy to show you. The entire edition is on this roll of film. You place it in the machine, attach the end, and thread it this way. Close the machine and turn the handle forward.
Yes, it's fine.
You sit right down here, use the headrest, and view the film through the aperture.
Yes, I see. Very clear. And very comfortable.
Yes, isn't it? It rather makes research a pleasure, doesn't it?
I should say so. What if I fall asleep?
Well, I'm afraid no one would awaken you if you did. There seem to be so few of you scholars taking advantage of our microfilm facilities. Just come to the desk if you wish additional rolls.
Say, how long has this been going on?
Henry Shelby was asleep in 15 minutes and awoke undisturbed 5 hours later. For some time, the microfilm room was at the top of his list as a place of shelter. Then suddenly he realized it was a far more valuable place for pure entertainment. He has read all the issues of the Times available on film, all his favorite comic strips from the date of their inception, all the columns Damon Runyon ever wrote, and has even developed a system for playing the horses. One time, he worked long enough to accumulate $25, and with it, visited Aqueduct Racetrack.
Now entering the winner's circle is Time You Told Me, ridden by jockey Farrell Zufeld. The time for the mile and a 16th was 1:43 and 2, and the result of the 8th race is now official.
11:20 to win. Let's see, that makes me $87.40 ahead for the day after expenses. Well, how long has this been going on?
Very prudently, Henry Shelby bought himself a new suit of clothes, leaving his original $25 untouched. A few days later, he visited Belmont Park and lost the entire sum.
I still play the races in the microfilm room. During the winter, I study the preceding summer's entries, make my selections, and check them against the results in the following day's paper. I never look at the results in advance. Might just as well be honest about it.
Yes, New York offers many diversions. There is the waterfront, the ferry boats, the slips where the huge liners dock.
I come down here a couple of times a week. I always try to be around when the Mary or the Elizabeth are coming in. Now, what's that Weehawken ferry doing a quarter-mile off her course? Just sightseeing, I'll bet. Well, I heard Captain ought to have his confounded papers picked up.
Shelby enjoys the ferry boats, all of them, but his favorite is the Staten Island ferry.
There's nothing quite like it in the world. Outward bound from the Battery, there's the thrill of passing the Statue of Liberty. And coming back, Miss Liberty welcomes you home as the incredible skyline of lower Manhattan hangs shimmering in the haze, like the pleasure dome of Kubla Khan. Where else can a poor man get such an ocean voyage for a dime?
Of course, 10 cents for one round trip does put the Staten Island ferry in the luxury class, but during the rush hours, Shelby has discovered that he can board the Jersey Central ferries across the Hudson and make 3 or 4 trips for the same dime without being noticed. This kills time and also furnishes amusement, for Shelby quietly enjoys criticizing the pilots who do not bring their vessels squarely into the slips. Among other things, Henry Shelby has become an expert on the management and conduct of New York Harbor. And then there are the parades. New York City is the only place where there is a parade of some sort every day. That's one of the reasons Henry Shelby is happier here than he would be in any other city in the world.
I just love band music. Why, last Armistice Day, I saw 5 different parades and even marched in one. I carried the front end of the bass drum and got $3 for doing it.
So, the patternless pattern of Henry Shelby's days, and the days of perhaps thousands like him. Men who choose to work only enough to maintain a bare thread of personal existence in a society that clamors for workers and rewards them with possessions and security and the same comfortable resting place each nightfall. Where does Henry Shelby sleep? A clean hotel bed is a once-a-month extravagance to him. Perhaps he trudges to the Pennsylvania station and boards an 8th Avenue subway train at about 1 o'clock in the morning. That's why his cash minimum is 15 cents, the price of a subway token. He settles himself in the almost empty front car and drops off to sleep. He awakens before he reaches the end of the line, has a smoke, boards another train, and sleeps to the other end of the line. He has several standard trips mapped out: J Street to Queens, back to the Brooklyn end of the line, up to the tip of Manhattan, back to Penn Station. In 5 hours, he has probably netted 4 hours' sleep. He has learned the habits of the transportation police, and he tries to keep himself from becoming too familiar a figure.
That's why I use the subway maybe only every other night, or not quite that often. In warm weather, there are fire escapes, some of them covered, and Central Park and Prospect Park. And when it's really hot, there are the beaches. No one ever bothers you there. Always plenty of legitimate sleepers trying to beat the heat.
When it rains and when the New York winter comes, there are other carefully cataloged places for shelter and a few hours' sleep. Grand Central, Penn Station, the Port Authority bus terminal, hotel lobbies. There are rules of conduct for each, and Henry Shelby knows and observes them all. On rare occasions, he's questioned, but he always has the answers.
Come on there, mister. Come on, wake up, up.
Oh, well, I certainly dozed off, didn't I, officer?
You certainly did. You think this is a flop house?
Of course not. It's very obviously Grand Central Terminal.
That it is, and we don't allow bums to nap their bibs in here.
Bums? I ought to resent that, officer.
Well, resent it all you like. Seems to me I've seen you in here before.
Well, that's quite possible. I take the 2 o'clock local for Poughkeepsie almost every night. I missed it tonight, so I'm waiting for the next train. 6:05, I believe it is.
It is. Can you prove you're not a vag?
A what?
A vagrant. You got any money on you?
Why, yes. Let me see. $6, $7, $8. And here's my ticket to Poughkeepsie.
Mm-hmm. Well, you'd better get going, mister, or you'll miss your train.
What?
Yes, it's 2 minutes after 6.
Oh, I had no idea. I nearly overslept.
That you did.
Thank you so much for awakening me.
Not at all. That's what I'm here for.
Yes. Well, I must say you're right on the job.
You bet I am. That's gate 9, mister, the Poughkeepsie local.
Yes. Well, I don't want to miss it this time.
No, you don't.
So, for the first time, Henry Shelby had to take the train for Poughkeepsie under the suspicious glare of the railroad cop. But the ticket was never punched, for he got off the train at 125th Street to begin another day of Manhattan meandering. Henry Shelby is never without 3 tickets. One to Poughkeepsie, one to Princeton, and the third to Elizabeth, New Jersey. His operating equipment for sleeping in the 3 major terminals. Why does this strangely bewildered, yet far from hopeless man live apart from responsibility and the place he could so easily regain in working society? How many weeks, or months, or years will he continue to walk the streets of Manhattan?
I don't know how long I'll live this life. I don't have much trouble. I've never gotten drunk and lain in a doorway all day. I've never been on a police blotter. I've never had to beg. Things seem so easy and natural, just as though they were supposed to be this way. I'm not going to look at the future. All I know now is that at 6 o'clock, I'm going to be at a little delicatessen up on Broadway where they serve a mighty fine boiled beef dinner for 68 cents. And I'd better get going. Takes me almost an hour to walk it. Why don't I take the subway? Why, subways are for sleeping.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson and was tonight directed by Mr. Robeson. Subways Are for Sleeping was based on the Harper's Magazine article by Edmund G. Love and was adapted for the workshop by Fran Van Hartesveld. Henry Shelby was played by Byron Kane, and the narrator was William Keneally. Also heard in the cast were Sarah Selby, Helene Burke, Edwin Bruce, Frank Gerstle, Court Falkenberg, Tony Barrett, Ted Bliss, and Alan Reed. The original score was composed and conducted by Fred Steiner. Next week, from New York, the workshop will present Only Johnny Knows, a survey of child training from the birds and the bees era of wonderful innocence a century ago to the complex and guilt era of today's psychiatric sophistication. A brilliant performance of the rarely played Symphony No. 6 in D minor by Jan Sibelius with Nils Erik Fugstad conducting the Sibelius Festival Orchestra is yours for the listening this Sunday when World Music Festivals comes your way on most of these same stations. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Debarance. Even the word has a singing sound. It rings softly and a little sadly here, inside your head. And then it fades and disappears, just as the valley itself has disappeared. Debarance. Once its pastures were a beautiful green color, even as early as May. There were all kinds of tiny mountain flowers, some whiter than snow, bluer than the sky, bright orange and purple and yellow. How beautiful it was in those days. How very beautiful. But all that was almost 20 years ago. Almost 20 years ago, before the mountain fell.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a version for listening of a French novel called When the Mountain Fell, written by C.F. Ramus, adapted for the workshop by Draper Lewis, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Lawrence Rosenthal.
My name is Plon, Old Plon. Once I was called Pierre when my back was straight and strong, and my flocks as many as the stars that pasture up there in the evening sky. Pierre, all that is past. Now I am Old Plon, who sits here by the well and gossips with the women of the village, or carves little animals of wood for the children. Do you see that path to the right of the church?
That is the path the men of our village would follow each spring, driving their cattle and goats up to the pastures for the summer. There were so many men from our village living up there in the valley that last terrible year when the mountain fell. There was Nendas, who walked with a limp, Justin, the baker's son. There were the three brothers named Carut, and Antoine and Seraphine.
Antoine, my cup is empty again. Is there more coffee?
Antoine, who shared a little cabin with Seraphine. He's the one I want to tell you about. Antoine.
Antoine!
What? Oh, I'm sorry, Seraphine.
And what face were you looking for among the flames? We've only been on the mountain a few weeks, and already you're lonesome for your Therese. Anyone would think you were never going to see your young bride again. Is it such an awful thing to have me for company?
Well, no. No, of course not, my old friend.
Please, some more coffee. Besides, I would like you to go down to the village on Saturday. I have some cheese for you to take to my sister, Philomene. And you can stay over till Monday or Tuesday and then come back.
Many thanks. From both of you.
Ah, it's nothing. Now, it's time for bed.
Well, I've never heard that sound before.
It's been happening for the past 3 nights, but you're too heavy a sleeper to hear it. It's nothing. Unless you believe the stories they tell about the mountain, about the Devil's Tower.
I've heard some of the stories.
Old Plan will tell you the devil himself lives there with his wife and children. He will say, "Now he is quiet, there is no noise, but soon he will get bored and say to his imps, 'You there, get out the bowls.' They will hurl great stones at the devil's 9-pin, and the noise echoes like thunder through the mountain. The story's true, just ask old Plan. See? They begin again.
It seems so much louder this time.
He will also tell you that anyone who dies on the mountain lives on through all eternity, haunting the place where he has died and calling in the night to his loved ones to join him. He can make the little hairs in the back of your neck rise with some of his tales.
Well, the sound is getting louder. It doesn't seem to be stopping this time.
It will stop. It always stops.
Well, did you feel it? The cabin moved as though a giant hand had reached down to shake it.
Get your lantern. We must go outside and turn the cattle loose.
We can't go outside. The rocks are falling everywhere.
Antoine, stay near the walls where the beams are heaviest. It'll be safer there.
Oh, dear God. Protect us.
Antoine, help me! Get me free! Jonathan! Jonathan!
First, it sounded like a great storm in the mountains, as though the thunder of all the world was speaking as one up there. And then there was the crash as the Devil's Tower hit the valley below to bury Deberons and our men forever. But it was not forever. The mountain would not have it so.
Come in, Mother. Good morning. I brought you over some fresh eggs from the farm.
Oh.
How did you sleep last night?
Oh, well, I woke up once when I heard the storm, but then I remembered that you'd closed the windows before you left. Here, I'll take the eggs. Mother, why is the church bell ringing so slowly this morning?
Well, there's a ceremony, a special mass today. But come sit here by the stove, and I'll make coffee. With a baby coming, we must talk about the clothes he will need. I still have a trunk in the attic with some of your clothes in it, and when Seraphine comes home, he can have... When Seraphine comes home...
Mother? Mother, you're suddenly so pale. What is it?
It's nothing. Nothing, dear. I didn't sleep well last night. The storm upset me.
Philomene, there is no one left alive in Deberons. One of the woodmen, little boys, just came down from the mountain. He says there are only great clouds of dust and the rocks. He says that... She doesn't know.
I wanted to tell her, but not yet, not this soon.
What's happened? What are you trying to keep from me, Mother? Mother, tell me, Catherine. Catherine, please.
The mountain has fallen.
The mountain is... What mountain?
The Devil's Tower.
Fallen where?
On Deborah's.
And the men? And the men?
There is.
What?
Sit here on the bed.
But the mountain just doesn't... A mountain just doesn't fall down like that. A mountain can't fall down. And then... Antoine, where is he?
Antoine, my husband. Antoine!
2 months, or nearly 2 months, went by. The scientists came from the city to study the glacier, looking for any fresh cracks which would cause another fall. Then the engineers to measure the avalanche and change their maps of the valley. And always the people came. The curious people who climbed the great pile of rock that covered the valley of Deberance. But they found nothing. Cabins, animals, and men had disappeared completely under the stones. And Deberance lay as dead beneath the Devil's Tower for 2 months, or nearly 2 months, until one morning. One morning, he got his head out.
Help me.
It was nearly 2 months after the avalanche when he crawled out of a hole.
Please, someone help me.
There was no one there to help him. First, his head squeezed between 2 stones, out into the daylight. And he struggled and fought, and dragged the rest of his body up, towards the sun.
Marie, the mayor says we'll be given new pastures in the spring.
And the money for the new livestock, when can we expect that? Pass me your bowl again.
The wind is rising. It may storm tonight.
Ribor, can't we move down into the village now that our cattle are gone? Your dog is barking again. It's so lonely up here.
We will buy more cattle somehow. And why is he always my dog whenever he begins to bark? We can't afford to move this year, and besides...
Ribor, wait. Did you hear something?
I heard my dog barking, and the sound of the wind in the trees.
Be quiet, you fool, and listen. There. I heard it again.
That was a cry. Someone in pain. I'll take the ladder.
Ribor, don't go out there, please.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Ribor, it could be them. They can't come back, you know. I've heard talk about it in the village. Anyone who is killed on the mountain can't come back.
Who have you been listening to, old Claw? Let me open the door, Marie.
No, no.
Hey, get back.
Antoine Paul.
What are you talking about? Are you mad? And stop waving that gun around in my face.
I saw him with my own 2 eyes standing at the door. His face was white and shrunken like a skull. And his voice, a voice from the grave.
Now perhaps you will believe old Paul when he tells you that the dead are restless there on the mountain, that the dead will return to seek their own.
But, my son, it might have been your imagination, some sort of image you thought you saw.
No, Father. I saw him walking down the path towards the village. I saw the ghost of Antoine Paul, who is dead. Dead!
Wait, please. We must be certain before we act.
Emile saw him on the path not more than 10 minutes ago. He'll be in the village at any minute.
And who knows how many more of the dead will follow him.
Antoine Paul died with all the other men of the village 2 months ago, but tonight he is walking again.
What are you saying about my husband? He has been seen at the door of Marie Rebor's cabin and on the path leading to the village. Antoine.
He's the first of the dead to walk from Deberance. Father, you must help us. The church must protect our village.
How can I protect you against something I haven't seen? How do I know that this is true?
Look there, at the end of the path from Deverance.
Father, If you won't try to stop him, I will.
No, Rebord, no!
Oh, my arm.
No!
Oh, my arm!
Please, Rebord, put away your gun. Let him alone. Antoine, it's Therese. Antoine, come to me. Come to me, my husband.
Therese.
Antoine.
Go to him, my daughter. It is your husband. But dare do not reach out for the living beneath the shadow of the cross of our Lord.
Oh, Antoine, is it really you?
I'm not sure. Look in the mirror. Was my face always that small without whiskers?
Always as handsome. How do you feel?
Oh, I could sleep the clock around several more times.
Oh, I hated to wake you, but the mayor and the village council...
Ah, yes, I was summoned to tell my story before the august presence of the mayor himself.
Antoine, I have something to tell you. Something very important.
I have so many things to tell you. Things I've held here inside me for 2 long months. Therese, Oh, let me sit down for a moment.
I'll go call the doctor.
No, I'm all right. Therese, I'm going back. I'm going back up to Deborah's.
Oh, let me tell the mayor that you can't see him now.
But I must see him now. I have something to tell him about the mountain. I must see him. There is still someone under the avalanche at Deborah's. Someone alive.
To your health, Antoine, and welcome home.
Your Honor. Father, please. You must believe me when I tell you that Seraphim is alive. He's up there under the rocks that cover Deborah's. You must help me find him.
Antoine, sit down. You have had a terrible experience. It's a miracle even you survived.
But 2 of us survived, too.
We can talk about that later, Antoine. You said you would tell us how you got out.
And you tried to shoot me, eh, Rebord?
Oh, well,
No matter. You are an old soldier, and it's not surprising from the way I looked. Thin as a scarecrow, my face all shrunken in and the color of a vegetable that you grow in the cellar away from the light.
My secretary will take down your story as you tell it, Antoine.
Tell it? What is there to tell? I was caught in an avalanche. A heavy beam kept the rocks from me. For a long time after it passed, I just lay there, with my eyes shut. I wanted to scream, but I knew that no one would hear. It was days and days later when I heard it. A sound, so tiny that at first I thought it was only part of my daydreaming. Drip, like that. Then drip, drip, louder and faster. And then I felt it with my hand, a tiny trickle of water running by me into the ground. And I knew if I could follow it far enough, I would find the sunlight again.
It was draining through cracks from the glacier.
Yes, through cracks that could be followed. I dug with my hands, with my very fingertips, and the blood ran down my arms faster than the stream itself. It took a long, long time.
7 weeks.
And 5 days. It doesn't seem humanly possible.
That's why you must go back up the mountain with me. Seraphim is trying to free himself, too. I know he is. All we have to do is go and find him. Rebord, will you go with me?
Antoine, it's too dangerous to walk on the rocks now. The avalanche is still shifting and moving.
You say no. Frady, Jan. No. Surely you will go.
No.
You knew Seraphim, knew him, and loved him as I love him.
Well, since the rain last night, the path up the mountain is bad. If we could wait until...
Wait while Seraphim calls for help. If none of you are men enough to go back up the mountain, then I'll go alone. I don't need you, any of you!
Antoine, wait! I wanted to go with him. It's just that...
After he's slept tonight, perhaps he'll realize in the morning that Seraphim could not be alive.
Or perhaps Antoine himself is not really alive.
He slept another 12 hours, Mother. I'm going in and give him something to eat. What was the gossip in the village this morning?
Old Blanc has scared them all to death with his tales about the walking dead.
Do you believe that Antoine is dead?
I believe what you believe, Therese.
He walked to me beneath the cross of our Lord. And here, in this room, he held me in his arms and he kissed me. He is my husband and he's real and alive.
It has been a difficult time for all of us. Poor Seraphine.
This morning I'm going to tell him about our baby. That will help, I know. I'll tell him while he's having his coffee. Hand me the tray. Antoine? Antoine?
I've heard the stories about men who
Antoine is not dead. Father, tell them. Tell them.
My friends, listen to this girl. What she says is the truth.
Antoine is sick. His mind is sick after being under those rocks week after week after week. He only imagines that Seraphine is alive.
How do we know that he hasn't come down here to take us back with him? Back up there. Old Claude says...
Well, let old Claude speak for himself. I want to hear what he says. Where are you? Where are you, old man? There, you see? You see he's not even here. That's how important his story is. Why, he's probably in bed dreaming an old man's dreams. And while he is, Antoine is up there on the mountain and he needs help. Won't someone go with me to find him? Please.
There, above us, between those two rocks. That's Deborah's.
If I could just sit, just for a moment, it's been a long time since I've climbed this far.
Why don't you wait here with me, Therese?
No.
Let the mayor and the others go
No,
on.
no, I must go with them. You see, I have something to tell Antoine. Oh, I should have stayed by his bedside last night while he slept, and I didn't. Now I must make him understand. I must say to him, we are three. There is a child coming, and we need you. And I must tell him of the danger to this village if he is lost again.
I think we should move on. It's only another 3 hours until dusk.
No, you must not go on.
Claude, why have you come up here?
You are the wife. You are married to this man who has walked among us and called himself Antoine.
I won't listen to you. You're an evil old man.
I am an old man, yes, and I've climbed a long and difficult way to try to stop you from going up into the valley. Woman, take care. They may look as if they have bodies like us, but it is all trickery. There are certain nights, dark and moonless nights, when you can see them and hear them walking up and down, wailing and lamenting. They make a noise like the wind whistling over the top of a rock, like a pebble rolling in a stream. Do not go up into that valley or you will be lost, all of you.
I will go on.
No.
Aren't any of you coming with me?
Go into that valley.
Very well. I'll go on alone.
We should do something.
There is nothing we can do. She will not come back. He grew lonely up there in the valley, under the rocks. He came back for her, and she went to him. We will never see her again. No matter how long you wait, she will not come back.
Please, dear God, help me find him. Help me. Antoine!
I am here, Seraphim. Soon you will be free. Free, Seraphim.
Antoine!
No. No, go back. Go back.
Antoine, I've come for you. To take you home, Antoine. Antoine, don't run from me. I love you.
Go back. There's nothing you can do here. Go back, I tell you. Go back.
The sun will set soon. We cannot wait much longer.
The Lord save us.
I hate to believe that old Claw is right. That we'll never see her again, and...
She should have been back long before this. What else can we believe?
I will still order a searching party. I'll tell the authorities in Zamparo.
It's too late. It's all over now.
We'll discuss it further in the village. Claw, are you coming back with us? Old Claw?
There. Over there. In the valley. See? They're coming. What are you talking about, you old fool?
The old man's eyes are playing tricks on him.
No. Now follow my finger. Over there. That speck of white. That is Antoine's shirt. And the blue is Therese's dress. You can see them moving down the path.
Ribor, call to them. See if they answer. Call, Ribor, as loudly as you can. Call their names.
Antoine! Therese! Antoine!
Shh. Be quiet and listen.
Hello! Hello! Hello!
Father, forgive me.
Forgive you?
I had to go up the valley of Debrance again. I was sure Seraphim was still alive.
And what do you think now?
I don't know. When I came back to the village, I thought I heard his voice calling me. But it was like an echo in my head. An echo of the last words he spoke before the mountain fell. I don't know.
Now that you've returned, Antoine, the people of the village are no longer afraid. The people that you and Seraphim loved. The myth of the mountain is gone.
Yes, Father. God rest the soul of Seraphim.
Deberance. The name sings softly and a little sadly inside your head as you lean over the great empty space where there is nothing left anymore. And it is easy to see that nothing is left. In time, though, in still another 20 years, perhaps, the slow and patient brushwork of the growing moss will color the biggest boulders, while their cracks will give foothold to many kinds of flowers and ferns and small mountain shrubs with sturdy branches and thick leaves, their glossy berries swaying in the wind like little tinkling bells. And Deberance will live again.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and When the Mountain Fell, written by C.F. Ramuse, adapted by Draper Lewis, with music composed and conducted by Lawrence Rosenthal. The Workshop is produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Barry Kroger was heard as Old Plan, Augusta Dabney as Therese, and Joe Helgeson as Antoine. Included in the cast were Jackson Beck, Peggy Allenby, Alice Uhrman, Joseph Julian, Abby Lewis, John Gibson, Ivor Francis, Joseph Boland, and Ruth Tobin. This is Bob Hite inviting you to listen again next week when, from New York, the CBS Radio Workshop presents 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the story of the White House in Washington, D.C. Stay tuned now for 5 minutes of CBS News. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. The Silent Witness, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, starring Mr. Raymond Burr. This is a play for one person. His voice and his alone will you hear. You will meet other persons. Your imagination will endow them with being, clothe them with costume, justify their motives, and evaluate their ethics. But you will hear only one voice, the voice of Raymond Burr, interpreting the role of Henry Charrington, District Attorney. Silent Witness, an experiment with your imagination.
And so, at last, it came to trial. The state versus William Bart, the charge murder, a cheap, stupid murder, the murder of a small-time lawyer, the accused, an elevator boy, well, a man. The motive, fear. Fear of an accusation of theft, the theft of a gold watch. It was the sort of case that would be forgotten with tomorrow's newspapers, excepting for one point of interest, a point avidly seized upon by the press. You see, the principal witness for the defense, Alice Gardner, as you know, was unable to talk. The shock of the murder had been too much for her. She had suffered a stroke. One side of her face and her vocal cords were completely paralyzed. She was able to write, of course, a haphazard scrawl, but legible enough. Alice Gardner was brought directly from the hospital to the courtroom. I opened my cross-examination with delicacy. You can't attack a sympathetic witness too soon. Now, as you know, Miss Gardner, the judge has allowed that you may nod your head for yes and shake your head for no. If the answers to my questions require more than these indications, you may continue to write them on the pad of paper by your side. Do you understand? Good. Now, you must understand that we here seek only justice. Not the primitive justice of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, but the justice of man-made laws for the preservation of society. Now, if I attack your answers, it is not that I do not feel for you, that I have no grain of human sympathy within me. It is because I am a public servant whose duty it is to see that murderers do not go unpunished, whatever sentimental bulwarks of protection may be placed before them by honest but wrong-thinking persons. Oh, I see you're writing already. May I? Thank you. You write that William couldn't kill anyone. I see. Then it is my duty now to convince the jury to the contrary. Miss Gardner, you are a friend of one William Bart, age 32, occupation elevator attendant at Clifton Gardens, a block of service apartments. Yes? Do you know of a person called Howard Lieberman, lawyer? You do? You want to write? Please do. No, don't hurry. We don't want to rush you. Thank you. Miss Gardner has written, I was responsible for Mr. Lieberman's apartment. Now, Miss Gardner clearly means that she was the service maid for that particular apartment, Mr. Lieberman's. That is so, isn't it, Miss Gardner? Yes? Thank you. Miss Gardner, on the night of November 3rd, were you on duty? You were. And so, too, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, was William Bart. And, Miss Gardner, did you hear a disturbance in Mr. Lieberman's apartment? You wish to write an answer? Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a matter upon which I would like the jury to be absolutely clear. Thank you, Miss Gardner. Miss Gardner writes, no disturbance called by bell in service room. I see. To be more explicit, you were called to Mr. Lieberman's apartment by a numbered bell which rang in your service room in the basement. Is that so? Good. And you went to the apartment and found Mr. Lieberman fighting with William Bart. No? I put it to you that Mr. Lieberman was trying to throw him out of his apartment. Let me see. Miss Gardner writes, no fight, struggle. Struggle? Huh. Well, Miss Gardner, the difference between a fight and a struggle is, in this instance, academic. You do know, of course, that Mr. Lieberman had accused Bart of stealing something. You know what it was? You point to my arm. A wristwatch? What Miss Gardner is trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is that Lieberman had accused Bart of stealing a gold wristwatch from his apartment. Now, didn't Lieberman say that he intended to have Bart fired? He did? Yes, please do. Thank you. Miss Gardner writes, he had no proof. No proof, Miss Gardner. No proof? William Bart, you will remember, and yourself are the only persons excepting the manager who had passkeys. I suggest to you that Lieberman called William Bart to his flat, accused him of the theft, and Bart confessed. And now I will tell the court the motive for this robbery. The motive, ladies and gentlemen, was the age-old one of necessity, the need for money. Because, Miss Gardner, William Bart was obliged to support a divorced wife. This obligation and the one he felt he owed you were more than he could fulfill. Now, I'm sorry, Miss Gardner. Deeply sorry. If only there could have been some other way. But the medical evidence, as a result of your illness, the child you lost. Oh, so often in this court we have seen something that could have been a thing of joy turn into a sordid parody. And thank you. Miss Gardner writes, William did not steal the watch. I did. Then, Miss Gardner, how do you account for the fact that Bart admitted stealing the watch to the police last night, told them of its hiding place, from which it has been retrieved and is now lying, Exhibit 17, upon that table there? Miss Gardner, you feel you have recovered enough to continue this cross-examination? Good. I am sorry it was necessary to shock you as I did. You now know that William Bart is a self-confessed thief and that you have perjured yourself for a dream. You know also the consequences of perjury. Lies are futile, Miss Gardner. One is always caught. And now, with the permission of the court, I'm going to put to you my reconstruction of the crime. I would like you to bear with me until I'm finished. Now, Miss Gardner, after the struggle in Lieberman's apartment, you returned to your service room, correct? But what about Bart? He goes to the basement, makes up the furnace, another of his duties, goes to his room. He smokes a cigarette. Gradually, he realizes the enormity of his offense. Ridden with guilt and fear, he decides to plead with Lieberman, offer to return the stolen watch. He takes the elevator back to the 3rd floor, realizing that if he rings the doorbell, he will get no further than a foot in the door. He enters quietly with his passkey. Lieberman is startled by Bart's unexpected entrance. He orders Bart out. Bart pleads with him. Lieberman is adamant. Bart's attitude changes. He lunges for Lieberman, who strikes back. They struggle into the center of the room, knocking over a small table on which is a steel paper knife. Bart grabs it and plunges it into Lieberman's throat. He stands there for a few throbbing seconds, forcing his numb brain to think. That's it, a burglary. He must make it look like a burglary. He tears the books from their shelves, completely disarranges the room. In the midst of his evil work, he catches sight of the blood on his clothing. It frightens him. He must get away. He dashes to the elevator, making for the basement to cleanse away those stains of guilt. The elevator begins its descent, but for William Bart, it is a descent to hell. For here points the finger of irony towards him. The elevator jams between floors, and there he is, trapped like an animal in its cage, the mark of Cain upon him. One can well imagine the horror that overcomes him as he stands there between those walls, staring stupidly at the sign in the elevator which reads, "In case of danger, ring emergency bell." The bell that will ring in his room in the basement. Yes, he is in danger, but he cannot ring for himself. Some minutes pass, and a certain Mr. Vince from an apartment above calls to borrow a book. He discovers the body, phones the police. They arrive only to find their murderer already trapped and waiting for them in his cell of guilt. The jammed elevator. Fate can sometimes be both judge and jury. That, ladies and gentlemen, is my reconstruction of the crime, one made possible by my one and only visit to Lieberman's apartment some days after the murder. I see you've been writing, Miss Gardner. Thank you. Miss Gardner wishes me to tell her how I knew about the notice in the elevator, the notice saying, "In the case of danger, ring emergency bell," when the notice was taken down 2 days before the murder and one with different words put up. Well, I suppose I must have seen a similar notice in some other elevator. All this is beside the point. It is not evidence, has no bearing. Thank you. Now, Miss Gardner writes, the elevator had been jammed by someone on the 3rd floor. Oh, my. This absurd theory has been put forward already by the learned counsel for the defense, who has tried to show that many people have been trapped in similar old-style elevators as a result of mechanical failure. But even so, if some person, I say if some person, let us say a Mr. X, did jam the elevator. The problem is then, where was he when William Bart was in the apartment? The defense has put forward the remarkable theory that this mysterious Mr. X was in the apartment himself, that having killed Mr. Lieberman, he is searching the apartment for valuables. Suddenly, he hears the elevator coming up, panics, dashes to the bedroom to find the fire escape. There is none. He hides in the bedroom. William Bart enters the room, sees Lieberman's body, runs for the elevator. Mr. X realizes that if Bart gets downstairs before he does, all is lost. He follows him, swiftly jams the elevator, runs down the stairs and out of the building. And now we come to the defense's preposition and question of Mr. X's motive. We have it on evidence that nothing of importance seems to be missing from Mr. Lieberman's apartment except the gold watch which William Bart has admitted stealing. And now why? Why should anyone wish to put William Bart on the spot? Lieberman led an ordinary, everyday life. We have no evidence of emotional upsets, financial difficulties, or anything else to suggest some other assailant. What then could be the motive, save the theft of the gold watch? You wish to write, Miss Gardner? Very well. Oh, dear. Pencil broken? Never mind, take my pen. I hope you don't mind the green ink. Now, Miss Gardner. Miss Gardner. Quick, someone. Quick, she's fainting. Well, Miss Gardner, I trust you are feeling better now. Good. I see you have already written something for me, written during the recess, I presume. I shall read it to the court. Thank you. Miss Gardner writes, 2 days before Mr. Lieberman's death, I was clearing out his rooms. As I was taking away his wastepaper basket by his desk, I noticed on the floor a sheet of paper completely covered with writing in green ink. Green ink. I thought it must be rubbish, and I took it away with the other stuff. Some time later, Mr. Lieberman rang and asked if I had seen this piece of paper, as it was important. When I said that I had taken it away, he was very angry. Miss Gardner, what did you do with that paper? What did you do? Thank you. I burnt it. You burnt it? Well, then, it appears that the coincidence between that letter and my using green ink is not going to advance us further in our search of an alibi for Bart, is it? Thank you, Miss Gardner. Miss Gardner writes, Mr. Lieberman then said it did not matter, as he had 6 microphotographs taken of it. Mr. Lieberman said he was sending them to some people who would be interested. Did he, Miss Gardner? Then we can only presume that they have been sent to the persons for whom they were intended. I wonder why they haven't mentioned them in the light of present events. Huh? Oh, thank you. Perhaps they were not important. Of course they could not have been. Now, Miss Gardner, when did you first become aware that a crime had been committed? Oh, you're out of paper? I'll get you some. You have some in your purse? Good. Oh, backs of envelopes. Yes, I suppose they're all right. But those are unmailed. No, they can't be. Miss Gardner, I have one final question. Do you know who the mysterious Mr. X is? You do? Would you care to write the name on your envelope and give it to me? No? Well, you must. And give it to me. If the answer is the right one, it may be of profit for all of us to know. Any name, even if it is not the one we expect, could raise an element of doubt and perhaps save William Bart. Oh, write the name and give me that envelope and don't point at me like that. Give it to me! Yes, Padre. I murdered Lieberman. Some time ago, I misappropriated the funds of a client of mine. They'd been left in my trust. I wrote a complete confession to him, as it happened, in green ink. He decided not to prosecute since I promised to, and in due course did repay him. But he kept my letter. When he died, Lieberman, who was his lawyer, found the letter in his papers. That sanctimonious fool thought that a man like me had no right to try for the Senate. He thought he could stop me. Me. I would kill 1,000 like him, Padre, with as little conscience as I'd kill a fly. He threatened to expose me if I ran for office. I went to reason with him. I argued with him, offered him money, anything. But he was mule stubborn. He wouldn't be bought. He wouldn't be bought, so I killed him. The rest is as the defense put forward. How was I to know that Lieberman would give these letters to that stupid maid to mail when she came on duty? Or that she would keep them in her purse until after she left the building? And then the crime, the hospital for her, the letters with the micro-photographs lying, waiting until... That, Padre, is the last confession of Henry C. Charrington. The truth. All truth. And these, I presume, are the gentlemen who are to escort me to the chair. I've sent quite a few people to you, haven't I, gentlemen? And now it's my turn, huh? Ironic, isn't it?
You have just heard the CBS Radio Workshop's Hollywood production of The Silent Witness, written by John Train, a one-man play. Raymond Burr was the man. Next week, the CBS Radio Workshop originates from New York. The play, a fantasy. The title, The Green Hills of Home.
You've often heard that old saying, things are not always what they seem. Well, let us be brutally frank with you tonight and say that it is our happy duty to demolish completely that ridiculous little phrase with this objective reappraisal. Things are always and only what they seem. It depends entirely on the point of view. It is upon this premise, then, that tonight we would like you to take a closer look at Hamlet, Prince of Denmark.
From Hollywood, CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, transcribed for your amusement or fury, according to your temperament or philosophy, Another Point of View, or Hamlet Revisited, being an analytical misrepresentation of Shakespeare's greatest hero figure, compiled especially for the workshop by Ben Wright and William Conrad. And now, once again, here is Mr. Conrad.
Now, with regard to Hamlet, it seems a little more than strange to us, and historical debate gives us grounds, that if Hamlet were such a hero in Denmark, he would automatically have been elected king upon the death of his father. And yet, he was not. We wonder why. Again, it seems highly probable that Claudius did not kill Hamlet's father purely from jealousy or desire to usurp the throne, but simply because he was a patriot with the highest moral motives who realized that the danger to Denmark made the removal of a useless king a national necessity. And again, historical debate gives us most valid grounds for this supposition. And finally, it occurs to us that there was really nothing rotten in the state of Denmark, but Hamlet made it so. You will, of course, demand proof, and proof you shall have. Firstly, however, we must confess that though we use only the words of the Bard of Avon in our drama, we've had to make deep and prolonged cuts for the sake of timing, for the play, uncut, as of course you're all well aware, runs some 4.5 hours. Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we present, for your consideration, Another Point of View, or Hamlet Revisited. Our scene, Denmark, Elsinore Castle. The new king, Claudius, has been enthroned, and having offered himself in marriage to his brother's widow, Gertrude, has been accepted by her most gratefully, for she has well realized that marriage to Claudius will mean not only happiness and security for herself, but will provide a strong and guiding hand for her moody and difficult son, young Hamlet. And here in our first scene, Claudius is trying most sincerely to make friends with his stepson.
Now, my cousin Hamlet and my son.
A little more than kin and less than kind.
How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. I'm too much of the sun.
Now, Claudius, rather taken aback by this unpleasant bit of double talk, but determined to make a go of things, looks pleadingly to his queen for a little help in the awkward conversation. Gertrude, ever helpful, tries this piece of sensible advice on Hamlet.
Good Hamlet, cast thy knighted colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with veiled lids seek for thy father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common. All that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam, 'tis common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam? Nay, it is.
Well, obviously, the young man is annoyed at Mamma, too, but Claudius, dear soul that he is quite determined to be, in the true sense of the word, a dad to his stepson, and is now prepared to jackknife backwards to keep the peace, for let's not forget that this little altercation takes place in front of the entire court. So how is this for a beautiful piece of understanding and moderation?
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these mourning duties to your father. But we pray you, throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as of a father. For let the world take note, you are the most immediate to our throne, and with no less nobility of love than that which dearest father bears his son, do I impart toward you. And we beseech you, bend you to remain here, in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I pray thee, stay with us.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
And now, surely you've got to admit that that's just about as petulant a stamp of the foot as you could look for in a month of ballet rehearsals, and rather ugly behavior for a hero. Now, does Claudius swing one at Hamlet for this baldish effrontery? He does not. And why? Because he has obviously read all the books about bringing up children properly and knows very well the dangers of submitting them to the traumatic shocks of anger. No, to dear old Claudius, a dad is very simply a dad, and he's duty-bound to see the youngster through the difficult years. And let's not forget for 1 second that our young Hamlet is only 31 or 32 at the most. Now, note this for a superb example of turning the other cheek. Hamlet has just sulkingly mouthed,
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
To which Claudius says,
It is a loving and a fair reply. Be as ourselves in Denmark.
Now, quite honestly, have you ever heard anyone be so warm or charming? Yet this is Claudius speaking, the very man that we are asked, nay, forced to call villain. Now, to expand our premise, let's listen to a fragment of Hamlet's outlook on life. Of course, he comes down stage center for this, as he is wont to do with all his little pleasantries.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw and resolve itself into a dew, or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh, God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world.
Well, one could say that that's a fairly unhealthy attitude toward life. But let's try to be understanding. Let's try to be as understanding as Claudius. Now, perhaps Hamlet is sick with love. After all, the court chamberlain has a most attractive daughter, Miss Polonius, or Ophelia to her friends, and Hamlet has certainly been playing a bit of footy-footy with her, much to the distress of her father. For even Polonius seems to have a pretty good idea of Hamlet's moral worth. Consider now his advice to her.
For the Lord Hamlet, do not believe his vows, for they are brokers, not of that dye which their investments show, but mere implorators of unholy suits, breathing like sanctified and pious bawds, the better to beguile. This is for all. I would not, in plain terms, from this time forth, have you so slander any moment leisure as to give words or talk with the Lord Hamlet. Look to it, I charge you.
Now, of course, Ophelia is not a particularly bright girl and not a very stable character either. In fact, pretty easily knocked off balance, as we find out all too soon. But back to Hamlet for a moment. It might be well at this time to point out that our young hero suffers from hallucinations. You will remember, of course, that he's convinced that he's had a long chat with the ghost of his deceased father. Also that Papa's spirit has begged him to avenge his death, etc., etc., etc. Now, of course, unfortunately, we cannot prove that Hamlet is a chronic alcoholic, but it is not beyond the realm of possibility that on the night in question he may have had, well, let us say, one too many. However, for the moment, Hamlet does nothing about revenge, merely contenting himself with a visit to his lady fair to do a little courting. The effect on Ophelia is not surprising. She comes belting into her father, not only bewildered,
my lord!
But terrified.
My lord!
Listen.
How now, Ophelia? What is the matter?
Oh, alas, my lord, I've been sore frightened.
With what, in the name of God?
My lord, as I was sewing in my chamber, Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all embraced, no hat upon his head, his stockings fouled and gartered and down jived to his ankle, pale as his shirt, his knees knocking each other, he comes before me.
Mad for thy love?
Oh, my lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it.
What said he?
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. Long stayed he so.
Now a question, gentle listener. Has the boy next door ever behaved in that manner toward your daughter? I mean, when she was just sitting there on the front porch, tending to her knitting? Well, that's pretty frightening behavior, don't you think? And it would take a good deal of understanding. Ah, understanding. A quality in which, more than anything else, our Claudius abounds. The very first thing he does when he realizes that Hamlet not only is a problem, but has one, is to invite, regardless of expense to the management, 2 of Hamlet's old school friends to Elsinore for a long vacation, hoping that they may get Hamlet out of himself with a few brisk games of ping-pong or croquet or whatever. And how does Hamlet react to all this? The usual gambit. He is abominably rude to his friends, suspects them of treachery, an incipient paranoic if there ever was one, and finally, having dismissed them in a most cavalier fashion, cuts back sharply at what he feels about his stepfather. Poor old Claudius. Well, this time we're only going to give you a snippet of the speech because, well, it's really rather frightening.
Bloody, bawdy villain, remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain! Oh, vengeance!
Very unstable, this young prince. And rather a cad, too, as you must agree when you hear our next scene. Do you recall what our hero says to little Ophelia, the girl whom he has professed to love?
I did love you once.
Oh, indeed, my lord, you made me believe so.
You should not have believed me. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Get thee to a nunnery. Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners?
Oh, help him, you sweet heavens.
If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery. Or if thou wilt needs marry, marry a fool. For wise men know well what monsters you make of them.
Now, honestly, doesn't that rather shock you? Well, there's more yet. For instance, has it ever struck you how conceited Hamlet is? A veritable know-it-all. Do you remember in what terms he talks to the actors when they visit Elsinore for a one-night stand? No? Well, listen.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of your players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines.
Now, isn't that a gracious little speech? One might suppose that a professional theater company might know how to read their lines. Therefore, it seems that our hero figure is not only a cad, appallingly ill-mannered, but conceited beyond belief. And now, we must add to these strange hero virtues his extraordinary propensity for intrigue. Yes, that's right, intrigue. You must realize that since the day the crown was ripped unceremoniously from his grimy little fingers, Hamlet has gone his petulant way, making life just as difficult as possible for his Uncle Claudius. But he finally really gets down to business and comes up with as unpleasant a piece of underhanded nonsense as you could wish for. What? This.
I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tempt him to the quick. If he but blench, I'll know my course.
Item, gift, from Hamlet to stepfather Claudius and Mummy. 2 on the aisle for this gloomy little one-actor. Charming, huh? But Claudius goes along with it, for he wants more than anything else to make Hamlet happy. And so the evening arrives, and the stage is set, the audience assembles, and the play begins. The drama proceeds, and as it draws toward the end, a quiet uneasiness falls over the audience. And now the death scene. It takes place in a garden. The player king lies down to take a nap. The onlookers have long since caught the parallel to their own king, and they wait expectantly, breathlessly, for the entrance of the serpent. But wait, there will be no serpent. In a moment, an entrance will be made by the king's brother. He will creep quietly to the king's side and pour a vial of poison into the king's ear. He's making his entrance now. Listen.
Light! Give me some light!
Ah, poor old boy. You know, it's no wonder he's upset. Who wants to be continually reminded of past unpleasantnesses of that sort? After all, it was a necessity of state, wasn't it? Ah, but Hamlet, well, our hero is feeling just dandy, thank you. Here he is now, after he has so successfully cleared the hall.
'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft. Now to my mother.
Well, that's about as quaint a set of night thoughts as you could wish for. Yet it is in this same frame of mind that our young friend trots upstairs to kiss Mummy good night. But en route he happens to pass the open door beyond which he sees his badly shaken stepfather at his prayers. We are now permitted to hear another side of Hamlet's nature which, frankly, makes our hair curl and only heightens our compassion for poor old Claudius. Softly now. Come in a bit closer.
What then?
Ah, that's it.
What rests?
Now.
Try what repentance can. What can it not? Oh, wretched state.
Now might I do it, Pat. Now he is praying, and now I'll do it. And so he goes to heaven? No. Up, sword, and know thou a more horrid hint, when he is drunk, asleep, or in his rage, at gaming, swearing, or about some act that has no relish of salvation in it, then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned and black as hell whereto it goes.
Now, we feel that that is pretty revealing. However, having delivered himself of these few kind words, our hero pops in to say goodnight to Mama. Well, now, we're very sorry, but we simply cannot bring ourselves to tell you what he says to Mummy in there, nor what he does in her bedroom. But you can take it from us that when he leaves, Mama is due for quite a heavy dose of phenobarbital in order to catch 40 winks that night. The following scene, however, will give you a pretty fair inkling as to what happened as Gertrude rushes madly into her husband's chamber.
Oh, my good Lord, what have I seen tonight?
What, Gertrude? What does Hamlet?
Mad as the sea and wind when both contend which is the mightier. In his lawless fit, behind the arras, hearing something stir, he whips his rapier out and cries, "A rat, a rat!" And in this brainish apprehension, kills the unseen good old man.
Oh, heavy deed. It had been so with us had we been there. This liberty is full of threats for all. To you yourself, to us, to everyone. Alas, how shall this bloody deed be answered?
Well, there you are. Do you have a penknife handy? Good. Notch one killing for Claudius, done for the common good. Call him villain. Now notch one murder for Hamlet, done solely because Polonius happens to have been eavesdropping in the Queen's bedchamber. However, call Hamlet hero. So far, so good. One apiece, even Stephen. But meanwhile, back in the throne room, Claudius, realizing that things are getting a little out of hand with this fractious boy, has made a decision. He subtly leads up to it.
Now, Hamlet, where's Polonius?
At supper.
At supper? Where?
Not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of politic worms are e'en at him.
What dost thou mean by this? Where is Polonius?
In heaven. Send thither to see. If your messenger find him not there, seek him in the other place yourself. But indeed, if you find him not within this month, you shall nose him as you go up the stairs into the lobby.
Hamlet, this deed, for thine especial safety, which we do tender as we dearly grieve for that which thou hast done, must send thee hence with fiery quickness. Therefore prepare thyself. The bark is ready and the wind at help. The associates tend and everything is bent for England.
For England?
Aye, Hamlet.
Good.
Did you expect a touch of remorse from our hero, perhaps? Oh, no, not a bit of it. One word, that's all. Good. However, you haven't forgotten Ophelia, have you? Well, we should hope not. That's right, the rather dim but pretty young thing that Hamlet has cared for so gently. Ah, here she comes now. And sad to say, as nutty as a fruitcake. Well, with reason, though. After all, her lover has just made a pincushion of her poor old father. Well, there's nothing to be done about it, though.
But there's rosemary. That's for remembrance. Pray, love, remember. And there's pansies. That's for thoughts. And there's fennel for you and columbines. There's rue for you and here's some for me. We may call it Herb Grace o' Sundays. And will he not come again? And will he not come again? No, no, he is dead. He never will come again.
And there she goes out of doors down to the nearest stream and then plonk right into the middle of it to do a little boating on her back with flowers for company. Fatal, of course. She drowns. However, box score for murder. Claudius, villain, 1. Hamlet, hero, 2. Unless you want to quibble about Ophelia's death being accidental. We don't. We say murder. Notch 2 for Hamlet. But at least Claudius has finally gotten Hamlet out of the country with his 2 chums, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. And that certainly must have been a relief. But it didn't last long, though. No. Back bounces happy Hamlet, having in the meantime contrived the death of both of his dear old school chums. And why? Oh, some delusion that they were going to have him killed in England. And in fact, he mentions as evidence a letter that he is supposed to have seen expressly ordering this, written by kindly old Claudius. Now, what can one think? After all, when a young man believes in ghosts and is quite convinced that he's had a long chat with one, a ghost, mark you, we feel that a pinch of salt is indicated. Now then, with our hero back home again and in fine fettle, here is the murder score for the second half. Claudius, 1, Hamlet, 4. And do you know what he does the first crack out of the box on his homecoming? He makes a circus out of his fiancée's funeral, and right in front of her brother Laertes, too, and the whole court. Well, here's Laertes now, quite understandably mourning his loss.
Oh, treble woe, full 10 times treble on that cursed head, whose wicked deed thy most ingenious sense deprived thee of. Hold off the earth a while, till I've caught her once more in my arms.
And then Hamlet, a little jealous of Laertes being downstage center and feeling that he should get in on the act, pops up with this.
What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis? This is I, Hamlet the Dane.
The devil take thy soul! Fuck them asunder!
Hamlet! Why, I will fight with him upon this theme until my eyelids will no longer wag.
Oh, my son, what theme?
I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not, with all their quantity of love, make up my sum. What wilt thou do for her?
Oh, he's mad, Laertes.
Would weep, would fight, would fast, would tear thyself? Dost thou come here to whine? To outface me with leaping in her grave? Be buried quick with her, and so will I. I'll rant as well as thou.
And he does, too. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now rapidly approaching the end of our play, and it's well worth bearing in mind that it is not until the end of the play approaches that our friend Claudius causes us a slight twinge of uneasiness. Oh, yes, you're quite right. The duel scene and the poisoned swords. Now, let me ask you another question. At what point would your patience have run out? Put yourself in that place and in that time. Now, here is Claudius, the head of a state, threatened with invasion by the power-hungry young Fortinbras of Norway, and Claudius is trying desperately to put that state in order. And he might well have had a good chance had it not been for his stepson, Hamlet. He has done everything in his power to keep Hamlet on an even keel. He has, in fact, been kindness itself, while Hamlet, with great precision, is knocking off one by one his entire court, and finally has the bead drawn on Laertes. Now, we feel that Laertes cannot be blamed for hating the man who was directly responsible for the death of his dear sister, who also skewered his papa without so much as an "I beg your pardon." And in all fairness, we cannot blame Claudius for helping Laertes to his revenge. Now, unfortunately, being a little pressed for time, we have had to condense the last scene, the dueling scene. However, we feel that you are all familiar with the gory details, so we will just make the pertinent points. And they are as follows. Yes, there goes Gertrude. Poison, you know. And that, of course, will be the end of Laertes. Yes, poison on the end of the sword. And that was poor old Claudius. And here comes... Yes, that's right, Hamlet. Now, let us move in, ladies and gentlemen, and hear Hamlet's last speech, his dying speech. For here we make a point, and a big one, as you shall discover, for with his last breath, our hero proves himself beyond a doubt a traitor to Denmark.
Oh, I die, Horatio. The potent poison quite o'ercrows my spirit. I cannot live to hear the news from England. But I do prophesy the election lights on Fortinbras. He has my dying voice.
You have just heard Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, cast his vote for Fortinbras of Norway, relentless and savage enemy of Hamlet's own country. And that is our last point, ladies and gentlemen. To recapitulate, then. Qualities for our hero, Hamlet. He is vain, bad-mannered, suffers from paranoid delusions, is an intriguer, a cad, and a traitor. But for our villain, Claudius, he is patient, kindly, and understanding, abounds with moral courage, love, and selfless patriotism. Final score in the Scandinavian murder stakes, villain Claudius, 1. Hero Hamlet, by means both direct and indirect, 7. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. That is our case. And we rest it. One final note. Did you realize that the Danish name Ambleth, or Hamlet in its anglicized form, means the bungler? Good night.
CBS Radio has presented the CBS Radio Workshop. Tonight, Another Point of View, or Hamlet Revisited. This scandalous misrepresentation was transcribed and produced by Anthony Ellis and written by Ben Wright and William Conrad. The felony was compounded by Mr. Conrad's direction. Those aiding and abetting with portrayals were Ben Wright, John McIntyre, Jeanette Nolan, Sammy Hill, and Fred Mackay. Music was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. This is Hugh Douglas. Here's exciting news. You may enjoy reading Who's Who on CBS Radio Workshop in the current issue of TV Radio Mirror magazine. Many of the performers on Radio Workshop are pictured in rehearsal, and future shows are outlined. All of us associated with CBS Radio Workshop say thanks to TV Radio Mirror. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
This This is Radio Rhodesia, broadcasting on the mega, micro, and strato beams. We take you now to the Ethnical Museum of Antiquity at Kenya, and our correspondent, Dinar Geb. Come in, Dinar Geb. Stand by, please. We are trying to get through. Radio Rhodesia to Dinar Geb in Kenya. Come in, Dinar Geb.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Some weeks ago, the workshop presented A Pride of Carrots, in which the novelist Robert Nathan described the planet Venus as it might appear to modern man. In the broadcast you are about to hear, Mr. Nathan describes our culture as it might appear to the men of 6,000 years from now. Based upon the story in the current issue of Harper's Magazine, here is Mr. Nathan's report on the Weans.
This is Dinar Geb speaking from the Great Hall of the Ethnical Museum of Antiquity at Kenya. If my voice sounds a little strange to you, it's because I've become infected with the excitement of the scholars gathered here to receive the reports from the field expeditions on the Great West Continent. As you know, as part of the worldwide celebration of this astrophysical year of 7956 A.D., teams of archaeologists have been working for months in the tumuli, or city mounds, of the uninhabited continent. Our staff correspondents are with them now at the tumulus of Enyok, at Shaago, at Loose Angles, and at Pound Laundry. In just a moment, you'll hear them in person. But first, standing beside me at this microphone is Sra Bahan Bolek, Chancellor of Education and Curator of the Museum. Sra Bolek, would you care to give our listeners some hint as to what discoveries may be announced today?
No, Sra Geb, that would be cheating.
Yes, I suppose it would.
But I will say this. I believe we all agree that we have come to a great distance in understanding the Weans since the first artifacts were dug up in the city mound of Boxtin, or as some prefer to pronounce it, Boston, nearly 200 years ago.
They're the ones in this case, are they not?
That's right. An ivory cross attached to some beads and a rusted iron wheel apparently designed to run along some kind of track. But alas, scarcely enough upon which to postulate a culture or project a civilization. And so, for more than a century, the Great West Continent has kept its secret.
But during that time, other discoveries were made, were they not?
Oh, yes. From time to time, hunters, prospectors, and other adventurers returned from that deserted and forbidding land with fragments of scrolls. But they were completely meaningless hieroglyphs until the discovery, some years ago, of the talking disk of Orleans.
Orleans. That's the city mound at the extreme south of the Great West Continent, isn't it?
Exactly. At the mouth of the immensely wide, dry river, the Misses. It was there, in the winter of 7940, that an expedition under my esteemed colleague Han Shui discovered the disk in an astonishing state of preservation. Since the disk of Orleans gave us our first indication of the identity of the people of Wei, I thought perhaps it would not be inappropriate to hear it now.
An excellent idea. Is that the original you have there?
Oh, my, no. This is a copy, a transcription of it. The original is never removed from the vaults of the museum, but it is a faithful copy. Listen.
Now Weans knows, and Thayans knows too, down deep in Thayans' hearts, that Weans ain't gonna let Thayans tell Ussens how to run things down here. We all can manage Ussens' own affairs, and no damn Yankee from the north is gonna tell Ussens nothing.
Well, that's mighty interesting, Sra Bolek. Mighty interesting. But what does it mean?
Well, its actual meaning is obscure. But don't you realize that this human voice, speaking to us from 6,000 years ago, has uttered the sound of every letter symbol in all the glyphs and scrolls we have discovered? We know now, thanks to the great deductive scholarship of Sra Han Shui, that these people, who so often inscribed their scrolls with the letters U.S.A., referred to themselves as Weans. We did not know how to pronounce USA prior to the discovery of the Disk of Orleans. Now we know that Usans is incorrect, and the symbols USA are properly pronounced Weans.
Oh, thank you, Sra Bolek. I believe Srahan Shui is at the city mound of Chicago right now with our Radio Rhodesia reporter, Hule Benneker. Take it away, Hule.
Thank you, Dinar Geb. This is Hule Benneker at the Chicago excavation. And here is the distinguished professor and dean of the Advanced School of Primitive Languages of Kenya University, Srahan Shui.
Greetings to my colleagues in the field as well as back home. This is indeed a great and proud day for me. I have found another disc. Just as the talking disc of Orleans gave us the secret of the Wian's language, I believe the singing disc of Chicago may indicate what the music of the Wians was.
There seems to be an inscription on the disc, Sra Shui. What does it say?
It is somewhat unclear. The nearest I can make out, it says, Blue Sway Shoe by Avis Paisley. Sold 1 million copies.
What does it mean?
I haven't the slightest idea, but let's listen to the music.
Well, it's one for the money, two for the show, three to get ready. Now go, cat, go, but don't you step on my blue suede shoe.
That's music?
Primitive, isn't it? Most rudimentary.
Yes, but I'd hardly call it music.
Hello, Han Shui. Hello, friend Shui. Can you hear me?
Yes, who is it?
Von Bolek at Kenya. Congratulations on your find.
Oh, thank you, my old friend.
But I'm afraid you're mistaken.
Mistaken?
Yes, that's not music. That's a religious ceremony.
What?
Yes, you have misread the inscription. It is not Avis Paisley. It must be Ephus Fresley.
Fresley?
Yes. Don't you remember my translation of the Enoch scroll regarding a great religious festival? I quote, "And Fresley threw his head back and commenced, and did cause them by rock and roll to give out cries and screams loudly in the aisles and corridors, all in syncope." Unquote.
You are right as always, Rabolek. I had thought it was music.
I doubt if the Wians had any music, but your find is more important, for it proves they had a religion.
And now, after that unscheduled but exceedingly interesting interchange between two longtime friends and associates, we continue our report on the Wians from the far edge of the continent. Our next pickup is from Loose Angles, or as some translators prefer, Loose Ankles, at the edge of the great Western Ocean. We take you there now. The next voice you will hear will be of our staff correspondent, Yush Ertebi.
Thank you, Hule Benneker in Chicago. This is Yush Ertebi speaking to you from the excavations near the bleak brown hills of Loose Angles. And here beside me is the head of this particular expedition and the only woman scientist participating, Sres Besnev, the brilliant dean of advanced femininity at the University of Zagora.
Hello there. I was most interested in the comments Sarah Bahan Bolek just made upon the religious significance of the find at the Chicago dig. Because out here, we too have come upon objects which have for the first time led us to believe that the Wians did indeed have a primitive religion.
You are referring to the golden idols?
Precisely. Repeatedly in the kitchen middens of smaller communities surrounding Loose Angles, we have dug up these small gilded statues cast away among the pottery sherds and other refuse. The presence of so many of the golden fetishes indicates beyond a shadow of a doubt the existence of a considerable cult of Oscar, as our translation of certain scrolls prove the god's name to be. So for several months we've been searching for the temple of this god, particularly in this area of Holy Wood, which by its very name indicates that it was once a place of veneration and worship. I believe I can safely report to you today that we have unearthed the Temple of Oscar. It is not large as temples go, but it is distinguished from all the others in archaeological history in one important respect. You see, one expects to read the record of vanished races on the walls or frescoed ceilings of ancient temples. Here the record has been placed on the floor. The court is laid out in squares, and in each square are the imprints of feet and hands and words.
What do they signify?
My specialty is archaeology, not hieroglyphs. But my guess is that they were incantations to the god Oscar, The footprints were perhaps those of his priests, or perhaps sacrificial victims.
Can you translate any of them?
Well, I can try. Here's one that says, Gloria Swan Song. Utter gibberish.
Look at this one. There's the imprint of what looks like spectacles.
Yes, that one says, Har Old Yoid. And there's one which looks like a large human nose. Jim, me, dur, and e.
Wouldn't that appear to indicate that these were sacrifices rather than priests?
Oh, quite possibly. Certainly some of them at least appear to have been put through a humiliating ordeal to prove their devotion to this ancient god Oscar.
Thank you, Seres Beznev. And now this is Yush Ertebi returning you to Dinar Geb in Kenya.
Back once more at the Great Hall of Kenya Museum. Shra Bullock has been joined by his colleague Shra Hap Bukong of the Libya Academy of Geophysical Sciences. Well, Shraz, what do you think of the field reports so far?
Splendid, splendid. They substantiate my theory that the Wians had at least a semblance of culture.
Srabolek, to me, your theory is as unconvincing as your translation of the name of the Wian capital. Pound laundry, indeed.
Well, how else would you translate it? The glyph for washing means laundry, and the Wian glyph ton stands for a unit of weight, hence pound. Pound laundry. You couldn't say Washington. It wouldn't make any sense. Though I must confess, we have never learned what was washed at Pound Laundry.
Yes, well, Shraz, this is most interesting. But I'm informed that the expedition at the Enyok site is ready to make its report. So we take you now to the city mound of Enyok and our Radio Rhodesia correspondent, Cowley D.
Cowley D speaking from the Enyok dig 100 feet below the surface. And believe me, Sras and Stresses, in just a moment you may be witnessing a great historic occasion. But here's the head of the Enyok expedition, Sra Obergurst Levy, to tell you about it himself.
Thank you, Cowley D. We have been digging downward along this gallery for nearly a week, and at last we have arrived at a sealed door which may well be the entrance to a tomb. Above it is a glyph which translates phonetically as Macy's Bargain Basement. Seems to be meaningless. Nevertheless, we shall break through this door now and attempt to describe to you what, if anything, we find beyond. You may begin, men. Easy there, easy. What's that?
I don't know, Sra Levy. As soon as the glass door was broken, a warning, perhaps. It's frightening.
Oh, nonsense.
I remember reading about what happened to the men who violated the tombs of the Egyptian pharaohs.
Do you really think these Wians can reach out across 6,000 years and harm us?
No, Sra, not really, but still, one wonders.
Proceed with the opening.
Yes, Sra.
Sra Levy, what do you think you may find here?
I have no idea. Throw a light down there. Well.
Oh, what is it, Sra Levy?
We shall see. Come.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, it is indeed a tomb.
A tomb?
Yes. Look. Will you look? On these racks here. Garments. Strange ancient garments. Coats of fur. Kabbalistic symbols. 198 reduced from 225.
Yes, and over there, tiny effigies, tiny wagons.
And here, bowls and cooking pots in perfect condition.
There appear to be more chambers beyond.
Is there any indication of sarcophagi or mummies?
None so far, Sra.
Mummies?
Oh, yes. You will recall that it was the custom of many ancient people to bury their kings along with their retinue and their household goods to assure them comfort and companionship in the next world. The Egyptians were most advanced in these matters, up until now.
Well, I'm afraid I don't follow you completely, Sra Levy, and I'm sure our listeners would like a further explanation.
Oh, dear me. We are on the air, aren't we? I'd quite forgotten. Excuse me, Sras and Stresses. I've been carried away by the amazing significance of this find.
We have obviously penetrated the tomb of a great king, pharaoh, president, whichever translation you prefer, of the Weans, a ruler named May-C.
Excuse me, Sra Obergerstlevi.
You have found the mummy of May-C?
No, but in this next chamber, something most strange. Great eyes. Come.
Great eyes?
This is indeed a strange and wonderful sight, Sras and Sresses. We are moving now from the main chamber of the tomb into a side chamber. And now our light beams are reflected by rows and rows of gigantic glass eyes, each in its own polished box. What are they, Sra Obergerstlevi?
I don't know. Each of them has a dial with numbers on it. Now, let me see. The dial is numbered from 1 to 13. Of mystic significance, no doubt. It turns.
Yes, but nothing happens.
True, but we are not Weans. These strange cyclopean boxes must have held great significance for them.
See, Sra Levi? Here on the wall is a glyph.
Yes. 1956 model CBS tel viz on. Utterly meaningless.
But see the pictograph. A Wean and his she-Wean sit before the box. And in the box is the face of another Wean.
Yes. Indeed, then they were eyes of some sort.
But did the Weans watch the eye, or did the eye watch the Weans?
These are questions that only exhaustive research can answer.
But, Sra Levi, can you hazard a guess why so many of these eyes have been put in the tomb of the potentate May-C?
A guess, yes, but only a guess. He must have been a man so vain that even after death he wished to watch through these eyes what his people were doing. Or he wished through these eyes that his people could watch him. Who knows?
Oh, who indeed? And now, Sra Obergerstlevi, would you say that the discovery of this tomb of May-C overshadows in importance your unearthing of the Great Lintel and your translation of its message, which has indicated how the Weans met their end?
Indeed I would.
We had hoped to broadcast from the site of the temple, but of course we can't be two places at once.
No, we can't. But Sra Bahan Bolek, back home at the museum, already has my report on the temple's inscription. I'm sure he will be glad to give it. Frankly, I am unwilling to tear myself away from all these ancient splendors.
I quite understand, Sra Levi. So this is Cowley D at the tomb of May-C in Enyok, returning you to the Kenya Museum and Dinar Geb.
Thank you, Cowley D. and Sra Obergerstlevi, for an exciting remote. And now, Sra Bahan Bolek, I wonder if you'd be good enough to follow Sra Levi's suggestion.
Suggestion?
Yes, the report on the temple inscription at Enyok.
Yes, of course. I must confess, I was so carried away with the magnitude of this newest find, I'd quite forgotten. Well, now for the other great discovery of Sra Obergerstlevi. We now have definite proof of how the Weans perished. For weeks, Sra Obergerstlevi has been excavating a great temple not far from where he has now discovered the tomb of May-C. Last week, he gave me, in all confidence, the intelligence he has now asked me to divulge. On the lintel of this temple, he has found this fragmentary glyph, which he translates as follows: Snow, nor rain, nor gloom of night, their appointed rounds.
That is pretty obscure.
Well, Sra Bukong, it is incomplete. Some of the hieroglyphs are missing.
Their appointed rounds. What does that mean?
Well, first, you must realize, Sra Bukong, that the R and the W are readily interchangeable in both the Hittite and the Hivite languages. You will then admit this may be so in the ancient Wean language.
For the sake of argument.
Very well, then. Instead of their appointed rounds, the phrase may well mean their pointed wounds, may it not?
It might, but what about the rest of it?
Well, the word nor can be considered north, and the word gloom could be translated doom, and night, fright.
Then what have you got?
The tragic story of the end of the Weans. The north snow, the north rain, the north doom of fright, their pointed wounds. In other words,
Invaders from the north have annihilated the inhabitants.
That sounds pretty glib to me.
Not when you remember the talking disc of Orleans. Let me recall those historic and prophetic words to you.
Winds knows what Austin's want. We all's gonna get it. And no damn Yankee from the north is gonna tell us nothing.
Notice the obvious reference to the enemy. Damn Yankee from the north. Oh, no, there's no question about it. North snow, north rain, doom of fright. Yes, the Wians perished by the wounds of the north.
But tell me this then, Strabolic. How did they have time to inscribe this account of their annihilation on a great marble temple before they were annihilated?
But that's the obvious part of it. We know that Antioch was the most populous city in the great West Continent. And why? Because at the end it was bursting with refugees. One by one, the great cities fell to the doom of fright from the north. Chicago, Loose Angles or Ankles, Orleans, Pound Laundry. Antioch, an island bastion, was the last to fall. Knowing the fate of the others, the Wians built this temple and inscribed upon its great lintel their fate, so that we, who came later, might understand what happened to them.
Yes, sounds reasonable. But there is one more question.
What is that?
We have read much in their scrolls of a city more important than any of those we have excavated.
Milltown?
Yes, Milltown. What about Milltown?
Our expeditions have searched and searched, but they have found no trace of a city called Milltown.
Strange. Exceeding strange.
Yes. I dare say we will never know anything more about the Wians, but we now know enough to evaluate them as a minor culture with a rudimentary religion devoted to a god named Oscar, who was worshipped by rocking and rolling. They enjoyed their brief moment in history, established their hegemony in the land of we by killing off the Aborigines. They evidently built their empire, such as it was, by the sword, and when the sword rusted, they died by another's, even as Egypt and Babylon and Greece and Rome, leaving behind them curious city mounds, a splendid tomb, and no music. Sic transit gloria Wians.
Thank you, Srabahan Bolek. And thanks also to our scientists, archaeologists, commentators, and announcers who have made possible this Report on the Wians, the greatest single event of this astrophysical year of 7956 A.D. This is Dinar Geb, speaking to you from the Great Hall of the Ethnical Museum of Antiquity at Kenya, returning you to the main studios of Radio Rhodesia.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Report on the Wians by Robert Nathan appears in the current issue of Harper's Magazine. The radio version was written by Mr. Robeson and Fran van Hartesveld. The scientists and commentators of 6,000 Years From Now included June Foray, Byron Kane, Dawes Butler, Edgar Barrier, Jay Novello, Joe Kearns, Joe DeSantis, and Hans Conried. Next week from New York, the CBS Radio Workshop will present The Growth of Our Nation, the story of the development of America told in sound effects. Be with us then, won't you? Every Sunday evening, current events come into sharper focus as prominent Washington personalities are interviewed by a battery of top-flight reporters on the CBS Public Affairs feature, Face the Nation. Hear Face the Nation over most of these same stations tonight. Stay tuned for Suspense, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
life you two must have together, Jean. What a crazy life.
Yeah, a crazy life. A real crazy life.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, Henry Morgan in David Karp's story of a man who lives by laughter, told in part by the woman who married him and who shares the crazy life.
Dear Pop, I'm writing this letter in my mind because they won't let me out of bed. I suppose you know from all the prayers Mom's made that I was going to have a baby. It's a baby girl. She came just a half hour ago. We're calling her Amanda. I think she looks beautiful.
I'm so glad for you that it was a girl.
Yes, I wanted a girl.
Girls are nicer than boys. Easier to train. And you know the old saying, a son's a son until he gets a wife. A daughter's a daughter the rest of her life.
That was Mrs. Barnowitz. She has the bed next to mine. She had a boy yesterday. It was her third. I may as well tell you I'm in a ward at the hospital. It isn't so bad, really, except that one poor girl's baby died and she cries all the time. I wish I weren't here, but we can't help it. Henny hasn't done well the past few years. I know he's tried, but what I mean, I'm not in a ward because I want to be.
Why don't you try to sleep, dear?
I can't.
Did you know it was snowing?
No, I didn't.
Beautiful.
It's snowing outside now. It must be beautiful. Henny hasn't seen the baby yet. I wonder if he really wanted a girl the way I did.
Mr. Carter, how did you get here?
Had to kill 3 nurses and tie up a doctor. Cops are after me. I can't stay long, Mrs. Barnowitz.
Oh, you...
Well, happy Mother's Day, Jean.
Hello, Henny. Did they let you see the baby?
I've seen 100 babies. None of them seem to recognize me. The girl, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What a production. 9 months and all you can come up with is a female midget.
It takes an elephant 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't let all the clean linen go to your head. I still make the jokes around here, you know.
Sorry, lost my control for a minute.
Check. Watch yourself at all times. Hey, I brought you something. Nourishment. A feast. A rare Oriental delicacy.
Henny, I can't eat peanut brittle.
Peanut brittle.
Here now, Mrs. Barnowitz, let's keep ourselves under control. Look, Jean, I smuggled this in. I got it at great personal expense from a smuggler down the block.
Smuggle it out.
Mrs. Barnowitz?
No, thank you, Mr. Carter. No, it's not good for my bridge.
What bridge? If it's the Brooklyn Bridge, somebody's kidding you. I bought that years ago.
Henny, I think you better go now.
Check. When do you break out of here?
End of the week.
All right, check. I'll be waiting for you with a fast car. Kiss the mob for me. Mrs. Barnowitz, not a word about my being here. You know what happens to squealers, right, don't you?
Right.
It's like Henny to make a joke of the baby's being born. What I'm trying to say is that I'm coming back home. I'm leaving Henny for good. It wasn't right, not even from the first date. It was snowing then, too, and I ran all the way home from the theater. Do you remember how I cried when I told you he'd run up to the stage during the amateur contest and imitated horrible things? People laughed while he imitated things like a chicken running away from a farmer, flapping his hands and squawking and rolling his eyes and making perfectly awful sounds. And then he pretended he was on a desert dying of thirst, and he crept along that filthy stage on his hands and knees and licked it. And then he was a subway train and a whole crowd of people, and he was a wheel, and he was a piece of gum stuck to a man's shoe. I thought I would die of shame. All the people were laughing, and I couldn't stand it. I got up and I ran out. Papa, do you remember that? Maybe it wasn't so horrible after all. I was younger then, and I thought it was the worst thing that had ever happened to me. And those days, all I thought about was my dignity. But I'll never forget that night. I'll never forget it as long as I live. Funny, it snowed, too, the night I saw Henny home on furlough from the Army. It was just like Henny to be in the middle of a crowd, and the crowd was watching Henny. Henny was arguing with one of those street Santa Clauses.
I don't know who you're talking about. Well, look, I don't know why you're being stubborn, Max.
Hey, look, soldier, I told you for the 10th time, my name ain't Max.
Well, it ain't Santa Claus either.
Henny Carter.
Hi, Jean. Merry Christmas.
Henny, what's the matter?
He's a nut. That's what's the matter with him.
All right. Now, look, Miss Hayes here is a perfectly impartial judge. Jean, what's wrong with Max here?
I don't know, Henny. Looks all right to me.
A skinny Santa Claus. A miserable, underfed Santa Claus. His lips are blue. His teeth are knocking together like castanets. Oh, is that right? Ladies and gentlemen, you're all substantial citizens. Some of you are mothers and fathers. Are you going to let your kids think that Santa Claus looks like this?
Henny, what do you want the poor man to do?
Well, he can put on my overcoat. That's all I'm asking him to do. Is that unreasonable? It'll fill him out. It'll warm him.
Now, look, soldier, I told you a dozen times, I'm not going to put your overcoat on under this suit. Now, go on home, huh?
So you're going to stand there in that skinny, shivering state and maybe scare little kids? Not while I have anything to say about it. Come on, buddy, let's go. Off with the skinny Santa Claus suit.
Hey,
take it
let
off.
go,
Henny,
man.
stop it. Stop, you'll get into trouble.
Hey, someone call a cop.
A policeman did come, and we finally had to run for it. Henny had 2 weeks' leave left then, and I think we saw one another every day of those 2 weeks. And when the 2 weeks were up and I came in and told you and Mom, do you remember what you said, Papa? Do you remember?
For Pete's sake, why did you marry the goof?
That's a terrible thing to say, Harry.
I love him, Papa.
Well, I didn't know there was any insanity in our family before
Now,
this.
that's enough of that, Harry. Jean, Henny is going to make you a wonderful husband. He's kind and generous and thoughtful, and he loves you very much. Henny is going to be a good husband. You wait and see.
A good husband. It's going to be hard to tell Henny that I'm leaving him. Very hard. He's been able to find something funny in almost everything else, everything we ever did. Even something as ordinary as riding on a bus.
Have your fare ready. Step to the rear, please. Plenty of room. You know, Gene, I've been thinking. Look at all of these people just sitting here on the bus. They're not improving their minds. They're not getting anything at all out of the ride.
What are you supposed to get out of a bus ride?
Well, you're supposed to get something out of life all the time, honey. They're living their lives right now, right here, and they're not getting anything out of it. Ladies and gentlemen.
Henny, for heaven's sake, sit down.
What are you doing sitting on the bus? What are you getting out of it? Look. Here you are. You're traveling in a marvel of transportation in the largest city of the world on swank Fifth Avenue, and you sit there without oohing and awing. You're not marveling at the things you can see. Come on, let's have an ooh of appreciation for Fifth Avenue. Come on now. All together. Ooh. Oh, come on. Get into the spirit of it. Let's have an ah for the Fifth Avenue Bus Company. All together. Ah. And there's the good old Empire State Building. Let's have a double ooh and an ah for the Empire State Building. All together. Ooh. Ooh. Ah.
Henny, you fool, sit down.
Let's not forget the man who drives the bus. A big double off for the driver. Ah! Ah!
Mrs. Carter.
Hmm?
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Mrs. Barnowitz.
I can't sleep for more than 10 minutes at a time. Do you know who I dreamed about?
No, who?
Your husband. I think he's so funny. He's in show business, isn't he?
No, he isn't.
Really? With that wonderful sense of humor?
I'm afraid that's the only thing he hasn't tried.
Well, he's the sort of man who'd do well in almost anything. I can imagine what it must be like living with him. Some life.
Yeah, some life. I don't think she could imagine what it was like, Papa. Do you remember the time he worked for a florist? I'll never forget it, the night he brought home a surprise. Kenny, is that you?
Yeah. Surprise, honey.
In heaven's name is that?
Flowers! Boy, I had a tough time getting it up the
Will
stairs.
it go through the door? Henny, that'll never get through the door. It's too big.
Yeah, well, I guess not. We'll just leave it in the hall for the neighbors to enjoy. Hey, isn't it a beaut, Gene? Must be 2,000 flowers in it. See how it spells out the words in geraniums there. Welcome to the International Pulp Makers Association.
Where did you get it?
Well, they made it up for a hotel that was counting on getting a convention, but they didn't.
What on earth are we going to do with it?
Well, the fact of the matter is it's a going-away present.
Who's going away?
I am. That is, I did. Mr. Pappas is crazy about me. You know, he told me, Henny, take anything in the shop tonight. So I picked this. There's no point in taking anything small.
Henny, were you fired?
Fired? I've never been fired in my life. No, Mr. Pappas and I agreed that the job just wasn't suited to my talents. I mean, flowers are wonderful, but what's the future in them?
We'll have to move, Henny, now that the baby's coming and I can't work.
You're not going to work, Gene. I wouldn't permit it. I'll find something better. I'll get something more in line with my talents. Mr. Pappas thinks a great deal of me. Should have heard what he said.
Yes, I'm sure he likes you, Henny.
Hey, I got a great idea. We'll put a sign on the flowers to our neighbors, courtesy of Mr. and Mrs. Henny Carter.
Yes, that's a fine idea, Henny. I'm sure Mr. Pappas liked Henny, and the man he worked for at the garage and all the others. I'm sure they liked Henny. He made everyone laugh. The last thing I heard before I came to the hospital was people laughing at Henny. We'd gone downtown to a department store.
Gene, look, are you sure you won't let me do the shopping? You're not in any condition to fight those crowds in
Henny,
there.
there are certain things I'll have to have for the baby before I go to the hospital, and I just can't trust you to buy them by yourself.
I don't know why you always... Oh, excuse me. Boy, they really go through that revolving door, don't they? Gene, how about my taking you home? See, I can come back.
Henny, no, I can't trust you. Now, come on, let's go in.
No, wait a minute. Now, take it easy going through the revolving door. You don't want to get bumped now or anything. Now, go on. All right, get in.
Well, Henny, come on. Don't stop in the door.
It's stuck.
What'd you say?
The door's stuck. Won't move.
Well, try moving back.
Well, it doesn't go the other way either.
Oh, now, Henny, stop it. If this is a joke.
It's not a joke. I'm stuck. Gene, you got to get me out of here.
It won't budge. I'll go tell someone. Wait a minute. Excuse me. Could you help me?
Sorry, madam. I have a customer.
No, you don't understand. My husband... Oh, for Pete's sake. Excuse me. This is an emergency.
Yes, madam.
My husband's stuck in the revolving door in the front of the store, and it won't move.
Well, come with me. I'll get hold of the manager.
Let us through here, please. Officer, you getting that man? Good heavens, he seems to be dying of lack of air.
Oh, he's all right. He's just kidding us.
Are you sure? Mrs. Carter, this is the man's wife.
How is he?
Oh, he's all right, ma'am. He's stuck, but he's all right. He's been making faces like that and rolling his eyes for the past 10 minutes. We'll have him out right away. He's a great joker, your husband.
Are you sure he's joking? I mean, is there enough air for him in there?
Oh, plenty of air. He was dying of thirst a few minutes ago, and before that he was dying of hunger. He began to eat his tie.
Well, I must say your husband has kept his sense of humor, Mrs. Carter. Mrs. Carter, this woman's fainted.
And that was the last thing I heard before the baby was born. The sound of people laughing at Henny. As I stood there and watched him, I somehow began to feel like a fool. And I decided then to leave him. Maybe you won't understand why I'm doing this, Papa. And maybe I can't really explain it except to say that it just wasn't funny anymore. Not funny at all.
You all right, Gene? Boy, I'm sure glad you're out of there. Can I hold the baby?
No, I'll carry her, Henny.
She awake? Hey, Mandy. Mandy, you know you're all paid for?
Courtesy of the city of New York.
Well, I'll write to Mayor Wagner and thank him. Do it tonight. Hey, we ought to get a cab. Taxi! Now be careful getting into. Careful. Now be careful. Now. 200 West 10th, and take it easy, you know. We got a newborn baby back here. Right job. Better check to see if she's breathing.
Of course she's breathing.
Well, it doesn't hurt to check. She's very young. She hasn't had much practice at it. I just take a little peek. Yeah, she's still breathing.
Henny, please.
They're remarkable. Are her fingernails growing?
Of course.
Probably her hair's going, too, huh?
It is.
fascinating. This is fascinating, like an exact duplicate of a human being.
She is a human being.
Well, of course. Better check her breathing again. Yep, still okay. Hey, buddy, you think I'm funny?
Sorry, mister. It just sort of made me laugh.
There's nothing funny about being a father, you know. You have to check up on things like that.
You sure do.
Yes, sir, boy. Nobody's going to catch me napping. I'm going to stay on the job, make sure those nails keep getting longer and that hair keeps growing and that breathing goes on all the time. In, out, in, out, in, out. Better check that again.
Honey, stop it. Stop it right now. She's not some joke. She's my daughter.
Now, just keep your eyes closed until I open the door. I have a surprise for you. You close your eyes, please.
Henny, I'm exhausted from that climb.
I'm opening it. I'm opening it. Eyes closed. Step in. That's it. Okay, you can look.
Henny, where did all this come from?
Hey, Mandy, open your eyes. Take a look.
Where did all this come from?
Well, I don't know where the crib and the playpen and the bassinet and all those baby clothes came from, but the flowers came from Mr. Pappas. The champagne came from France. I borrowed the champagne buckets and the champagne glasses from the restaurant down. You know, there's no sense buying those things. We hardly use them.
Where'd you get the money for all this?
Well, some of it your mother bought and some of it I bought.
Yes, I can guess the things that you bought with her money.
With American money. Hey, I woke her up. Surprise, Mandy. Surprise. Gene, what's the matter? What's the matter, honey? Gee, both you girls are crying now. What are you both crying about? Don't you like everything? Oh, Gene, I know what I'll do. I'll cheer you up. I'll do that French waiter routine. Remember that time in the restaurant over on Broadway where they really thought I was French? Remember how I started ordering? Asseyez-vous, madame. Vous voulez le champagne? Voulez-vous le cake?
Henny! Henny, I'm leaving you.
What'd you say, honey?
I'm taking the baby and I'm going to Evanston to live with my mother. It just hasn't worked out with us, Henny. It didn't matter so much when there was just the two of us. But there's a baby now, and that makes a great difference. You understand what I'm saying?
I catch all the words, but I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
You will after I'm gone. There's just one trouble now that you've spent all the money that my mother gave you. I haven't any money for fare. I'll have to wire Mom for some.
When do you want to go?
As soon as I get the money. It's no use, Henny. You won't ever change, and the baby deserves a real father.
I tell you what. I'll take an oath that I'll stop drinking and gambling and beating up Saturday nights and maybe even Sunday nights.
Henny, I've got to do it.
Well, I'm not finished. I'll even give up all those dames I see. Marge, Evelyn, Edith, Sally, Gwen, Mary.
Did I ever say you were a bad husband that way? Did I?
Well, if I don't do all those things, I mean, if I didn't, how could I give them up and improve myself for you? After all, let's face the truth. I'm perfect. Who improves on perfection?
I know you're good, Henny, but I want our daughter to have a father she can admire and respect.
The money thing, huh? Yeah, well, I've batted pretty low. I met an old army buddy of mine. Well, maybe not a buddy, more like an enemy, but he's mellowed since then. He offered me a job.
Oh, not again.
Oh, no flowers or old rubber tires. Selling is what this is. Not door-to-door stuff either, Gene. I mean high-class selling with a salary plus. I'm telling you the truth.
Yes, I know you are. You'll need a new suit. Oh, no, you'll never change. Never.
Couldn't you just stop saying never for a minute? Just for a minute? Look, I'm the kind of person I am. I don't think I'll ever be any different because I don't see what's so terrible about me.
Well, from your point of view, you're right.
I'm not perfect, honey. I know that.
I don't want perfection, Henny.
You, know what you want?
Yes.
And it isn't Henny Carter.
Henny, there's no point talking about it.
Yeah, you're right. The time comes when talk's got to stop. All right, Gene. I'll get the money for you. And you won't have to wire your mother. Unless you want to light her up for Christmas or something. It's a joke.
Yes, I know.
Well, it's no joke what I said about getting the money. I'll get it for you. Right now.
Henny, where are you going?
Going out to get the money for you.
It's snowing out.
It's all right.
Henny?
Yeah?
Button up your coat.
Yes, ma'am.
Henny?
Yeah. It's me, honey.
Well, where have you been? You've been gone nearly 4 hours.
Oh, boy, I'm tired.
You look exhausted. What have you been doing?
Tried to get a cab, but I couldn't. Oh, that snow.
Now, you can't lie down with your clothes on. You're soaked. Let me help you off with that.
Yeah.
Henny, you're perspiring.
I got the money. Here. It's $35. Sorry it wasn't more.
What took you so long?
Oh, I'm tired.
Mr. Pappas lend you the money? Did you walk all the way from his place?
And borrow it. I wouldn't want Mr. Pappas to know about us. I'd be ashamed. Not you. Be ashamed of myself. Such a flop. Excuse me, Jane. I think I'm going to pass out.
Henny, what's wrong? What happened? Where did you get the money?
Good fare. He's met a leprechaun named Cassidy.
Cassidy? Henny,
I got to sleep, Jane, please.
where did you get the money if you didn't borrow it?
Pocket. Coat pocket.
Where, in your jacket?
Yeah, jacket someplace.
What's this? Crown and Cassidy, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
500cc type A donor Henny Carter. Fee $35. Henny? Henny?
Hmm?
Did you sell your blood?
Yeah. Whole gallon, seems like.
Is it because your friends wouldn't lend you the money?
Hmm?
I said, was it because your friends wouldn't lend you the money that you had to sell your blood?
No. Need friends. I need them. Everybody needs friends, but who needs blood? Only good for cutting yourself when you shave, huh? Excuse me, I'm dead. I'm just dead.
Henny. You're a good man, Henny. You're good. I suppose we've got to live our lives the only way we know how. And your way isn't a bad way, Henny. And for you, it's the only way. A crazy life. But what life isn't? Andy and I will go the whole way. Henny, can you hear me? Never mind. We've got lots of time now. Thank you, Henry. Thank you for the crazy life.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and Henry Morgan in The Crazy Life by David Karp. It was directed by Ira Ashley and featured Elspeth Eric with Bryna Rayburn, Agnes Young, Madeline Pierce, Louis Van Ruten, Santos Ortega, Carl Frank, and Larry Haynes. The original music was composed and conducted by Milton Kay. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to join us again next week for the premiere broadcast performance of the one-act opera Le Grand Bretèche, based on the immortal Balzac story about the jealousy of a deceived husband, composed by Avery Claflin with libretto by George R. Mills. This is the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, Season of Disbelief and Hail and Farewell, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. Two unusual and provocative character studies by one of America's most original authors, Ray Bradbury. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bradbury.
It has always seemed to me that life, to all of us, is an endless coil of rope playing through our hands every moment of every hour of the day. The long line of the rope goes back to the time we were born and extends on out ahead to the time of our death. In between lies the eternal now, the flickering moments when each of us must play the rope as best we can, without burning our fingers, snarling the coils, or breaking the line. This is a study of one woman and her rope.
Season of Disbelief. Old Mrs. Bentley was a saver. She saved tickets, old theater programs, bits of lace, scarves, railroad transfers, and such things. All the tags and tokens of her experience she saved.
I have a stack of records. Here's Caruso. It was in 1921 in New York. I was 40. John was still alive. Here's June Moon, 1929, I think, right after John died.
That was the huge regret of her life, in a way. The one thing she had most enjoyed touching and listening to and looking at, she hadn't saved. John was far out in the meadow country, dated and boxed and hidden under grasses. And nothing remained of him but his high silk hat, his cane, and his good suit in the closet. But what she could keep, she had kept. Pink flower dresses crushed among mothballs and vast black trunks, and cut glass dishes from her childhood. Her past lived with her. Then, the thing with the children. It happened in the middle of the summer. Mrs. Bentley, coming out to water the ivy on her front porch, saw the two cool-colored, sprawling girls lying on her green lawn, enjoying the immense prickling of the grass. At the very moment she was smiling down on them with her yellow mask face, around the corner, like an elfin band, came an ice cream wagon. The two girls sat up, turning their heads like sunflowers after the sun.
Little girls, would you like some?
The wagon stopped. There was an exchange of money for pieces of the original Ice Age. These she gave to the girls, who thanked her with snow in their mouths, their eyes darting from her buttoned-up shoes to her white hair.
Don't you want a bite?
No, child. I'm old enough and cold enough. The hottest day won't thaw me. Come up on the porch and sit in the shade. But mind you don't drip.
I'm Alice. She's Jane.
How nice. I'm Mrs. Bentley. They call me Helen.
I didn't know old ladies had first names. Well, you never hear 'em used.
Oh, my dear, when you're as old as I, they won't call you Jane either. Old age is dreadfully formal.
How old are you?
I remember the dinosaur.
No, but how old?
75.
That's old.
I don't feel any different now than when I was your age.
Our age?
Yes, once I was a pretty little girl, just like you, Jane. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, you don't have to go so soon, I hope.
Well...
Is something the matter? What?
My mother says it isn't nice to fib.
Of course it isn't.
And not to listen to fibs.
Who was fibbing to you, Alice?
You were.
About what?
About your age. About being a little girl.
But I was. Many years ago, little girl like you.
Come on, Jane.
But how ridiculous. It's perfectly obvious. Everyone was young once.
You're joking with us. You weren't really 10 ever, were you, Mrs. Bentley?
You run on home. You get away from here. I won't have you laughing.
And your name's not really Helen.
Of course it's Helen.
Goodbye. Thanks for the ice cream.
Once I played hopscotch. You hear me? I did. The idea. No one ever doubted I was a girl before. What a silly, horrible thing to do. I don't mind being old. Not really. But I do resent having my childhood taken away from me.
After supper, she gathered together certain items in a perfumed kerchief. Then she went to her front porch and stood there stiffly for half an hour. As suddenly as night birds, the two girls flew by, and Mrs. Bentley's voice brought them to a fluttering rest.
Girls! Girls!
Yes, Mrs. Bentley?
Come up on the porch.
Yes, Mrs. Bentley.
I've got some treasures to show you. Sit down, both of you. Now, here. I wore this when I was 9.
It's a comb. Let's see. Oh, it's pretty.
And here's a tiny ring I wore when I was 8. It doesn't fit my finger now.
Why, it just fits me. The comb fits my head.
And here, a picture.
Who's this little girl?
It's me.
Oh, it doesn't look like you. Anybody could get a picture like this somewhere.
But it's the truth.
Any more pictures, Mrs. Bentley? Of you later? You got a picture of you at 15, and one at 20, one at 40, 50?
Oh, nonsense. I don't have to show you anything.
And we don't have to believe you.
But this picture proves I was young.
That's some other little girl like us. You borrowed it.
I was married.
Where's Mr. Bentley?
He's been gone a long time. If he were here, he'd tell you how young and pretty I was when I was 22.
But he's not here, and he can't tell.
I have a marriage certificate.
You could have borrowed it. The only way I'll believe you were ever young is if you have someone say they saw you when you were 10.
Thousands of people saw me, but they're dead, you little fool. Dead or ill or gone away in other towns. I don't know a soul here. Just moved here a few years ago, so no one saw me young.
Well, there you are. Nobody saw her.
Listen, you must take these things on faith. Someday you'll be as old as I. People will say the same. Oh, no. They'll say those vultures were never hummingbirds. Those owls were never orioles. Those parrots were never bluebirds. One day you'll be like me.
No, I won't. Or me.
You wait and see. You, child, your mother. Haven't you noticed over the years the change?
No, she's always the same. I guess we better go home. Thanks for the comb, it's fine. And thanks for the ring. It just fits. And the picture of the little girl.
No, come back. You can't have those. They're mine.
No, you stole them. They belong to some little girl. You stole them.
No! Oh, come back! Oh, come back!
She lay awake for many hours into that night, among her trunks and trinkets. A night wind blew in the room. The white curtain fluttered against a dark cane, which had leaned against that wall near the other bric-a-brac for many years. The cane trembled and fell. Its gold ferrule glittered in the moonlight. It was her husband's opera cane. It seemed as if he were pointing it at her, as he often had, using his soft, sad, reasonable voice.
Those children are right. They stole nothing from you, my dear. These things don't belong to you here, you, now. They belong to her, that other you so long ago.
And then, as though an ancient phonograph record had been set hissing under a steel needle, she remembered a conversation she had once with Mr. Bentley. Mr. Bentley, so prim, a pink carnation in his whisk-broomed lapel.
My dear, you never will understand time, will you? Don't you see, no matter how hard you try to be what you once were, you can only be what you are here and now. Time plays tricks. When you're 9, you think you've always been 9 years old and will always be. When you're 30, it seems you've always been balanced there on that bright rim of middle life. And then When you become 70, you are always and forever 70. You are in the present. You are trapped in a young now or an old now. But there is no other now to be seen. Ticket stubs are trickery. Saving things is a magic trick with mirrors. You're saving cocoons, corsets in a way you can never fit again. Why save them? You can't really prove you were ever young.
Pictures, John.
No, they lie. You're not the picture.
Affidavits.
No, you're not the dates or the ink or the paper. You're not these trunks of junk and tricks. You're only here now, the present you.
Yes. I see. I see. In the morning, I'll do something final about this and settle down to being only me and nobody else from any other year. That's what I'll do.
The morning was bright and green, and there at her door, like moths bumping softly on the screen, were the two girls.
Got any more things to give us, Mrs. Bentley? More of the little girls' things?
She led them down the hall to the library.
Take this.
The dress in which she had played the mandarin's daughter at 15.
And this. And this.
A kaleidoscope, a magnifying glass.
Pick out anything you want. Books, skates, dolls, everything. They're yours.
Ours?
Only yours. And will you help me with a little work? I'm building a big fire in my backyard. I'm emptying the trunks, throwing out this trash for the trash man. It doesn't belong to me. Nothing ever belongs to anybody.
We'll help you, Mrs. Bentley. It'll be fun.
And now, on summer afternoons, you can see the two little girls like wrens on a wire on Mrs. Bentley's front porch. They sit in their cool dresses, not stirring, waiting for her. And when the silvery chimes of the ice cream man are heard, the front door opens, Mrs. Bentley floats out with her hand deep in the throat of her silver-mouthed purse, and for half an hour you can see them there on the porch, the two girls and the old lady, putting coldness into warmness, eating chocolate icicles, laughing. At last, they are good friends.
How old are you, Mrs. Bentley?
75.
How old were you 50 years ago?
75.
You were never young, were you? And never wore ribbons or dresses like these?
No, Jane. Never.
Have you got a first name?
My name is Mrs. Bentley.
And you've always lived in this one house?
Always.
And never were pretty?
Never.
Never in a million trillion years?
Never in a million trillion years.
Presenting now the second of our duo, and Mr. Ray Bradbury.
The rope of life hisses through our fingers. We reach, it's gone. The beauty of any particular flower, song, poem, or person lies often in the fact that roses must fade, songs die with the breath, poems burn in the fire, golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. But what if beauty could be made to last? Would it still be beautiful or monstrous? Here's the study of a person who seized the traveling rope of life, a moment of beauty, and felt it freeze in his hands.
Hail and farewell.
was going away. There was nothing else to do. The time was up, the clock had run out, and he was going very far away indeed. His suitcase was packed, shoes shined, hair brushed, it expressly washed behind his ears, and it remained only for him to go down the stairs, out the front door, and up the street to the small town station where the train would make a stop for him alone. Then Fox Hill, Illinois would be left far off in his past, and he would go on, perhaps to Iowa, perhaps to Kansas, perhaps even to California.
Willie?
Yes?
Almost time.
All right. I'll be down.
In the mirror on his dresser, he saw a face made of June dandelions and July apples and warm summer morning milk. There, as always, was his look of the angel and the innocent, which might never in the years of his life change. He picked up his valise, looked once more around his room, and went downstairs.
Here I am.
You can't really be leaving us, Willie.
People are beginning to talk. I've been here 3 years now, but when people begin to talk, I know it's time to put on my shoes and buy a railroad ticket.
It's all so strange. I just don't understand. It's so sudden. We'll miss you, Willie. We'll miss you very much.
I'll write you every Christmas.
It's been a great pleasure and satisfaction. It's a shame it had to stop. Shame that you had to tell us about yourself. An awful shame you can't stay on.
You're the nicest folks I ever had.
Oh, Willie. Willie.
It's not easy to go. You get used to things. You want to stay. But it doesn't work. I tried to stay on once after people began to suspect. How horrible, people said. All these years playing with our innocent children, they said. And us not guessing. Awful. And I finally had to leave town one night. It's not easy. You know darn well how much I love both of you. Thanks for 3 swell years. Well,
Willie, where will you go?
I don't know. I just start traveling. When I see a town that looks nice and green, I settle in.
Will you ever come back?
Oh, in about 20 years, maybe it should begin to show on my face. When it does, I'm going to make a grand tour of all the mothers and fathers I've had.
Oh, Willie.
We can't complain, Anna. Better to have had a son 36 months than none whatever.
Well, I guess it's time. Goodbye. Thanks.
Willie kissed Anna quickly, touched Steve's hand, seized his luggage, and was gone up the street in the green noon light under the trees, not looking back. A small boy, 12 years old, with a birth certificate in his valise to show that he had been born 43 years ago. The boys were playing on the Green Park Diamond when he came by. He stood a little while among the oak tree shadows, watching them hurl the white, snowy baseball into the warm summer air. The boys' voices yelled, and the ball lit on the path near Willie.
Hey, Willie! Where you going, Willie? Gonna visit a cousin of mine for a few days.
Huh?
You guys just throwing the ball around, huh?
Yeah. You taking the train alone, Willie?
Yeah.
Boy, that's neat.
Hey, how about a couple of throws? I got a little time.
Sure, I guess so.
Willie dropped his bag and ran back. The white baseball was already up in the sun and plunging down to him. And away again to their white figures, up in the sun again, rushing, life coming and going in a pattern. He thought of the last 3 years, now spent to the penny, and the 5 years before that, and so on down the line. The baseball flying here, there. Mr. and Mrs. Robert Hanlon, Creek Bend, Wisconsin, 1932, the first couple, the first year. Henry and Alice Bolts, Limeville, Iowa, 1935. The Smiths, the Eatons, Robinsons, 1939, 1945. Husband and wife. Husband and wife. No children. No children. No children. A knock on this door, a knock on that.
Pardon me. My name is William. I wonder if I could...
A sandwich? Come in. Come in and sit down. Where are you from, son?
The sandwich, tall glass of cold milk, the smiling, the nodding, the comfortable, leisurely talking.
Son, you look like you've been traveling. You run off from somewhere.
No.
Are you an orphan?
We always wanted kids. Never worked out. Never knew why, one of those things. Well, getting late, son. Don't you think you better hit for home?
I got no home.
A boy like you? Not dry behind the ears? Your mother'll get worried.
I got no home and no folks anywhere in the world. I wonder, could I sleep here tonight?
Well, now, son, I don't just know. We never considered taking in a...
We've got chicken for supper tonight. Enough for extras. Enough for company.
The voices and the faces and the people and always the same first conversations. The years turning, flying away. The voice of Emily Robinson in a rocking chair in summer night darkness. The last night he stayed with her. The night she discovered his secret. Her voice saying,
I look at all the little children's faces going by, and I sometimes think, what a shame. What a shame that all these flowers have to be cut. All these bright fires have to be put out. What a shame all these have to get tall and unsightly and wrinkle and turn gray or get bald and finally all bone and wheeze be dead and buried off away. When I hear them laugh, I can't believe they'll ever go the road I'm going. They're so eager for everything. I guess that's what I miss most in older folks. The eagerness gone 9 times out of 10. The freshness gone. So much of the drive and life down the drain. I like to watch school let out each day. It's like someone threw a bunch of flowers out of the school front doors. How does it feel, Willie? How does it feel to be young forever? Are you happy? Are you as fine as you seem?
Oh, I worked with what I had. After my folks died, after I found I couldn't get man's work anywhere, I tried carnivals, but they only laughed. Son, they said, you're not a midget. And even if you are, you look like a boy. We want midgets with midgets' faces. Sorry, son. What was I? A boy? I looked like a boy, sounded like a boy. So I might as well go on being a boy. What could I do? What job was there for me? And then one day I saw this man in a restaurant looking at another man's pictures of his kids. Sure wish I had kids, he said. Sure wish I had kids. And that instant, sitting there, I knew what my job would be for all the rest of my life. There was work for me, making lonely people happy, keeping myself busy, playing forever. I knew I had to play forever, deliver a few papers, run a few errands, mow a few lawns. All I had to do was to be a mother's son and a father's pride.
But, Willie, didn't you ever get lonely? Didn't you want things that grown-ups wanted?
I fought that out alone. I'm a boy, I told myself. I'll have to live in a boy's world, read boys' books, play boys' games, cut myself off from everything else. And I played it that way. Oh, it wasn't easy. There were times.
But it's nice being a child for over 40 years.
It's a living, as they say. And when you make other people happy, then you're almost happy, too. And anyway, in a few years now, I'll be in my second childhood. All the fevers will be out of me and all the unfulfilled things. And most of the dreams. Then I can relax.
He threw the baseball one last time and broke the reverie. Then he was picking up his suitcase. The two boys stood beside him. They were embarrassed at his shaking hands with him.
Oh, Willie. Ain't as if you're going to China or something.
Oh, that's right. It isn't.
So long, Willie. See you next week.
Yeah. So long, Sam. So long, Jamie.
And he was walking off with his suitcase again, looking at the trees, going away from the boys and the street where he had lived. And as he turned the corner, a train whistle screamed, and he began to run. In the early morning, with the iron smell of the train around him and a full night of traveling shaking his bones and his body, he awoke and looked out on a small town just arising from sleep. A porter moved by, a shadow in the shadows.
Sir, what town's this?
Valleyville.
How many people?
10,000. Why, this your stop?
He looks green. He looks nice and quiet.
Son, you know where you're going?
Here.
I hope you know what you're doing, boy.
Yes, sir. I know what I'm doing.
He was down the dark aisle, luggage lifted after him by the porter, and out into the smoking, steaming cold beginning to lighten morning. He stood looking at the porter in the black metal train against the few remaining stars.
Boy!
Wish me luck!
What?
Wish me luck!
Oh, best of luck, son. Best of luck to you, boy.
Thanks!
He watched the black train. He didn't move all the time it was going. He stood quietly, a small boy, 12 years old again, on the worn wooden platform, and only after 3 entire minutes, until the train was completely gone away and out of sight, did he turn at last to face the empty streets below. Then, as the sun was rising, he began to walk very fast so as to keep warm down into the new town.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented 2 studies by Ray Bradbury, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. The first, Season of Disbelief, with Virginia Gregg and John Daner, Dawn Bender, Marion Richmond, and Herb Butterfield. The second, Hail and Farewell, with Richard Beals, Stacey Harris, Vivi Janis, Lawrence Dopkin, Paula Winslow, Roy Glenn, Billy Chapin, and Peggy Weber. We wish to thank Mr. Bradbury for being our special guest. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present the eminent Shakespearean teacher, Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English at the University of Southern California, and Mr. William Shakespeare, noted author, who will be our special guests, presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. On Sunday, over most of these same stations, the New York Philharmonic Symphony will be heard in another exciting concert conducted by Dmitri Mitropoulos. This weekend, the noted Polish pianist Witold Malkoczynski will be heard as soloist. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
It was the maddest, gladdest, damnedest existence ever enjoyed by mortal youth. A newspaper reporter in those days had a grand and gaudy time of it, and no call to envy any man. And yet I have marveled that the human race did not revolt against the imposture, dig up the carcass of Gutenberg, and heave it to the buzzards and hyenas in some convenient zoo.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Bring On the Angels, an affectionate revival drawn from his own book newspaper days of the early life and times of Henry L. Mencken. The man in the bed has had a stroke, a being full of gusto and sour joy. He's paralyzed. A master's master of words. He'll never speak sense again. He's 68. His eyes are open, but there's no fire there. They see instead inward. What the sudden grab of thrombosis has left of his brain now gropes in the swirling mist of reversing time. Seeks, finds, remembers.
I remember my father died on Friday, January 13th, 1899, and was buried on the ensuing Sunday. On the Monday evening immediately following, I presented myself in the city room of the old Baltimore Morning Herald and applied to Max Ways, the city editor, for a job.
Mr. Ways, sir?
I was 18 years, 4 months, and 4 days old. Wore my hair longish and parted in the middle, had on a high, stiff collar and an ascot cravat, and weighed something on the minus side of 120 pounds.
Sir?
What's your problem, Sonny?
I'd like a job, a reporter's job.
Got any experience?
No, sir.
Been to school?
Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, but I've done some writing.
Poetry.
Well, yes, sir.
What makes you think you want to be a newspaper man?
Well, I think it'd be exciting.
Huh. You working?
Yes, sir, for my Uncle Henry at Mencken and Brother, the cigar factory.
What's your name?
Mencken, sir. Henry Lewis Mencken.
Well, I'll tell you, Henry Lewis, we don't have any opening right now, but you drop in now and then evenings, say between 7:30 and 7:45. Something might turn up. Hey, boy.
The next night, precisely at 7:31, I was back. Max waved me away without parley. The third night, he simply shook his head. The fourth, fifth, sixth. Well, to make an end, this went on for 4 weeks, night in and night out, until Thursday, February 23rd, 1899. I found Max reading copy. For a few minutes, he did not see me. Then his eyes lifted, and he said, casually,
Go out to Governorstown and see if anything's happening there. We're supposed to have a Governorstown correspondent, but he hasn't been heard from for 6 days. What'd you get, Henry?
Well, there were only 2 lights burning in town, so
The news.
The Imperial Order of Red Men have postponed their oyster supper to March the 6th.
Stop the press. Anything else?
Yes, sir. A horse was stolen.
Give me a stick.
Sir?
A stick is 1 paragraph. Pen and paper over there.
I was up with the milkman the next morning to search the paper. And there it was.
A horse, a buggy, and several sets of harness, valued in all at about $250, were stolen last night from the stable of Howard Quinian near Kingsville. The county police are at work on the case, but so far no trace of either thieves or booty has been found. He didn't change a single word.
I was hooked. I was in print. I was a reporter. I was hired.
Sonny, I'm going to give you a start. I'm going to put you on the payroll at $7 a week. If you make good, you get a raise.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mr. Ways.
To $8, and the name is Max.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't long before I had a typewriter, a spittoon of my own, and a beat. Oh, those were the days. The happy days. The days that chased each other like little kittens chasing their tails. The very first week, I landed in court on the witness stand. The reformers had blithered up a crusade against the bawdy dance halls, and I became an unwilling witness against 2 cops who had been aware of what was going on.
Well, I was there in my official capacity, and I presume know the police were.
Answer the question. Did you see the defendants there?
Well, I spoke to many officers of the law that night. I may have
The
seen...
poor Flatfeet were guilty, for I talked with them there many times. But I managed to sophisticate my testimony with so many ifs and buts that it went for nothing, and they were acquitted. That was my first and last experience as an agent of moral endeavor. I made up my mind at once that my true and natural allegiance was to the devil's party. And it has been my firm belief ever since that all persons who devote themselves to forcing virtue on their fellow men deserve nothing better than kicks in the pants. Hence Mencken's law. To wit,
whenever A annoys or injures B on the pretense of saving or improving X, A is a scoundrel.
I learned my trade from veterans who had seen Lincoln clear. Sometimes, for instance, it would be a matter of legging it to the iron wilds of Locust Point. But De Becker was more experienced than I and had a beard to prove it.
Come with me, Mencken.
Where are we going?
Never mind, come with me. Two beers, dark. Again. Henry, why should we walk our legs off trying to find out the name of a stevedore kicked overboard by a mule?
Yeah, but my city desk wants
The
us...
fact, my boy, that another poor man has given his life to engorge the interests is not news. It happens every 10 minutes.
Well, kicked by a mule...
That is the story. Men are not kicked overboard by mules every day. That is the story, not the name. Therefore, I move you, my esteemed contemporary, that the name of the deceased be Ignaz Karpinski. That the name of his widow be Marie. That his age was 36. That he lived at 1777 4th Avenue. And that he leaves 11 minor children. Charlie!
And so the sad facts were reported in all 3 Baltimore papers the next day, along with various lively details that occurred to De Becker with successive beers. This labor-saving device was in use the whole time I covered South Baltimore, and I never heard any complaint against it. Every one of the 3 city editors, comparing his paper to the other 2, was surprised and pleased to discover that his reporter always got names and addresses right. But we never stooped to faking. Well, hardly ever.
Henry, my boy, that was a fine story on the judge and the wife beater. Did he actually... Where's that copy? I quote, "The crime you're accused of committing," thundered Judge Grannon, "is a foul and desperate one, and the laws of all civilized nations prohibit it under heavy penalties. I could send you to prison for life, I could order you to the whipping post, or I could sentence you to be hanged. But inasmuch as this is your first offense, I will be lenient. You will be taken to the House of Correction, and there confined for 20 years. In addition, you are fined $10,000. Henry, did Gene Grannon actually say that before he suspended sentence on the poor boob?
Well, not exactly. In the bar next door to court, he said he wished...
All right, Henry. Nice story. Nice color. Writing. That's the thing, my boy. From now on, $16 a week. But never forget, my boy, that the newspaper business builds its profits on the lifeblood and ambition of youth.
By this time, I had begun to reflect upon my trade. It worked me too hard. More than once, I produced 5,000 words of copy between noon and midnight. Not in a single story.
Why?
But perhaps 12 or 15, every one of them requiring some legging. But there were compensations. Max put it best, I think, one night at the Stevedores Club.
Who touches the hair of John Greyhead dies like a dog. Henry, my boy, you're a good writer. Too good for this trade. Someday you'll get out.
Well, I'd like to do a novel or a play.
That's right. But where else, my boy? Where else can you see the show from a reserved seat in the first row, huh?
You mean life?
I mean humanity.
2 beers?
Light for me, dark for my nephew here. Humanity, Henry. The rest of the boobs have to wait in line and shove for places, but we get in by the side door. Here's to the Fourth Estate. Long may it slave.
Integer vitais generisque punis, donegit
The Steve Doors Club. Max proposed me for membership. I shall be grateful as long as my vital juices flow and tongue shall wag. I learned to drink a potion called handset whiskey. The linotypers throve on it.
Now, don't tell the other boys the secret, see? You mix wood alcohol, snuff, tobacco sauce, and coffin varnish. It's the varnish gives it the body.
The Steve Doors Club. A professional society it was. Met at Frank Junker's saloon opposite City Hall. Max explained the rules to me.
Guests are allowed to remain only if they treat the house. Guests are not to include musicians unless they bring actors, to whom guest privileges can be accorded by majority vote.
How about that fellow over there? What's he?
Him? Oh, he's a street cleaner. They're allowed in on Saturday nights if proof of bath is furnished.
He seems to know you. He's coming over.
Never saw him before in my life. Now, another privilege here. Reporters get special rates on double crabs, 5 cents apiece.
Hey, Max.
Now, the 25-cent businessman's lunch is good
Max,
here, but...
Max.
All right. Henry, meet my esteemed colleague, Mr. Walters, city editor of the opposition paper, whose dastard name shall never pass my lips in the company of callow youth.
Listen, Max, that story about the 2 congressmen who got into a debate in Miss Nellie's music room.
Oh, yes, I've been wondering about that one.
Well, it's accurate, Max. One of them dented the other's skull with a spittoon.
That's the way we got it. Max, are we going to print that? Now, Miss Nellie's got a nice reputation. Do we want to run her music hall down?
Oh, I wouldn't want to do that, Chuck. Miss Nellie's an awfully good news source.
Of course she is. Now, if it's all right with you, I thought we might put the accident up in Mount Vernon Place.
The most respectable neighborhood in town. Fine. All right, I'll go along with you.
Now, about the spittoon.
Well, let's say one was opening an umbrella and the other turned suddenly.
Oh, we can do better than that. Say they got kicked by a runaway hack horse.
Excuse me.
What is it, my boy?
Why not make it sound reasonable? Say they slipped on the icy pavement.
On the icy pavement? That's all right with me.
Fine by me, Chuck. Ice it is, Mount Vernon Place. Set them up all around, Frank.
Thus, the cooperation of the press to protect a respected establishment, Miss Nellie's Music Hall. Scoops, beats, there were plenty. But when the city editors agreed on the facts, that is how they appeared, nor ever did one break his word. There is honor among thieves, editors, and sometimes even editorial writers, giants of the embellished fact, the expanded truth. Like Jones, our telegraph editor, claimed to have been a church organist once.
Well, there was the baby in the bank vault.
What was the baby doing there, Jonesy?
Why, Henry, the mother, being wealthy, had just forgotten about it in her eagerness to get the coupons over to the teller's window. So they sent for me. I set up my organ in front of the vault.
Where did you get an organ, Jonesy?
Borrowed it from a nearby sailor's vessel. Now, I fooled around until I found a note that would vibrate steel and shook the time lock to pieces.
Whatever happened to the baby?
Grew up to be a congressman, I believe. Should have left him be. Boy!
Jonesy had one failing. He took to handset whiskey on the job and began scouring the world for ancestors. Whenever the AP would announce the death of some eminent man, he'd stagger into the city room with the flimsy, sobbing piteously.
What's the matter, Jonesy?
Terrible thing, Max. Terrible.
What is it, Jonesy? Let's have it, man.
Bismarck is dead.
Well, what of it? What do you care about him?
You don't understand, boss. He was my father.
When, in the course of one day's international wire, Jonesy had claimed for his parents a Confederate general, a Boston suffragette, a Marshal Lieutenant Hung Chang. That was November 7th, 1901. Max had to let him go. We were amazed when word drifted in that he was actually working as an organist in a Presbyterian church in a poor suburb, claiming to be a son of both John Calvin and John Knox. Giants and sinners, all of us. What we did with great gobs of gusto. It was a time of thoroughness, anyway. I was sent to the Patapsco to cover a suicide one day. The unfortunate had been a bar owner. The cop couldn't even spell his last name.
Kuno. Old Kuno. The boob made the deal with the artist for free meals and beers that they do him a mural on his wall.
What happened?
Well, it drove him to self-destrual, Henry. At the end of a month, they give him 8 square feet of beautiful bims and peekaboo chemises. But it run him 120 meals and 500 some beers.
We got him.
Let's go, Henry, and take your hat off. Now, the way we make it out, he climbed up on the rail, tied a rope to it looped around his neck, swallowed a dose of arsenic, shot himself through the head, then fell or jumped into the river. You always want to say it like that, my boy. Fell or jumped. Respect the family's feelings.
Sure, we worked sometimes and hard. Rewrite men were unheard of. Every reporter came back to the office and wrote his story himself. But the Herald City Room was the most modern in Baltimore. It had 2 telephones. Occasionally somebody would get the right number.
Harold Mencken.
Henry, this is Miss Nellie.
Yes, Miss Nellie. How are all the girls?
Fine, but you'd better get down here. The most extraordinary thing has occurred.
Miss Nellie, I will take a hack immediately.
Miss Nellie had appreciated my part in moving the Cuspidorian congressman out of her precinct, so she'd called me on this one. Her story was succinct.
Peebles, the hack driver, brought her. He says she gets out of the train, climbs into his cab, and says, "Take me to an establishment for fallen women."
So he took her here. Did he say why?
Because she was so young and innocent, he didn't know what to make of her. So with that, she tells me she comes from somewheres near a burg called Red Lion, P.A.
What's her name?
Emmeline Baron Blicker. Her father's one of them old rubes with whiskers.
Very strict people.
Yes, sir. Now, Emmeline had a beau in York, P.A., name of Elmer. Whenever Elmer could get away from his work as train butcher on the Northern Central, he'd come out to the farm and they'd do a little hugging and kissing. Well, one day, old Whiskers caught him at it and hollered Emmeline out of the house. Now, Emmeline was a great one for reading books, so while she packed a carpet bag, she remembered what girls in books done when they lost their honest name. They rush off to the nearest city and take up a life of shame, and their name is rubbed out of the family Bible.
Well, why didn't she go to Philadelphia?
Henry, nobody in their right mind goes to Philadelphia.
What do you want me to do, Miss Nellie? Print the story and ask Papa's forgiveness?
Oh, no. This ain't for printing. I just want you to give the little girl some advising. I got her under lock and key upstairs. Now, would you, Henry? You're a writer. You can do it.
Presently, Miss Nellie fetched in Emmeline. She was no Lillian Russell, but she was far from unappetizing in a country sausage, smear case kind of way. Miss Nellie set her at her ease, and soon she was retelling her story to a strange young man with a celluloid collar. Then, out of my worldly wisdom, I spoke.
My dear Miss Barnblicker, you have been grossly misinformed. I don't know what these works of fiction are that you have read, but they are wrong. The world no longer burns men for heresy nor women for witchcraft, and it has ceased to condemn girls to lives of shame and death in the gutter for trivial derelictions such as those you acknowledge. The only thing that is frowned upon nowadays is getting caught.
What do you think Emmy should do, Mr. Mencken?
I advise you to go home, make some plausible excuse to your pa for lighting out, and resume your faithful ministrations to his cows.
Now, you see, honey, Mr. Mencken says go home.
Yes, and at the proper opportunity, take your beau to the pastor and join him in indissoluble love. It is the one safe respectable, and hygienic course. The primrose path, my dear, is not for you. It is beset with thorns, heartburn, and corset stays.
All the ladies of the resident faculty wept copious tears, took up a collection to which I added $1, the coachman another, and Miss Nellie ordered a box lunch for the triumphantly repentant return to the parental pastures. Emma promised to send Miss Nellie a picture postcard of Red Lion showing the new hall of the Knights of Pythias, but it never arrived. Yes, we were sinners in the days of giants. Giants. Giants everywhere. Huge drinkers, vast eaters, cheerful sinners, honest geniuses. Men, women, and fools. They were all bigger those days. And the stories, too, bigger and better. I shall never forget my best. At midnight on Saturday, February 6th, 1904, by which time I was city editor, I put the Herald to bed, then joined the exercises of the Steve Dawes Club until 3:30. Catching a Nighthawk trolley, by 4 o'clock, I was snoring on my celibate couch in Holly Street. But at 11 a.m.,
How dare you disturb the peaceful Sabbath?
Well, Mr. Mencken, there's a fire down in Hopkins Place.
Let it burn.
Well, sir, it looks like a ding whistler.
Well, then let the ding thing whistle. This is my day off.
Well, Mr. Mencken, sir, the fire department's talking of sending to Washington for apparatus.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Send a hack up while I dress.
I hoisted my still malty bones from my couch, and 10 minutes later, I was on my way to the office. That was at about 11:30 a.m. on Sunday, February 7th. It was not until 4 a.m. of Wednesday, February 10th, that my pants and shoes, or even my collar, came off again. What I had walked into was the great Baltimore fire of 1904, which burned a square mile out of the heart of the town and went howling and spluttering on for 10 days. I can remember the 8-column streamer head I wrote when 3 days later, Burned Out, we finally printed in Philadelphia.
Part of Baltimore wrecked by greatest fire in city's history.
We had a story, I'm here to tell you. Was there ever one that was fatter, juicier, more exhilarating to the journalists on the actual ground?
Apparatus from Washington, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New York, every block in Midtown on fire. I need men. Cliff, get on the phone, check the bars and the poorhouses. Find me printers and reporters. If you need 20 pages, take them. If you need 50, take 50.
They're dynamiting in the next block.
All right, everybody out, everybody.
Where are we going, boss?
Out of here. We'll operate out of the Sloan Hotel. Everybody out!
I went into it a boy. When I came out of it at last, I was settled and indeed almost a middle-aged man, spavined by responsibility. When it was all over, I returned to the ruins of the Herald. It was easy to find the place where my desk had been. The desk itself was a heap of white dust. My clippings were gone, my poems, rejected short stories, spare collars, and trolley passes. Even my collection of pieces of hangman's ropes, I had always intended to present it sooner or later to the Smithsonian. I did find my old copy hook, twisted as if it had died in agony. I took it with me. I was a man. I was 24 years old. 2 years later, in 1906, by then managing editor, I was to read to my staff a notice from the publisher.
Notice. Tomorrow, the property of the Herald Publishing Company will pass into new hands, and there will be no further publication of the Sunday Herald, the Evening Herald, or the Weekly Herald.
In my desk, I had a volume of stories by a new writer named Joseph Conrad. The man could write. His people were sailors, not newspapermen, but they spoke for me.
I remember my youth and the feeling that will never come back anymore. The feeling that I could last forever.
Outlast the sea, the earth, and all men. Youth. All youth. The silly, charming, beautiful youth.
The man on the bed has had a stroke, but he shifts his eyes. They fall on a twisted, agonized, old-time copyhook nearby on his desk. The eyes find fire somewhere, perhaps purloined from the past. He, a writer who is to be paralyzed, who is never to speak sense again afterward, opens his mouth and speaks. Yes, Mr. Mencken, what is it?
Bring on the angels.
The angels will treat him kindly. Why? Simply for this alone of all his writings.
If, after I depart this vale, you ever remember me and have thought to please my ghost, forgive some sinner and wink at a homely girl.
Henry L. Mencken, 12 September 1880, 29 January 1956. Newspaperman. The CBS Radio Workshop has presented Bring On the Angels, from the notes of Henry L. Mencken, as dramatized by Alan Sloan and produced and directed by Paul Roberts. The music was composed by Ben Ludlow and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Louis Van Ruten was heard as the elder Mencken, Mason Adams as the younger Mencken, Ed Prentice as Max Ways. Others in the cast included Ethel Owen, Daniel Ocko, Jackson Beck, Walter Kinsella, John Gibson, Joe Helgeson, and Ian Martin. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week for the CBS Radio Workshop. And remember, America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Have you ever gotten up on the wrong side of the bed? Have you ever awakened hating the world in general and yourself in particular? If you haven't, this program is not for you. If you have, we respectfully direct your attention to this modern morality tale.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents William N. Robeson's production, People Are No Good, adapted by Mr. Robeson from an original story by Joyce and Ferdy Grofé, Jr.
The city awakens. In a million sleep-soured rooms, the metropolitan chanticleer shatters the smooth black chalice of unconsciousness. Sleep-stuck eyes slowly open. Unwashed faces contort in yawns and hackings and honkings, adding their fetid impurity to the poisoned air. Down the grimy eastering streets, the pallid sun cheerlessly prevails against the murky morning. The city awakens. Joe awakens, too.
Shut up.
Another day. Another lousy day. As dull as yesterday, as boring as tomorrow. Turn on the radio, Joe. That's it. Now, what's next? Oh, yes. Reach for a cigarette. Light it. And cough. You do it every morning, don't you, Joe?
The time is now 7:33. The weather is lovely this morning, fair, with just a nip of fall in the air. But it's a good day, a fine day, a day to be glad to be alive in.
What's the jerk got to be so cheerful about?
He's paid to be cheerful, Joe.
In just a moment, the early morning news. But first, one of your favorite songs and mine, I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Baby.
I can't give you anything but love. You said it, friend.
Come on, Joe. That's enough morning meditation. Let us then be up and doing, with a heart for any fate. Come on, Joey. You gotta get up.
Why?
You know why, Joe, to go to work.
Why?
You know why, Joe, to earn a living, to pay the rent.
For this flea bag?
And feed yourself.
On that garbage at the corner lunch stand.
And clothe yourself.
A suit with 2 pair of pants every couple of years.
Oh, come on, Joe. Quit the griping. Get up.
What if I don't?
You will. You always do. Now, up we go. Add up, boy. And into the bathroom to scrape your face.
What a kisser.
It'll look better after you've shaved it.
3.5 minutes. Why does it always take 3.5 minutes to shave?
Try going faster.
And cut myself?
Or slower.
It always comes out 3.5 minutes.
You're in a rut, Joe.
You're telling me?
You ever try putting on the left shoe first?
You kidding?
Or getting into your jacket right arm first?
It'd fall up the whole day.
Something's bound to.
Yeah, it always does.
Now, all ready? Out into the big, beautiful world you go. 82 steps to the lunch counter at the corner. 82 steps to the next scene. The matutinal scene, which is played the same way, with the same dialogue, morning after morning after morning.
Good morning, Joe.
What's good about it?
Hey,
come on. That's what I always have, coffee and a donut. Don't I always have coffee and a donut?
Boy, might be able to get off to a good start without having a few loving words from you each morning.
Hey, can't you get something else on that lousy jukebox?
Why, lover boy, they're playing our song.
What's so funny, huh? What's there to laugh about?
Hey, get out of the wrong side of bed this morning, Joey, huh? Joe's bed only got one side, the wrong one.
Bunch of crumb bums. For 2 cents,
You'd what, Joe?
Throw this cup of hot coffee in their faces.
Well, I imagine somebody could scrape up the 2 cents if you really want to. Well, it might be worth it. Change the routine.
Yeah, what'd it get me? 30 days in jail, probably.
I guess you're right, Joe. That wouldn't be any change.
Huh?
Your whole life's a jail sentence.
You ain't kidding. People always pushing you around, telling you what to do, telling you what not to do. Why does it have to be this way? Why can't it be different? Why? Why? Why?
Good morning, Joe.
Marilyn, honey.
Sleep well, darling.
Yeah, just great.
I hope the silk sheets didn't scratch.
No, couldn't be more comfortable. Hey, Marilyn, baby, I thought you had an early call at the studio this morning.
Let him wait. My husband's comfort comes before my new picture.
You're a doll, a living doll.
I thought you might like breakfast in bed.
Gee, great.
I cooked it myself. Omelette fine herb with truffles and a split of champagne to wash it down.
Oh, baby, what did I ever do to deserve you?
I ask myself the same question over and over. Every morning I have to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming.
Pinch me too, Marilyn, baby.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, the guy fell asleep.
What do you think you're jabbing in the ribs?
If you're finished, I'd like to sit down there.
Joey, what do you think? You got a lease on that stool?
Ah, you crumbs. You lousy bunch of crumbs.
A half block down the avenue to the subway station. A half block of people rushing toward a hole in the ground. Sleepy people. Belching people. People with toothpicks stuck in their greasy mouths. A half block of grimy stores. A cat stretching in a delicatessen window among the hams and salami. A monstrous woman sitting in front of a second-hand store. The morning sun warming her bulbous bulges, highlighting the single black hair growing from the mole on her chin. The silent store window of the undertaker with its dusty, potted palms. There's where they belong, isn't it, Joe? All of them.
You said it. All of them. 6 foot under.
The kids, scrawny, skinny. The little girls playing jacks on the front stoops, and the little boys planning the day's devilment. The traffic roaring up with the changing lights. The flatulent trucks, the screeching cabs mixing the dust of 100 yesterdays with today's carbon monoxide. And the blind man at the subway entrance selling the morning papers. What's new this morning, Joe?
Nothing. Nothing's new. The same old news. Same old headlines. Another test bomb fired in Nevada. Another sex murder in the Bronx. Another war threat in the Middle East. What's the world coming to? And whose fault is it? People. That's who.
Dirty water down the gutter. Dirty water spewing into the sewer. Dirty people down the street. Dirty people sweeping into the black hole in the ground. Into the subway station, where the stagnant air hangs heavy and moist, moved only by the coming and going of the roaring train.
People, no good lousy people.
Hiya, Joe. How you doing?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Joe. Pete Radich, all you need to top off an already ruined morning. Some days you're luckier. Some days you get an earlier train or a later one, but this just isn't your day. Here he is, grinning, wide awake, cheerful. Pete Radich, jerk.
Hey, long time no see, pal.
Don't seem long enough.
Hey, the wife and I was bowling last night. We looked for you.
Bowling's for the birds. What's so funny?
A bird bowling. Can you picture it? Have to be a pretty big bird, pal.
Yeah.
Boy, was she hot last night.
Who?
The wife. Bowled better than a 500 series. Well?
Well, what?
Ain't you got nothing to say?
What do you want? I should give her a medal?
Always gives me the willies when the lights flash sharp that way when she goes over a switch.
I like it. Then I don't have to look at all these creeps.
Not me. I don't feel right until the lights come back on. I like to know there are people around me.
Not me.
Why?
People are no good.
Ah, come on, Joe. You don't mean that.
You tell me, what's good about them?
Well, people are people.
That's just what I mean. And there are too many of them. They take up too much room. They smell. They talk all the time. They make you work day in and day out, and they throw you a few bucks for your trouble, and then they take most of that away in taxes.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You're mixed up, aren't you, Joe? The government takes the taxes.
The government is people, ain't it?
Well, not exactly.
Government of the people, by the people, and for the people, ain't that what it says?
Yeah.
But it ain't true. It's the politicians.
What's the politicians?
They get the graft.
Oh, Joey, I don't dig you. You really are mixed up.
I ain't mixed up. If I had my way, I'd get rid of the people.
All of them?
Sure.
Joey, you worry me. You know what I think you need?
What?
You need to get married.
Ain't I got troubles enough?
You forget all your troubles when you got a nice little ever-loving wife to come home to.
Come home where? A cold water flat like you got?
Well, of course, we're just starting out housekeeping, but we got our bid in for that new housing project over by the river.
Those cracker boxes where the plumbing don't work and the walls are made of tissue paper and cracked plaster. I know all about them.
They're not bad, Joey.
Hey, how you gonna pay the rent if your wife don't work too, huh?
Well, when you're married, Joe, you're building towards something.
How can you build anything in the city? They're always tearing it down. Tearing you down. Tearing at you with noise and dirt all your life until they finally tear you down all the way and stick you 6 foot under. For a little while. Until they dig up the graveyard so more people can have a new housing project. There's only one way to lick it.
Oh, so you figured out a way to lick it,
Sure,
huh?
like in this picture I saw. There's this fella, see? And he's shipwrecked on a desert island.
Oh, you mean Robinson Crusoe?
Yeah, that's the guy. Boy, he had it made, all alone. Nobody to bother him. Plenty to eat, plenty to drink, and no people.
Until he found his man Friday.
Yeah, that's the part of the picture I didn't like.
And me, I'd go nuts on a desert island.
Not me.
There's nobody to talk to.
What's more important, nobody to talk to you. Man, that would be paradise.
There goes them lights again.
That's more like it, huh, Joe? You can't see the people in the blackness. You can't see Pete's silly, cheerful face anymore, or any of the others. Wonderful, isn't it? Now, take a deep breath, Joe. We're coming to your station. The lights are coming on.
Empty. Where is everybody? The car's empty. There's no one. No one at all. Oh, man.
The car still stinks of people, Joe. The door's open. Get off while you can.
Hey! Hey! Wait a minute! Hey!
Take it easy, Joe. You wanted a desert island. You've got it. Just take the nearest exit. Here's your desert island, Joe. Manhattan Island. The listener will understand. It is tiring for this omniscience to remain always within the confining walls of the human mind. The listener will then forgive this omniscience the luxury of emerging now into a wider, deeper, more omniscient and omnipotent dimension. In short, to cease being a protagonist and assume the role of a true narrator. The listener is asked to imagine Joe now, a tiny figure alone, a speck in the bottom of a skyscraper canyon somewhere south of 14th Street, somewhere west of the east and east of the North Rivers. A silent speck on a silent island. A motionless speck where nothing moves. A lonely speck in the middle of an empty avenue intersected by an abandoned street. A human being without people.
It's like... No, I never seen it just like this before. Once it was nearly like this. One Labor Day morning just before sunrise. Walking up 8th Avenue, it was almost as empty. But then a checker cab belted across 34th Street and spoiled it all. Empty. Empty. Beautiful without people. No, this is nuts. This is screwy. I'm dreaming. So I'm dreaming, so I don't want to wake up. I like it. So quiet. So very, very quiet. Hey! Hey! Yeah, I gotta be dreaming. The time's come to pinch myself. Ah! So I'm not dreaming. I'm awake. So this is really happening.
Joe alone. Joe walking down the endless, empty streets past the second-hand stores in the front of which no bulbous woman sits warming her bulges, past stoops where no scrawny children play, past an undertaker's window still silently framed by 2 dusty potted palms. And the air about him, no longer poisoned by the exhausts of 1,000 trucks and cars, is pure. And the sky above, no longer polluted by the myriad activities of millions of people, is bright, and the sun beats down with a strange and unnatural heat.
It's hot. Thirsty. Gotta be somebody around. Gotta be a bar open, no matter what kind of a holiday this is. There's gotta be a bar open. Yeah, there's one in the corner. Yeah, it's gotta be open. Jukebox is going. Charlie's Bar and Grill. Hey, Charlie's is uptown on York Avenue in the 90s, and I'm downtown. Well, I guess there must be more than one. Only this looks like the one on York Avenue. The one I was in last week with Pete and his crummy friends. Same jukebox, same lousy song. So they all look alike. Hey, bartender. Hey, where is everybody? Okay, so I'll help myself. No, this is a bar whiskey. This stuff is slop. Here we are. 10-year bottle and bond. Wow, that calls for another one. Hey, wait a minute. Whoa, I'm late for work. Gotta tell him I'm late. Gotta find a phone. Where's the phone? Oh, there on the wall. Gotta tell him. They don't answer. The office don't answer. But they gotta answer. This is Wednesday morning. Somebody's gotta be there. Somebody's gotta answer.
Joe alone. On the telephone. The office doesn't answer. The operator doesn't answer. Information doesn't answer. The police don't answer. Ring. 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 No one answers.
They gotta answer. Somebody's gotta answer. Shut up, you technicolor squawk box. I'll change your tune. Let's see. Yeah. G16, love me tender. Yeah. That ain't the record I want. Shut up! Shut up! That's better. Quiet. Nice. I need another shot. Figure this out. Oh, that TV over the bar. They ought to have a news bulletin about what's going on. Let's see. Channel 2's the best bet. Hey, but where's the picture? No picture. Just that same lousy song. What you trying to pull? Huh? Where's everybody? Where's everybody? Huh? What's that? A cat. A real, live, scrawny, lovely alley cat. Hey, kitty, kitty, kitty. Hey, puss. Come on.
Joe and the cat.
Hey, pussy.
Joe, desperate for a living contact. The cat, cat-like, suspicious. Joe on his hands and knees, pleading, enticing, seducing. The cat, back arched, spitting, fainting at him with bared claws.
Come here, puss. Hey, kitty, kitty. Hey, kitty, kitty.
Joe, desperate for a touch of something living, lunging, missing, lunging, and at last connecting, holding the cat tightly in his shaking hands, holding the cat too tightly.
No. 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 I just wanted to pet you. I just wanted to hold you, touch you. I just wanted to hold you. No, no, no. Don't be dead. Don't be dead.
Joe alone again. The cat lying on the bar in a funny pile, like a dirty old undershirt that missed the clothes hamper. Joe running now, out from Charlie's Bar and Grill, out into the empty street. Joe running wildly, searching, madly seeking something alive. Running down to the corner to another bar, its doors invitingly open for business. And across the plate glass window, the same sign, Charlie's Bar and Grill. And from the jukebox, the same song. And crumpled on the bar, the same still form of the cat.
Oh, no.
Joe running down one street, up another, and at every corner another Charlie's Bar and Grill, with its jukebox blaring and its bar bearing the same still form of the cat, whom Joe couldn't give anything but love. Joe running, running, running up and down and back and forth across his desert island. Joe alone, running. Joe alone, screaming.
Where is everybody? Where is everybody?
Joe alone.
People Are No Good. Written, directed, and produced by William N. Robeson. Based upon a story by Joyce and Ferdy Grofay, Jr., a CBS radio workshop from Hollywood. Music was composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Joe DeSantis was heard as Joe and John Daner as the narrator. Others in the cast were Shirley Mitchell, Jack Crucian, and Peter Leeds. Next week, the workshop will present from New York, Time Found Again. This is the CBS Radio Network.
This is Helen Hayes, and this is a simple story about actors. I guess I know pretty much about actors because I've been one for 50 years.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, the Helen Hayes Drama Group and Helen Hayes present Lovers, Villains, and Fools. Helen Hayes has been known for years as one of the leading actresses of the American stage, and lately as a New York theater. And now on tape, Miss Hayes.
Thank you. I still haven't become accustomed to being a theater. But after all these years inside of theaters, I'm quite at home when talking about actors and acting. As I said a moment ago, This is a story about actors. Throughout history, strange opinions have been held about actors by people outside the profession, people sometimes known to theater folk as civilians. Actors have been accused of being childlike, vain, feather-brained, irresponsible, and, well, sometimes not even quite respectable. But whatever else they are, actors are artists. They work hard to learn their trade. It isn't easy to be called on to be a lover for one instant and a villain the next, and then turn from being a villain into a fool. And so an actor reaches for Shakespeare, whose plays provide him with all the examples of character he will ever need, no matter whatever or wherever he plays. Tonight, Jack Manning, my young actor friend, has brought our group to the studio with a Shakespearean repertoire of lovers, villains, and fools. And it might be wise to begin foolishly with a fool. The actor will be Dick Vere, reading a speech of Launce, a foolish fellow and two gentlemen of Verona. Launce is the clownish servant of Proteus, one of the two gentlemen. He is especially appreciated for his soliloquies to his dog Crab, the sourest-natured dog that lives. The stage direction, enter Launce leading a dog.
Oh, when a manservant shall play the cur with him, look you, it goes hard. One that I brought up of a puppy. One that I saved from drowning when 3 or 4 of his blind brothers and sisters went to it. I have taught him, as you might say, precisely. Thus I would teach a dog. I was sent to deliver him as a present to Mistress Sylvia from my master. And I came no sooner into the dining chamber, but he steps me to her trencher and steals her capon's leg. Oh, 'tis a foul thing when a cur cannot keep himself in all companies. If I had not had more wit to take a fault upon me that he did, I think verily he'd have been hanged for it. Sure as I live, he'd have suffered for it. You shall judge. He thrust me himself into the company of 3 or 4 gentlemanlike dogs under the Duke's table. He'd not been there, bless the mark, but all the chamber smelt him. Out with the dog, says one. Whew. What cur is that, says another. Whip him out, says a third. Hang him up, says the Duke. Well, I, having been acquainted with the smell before, knew it was Crab, and goes me to the fellow that whips the dogs. Friend, quoth I, do you mean to whip the dog? Aye, marry I do, quoth he. You do him the more wrong, quoth I. 'Twas I did the thing you wot of. He makes me no more ado, but whips me out of the chamber. How many masters would do this for their servant? Oh, thou thinkest not on this now. Nay, I remember the trick thou served me when I took my leave of Madam Sylvia. Did I not bid thee still mark me and do as I do? When didst thou ever see me heave up my leg against a gentlewoman's farthingale? Didst thou ever see me do such a trick?
Certain people may think it's easy for an actor to play a fool because they fondly believe that an actor is a fool to begin with. Well, is he really? Certainly an actor does his work earnestly and honestly. Mr. J.B. Priestley, the author, has this to say. I prefer acting that I see in the theater, says Mr. Priestley, to acting that I see in the Harley Street consulting room, in the law courts, or the Houses of Parliament. The man who openly plays a character part for 2 hours a night is more likely to remain in a healthy state of mind than the man who plays a character part day and night, using every room he enters as his stage. So much for who is the fool. Now, in Twelfth Night, Shakespeare tells the story of lovers and demonstrates his fondness for disguising his heroine as a boy, thus fooling a lovesick swain. Joseph Warren plays the Duke, and Terry Clark plays Viola.
Give me some music. Come, the song we had last night. Mark it, Cesario. It is old and plain. The spinsters and the knitters in the sun and the free maids that weave their thread with bones do used to chant it. It is silly sooth, and dallies with the innocence of love, like the old age. Come hither, boy. How dost thou like this tune?
It gives a very echo to the seat where love is throned.
Thou dost speak masterly. My life upon it, young though thou art, thine eye hath stayed upon some favor that it loves. Hath it not, boy?
A little by your favor.
What kind of woman is't?
Of your complexion?
She is not worth thee, then. What years, i' faith?
About your years, my lord.
Too old, by heaven. Let thy love be younger than thyself, or thy affection cannot hold the bent. For women are as roses whose fair flower, being once displayed, doth fall that very hour.
And so they are. Alas, that they are so, to die even when they to perfection grow.
Once more, Cesario, get thee to yon same sovereign cruelty.
But if she cannot love you, sir.
I cannot be so answered.
Oh, sooth, but you must. Say that some lady, as perhaps there is, hath for your love as great a pang of heart as you have for Olivia. You cannot love her, you tell us, so must she not then be answered?
There is no woman's sides can bide the beating of so strong a passion as love doth give my heart.
Aye, but I know.
What dost thou know?
Too well what love women to men may owe. In faith, they are as true of heart as we. My father had a daughter, loved a man. As might be, perhaps, were I a woman, I should your lordship.
And what's her history?
A blank, my lord. For she never told her love, but let concealment like a worm in the bud feed on her damask cheek. She pined in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy she sat like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. Was not this love indeed? Oh, we men may say more, swear more, but indeed our shows are more than will, for still we prove much in our vows, but little in our love.
But died thy sister of her love, my boy?
I am all the daughters of my father's house, and all the brothers too, and yet I know not. Sir, shall I to this lady?
Aye, that's the theme. To her in haste. Give her this jewel. Say, my love can give no place, bide no denay.
The players who are illustrating this story about actors are all young. They're all artists, and they all make their living by acting on stage, screen, radio, or television. They formed their group because they felt a desperate need to learn their craft well by working. And they chose to study and perform Shakespeare because Shakespeare is the one dramatist who challenges every mood, every skill, and every emotion. Being human beings as well as actors, there are lovers among these young people, I'm certain of that. And there may be a fool or two. But I'm sure that there are no out-and-out villains. Actors leave pure villainy to the drama critics. But they can quickly assume the villain's sneer when the part calls for it. Villainous roles such as Gloucester in King Henry VI, Part 2. Here's Jack Manning as Gloucester, the man who can smile and murder while he smiles.
Aye. Edward will use women honorably.
Would he were wasted, marrow, bones, and all, that from his loins no hopeful branch may spring to cross me from the golden time I look for. And yet, between my soul's desire and me, the lustful Edward's title buried, is Clarence Henry, and his son, young Edward, and all the unlooked-for issue of their bodies to take their rooms ere I can place myself. A cold premeditation for my purpose. Why then, I do but dream on sovereignty. Say there is no kingdom, then, for Richard. What other pleasures can the world afford? I'll make my heaven in a lady's lap, and deck my body in gay ornaments, and wit sweet ladies with my words and looks. Miserable thought, and more unlikely than to accomplish 20 golden crowns. My love forswore me in my mother's womb. She did corrupt frail nature with some bribe to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to make an envious mountain on my back where sits deformity to mock my body, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part like to a chaos, or an unlicked bear whelp that carries no impression like the dam. And am I, then, a man to be beloved? Oh, monstrous fault to harbor such a thought. Then, since this earth affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, to o'erbear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the crown. And whiles I live, to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round empaled with a glorious crown. And yet, I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home, and I, like one, lost in a thorny wood that rends the thorns and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out, torment myself to catch the English crown. And from that torment I will free myself, or hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile, and murder whiles I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheek with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions. I can add color to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and set the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? Tut, were it further off, I'll pluck it down. This is Jack Manning. In Shakespeare, as in life, we find lovers who are villains, and by being villains are fools indeed. Here are Macbeth and his lady passionately plotting the death of Duncan. Barbara Joyce as Lady Macbeth, and Douglas Gordon as Macbeth.
Oh, now, what news?
He has almost supped. Why have you left the chamber?
Have they asked for me?
Know you not he has?
We will proceed no further in this business. He hath honored me of late, and I have bought golden opinions from all sorts of people, which would be worn now in their newest gloss, not cast aside so soon.
Was the hope drunk wherein you dressed yourself? Hath it slept since? And wakes it now to look so green and pale at what it did so freely? From this time such I account thy love. Art thou afeared to be the same in thine own act and valor as thou art in desire? Wouldst thou have that which thou esteemest the ornament of life, and live a coward in thine own esteem.
Prithee, peace! I dare do all that may become a man. Who dares do more is none.
What beast was it then that made you break this enterprise to me? When you durst do it, then you were a man. And to be more than what you were, you would be so much more the man.
If we should fail.
We fail! But screw your courage to the sticking place, and we'll not fail. When Duncan is asleep, whereto the rather shall his day's hard journey soundly invite him, his 2 chamberlains will I with wine and wassail so convince that memory, the warder of the brain, shall be a fume, and the receipt of reason a limbeck only, when in swinish sleep their drenched natures lie as in a death. What cannot you and I perform on the unguarded Duncan?
Bring forth men, children only, for thine undaunted mettle should compose nothing but males. Will it not be received when we have marked with blood those sleepy 2 of his own chamber, and used their very daggers that they have done?
Who dares receive it other, as we shall make our griefs and clamor roar upon his death?
I'm settled, and bend up each corporal agent to this terrible feat. Away, mark the time with fairest show. False face must hide what the false heart doth know.
The greatest ambition of all actors is to play Hamlet, and our acting group is no less ambitious than others. So the climax of our story about actors will be a scene from this greatest play of all, a drama that's a treasure house of lovers, villains, and fools. Appropriately for this working group, the scene opens with Shakespeare's instructions to actors young and old in all lands, in all ages. We know it as Hamlet's advice to the players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of your players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines. Oh, it offends me to the soul to hear a robustious, periwig-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to very rags, to split the ears of the groundlings, who, for the most part, are capable of nothing but inexplicable dumb shows and noise. Pray you, avoid it.
I warrant, Your Honor.
Be not too tame, neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action. With this special observance, the purpose of playing, both at the first and now, was and is to hold, as 'twere, the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature, scorn his own image, and the very age and body of the time his form and pressure. Oh, there be players that I have seen play, and heard others praise, and that highly, have so strutted and bellowed that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men, and not made them well, they imitated humanity so abominably.
I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir.
Oh, reform it altogether. And let those that play your clowns speak no more than is set down for them. For there be of them that will themselves laugh, to set on some quantity of barren spectators to laugh too, though, in the meantime, some necessary question of the play be then to be considered. That's villainous, and shows a most pitiful ambition in the fool that uses it. Go, make you ready. What ho, Horatio?
Here, sweet lord, at your service.
Horatio, there is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul, observe my uncle, give him heedful note. For mine eyes will rivet to his face, and after, we will both our judgments join in censure of his seeming.
Well, my lord, if he steal aught the whilst this play is playing and escape detecting, I will pay the theft.
They are coming to the play. I must be idle. Get you a place.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent to faith. I eat the air, promise crammed. You cannot feed capons so.
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor mine now. Be the players ready?
Aye, my lord. They stay upon your patience.
Come hither, my dear Hamlet. Sit by me.
No, good mother. Here's metal more attractive.
You are merry, my lord.
Why?
Aye, my lord.
Oh, God, you're only jig maker. What should a man do but be merry? For look you, how cheerfully my mother looks. And my father died within his 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
So long? Oh, heavens, died 2 months ago and not forgotten yet. Well, then there's hope. A great man's memory may outlive his life half a year. Come, the play.
Enter the king and queen very lovingly, the queen embracing him and he her. She kneels and makes show of protestation unto him. He takes her up and declines his head upon her neck, lays him down upon a bank of flowers. She, seeing him asleep, leaves him.
Madam, how like you this play?
The lady doth protest too much, methinks.
Ah, but she'll keep her word.
Have you heard the argument? Is there no offense in it?
No, they do but jest. Poison in jest. No offense of the world.
What do you call the play?
The Mousetrap. This play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. You shall see anon. 'Tis a knavish piece of work. But what of that? Your Majesty and we that have free souls, it touches us not. Come, the play.
Anon comes in a fellow, takes off the king's crown, kisses it, and pours poison in the king's ears and exits. The queen returns, finds the king dead, and makes passionate action. The poisoner woos the queen with gifts. She seems loath and unwilling a while, but in the end accepts his love.
The king rises.
What? Brighted with false fire?
Affairs, my lord.
Give all the play.
Give me some light! Away!
Light, light.
Light!
Good Horatio.
Aye, my lord.
I'll take the ghost's word for £1,000. Didst perceive?
Very well, my lord.
Upon the talk of the poisoning.
I did very well note him.
Leave me, Horatio. 'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft. Now to my mother. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. I will speak daggers to her, but use none.
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Come, you answer with an idle tongue.
Go, you question with a wicked tongue.
Why, how now, Hamlet?
What's the matter now?
Have you forgot me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife. And would 'twere not so, you are my mother.
Nay, then, I'll set those to you who can speak.
Come, sit you down. You shall not budge, you go not till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
What wilt thou do? Thou wilt not murder me.
Leave wringing your hands. Peace, sit you down. And let me wring your heart. For so I shall, if it be made of penetrable stuff. If damned custom have not brazed it so that it is proof and bulwark against sense.
What have I done that thou darest wag thy tongue and noise so rude against me?
Look here, upon this picture and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on this brow. A combination and a form indeed, where every god did seem to set his seal to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband. Look you now what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear, blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? Oh, shame. Where is thy blush?
No, Hamlet, speak no more. These words like daggers in mine ears. No more, sweet Hamlet.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your precedent lord.
No more.
A king of shreds and patches.
I am thy father's ghost.
Save me, and overroll me with your wings, you heavenly gods. What would your gracious figure?
Alas, he's mad.
Do you not come, your tardy son to chide, that lapsed in time and passion lets go by the important acting of your dread command? Oh, say.
Do not forget, this visitation is but to whet thine almost blunted purpose. But look, amazement on thy mother sits. Oh, step between her and her fighting soul, Conceit in weakest bodies, strongest works. Speak to her, Hamlet.
How is't with you, lady?
Alas, how is't with you? That you do bend your eye on vacancy, and with the incorporeal air do hold discourse. Whereon do you look?
On him. Look you, how pale he glares.
To whom do you speak this?
Do you see nothing there?
Nothing at all. Yet all there is I see.
Nor did you nothing hear?
No. Nothing but ourselves.
Why, look you there. Look how it steals away. My father in his habit as he lived. Look where he goes even now, out at the portal.
This is the very coinage of your brain. This bodiless creation, ecstasy is very cunning in.
Ecstasy. Mother, for love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul that not your trespass but my madness speaks. Confess yourself to heaven. Repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost on the weeds to make them rancor.
Oh, Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Throw away the worser part, and live the purer with the other half. Good night. But go not to my uncle's bed. Refrain tonight, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence, the next more easy. Once more, good night. And when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you. Good night.
Good night, Hamlet.
Good night, Mother.
This has been a story about actors and actors at work. Our revels now are ended. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Good night, everyone.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented the Helen Hayes Drama Group with Helen Hayes on tape in Lovers, Villains, and Fools, produced and directed by Paul Roberts. Narration was written by Albert Miller, music composed and conducted by Alexander Steinert. Heard with Miss Hayes were Jack Manning, Dick Via, Barbara Joyce, Joe Warren, Terry Clark, Douglas Gordon, Betty Ellen, and Arthur Anderson. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week when, from Hollywood, we present a delightful and thrilling fairy tale by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry called The Little Princess. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Well, Dr. Manning, I've done all a surgeon can for him. I mended his ankle, healed his back, straightened his arm, patched his scalp. But now he refuses to leave the hospital. He even refuses to get up out of bed. He just lies there, staring at the ceiling, muttering strange words. Molly secretes, vapor vacuums, crawl spaces, and snakes.
Snakes?
Wire snakes. That's why I called you, Manning. Pete Bolton needs a psychoanalyst. He even claims he was hit by a boat while standing in a concrete driveway.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, a psychological examination of the man who forms the backbone of a $12 billion industry, the man in the gray flannel overalls. An account dedicated to those of you who do it yourself.
As my colleague, Dr. Forster, had promised, I found Pete Bolton lying flat in bed.
The ambulance driver confirmed the fact that Pete claimed his physical injuries, now healed, had arisen from a boat striking him.
So help me, Doc, the nearest water for miles around was a fish pond in his backyard.
Pete was a clean-cut-looking man in his middle 30s. His smile of greeting was pleasant, but he gripped the sides of his bed tightly as I walked over to him. Mr. Bolton?
That's right.
I'm Dr. Manning. Dr. Forster suggested that I come and talk with you.
Yes?
I want to talk to you about those snakes.
Snakes?
The wire ones.
Oh, those. Well, you better watch out for those, Doc. Better sell that house of yours right now.
The house?
Well, don't you own a house? A little hideaway, a hunting cabin someplace?
Well, I do have a retreat for a few of my patients.
How long have you had it?
Not long. I just took it over.
Well, then give it back. Give it back, Doc. Because they'll come, Doctor. They'll come. The wire snakes. Someday, a drain will stop up. You won't be able to get a plumber. You'll have to clean out that drain. Just simple things at first, but then you'll go on from there. You'll become one of them, like I was. A do-it-yourselfer. Then the roof falls in.
In the medical journals, I had noted the profession's growing shock at the havoc wrought by the do-it-yourself movement on the human body. The nationwide surge of smashed thumbs, sawed-off fingers, broken legs from falls off roofs and scaffoldings. I had noted the insurance company's rising alarm at fires from amateur wiring, floods from amateur plumbing, inadvertent burials from amateur excavations. As I began my talks with Pete Bolton, trying to ascertain what traumatic shock kept him pinned to his bed, I learned about the drives that send the men and women of modern America, some say 40 million of them, to paint, plaster, build, construct, pave, insulate, saw, hammer, and bore holes with an enthusiasm formerly reserved for the flag and mother. When Pete joined this vast army of do-it-yourselfers, he hadn't touched a tool since he took a required course in manual training in the 8th grade. Since his marriage, he had had 2 promotions at the bank in which he was employed, but he and Helen were still living in their small, rented living room, bedroom, and bath apartment.
Pete, have you seen that book of the month?
Which month?
This month, the book that came today.
Oh, what's the name of it?
How should I know? I couldn't find the little slip of paper to send back saying we didn't want it.
You know, someday we've got to settle down and organize this love nest.
No, I never can find a thing anymore.
Books piled on top of everything.
Guest towels in the trunk down in the storage room. Every time we have a guest, I have to find the superintendent and get a key. We just had an extra shelf or 2.
Oh, I don't know where we'd put a shelf.
Well, we have that little alcove beside the fireplace.
Well, if you can pick up a bookcase that'll fit in there.
Pete, that would look horrible.
What would?
A bookcase stuck in that alcove. Well, there should be shelves built in.
Built in, huh? Okay. Ask the super what they cost.
I already have $78.
What?
Yeah, I knew you'd say that.
Well, we're not asking him to build a whole new apartment house. Just a couple of shelves.
He says carpenters have gone up.
Well, let him stay up. I'll do it myself.
In most areas of the United States today, the cost of materials for a home, an extra bathroom, or a new electric outlet is 1/4 to 1/3 the total cost. The rest goes for labor. Today, the workman, looking toward Social Security, guaranteed annual wage, and health benefits, prefers year-round work with the mass housing contractor, the airplane factory, the glamorous fields of radio, television, and electronics. So the handyman, a vanishing American in most communities, knows where he can do better and charges accordingly. But while the high cost of labor may be a factor for the enormous rise of do-it-yourself since World War II, Pete Bolton was to reveal even deeper psychological reasons.
Yes, sir? What can we do for you?
Oh, I want some boards for a shelf.
What kind of wood?
I got some mahogany. My wife thinks mahogany would look nice.
How much mahogany do you want?
Oh, 4 or 5 pieces. About this wide, about so long. Also, a hammer and some nails.
2, 4, 6, 8, or 10 penny. Clout, wire, galvanized, steel cut.
What's that, Esperanto?
Ways of ordering nails.
Oh, look, if you're going to make it tough for me,
Okay, I'm sorry.
Ever put up a shelf before?
What do you think?
Oh, we get some like you every day.
Honestly?
Simple shelf builders as well as experts who want to panel a rumpus room.
Oh, it's just a small apartment. We have to rumpus where we can.
Take a look over here. Looks like a supermarket, doesn't it? Do-it-yourself kits for everything. Hi-fi, radiator covers, storage walls.
Wow.
Out back in our lot, we've got several big kits for prefabricated houses.
Oh, yes, but don't you have any plain old boards?
I won't sell you a board or even a nail until you take this rule. Go home and measure for the wood you need, then come back and I'll sell you some good white pine, not mahogany.
Oh, but my wife...
Bring your wife and I won't sell her mahogany. It's too expensive. Now, you don't need it for shelves. I'll sell you just what you need and only what you need. Who knows? Someday you may want to buy one of our prefab split-level ranch-type 12-room houses complete with sod for 3 acres of lawn.
How's it going, dear?
Oh, it's coming. It's coming.
Well, you've done wonders. One shelf up already, and you've only been working 3 hours.
All these doggone nails won't go into the wall.
Maybe you should have bought a sharper kind of nail.
Oh, sure. Yeah, going all over the whole store. Tested each nail with my finger.
Wow, it's going to look beautiful. What are those chunks on the floor?
Oh, it's plaster.
Plaster?
Well, every time I hit a nail, a chunk falls out.
Well, the landlord will be wild.
I'll have to get a plaster in, I guess. Well, hang it all. Don't stare. You wanted these shelves.
I wanted them. You offered to build them.
Shh. Somebody at the door.
Well, naturally, all this pounding after midnight.
Hi, my name's Kennelly. Live next door. Heard you hammering.
I am sorry, Mr. Kennelly. Did we wake you?
Wake me? No. My wife and I were working in the apartment. Finally, I said, Erna, somebody's doing it yourself. This I gotta find out about.
Oh, I was just putting up some shelves.
Say, I put some in our apartment in the same place 2 years ago. Boy, till I tell Erna, my wife, if she's still on top of the desk.
If she's where?
On top of the desk. We're painting the ceiling of the apartment tonight. Holy smoke, you've made hash of that plaster. What kind of nails are you using?
Oh, these?
Aren't they the right kind, Mr. Kennelly?
You should have told him at the store you were going into plaster. I'll go get some of the right kind and Erna. By the time you fix drinks for everybody, I'll be back.
You don't need to trouble.
Trouble? We're friends now. All a do-it-yourselfer has to do is knock once with a hammer, and he'll get friends from 60 miles away. Okay, Pete, this side, and that's it.
There she goes.
Okay, boy, knock her into place while I call the little woman, and we'll all have a drink. Helen! Hey, Helen, come and look what we've got.
Alex, Kennelly, you'll have the landlord here shouting like that.
Take a look, Helen.
How do you like it, honey?
Finished them. You made my shells.
Pete made them with his own little hands.
Oh, well, shucks, who told me about the nails? Brought his power saw so I
They
could...
are beautiful, really professional. They're so beautiful, and you've worked so hard.
Oh, hey, now, honey, don't cry. It was nothing, really.
Yes, it was. It was working all day at the bank and staying up half the night to build my shells.
Well, I got a kick out of this, honey, honest. Well, I felt just like old Daniel Boone and Abe Lincoln and the other pioneers building log cabins. What's the matter? What are you staring at now?
Nothing, dear.
Yes, you are. You're staring at the shelves. Isn't she, Alex?
Huh? Oh, I was just pouring drinks for the three of us for a
I
toast.
think you and I should toast Pete, Alex.
Oh, not till you tell me what you're staring at about those shelves. What's wrong with them, Helen?
Nothing, except...
Except what?
Well, I was thinking we'll have to paint them.
Well, sure we'll have to paint them.
But don't you see, dear, if we paint the shelves, it'll make the rest of the room positively dingy.
Hey, haven't you kids painted with rollers? It's a cinch. Erna and I'll show you.
Well, Rembrandt, here I come.
Oh, the old old gray room.
She ain't what she used to be, ain't what she used to be, ain't what she used to be. The old gray room, she ain't what she used to be. Now she's painted green. Okay, everybody, let's gather up the paint cloths, wash the brushes, move the furniture back, and then we'll have champagne in our new living room.
Oh, boy, have we had fun these last 2 weeks.
When are you going to paint the rest of your apartment, Helen?
Oh, I don't know, Ern. I'm sort of tired these days. We thought maybe we'd wait.
Say, you know what you want to get? An electric paint sprayer.
An electric paint sprayer?
Terrific. Goes... You do your walls, ceilings, furniture in half the time.
Oh, dear, somebody heard us singing.
I'll see who it is. Well, good evening, Mr. Peabody.
I beg to differ, Mr. Bolton. It's morning and no time to be singing in my apartment house.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Peabody. I'm terribly sorry.
Now, look. What's happened to this room?
Well, that's what we were singing about. We just finished painting it.
I presume you're responsible for this, Mr. Kenley?
Well, now, Mr. Peabody,
Haven't I had enough trouble with you in your apartment without your invading a second apartment of my building? I suppose he gave you permission to paint your walls, Mr. Bolton.
Well, no, we just...
Do I smell rubber-based paint? I do. You know what this means?
Uh-oh.
Well, you may, Mr. Kenley. I don't suppose you told these people rubber-based paint on the walls of this apartment is permissible only if the tenant guarantees to have it scraped off and 2 coats of oil paint put on when they move.
Look, they had the rubber base already bought before
And you've added bookshelves, I say. Uh-huh. Nailed or screwed in, Mr. Bolton?
Why, nailed?
Nailed. You know what that means in any apartment building. The shelves belong to the landlord. Section 182, shelves, cabinets, valances, and other elements of decoration become the property of the landlord unless fastened by the use of screws.
All right. We'll get our use out of them in the next couple of years. We'll take care of the painting.
Pete, we can.
Why not, honey?
Where are we going to store all the extra paint and the ladders and the brushes and the cloths?
Why, right where we're storing the tools. The corner of the bedroom. Till I build that storage cabinet.
There isn't going to be any room for a storage cabinet. I'm going to need a crib.
Crib? Oh, darling. You mean it? Well, the heck with a crib. Now we can build a house.
By recalling these first adventures in do-it-yourself, Pete had gained an insight into the Oedipal drive that led him to emulate the pioneer forefathers. Modern man no longer wrests a harvest from the earth. He puts his hand in the food freezer or opens a can. He no longer levels the forest to build a cabin and gets logs for the fire. He rents an apartment and pounds on the pipes for more heat. Yet, deep in his subconscious, he knows he is the natural child of the pioneer. Therefore, he turns to this new field of do-it-yourself, striving to prove he is as good a man as his forefathers were. Pete, tell me about building the house now.
Well, it's a funny thing, Dr. Manning. Mm-hmm. We didn't build one. We bought one.
Oh?
A nice one, outside of town. Room for young Susan to have her nursery. Mm-hmm. Big yard. Oh, really nice, if a little old-fashioned.
You gave up do-it-yourself?
Almost completely. For a couple of years.
And did you give up the Kennelys, too?
Well, they gave us up, you might say. I can't blame them. See, they bought a lot across from us and built a house. Uh-huh. Alex was pretty sore when I wouldn't put on a miner's lamp and help him with the plumbing and wiring after dark. Erna said Helen let her down with the plastering. We didn't speak to each other for a year. Then one night when I came home from work... Helen? Helen, what are you doing?
Oh, Pete, I wanted to finish before you came home. I just couldn't stand the squeak in that next to last step any longer.
Well, it's squeaked ever since we moved in.
Wake Susan up.
Oh, now, Susan's nursery's way down the hall. Helen, you're not looking at me. What's up?
Well, honey, don't be angry. I asked the Kennelys over for a drink tonight.
Oh, you did?
Please. It's the way Erna looks at Susan every time I take her out in the stroller. I know she wants to see her and hold her, and finally today... Well, we were such good friends.
Oh, yeah, I know. I can feel Alex's eyes on me, too. From his roof, from his new terrace, from his new sun porch, bedroom window, the chimney, the cellar window, from wherever he's working. You know, it was tough when he was just building that house.
Now they've started remodeling.
I just couldn't let them up to Susan's nursery with that stair shrieking.
Oh, of course you couldn't. Here, give me that hammer.
Very nice. Well, it's a good house you've got, Pete, a good house. Of course, if you wanted to put in an hour or two and shore up your front porch, you
Oh,
know...
how about another drink, Alex?
Huh? Oh, well, I don't know. Erna and I have to go back and pour some concrete tonight.
Alex is putting a new wing on the house. We have to extend the basement.
Haven't you seen our concrete mixer? It's a cinch. Hook it up to the power, throw in the sand and gravel. Why don't you two kids come on over and see it
No,
work?
we can't leave little Susan.
Oh, that's right. They're family folks now, Alex.
Why don't you go over with them, Pete? I'll stay with Susan.
Yeah, how about that, Pete?
Well, no, I think I ought to stay here.
Oh, why not, Pete? Helen can come over tomorrow while you stay with the baby.
Look, I've got an even better idea. Why don't you two come over for early supper tomorrow and bring the baby?
Why, yes. Now, you can't say no to that. And then we can show you the whole house, concrete mixer and all.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I know.
No what?
Well, this darn stair still creaks.
Well, not half as loudly as before you fixed it yesterday.
You know, honey, we went from cellar to attic in Alex's house, and not one stair creaked. And the windows open without breaking your back. And their cellar's dry.
That beautiful kitchen of Erna's.
Oh, yeah.
Honey, you wouldn't think of doing all that electric wiring yourself.
Well, darn it, I'd like to be able to use the toaster without dimming every light on the first floor.
Could we have a light over the sink?
Well, sure. Well, I think so, anyway. Come on, let's look.
Hey, you got it, boy? Push that BX a little harder, son. I gotta have enough wire to reach the outlet by the sink.
Helen, watch it. You've got your ladder right against the cord to my drill.
Pete, stop that saw for a moment! Pete! Pete, you've just got to put down that saw and come upstairs for a minute. Erna's got Susan on top of the stepladder painting the nursery ceiling.
So it went, Dr. Manning. So it went. Then, Dr. Manning, 18 months later, the house was painted inside and out. Helen had her modern kitchen. We had a new bathroom. I'd insulated the house, shored up front porch, and... Oh, would you believe it, Doctor? Beyond a few cuts and scrapes and nicks, well, Helen and I had never been happier in our lives. Now, there was a lot to be said for do-it-yourself. And I suppose we'd still be at it, but... Well, something snapped when I got sidetracked onto that boat. It was a small 8-foot pram, pre-cut, complete down to the last screw. A child of 10 can build this in 8 to 10 hours, the advertisement said.
How's it going, son?
Okay, but I'd like to meet the guy who wrote that ad. 8 to 10 hours. There are 737 screws in this thing, besides the marine glue.
Almost done?
Yeah, just these last couple of screws, that's all.
Man, it looks like the Queen Mary.
Oh, she'll float all right.
You know what? This works. Maybe you and I could get a kit for a 35-foot power cruiser.
Sure. Build it in our basement.
She finished?
She's finished. Except for painting her.
Boy, that first night I met you, I'd never have thought you could do a job like this.
Oh, me neither.
You ever want to leave the bank, you could make a fortune doing jobs like this.
Oh, come off of it. Compared to you.
Oh, I mean it, Pete. This boat is real. Pete, watch the boat. She's let go! Pete, where are you? Pete!
Some 6 weeks later, after he had been taken to the hospital and his various physical injuries healed, I had met Pete Bolton for the first time. Now, after our long talks together, we had at last uncovered the basic underlying drive of the 40 million people who do it yourself to the tune of $12 billion a year. Their basic creative urge. Modern man's basic creative urge is taking the worst beating in history. This is the age of specialization, of mechanization, of automation. The worker on the assembly line and the corporation president are in the same sinking boat. They can never point to something and say, I, and I alone, have created this.
Well, Doctor, a man and woman together can create a baby.
That's true, Pete. When was it you and Helen stopped painting and hammering and sawing?
Well, when Susan was born. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
The creative drive is so strong in man that even though he fathers a baker's dozen, even though he is a creative artist, he still likes to do it yourself. It is born within him as surely as the lungs, the heart, and the brain, until suddenly he is in need of a shelf or caught by the gleam of a power tool that resembles the fire engine of youth. Then he is lost. Or, as I think now, he has won.
Calling Dr. Jenkins. Calling Dr. Jenkins.
Pete was just about ready to leave that hospital bed, but my colleague, Dr. Forster, terminated the case more abruptly than I might have wished.
Good morning, Pete.
Well, Dr. Forster, I haven't seen you in weeks.
Yes, we'll talk about that some other time, Pete. Right now, we're in a terrible jam. Haven't got a bed available in the entire hospital, and there's a patient outside.
Auto accident?
No, a do-it-yourselfer like you, up on his roof trying to nail a shingle to stop a leak.
Oh, gosh, I'll get right up. Fell off it, huh?
No, fell in. The roof fell in with him. All right, nurse.
Yes, doctor.
Bring the man in right this way. Right over here.
We gods, it's Dr. Manning.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and a psychological account of the do-it-yourself movement, written by Charles S. Monroe with music composed by Ben Ludlow and conducted by Alfredo Antonini, produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Barry Kroger was heard as Dr. Manning, Joe Helgeson as Pete, Elspeth Eric as Helen, and Jackson Beck as Kennelly. Others in the cast included Ralph Bell, Leon Janney, Elaine Rost, and Joe Julian. This is Bob Pfeiffer inviting you to listen again next Sunday afternoon to the CBS Radio Workshop. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Damage incalculable. 62 square miles of mountains and valleys of farms and pastures reduced to blackened ash. 85 homes burned to the ground. 4 injured. 1 dead. Fire at Malibu.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Now, a story to challenge man's imagination. A story of disaster and of man's capacity to meet and defeat it. A story of despair and hope. Fire at Malibu, starring Mr. William Conrad as narrator.
The Eastern Pacific High. It stretched from Baja, California to Hawaii and north to Anchorage, Alaska. And back south again past Vancouver Island and Puget Sound, past the Farallones and the Channel Islands. Day after day, week after week, it squatted across half of the Eastern Pacific. For 8 weeks, it remained immovable. You couldn't feel it or taste it or see it excepting on the weatherman's map, but it was there. That vast, high-pressure area, blocking off the rain from the green forests of the Northwest and the brown hills of Southern California.
Weather moves from west to east, out of the bleak black cold of Siberia and Mongolia, down across the Sea of Japan and on east across the Pacific. But now, stopped by the immovable high, the weather veered north across the icy mountains of Alaska, becoming a cold Arctic front, pouring down into the Great Basin between the Sierra Nevadas and the Rockies, and then spilling across the mountains to the west, becoming warmer and warmer by gravity and compression, until it roared down from the Mojave Desert into Southern California, a full-grown Santana, the wind of Satan, whipping up dust storms, clawing at palm fronds, whining through patios, and fouling swimming pools with the last of autumn's brown leaves. For 8 weeks it blew through the chaparral, drying out the greasewood and the wild buckwheat on the rolling hills, desiccating the live oaks and the sycamores in the canyons. People's skins became dry and itchy. People coughed a lot, and their nostrils tickled as though they were coming down with a summer cold. And they perspired freely as they went about their Christmas shopping in the unusual midsummer heat. By this time of year, there should have been a total rainfall of 4 3/4 inches. Less than a half inch had fallen since July. Christmas Day was beautiful under a blue, cloudless sky. The temperature was 77 degrees. Humidity, 13%. Western Airlines Flight 39 left Salt Lake City at midnight Christmas night, southbound for Las Vegas and Los Angeles. Because of the surface wind conditions, pilot Ben Laubacher brought her in high over the San Gabriel Mountains. He was cruising at 14,000 feet over Fontana at 2:40 a.m. when he made his first contact with the Los Angeles International Airport.
L.A. Tower from Western 39. L.A. Tower from Western 39.
This is L.A. Tower. Come in, Western 39.
This is Western 39 reporting at 14,000 over Fontana, requesting landing instructions. Over.
Hello, Western 39. You're cleared to land on runway 25. Wind northeast. Gusty.
Thank you, L.A. Say, that's quite a fire you have down there.
What fire?
Well, there's a whole mountain burning up the coast a ways. I'd guess somewhere back of Point Doom.
I hadn't heard anything about it.
Oh, well, take a look out the tower window.
Yeah, I can see it from here. Hey, I'd better report that.
That you had, boy. Western 39 over and out.
Donna Cruz was fairly new at her job. She joined the Los Angeles County Fire Department as a switchboard operator and dispatcher on October 1st. Early in the morning of December 26th, she was the only operator on duty at the Malibu fire station at Agoura in the San Fernando Valley, some 45 miles west of Los Angeles. At 2:40 a.m., her switchboard lit up like the Christmas tree she had turned off before leaving for work a few hours ago.
Fire Department, Malibu Station.
I want to report a fire.
Yes, sir. Where is it?
Well, I don't know exactly, but from where I am, it seems to be up Zuma Canyon.
Thank you, sir.
Looks like the whole mountain top's on fire.
Yes, we'll take care of it. Excuse me, please. I have another call. Malibu Fire Station.
Headquarters. We have a report from an airplane of a fire back at Point Doom.
Yes, I already have it.
Okay, Malibu.
Battalion Chief
Malibu
George
Fire
Reichert
Station.
came in from the
Yes.
kitchen with a pot of fresh coffee
Yes,
to
thank
find
you.
Donna with more calls than she could handle.
Malibu Fire
He
Station.
slipped into the chair beside her and took the next one.
Malibu Fire Station, Chief Reichert.
This is Soledad Canyon Station. We can see a fire over in your territory.
Where in our territory?
Appears to be about 5 miles west of Saddle Peak Lookout.
Thank you, Soledad. We'll check.
From an airplane 3 miles above the earth, from a citizen on the ground, from a fire station 20 miles away, a rough sort of triangulation is possible. It is now 2:41 a.m.
I'd put it in the general vicinity of Newton Canyon.
That'll be engine companies 67, 70, 71, 72, and 88?
That's right. Give them the long ring.
The long ring. The warning bell. The alert signal that a dispatch is coming through. By the time the battalion chief has picked up the receiver, the men are awake, wriggling into their gear and scrambling toward their stations on the engine.
Roll to a reported brush fire in the Newton Canyon area.
And they roll. Engine 71 from the Zuma station on Pacific Highway. Number 88 from the Malibu Beach Colony. Number 70 from Las Flores Canyon. 72 from Lechuza. And from across the mountains in Calabasas, number 67. Ripping the stillness of the night after Christmas with the shrill terror of their sirens. The ranchers, the homeowners, the farmers come awake with a start as they hear them scream by, for they live with the fear of fire in these crisp and dusty hills. At 3:40 a.m., 1 hour after the fire was reported, 23 engine companies, 3 bulldozers, 5 work crews, and 4 patrol units. 170 men are fighting the fire, and the fire is winning. Crackling down the mountainsides, roaring through the canyons, whipped by a 50-mile-an-hour wind, forcing back men and machines, backwards and downwards toward the wide beaches and the sea, which surely must stop it. There was no dawn along the beach the day after Christmas. The swirling black smoke merely became gray, and when the stinging hot wind whipped it thin from time to time, toward the east, a bloody ball hung momentarily at the mountain's rim, where men yesterday had seen the sun. Frank L. Dickover, Jr. had driven his wife and 9-month-old daughter to safety, and now he was returning to his home in Zuma Canyon to do what he could to save it. But he never got there. Smoke thicker than any beach fog engulfed his car, blinding him. After the fire had roared by, the highway patrol found the wreck, and nearby Mr. Dickover's charred body. He'd broken his leg when the car went off the road. He didn't have a chance to escape. That first morning, County Fire Chief Keith Klinger set up his command post at the Zuma Fire Station on the Pacific Coast Highway. His command now comprised 430 men, including Navy and Marine personnel, moved in by truck from the CV base at Port Hueneme and Terminal Island. In the firehouse, where the gleaming engines usually stand, gray ladies of the Red Cross served coffee and sandwiches to smoke-blackened firefighters. In the dormitory, men off the line were treated for eye burn and smoke poisoning. In the kitchen, Bob Singleton set up a press center to accommodate the reporters, radio commentators, and TV newsreelmen.
Battalion 5B to First Assistant Chief. Battalion 5B to First Assistant Chief.
This is Chief Percy. Go ahead.
I think we've saved all the homes in the Zuma Canyon area, but the fire's jumped the highway at Broad Beach and taken 2 big houses.
Chief Anderson to Zuma Station. Chief Anderson to Zuma Station.
Go ahead, Harvey.
Ramiro Canyon's getting too hot to hold. Gotta have 10 patrols to work around the houses right away.
Okay, Harvey. Did you hear that, Keith?
Yeah. Ramiro goes, Escondido Canyon will be next.
No doubt about it.
Ask the sheriff's office to evacuate Escondido Canyon.
Right away.
Captain Sewell Griggers of the Sheriff's Aero Squadron has a bullhorn on his helicopter. He uses it to untangle traffic jams on Los Angeles' far-flung freeways. This morning it is used for another purpose, as he flies low and slow up Escondido Canyon.
This is the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office. Escondido Canyon is in fire danger. Persons still in the canyon are ordered to evacuate immediately. This is the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office.
And First Assistant Fire Chief Roland W. Percy grimly sums up the situation.
And the fire spread very, very rapidly, and within 4 hours we had over 5,000 acres going. It's a very fast-moving fire. We cannot say how soon it will be under control. It's burning fiercely on all fronts right at the present time, and the weather conditions are very unfavorable, and reports we have will last for the next 2 days. They're northeast winds, and they're all very drying winds. We've had this condition now for about 2 months, and there is no moisture left in the brush whatsoever. It's very explosive. We have to be very careful where we place our engine companies and personnel so we do not trap anyone.
Now the fire was shaping into a disaster. As they had in 2 wars, the mobile canteens of the Salvation Army moved up close to the fire line. At the Webster School on Malibu Canyon Road, the Red Cross set up an evacuation center. And as the refugees poured in on foot, by automobile, and some even on horseback, The stories poured out. There was Mrs. Jean Hasselquist's narrow escape.
We just woke up around 5 o'clock by telephone call from a lovely neighbor, and we looked up and the whole hillside and the mountain range was on fire, and we were quite sure that we weren't going to be in the flames until the last minute when it leaped over the far hillside there, and all of a sudden the whole hill was just in mass of flames, and we just ran for our lives. We just missed the flames by about 10 feet.
By nightfall, this first burning day, 900 men and 100 pieces of equipment were fighting a wholly uncontrolled fire. And 30 houses had burned to the ground, leaving nothing, ironically, but their stone chimneys and fireplaces. Among them was the beach house of TV star Ralph Edwards.
We were fortunate that we weren't in the home at the time because our bedroom faces out on the ocean, so does the children's. And it could very well be that the waves would be making such a noise that we wouldn't have heard the fire creeping up on us. Yes, we did have a lot of wonderful mementos in there, things that were very close to our hearts. But the ones I really feel sorry for are those people who lived on their land, who made their living out of the land, and to have their home go up in flames, that indeed was a tragedy.
The second smoky dawn brings no relief as the fire roars on south toward Latigo Canyon. And here among the bright red fire engines is the blue and gray shortwave truck of radio station KNX and CBS News reporter Hugh McCoy.
It looks as if we're trapped, or at least temporarily stymied up here. The road has been blocked off by flames, which just moments ago have leaped across the road up the side of the hill. Below here in the canyon, there's a house and a number of outbuildings, which in just about a moment from now will be reached by those flames. And up here on the hill where the flames have jumped the road, another house, a green house, is threatened. I don't think we can make a stand here much longer. Jim Lowe, our engineer, is about ready to evacuate with the KNX mobile unit. We've got to make our way back down this road. The heat is getting more and more intense, and the flames are swept over more than a half a mile of these mountains now, raging, moving very, very fast. The house I told you about a few moments ago down below here is completely enveloped in smoke and flames. The people, we have just learned, have been evacuated from that home. And up here to my right, another house, which is still standing, is threatened by these flames reaching 20 to 50 feet up into the air as these wind gusts whip the black pall of smoke. That's all from Latigo Canyon. We've got to make our way out. The engines are evacuating now.
That afternoon along Highway 101, the citizens of Santa Maria and Santa Barbara, of Carpinteria and Oxnard knew something was up, something big, as a convoy of 18 civilian defense pumpers from Northern California rode south, red lights flashing, sirens screaming. Something indeed big was up as the engines from the north pulled into the Zuma fire station.
This is the Malibu dispatcher at Agoura.
Go ahead.
We have a reported fire in the Hume Tract.
Hume Tract?
Yes, sir, just north of the sheriff's substation on Pacific Highway. It's traveling very fast. It's already taken several homes.
Thank you. Chief?
Yes, Roland?
Just got a report of a blaze above the sheriff's station.
That's 8 miles east of here. It must be a completely new fire.
It's gotta be.
Order out every available piece of equipment in both the city and county. I'll take these civilian defense engines down there myself.
A new fire, 8 miles away, sweeping down the steep cliffside toward homes thickly clustered above the highway. Homes built high for the magnificent Pacific view. A view now obscured by ugly brown smoke choking out the setting sun, bringing an early night to this California Riviera, an aborted night, backlighted by the creeping, crackling, ruby-red line of fire.
This is Todd Hunter reporting from the home of Horace Height at 22140 Pacific Coast Highway. Mr. Height at this very moment is up on the roof in his shorts with a hose wetting down his roof for directly across the street. These flames are roaring down the mountainside with a tremendous wind behind them, and the firemen are on top of 2 apartments across the street, wetting down the roofs and wetting down the surrounding area in hopes of saving the apartments.
62 engines, 20 of them bumper to bumper along the highway, pour water up the cliff, while the others fight the fire house by house. And below, parked on the road, the householders in their cars, watching the smoke and fire blot out their homes, still gaily outlined in Christmas lights, and then pass on, leaving the homes and the lights intact as it roars on, insatiable to the west, toward the first fire, the Zuma fire, now contained, but not controlled. And between the fires, the Malibu Beach colony, the fabled playground of the movie stars, and back in the hills, the homes of simpler folk, and the Sarah retreat of the Franciscan fathers, where on that fiery night of December 27th, prayer performed a small miracle, as Father Robert Schmidt recalls it.
It's a custom in the Franciscan order to pray to St. Agatha for protection against fire. So we've been praying, and I think we had a sort of a miracle here last night, because when we left at 11 o'clock, the tongues of flame were leaping over the lips of the hill. We thought the retreat house would certainly be in the path of it. But by some miracle, the wind changed. The flames started heading up the slope rather than down the slope. So we consider that a miracle that we ascribe to the prayers that we said in the last 48 hours.
Father Schmidt was not alone in his prayers on this hopeless night. All over Southern California, the thoughts and sympathies of men of goodwill stretched toward the threatened people of the stricken area. And the thoughts and the sympathy and the prayers seemed not to have gone unheard. That night, the winds died down. The roaring red monster of flame flickered to a faltering standstill. By 10 o'clock Friday morning, as Governor Goodwin Knight asked President Eisenhower to declare a state of disaster in Southern California, Fire Chief Klinger could report.
While I cannot say the fire is completely controlled, it no longer threatens property or life. At present, it is still out of control on the western perimeter and burning over the Ventura County line, but this is practically uninhabited territory.
Beg pardon, Chief. Castro Lookout on the line.
Thanks, Roland. Chief Klinger speaking.
I've got a new blaze, Chief.
Oh?
Approximately 1.5 miles northeast of Lake Sherwood, sweeping southwest from Ventura Boulevard on a 3-mile front.
A third fire. By noon, it has swallowed 9 homes on the shore of Lake Sherwood, and pushed by a 35-mile wind, roars on toward the Zuma fire on the other side of the range.
Anything can happen now. If it joins up with the Zuma burn, we've got it licked. If the winds increase, who knows? Right now, we know one thing. It's out of control.
The sun sank that Friday evening behind a dirty brown cloud of smoke that stretched 50 miles from the San Fernando Valley, across the mountains and over the ocean to Catalina Island, sank red and angry, leaving behind its afterimage a corona of fire atop the hills. And 2,000 weary men fought through that last long night. There was good news the next afternoon, qualified in the cautious words of a weary fire chief.
We now have the fire tied up in a slippery knot.
The knot held, and so did the Pacific High. As the evacuees returned to their homes, bizarrely colorful islands in the black and gray landscape, they looked up at the hot, cloudless sky and hoped it would stay that way. Now there was no fear of fire, but of flood. When the rains came, and come they must, what would happen to their homes, with no living vegetation in the hills to hold back the waters? Day after day, Forestry Department planes flew over the 26,000 acres of devastated mountains and hillsides, scattering 500,000 pounds of ryegrass seed. And the Pacific High held. And men ask, will the rains, when they come so heavily the seeds will wash away before they sprout? And men began filling sandbags and building dikes around their homes. And finally, the Pacific High weakened and broke, and the rains came. And once more men prayed. It rained as it should have 2 months ago. It rained all day Friday, the 11th of January, all day Saturday, sometimes mercifully, sometimes fiercely, and no one could be sure. And then, Sunday's dawn burst into a blue sky, lazy with the fleecy clouds that follow a storm.
Daddy! Daddy, look!
What is it, honey?
Look out the window. The hills. They're all green.
Yes, like a green fuzz across the gray hillsides, the ryegrass had sprouted and pushed its way through the cold ashes like a promise of springtime. There would be food now for the hungry deer in the high hills. There would be tiny roots now holding back the soil against the next rain. And there would be beauty again in Malibu. Because man, who knows so well how to organize for his own destruction, had also learned how to organize for his own salvation.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented Fire at Malibu, written, directed, and produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson, and dedicated to the thousands of firemen, deputy sheriffs, foresters, highway patrolmen, Red Cross and Salvation Army workers, soldiers, sailors, Marines, and honor prisoners who prevented a fire from becoming a Holocaust. Fire at Malibu was narrated by William Conrad. The special musical score was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray, and the actors were Norma Jean Nielsen, Court Falkenberg, Larry Thor, Jim Nusser, Barney Phillips, Joe DeSantis, Lou Krugman, and Sam Pierce. Listen next week when the workshop comes to you from New York with the story of a man who lives for laughter, The Crazy Life, starring Henry Morgan. Crackerjack reporters fire the questions at leading government personalities every Sunday night on Face the Nation. For stimulating listening, hear the popular CBS public affairs feature, Face the Nation, tonight. You'll find it a rewarding excursion into the world of current affairs. Now stay tuned for Suspense, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lorene Tuttle and I have been having a little argument as to the relative merits of...
Having a little discussion regarding two different schools of literary thought. I've been maintaining to Mr. Price...
You may call me Vincent.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vincent. I've been maintaining that our whole lives are enriched by the warmth and beauty of romanticism.
Romanticism, my dear Lorene, is for those weak, lily-livered individuals who haven't the courage to face the realities of life. Realism is life. Now, I'll take Eugene O'Neill any day in preference to Winnie the Pooh.
And I'll take Cinderella any day rather than Hedda Gabler.
Cinderella. Now, she's exactly what I mean. A smudge-faced juvenile delinquent, if you ask me.
It's only one of the most beautiful fairy tales ever told. I defy any realist to tell such a moving story.
Oh, you would, eh? Well, very well. To prove my point, I'll tell the real story of Cinderella.
Very well, but ladies first.
Please.
To prove my point, I'll tell the romantic story of Cinderella.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Ed Verdier and Don Clark's dramatic excursion into the realm of realism versus romance as the workshop presents Speaking of Cinderella, or If the Shoe Fits, starring Vincent Price and Lorene Tuttle. Special music composed and conducted by Jeff Alexander.
Vincent, are you listening? Once upon a time in a faraway country, there lived a lovely young girl named Cinderella. Unfortunately, she had a cruel stepmother and two stepsisters who were hard-hearted and ill-tempered. Poor Cinderella worked like a slave during the day, and in the evening she would sit alone in the chimney corner among the ashes. Now it happened that the king of the land was giving a ball, and all the people of rank and fashion were invited. Among these were Cinderella's two stepsisters.
I'm really very well pleased that my two daughters have been invited to attend the king's ball.
Oh, so are we, Mama.
It has been rumored that the king's eldest son, the prince, is to choose his bride from among the young ladies who will be present.
Oh, the prince is so tall and handsome.
So gallant and rich. And don't forget, one day his bride will become queen of the kingdom and will rule over all the subjects in the domain.
Dear stepmother.
What? Oh, it's you, Cinderella. What do you want?
Dear stepmother, could I too go to the ball?
What? You? Have you taken leave of your senses, girl? You have no clothes, only those tattered old rags you're wearing. There are ashes in your hair. Your shoes are broken and scuffed.
With very little trouble, I believe I could make myself quite presentable.
You, a scullery maid, presentable. Well, I've never heard of such conceit.
I beg of you, stepmother, a simple little dress. I could wear a flower in my hair.
That will be all from you, you impertinent ragamuffin. Back to the kitchen. Do you hear me? Back to the kitchen this instant.
And so poor Cinderella went back to her chimney corner and wept bitter tears. She knew that
Wait a minute. Now, there's as fine an example of flapdoodle as I've been exposed to in my whole life.
What do you mean, flapdoodle?
This Cinderella character. Why, the way you romanticists picture her, the poor girl needs an analyst.
Oh.
What on earth is she doing groveling around in the fireplace getting ashes in her hair? Nobody could ever be like that. Now, do you want to know what really happened?
Well, I don't think so.
It would do you good, Lorene. Facing reality, you understand. Well, this gal, Cindy, wasn't getting much of a break, but she didn't take it sitting down. She knew she had to play it smart. So when a rich man in town sent out bids for a big wingding he was throwing, Cindy was all ears.
I'm certainly glad you girls have been invited to Mr. King's party. It should be real nervous.
Yeah, when he throws one, it's really a rocket.
You can say that again. The last one we went to, I was hung over for 3 days.
I read in somebody's column, Winchell's, I think, that the old man has given his son the word to get married and settle down. Get the possibilities?
I understand the guy's quite a wolf.
So what?
And don't forget that someday he'll be a vice president of King, Bettencourt, Bagby, and Wince, one of the biggest advertising agencies in the world.
Well, no wonder they call him the Prince.
So, if one of you girls latch on to him, you'll have it made, but good.
Hey, how about me crashing this brawl?
You, Cinderella? You must be blowing your stack.
Now I've heard everything.
Go up on the roof and feed your pigeons.
Knock it off, you two, or I'll belt you one in the teeth.
Don't pull any of your lady wrestler stuff on my gals.
I would have been a champ by this time if you hadn't made me throw those last 2 matches. I had gorgeous Gloria's shoulders pinned to the canvas when you...
What are you beefing about? You got your cut.
Yeah, then you took me for the whole bundle shooting craps. Look, do I make this party or don't I?
You don't. Besides, you haven't got a thing to wear.
You're loaded. You might part with a little grab. I could pick up a nifty little number at Orbox for a few bucks.
That's enough out of you, Cinderella. Get back to the kitchen and wash the dishes. And get the dried egg yolk off the plates for a change.
Don't give me that lift, that load, tote that bail routine. I got other plans.
Cinderella, where are you going?
Down to Dirty Joe's Bar and Grill, that's where.
That horrible, smelly dive down on the waterfront?
I've smelled worse.
But the dock workers are having labor trouble down there.
Don't worry your empty head about me, Steppy. I can take care of myself. Be seeing you.
Oh, I have never in all my life heard anything so outrageous. Vincent, you should be ashamed of yourself. Distorting that lovely story and making Cinderella such a horrible character.
Well, at least she has spirit. She isn't the namby-pamby little goop you'd want the public to accept.
My Cinderella is a charming child, unspoiled, sweet, and naive.
Oh, she's naive, all right. She's so naive, she's simple in the head. She ought to be in an institution.
That isn't true.
She has all the personality of an oyster. Why doesn't she stand up for her rights?
Because she's a dear, obedient child.
Well, a good psychiatrist might help her, but I doubt it. Your Cinderella was trying to escape reality by indulging in daydreams about a fairy godmother. Fairy godmother.
It wasn't that way at all. You see, there really was a fairy godmother.
You don't say.
Yes. So, when her two stepsisters had left for the ball, dressed in their beautiful gowns, Cinderella went sorrowfully to the kitchen, sat down in the chimney corner, and broke into sobs of unhappiness. At this moment, a beautiful fairy appeared.
No. Stop your crying, my child. I am your fairy godmother, Cinderella. If you wish to go to the king's ball, you shall. But you must do everything I say.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course.
First, bring that pumpkin out into the garden.
Where shall I put it?
Right there. Yeah, that's right. Now, I'll touch it with my magic wand like this. And there.
Oh, my. A splendid coat, all gold and silver.
Now, bring me those 6 mice in yonder trap.
Yes. All right. What shall I do with them?
Put them there, in front of the carriage.
That's it.
So, a touch of my wand and...
6 white horses with golden harness and red and blue ribbons in their manes. Fairy godmother, it's wonderful.
Oh, well, my dear, is this not a fit equipage to take you to the king's ball?
Indeed. Indeed it is, but I have no suitable gown. All I have are these tattered rags.
Oh, yes. We'll soon take care of that.
Oh, how lovely. A white satin gown, covered with pearls and diamonds, and tiny slippers of glass, spun as fine as gossamer. How can I ever thank you, dear fairy godmother?
By being happy. But hear me. There is one condition. You must not remain at the ball after the clock strikes 12. If you do, your coach and horses will all return to their natural forms, and your fine gown will again turn to rags.
Oh, I promise I'll leave the ball at the very first stroke of 12.
Then off with you, my darling, and have a merry time.
You've been so good to me. So very, very good.
And so, in all her finery, Cinderella started off for the king's ball, looking more like a princess than anyone who would be there. Cinderella was very happy.
Oh, what stuff and nonsense. Really, in all my born days, I
Wasn't
have
that
never...
enchanting, my dear?
Enchanting? It was appalling.
Appalling?
Moreover, it doesn't make any sense. Cinderella's stepmother obviously has money. She thinks nothing of getting Dior and Adrian gowns for her daughters. But still, her place is overrun with mice and rats. Why, if the Board of Health
You are getting more odious by the minute.
Odious, schmodious. Let's get back to reality. And the way the story really happened. Now, this Cinderella kid wants to go to the ball, all right. But instead of falling back on her schizophrenic escape pattern, why doesn't she do something constructive? Now, actually, she does.
Such as what?
Such as this. When Cinderella left her mother's house, she was pretty steamed up about the treatment she'd got. So, as she said, she went to Dirty Joe's down on the waterfront, where she could get a short beer and think things out.
Hi, Dirty Joe.
Hiya, Cindy. How your pigeons?
Joe, you know Crummy?
Crummy?
Yeah.
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Crummy who?
You know, Crummy McGrutter.
Oh, him.
He comes in here all the time, doesn't he?
Yep.
You see him tonight?
Yep.
You mean he's been in?
Sure.
When did he come in?
About an hour ago?
Did he say where he was going when he left?
Nope.
How long ago did he leave?
He didn't.
Huh? You mean he's still here?
Yeah, over there, in the last booth.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Hi, Crummy.
Hiya, bright girl. How's the pigeons?
Mind if I sit down?
What's to stop you?
That sawed-off shotgun.
Oh. I'll move it over here.
Why the artillery?
Things are tough on the water for right now, bright girl. The boss wants us band boys to play soft, sad music as a warning to the dock wallopers who ain't kicking in.
Yeah. Who's the target for tonight?
Guy by the name of Gus Gugelheimer plays a glockenspiel. He run out on us. And what's on your mind, bright girl?
Look, Crummy, I'm going to put it right on the line with you. I need some dough.
Oh, sure. Who don't?
I need a slick drape and
I'm sorry, bright girl. You can't put the bite on me for nothing like that.
I don't need much, Crummy. Just a couple of C notes.
Hey, what do you think I am? Your fairy godmother or something? If you need some scratch, get it from your old lady.
She wouldn't give me a dime.
That's too bad. Now, the way I hear it, she keeps plenty of ice around the place.
Hey, the wall safe. Crummy, you got something there. You know how to crack a safe.
You ain't just beating your gums, baby. I got 10 years in Alcatraz to prove it.
All right, then. Now, here's what we'll do. Listen. You getting it, Crummy?
Will you shut up and leave me listen?
One thing I've got to remember.
Yeah, what's that?
Except for the bracelet I'm going to give you for this caper. I've got to put back all the rest of the jewels before midnight. There's a time lock on this safe, and it's set for 12 o'clock.
I got it open. Hey, there's plenty of loot in here.
Wait a minute. Get your cotton-picking hands off that stuff. Oh, no. Here's a bracelet. Must be worth $1,000 at least. Give me 2 C notes, and it's yours. Then you'd better add an extra sawbuck for cab fare.
Well, here's a 200, but not another cent. I made a sucker deal, if you ask me.
All right. Don't give me the extra 10. I'll just have to heist a car to get to the party. That's all.
Code 3-768-W43798 HF22. Be on the lookout for a pumpkin yellow Cadillac convertible just stolen from the corner of 4th and Spruce Streets. Repeating, code 3-768-W43798 HF22.
You see what I mean? My Cinderella is a realist. She has spirit.
Oh, really, Vincent? You know this whole thing is impossible.
I don't quite agree with you. Your version of the Cinderella story is impossible. Mine is possible. But continue, my dear.
Well, I'm not sure that I want to, but I suppose I must if any semblance of dignity and decorum is to remain in this lovely story. Well, when Cinderella arrived at the king's palace, she was surrounded by courtiers who led her into the ballroom. All eyes were directed toward her, for everyone was struck by her grace and beauty. No one knew who she was. Even her cruel stepsisters did not recognize her. So rich and splendid was her dress. All the king's courtiers, one after another, asked Cinderella to dance, and they were all highly pleased with her grace and elegance, as well as enchanted by the wit and brilliance of her conversation. The prince himself arrived quite late. Seeing Cinderella, he so admired her appearance and manners, he immediately offered her his hand to the dance.
What a charming creature you are. Tell me your name, I pray.
That I cannot do, sir.
And please do not press me to tell it.
I am sure you must be a princess from a distant kingdom.
Prithee, what makes you say such a thing as that?
No one but a princess could wear as magnificent a gown as yours, encrusted with precious gems and jewels. And no one but a princess could be so beautiful and so beguiling.
You will turn my head with the sweetness of your words, my prince. And indeed... What is that?
It is the tolling of the curfew bell.
What o'clock is it? Tell me quickly.
'Tis midnight.
I must go. I must leave at once.
I beg you to stay yet a while, for you dance with the lightness of a butterfly on the soft summer breeze.
I cannot stay. I cannot.
My heart prompts me to tell you that I love you, for I have never seen a maid so fair.
No, no, please let me go. Good night, my prince. My Prince Charming. Good night.
In her haste to leave, my beautiful princess has left her slipper behind. A slipper of glass spun as fine as gossamer. I vow I shall find my lovely princess if I must search all the kingdoms of the world, for I would make her my wife.
Now, there's a real basis for a successful marriage. The prince has one dance with Cinderella. One dance, mind you, and he wants to marry her.
But why not?
I wonder what a marriage counselor would say about that.
Must you be so literal?
And she is such a bird brain, she runs off leaving one of her shoes behind.
It was a slipper of glass, spun as fine as gossamer.
And those two stepsisters of Cinderella's, they can't be very bright. They're right there at the ball, and they don't recognize her just because she's wearing a new dress. Now, I ask you, what sort of an IQ would those two have? Now, you take my Cinderella.
You take her, and you can have her.
My Cinderella has moxie. She goes after what she wants. No fairy godmother nonsense about her. When she arrived at Mr. King's party, the place was really jumping. The minute she wiggle-walked into the joint, all the cats began to yowl.
Get a load of a babe. Wow.
Hey, it's a doll. A real living, breathing doll.
Hey, looky. Hiya, Cookie.
Get away from me, short, fat, and repulsive.
Come on, sweet mama. How about pinning on a G? Let's live it up for real.
Drop dead, cornball.
What's with you, beautiful? You mad in this mad world?
Mister, I'm just not playing the field, that's all. What I'm looking for is the favorite. Where's the prince?
In the rumpus room, lapping up some corn squeezins, I suppose.
Thanks, chum. See you around the bowling alley sometime.
Man, dig that crazy walk.
Real cool, man. Cool.
Well, hiya, babe.
You the character they call the prince?
That's right. My old man is J. Walter King, a King, Betancourt, Bagby, and Winch.
Sure, I know. You're in the advertising racket. Big deal.
You know something? You're okay.
Sounds as if this advertising dodge pays off in blue chips. You mind if I park the bustle? My dogs are killing me.
Yeah, sit right here next to me, doll. That's it. Would you like a slug, honey?
Yeah, I don't mind if I do. Double bourbon on the rocks with a twist of lemon peel.
There you are. I like you, sweetie. You're a real dish of stuff.
It's the spot. Fill her up again, Buster. You and your old men are throwing quite a bash tonight.
Entertaining the sponsors is what they call an occupational headache.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet. Met a couple of the jokers when I came in. Well, here's mud in your eye, Prince.
Cheers. It's a real sharp bunch of threads you're filling.
It's just a little something I picked up.
And diamonds and pearls.
Yeah, I picked them up, too. So you're the original man in the gray flannel suit, huh, kiddo?
I suppose one of these days I'll make vice president.
How come you haven't pressured your old man before this?
He's just made me an account executive for Bimbo's no-bunion shoes, but I think he's thrown me a curve. The radio and TV ratings are doing a nosedive.
What you need is a gimmick, Princey.
You can say that again. Come on, they're playing a rock and roll, and that's for me, sugar.
Okay, honey. A gimmick, I think. No giveaway, no panels.
These kind of notes really send me.
A gimmick that... Oh, doggone it.
What's the matter, baby?
I'm losing my slipper. Wait a minute, Princey. Wait a minute. I think I got your gimmick.
What's with you? You flipping your lid or something?
Now, listen. I leave my slipper behind when I leave here tonight. Nobody knows who I am, so you put big ads in the newspapers and buy spots on radio and television. A coast-to-coast campaign, a big build-up in Ballyhoo to find the bimbo no-bunion shoe girl. You got it, Princey?
Hey, I really think you got something there.
Jumpin' catfish, is that 12 o'clock?
It sure is.
The time lock on the wall safe. This stuff's got to be back there before midnight. I gotta scram out of here.
What are you yakking about?
If I don't get going right now, I'm a dead pigeon. Here's my slipper. You take it from there. So long, Princey.
Do you see how competent and constructive my realistic Cinderella has turned out to be?
She's scheming and conniving and actually dishonest. She stole her stepmother's jewelry.
Oh, nonsense. She only borrowed it for a little while. She's hurrying home right now to put it back in the wall safe.
How about the bracelet she gave to Crummy?
Don't you worry about my girl. She's ingenious. She'll find some way of getting around that.
She's an uncouth, unprincipled creature.
Well, at least she isn't inane and innocuous like your girl. But please, go on with your story.
Thank you. The prince searched everywhere for Cinderella. But alas, he could not find her. And when his search had quite failed, he grew ill with disappointment and vexation. Then the king, who dearly loved his son, called a privy council and asked his ministers what was to be done. They decided to send out heralds throughout the kingdom, proclaiming that the prince would marry the lady who could wear the tiny slippers spun of glass, as fine as gossamer.
The slipper does not fit you, my lady.
Dear, I'm so disappointed, Prince.
Let me try, sister.
I'm sorry. It does not fit you either.
I felt so certain it would.
Let the modest little girl who is standing back there come forward. Why, it is you, my princess. Despite your modest garments, you cannot conceal your identity from me, for I see you through the eyes of love. Now, we'll try on the slipper.
Yes, my prince.
It fits. The slipper fits. Come to my arms, my darling, my own true princess.
My prince. My Prince Charming.
And so they were married and lived happily ever afterwards. Now, wasn't that a sweet and lovely story?
To be perfectly frank with you, Lorene, I found it rather dull and pedestrian.
Oh, Vincent.
Well, in my version, there is action and excitement. My Cinderella is real and colorful.
And I suppose your story has a sordid ending like so many realistic stories. She probably went to the penitentiary and the advertising man was sent to the Chicago office.
No, Lorene, not at all, not at all. Listen.
This is your newscaster, Thomas Lowell. The search for the Bimbo No Bunion Shoe Girl continues. She has been reported seen in St. Louis, Altoona, and Tibet.
Cinderella, turn off that radio.
There are rumors that...
I'm sick to death of hearing about that Bimbo No Bunion Shoe Girl. That's all you read about in the newspapers, all you hear on the radio, all you see on the television.
And that singing commercial. Where is the bimbo girl and who is she with the no bunion shoe? Bunion shoe.
Driving me nuts.
Keep your hair on, kids. It'll be all over tomorrow.
It's been the greatest search since Bridie Murphy.
And, Dad, the rating's a neat 43.
The bimbo shoe sales are up 72.9.
A terrific campaign. This makes you a vice president, my boy.
I owe it all to you, Cinderella.
That's okay, Princey. But when do we get hitched?
Whenever you say, baby.
You better see how soon we can line up the network so we can get full coverage. We want this wedding to be a real doozy.
Bimbo's No Bunion Shoes will sponsor the whole works. I better let the press and photographers in. They're getting impatient.
You're smooth, Cinderella. Real frantic smooth.
Oh, and Princey, You're the most.
Well, Vincent, at least you had a happy ending.
Of course. You see, Lorene, there are all sorts of Cinderella stories. They happen every day, but they all end in exactly the same way. Even today, the beautiful girl can marry the handsome prince, and of course, they'll live happily ever after.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Speaking of Cinderella, starring Vincent Price and Lorene Tuttle, and directed by Don Clark. Original script by Ed Verdier and Don Clark. The cast included Virginia Gregg, Jeanette Nolan, Louise Arthur, Gene Bates, Vic Perrin, Irene Tedrow, Harry Bartell, Sam Edwards, Peter Leeds, Jack Crucian, and Byron Kane. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jeff Alexander. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. And we are proud to welcome as our narrator the distinguished author, Mr. Isherwood. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. Sunday, over most of these same stations, the New York Philharmonic Symphony will be heard playing the Brahms Piano Concerto No. 1 in D minor, with Guido Cantelli conducting and Rudolf Firkushny as soloist. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
A merchant displays his samples.
We can stand right here on this roof and walk around here, and we can see almost $200 million of our investments from this roof. Here's the Chrysler Building and the Graybar Building. I'd say those two are worth $90 million. This one here is worth $15 million, $18 million. Then 270 Park Avenue around the corner here, that's the whole block to the north of us here. That's worth another, I should think, $20 million. That's 1407 Broadway. Now, that building has got 1 million feet in it. We built that.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. My name is Martin Weldon. I'm a radio reporter. The man you heard earlier pointing out some of his properties is without question the most spectacular real estate operator of his time. He has been praised as a financial wizard, a man of responsibility and vision who creates cities out of deserts. He has also been called a mere money juggler who buys from Peter to sell to Paul, pocketing a difference in price. A man whose elaborate schemes to build and create and develop are nothing but pipe dreams. A man who buys and sells but does not build. But whatever he is a tycoon, a businessman of undeniable wealth and power. Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop examines the personality, the living and working habits of a tycoon. Our tools are a notebook and a tape recorder, combining to create a living portrait of a man in action, the portrait of William Zeckendorf. Among those who have seen him in action is Billy Rose.
He has all the instincts of a Mississippi riverboat gambler.
He'll take any kind of a wild chance if his knowledge tells him there's a good possibility of an enormous payoff. He seems completely disinterested in playing penny-ante poker.
And Roger L. Stevens rated Zeckendorf's only real rival at the top of the real estate world.
He is all the superlatives with which he's been described in the press. The burden that he carries on his shoulders is unbelievable. Most of the time, he's carrying in his head the deals that possibly the next 30 busiest real estate men might be busy at.
Edward J. Crawford, Senior Vice President of Charles F. Noyes, and 55 years in the business.
He's the greatest financial genius that we've ever had in the real estate business during my term.
Palmer Hoyt, publisher of the Denver Post.
Everybody in Denver is pro Zeckendorf or against him. Now I think there are more pros than against. Zeckendorf was always unpalatable to the local fat cats, but very popular with the newcomers and the have-nots. A lot of people said that he would never build Mile High Center, this 22-story building we have. I always thought he would. He did.
Robert Moses on Zeckendorf's proposed $500 rehabilitation of Manhattan's West Side.
There's no element of public condemnation for what we conceive to be essentially a private purpose, a good purpose, but a private purpose. And we've told Bill repeatedly that we don't think that in himself he constitutes a public purpose. Bill has a tendency to believe that.
The portrait begins to fill in. It takes on detail as you observe the man in action. One recent morning, Zeckendorf gave one of his 8 o'clock business breakfasts in his private penthouse dining room in the offices of Webb & Knapp, the firm he heads, on the 14th floor at 385 Madison Avenue. His guests were 2 financiers from San Francisco, Harry McClelland and Edward Ryan.
We'll expect you to put up the money.
Well, we learned a long while ago. We fell for that line for years. We put in the know-how and you put up the money. We don't do that anymore. We'll furnish the know-how, the other fellow puts up the money.
Well, we don't care as long as you find the other fella. I'm not kidding about this, because if you're not going to put up most of the money, we don't need you.
No, that's fine. Well, we'll talk about that.
We don't want any free ride, because we've got a little money of our own to put up.
No, I understand that.
But we haven't got enough money to do all the business we're doing.
Okay.
That I'll tell you. We haven't got it.
Hello?
And we're all through straining ourselves for money, because opportunities are too great for us to get money from people who want to be with us. And we've been wonderful money makers for everybody we ever touched.
How's the weather?
Now, we'll cover that a little later. Here are the properties I want you to show these fellas.
You're going to be over on Wednesday?
I want to show them 270 Park Avenue. I'll give you this list. The reason I wanted to see what a conversion job looks like from a hotel and an apartment house to an office building. Well, I think they ought to see the United Nations area. Show them what we did over there. Flushing, Roosevelt Field, 42nd Street Post Office, the Airlines Terminal Building. You know the Channon Building over here? 42nd. We bought that land just now.
Yeah, that isn't all, is it?
No, there's more.
No.
We got more in New York.
That's enough.
That's enough?
That's enough.
Before Zeckendorf could start showing his guests around, an important phone call came in, asking an aide to use the time to show McClelland and Ryan around the Webb and Knapp offices. He picked up the phone. It was Harry Helmsley, a broker, representing a syndicate headed by Lawrence Sween, negotiating for the purchase from Zeckendorf of 120 Broadway.
The mortgage is extended. We simply the mortgage runs with the lease. Except at the end of the 50th year, we have the right to buy you out.
Right. $10 million over the net balance of the mortgage.
That's right.
I'll clear this with Larry right away. I'll call you right.
Hold the wire a minute. Wait a minute. Jim Alive wants to say something.
And for such period as we do not buy you out, it continues just at 6%, and the rent that we pay you is $179 a month.
Is that $1.3 million a year?
That's the $1.3 million and the $850 on the ground.
Right.
It continues at 6%. Because that's what it is.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, there's no question about that, Harry, is there?
Well, I guess not.
Well, we're already paying ourselves our own interest, so what are you talking about?
Well, the interest would be $510,000, and the $850
including the 510.
I said, okay.
Just as it had been. The same rent that had been paid right along.
Yeah, the 6%.
Right.
The 6% interest without amortization, which has been going on during the previous 30 years.
That's right. Okay. I'll call you right back.
Okay.
Very good.
He hung up as one of the doors to his round, windowless, teakwood-paneled office opened. Nicholas Salgo, Webb & Knapp Executive Vice President, walked in. He looked worried.
Listen, this is a tremendously important thing.
Yes, Bill.
I know you're aware of that. I am in favor of knowing where we're going at once. Now, this letter that you've got from them, that's fine. I want to know what lawyers are doing what on the deal.
Bill, do you want to handle it?
No!
Then let me handle it, heaven's sake.
I'm asking you a question. What lawyers are doing? What are they doing?
Besides, I told you what lawyers are handling and what difference it makes. I ask you if it is if the fellows what the fellows' names are. I'm not going to tell you every detail on it. That's wasting your time on it.
I don't want to have my time wasted. I want to know, Nick. Are we drawing papers? Nick.
Yeah.
This thing is perhaps the most important deal in this office right now.
I guess so.
All right, and I want to know what's going on. Did you cover the question?
No assets we are selling, Bill.
A long-distance call demanded Zeckendorf's attention, leaving this problem in the air. This time, it was Angus Wynne, Jr., his associate in a proposed $200 million development between Dallas and Fort Worth.
I hate that. In a bad market, you might say that, but this is a good market, and it's good enough to get the securities off now. I don't want to make a profit. I want to make it in the deal, not off the public. So even if the market was better, I wouldn't want to mark the property up and have it known that we took a big kill out of it before the public got in. So I can't see that argument. I think what we've got to do, I think I ought to pay you a visit down there or let them come up. I think maybe it'd be better to bring Dallas Roop up here and let them see what we can do, what we've done. You see, what I want to do is draw a picture of a stock like Roosevelt Field, which was in exactly the condition this thing is in. They cost us $2 and is now split 3 for 1 4 years later and selling for 13. They'll understand that, won't they?
By this time, Messrs. McClellan and Ryan were back from their tour around the offices. It was time to get down to cases.
Now, what do you got in mind on San Francisco?
I really don't know. All I say is, let's get together. Let's do it together. San Francisco may not be anything for us to do together.
Now, you're not limiting this to San Francisco.
No.
There may be other projects that we need an organization like yours to put over.
So we have the team. We have the manpower. Our overhead is almost like the Bank of America. Yeah. We've got a payroll here of $3 million a year.
Is that so?
That's the best investment we got. Yeah. That's better than buildings.
That's so.
If you have the right kind of manpower, you get the buildings. That's how you get these things.
Now, I don't...
Sure.
I want to make my position very clear as far as San Francisco is concerned because we want to know more about it and...
well, you've got no commitment to us.
I know.
We're not asking you for any commitment.
No, I understand it, but I wanted to find out what you had in mind so we could...
Have nothing in mind. Nothing in mind. We'd like to have a powerful friend out there.
Yes.
This can take a lot of dough.
Yeah.
It may be that we're walking too much the same side of the street that we have no interest in each other.
No, we haven't got the organization to handle a lot of deals that we simply can't touch because we haven't got the organization.
They all put on their hats and coats and started for lunch. At the restaurant, the conversation veered away from the business at hand.
I just came back from testifying in defense of a lawsuit against us for $300 million. Did you hear about that?
No, that's the greatest compliment was ever paid to you.
The guy sued us for $300 million. The judge asked me if I had any comment to make, and I said, yes, Your Honor. I said, I'd like to match the gentleman double or nothing.
That's how the morning went. A typical business morning in the life of a tycoon, a man of undeniable wealth and increasing power. What is the power that he's reaching for?
I think the most important city to study is Florence, where you had a marriage of the de Medicis, the Borgias, the other great merchant families and banking families, with the Da Vincis and the Michelangelos, the Beninis, and the other great men of art, engineering, and architecture. I feel that our country is rapidly approaching that point. I wish to work out some means by which the parallel interest of businessmen, builders like ourselves, could somehow be merged with the interest of the artist and create something that is both beautiful and functional and economically sound.
That's the life plan, the design behind the furious physical drive of this 50-year-old, 6-foot, 230-pound, round, solid, fast-moving man who looks made to order for a Santa Claus costume. Without question, a big man physically. One of his friends, former district attorney, now judge, Miles McDonald, found him too big on one occasion.
He's a lousy duck shooter. He's too big to get in the blind in the first place and too big for anybody else to handle their gun when he's in there. Then he leads the birds. He's always ahead of everybody else. He leads them too far.
His associate in the West Side Project, Billy Rose.
He has the same quest, same hunger for self-identification that made Churchill tick, or that made Truman tick, or that makes Baruch tick. Bill is a kind of a city version of the old Western pioneer who would move into a small town, and 25 or 30 years later, the town was dotted with monuments to the man's achievement.
And again, real estate dean Edward J. Crawford.
He always likes to sell something where there's a profit in for the other fellow. He doesn't hold out for the last dollar.
While his wife, like other wives, sees a man who comes home tired.
He had come home and was so very, very tired. He said, "Oh, I'm so glad to come home. I'm so glad to get to bed." And he was just about to turn out the light. And the phone rang, and a man wanted to see him about the deal. This was about 10:15. Some people would have said, "Oh, I'll see you tomorrow." But he got up and wearily put on his clothes and went out. And that took a lot of willpower to get up when he was tired and exhausted and go out and meet a man and talk to him about a deal. I've admired him greatly for that.
A man, whether clerk or tycoon, is revealed by what others say about him. He's also revealed by his own words. There was the time Zeckendorf became a father-in-law.
Would you like to hear a little story about my son?
Yeah.
He ran off and got married, as you know. He called us from They called us from Washington, where they come from, wherever the town was in Virginia, having been married. And he said, "Now, Dad, we'd like to have no publicity on this." He said, "On the other hand, if we could get a little ad, maybe an inch ad, announcing it." I said, "Well, I'll tell you, Bill, you handle this one yourself." And I said, "I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I don't want you to blame it on me." So he got hold of John Bell, who was vice president here in charge of public relations, and he asked him to give it the hush-hush treatment, which he did very successfully, because all Bill did was just a leak. It only hit page 1 of the News, the Mirror, the Herald Tribune, and three columns in the social section of the Times. You see that? Yeah. I'd have to shoot 3 men to get that.
The time he did business with Branch Rickey, then part owner of the Brooklyn Dodgers, and willing to sell his interest in the club 1/4 for $1 million.
We started drawing the papers, and the papers were all ready for signature. He said, "Now, by the way, I forgot to tell you that you'll have to wait 90 days before you know that you've got the deal." I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, because I've got an agreement with 2 of my other 3 partners that they or I always will have a right to match any outside bid." Well, I said, "Branch, what you are saying to me is that I haven't got a contract. What you have asked me to do is to give you a put, that if they don't want it, I have to take it." Well, he said, "I guess that's right." Well, I said, "I'm not in the business of giving puts. But I said, if you want to buy one, I'll sell you a put." He said, "What do you mean by that?" Well, I said, "This is $1 million deal. I've got to stand here ready to pay you $1 million for 90 days, or whatever the time is. And I may not get it, in which case it's too bad. Or I may be a big panic in the meantime, in which case I'll surely get it. I can't turn around." I said, I'll tell you what we'll do. If I get it, it'll cost you nothing. But if your partners match the bid, I want $50,000 for my trouble. He said, that'll be all right. So 90 days later, he sent me $50,000.
$50,000 in a couple of weeks. A side deal with a friend. Well, maybe it isn't the amount involved that gives a man his real satisfaction. Maybe it's getting the best of a bargain. Is it that? Or is it something else?
My vocation and avocation are very much alike. I like being constructive. I enjoy the excitement of going off into the atmosphere of the unknown. I never like to do a deal where you can see the end of the road. The speculative possibilities inherent in the unforeseeable are the things that attract me most. It's like a game. Furthermore, I have a fundamental desire to be constructive and to create things.
Is it also the fun of manipulating? Money, bricks, people. How does a modern tycoon maneuver his way through a deal?
For example, if a man's coming in to sell you something, you should turn on lights with a blue tint. If you want to sell something to somebody else, you put on a rosy tint. And if things are looking dull, put on a bright light. If a man's a real sourpuss and doesn't seem to warm up, I try to get him to take a drink.
The technique of a salesman. And Zeckendorf is, among other things, a salesman. What he sells is himself and his visions. And in trying to arouse in others the same enthusiasm that he feels, he cites his record. In 1946, he bought up 17 acres of slaughterhouses and slums on Manhattan's Middle East Side. He announced an ambitious plan to spruce up the neighborhood. Then various communities began to kick around a hopeful, vagrant idea known as the United Nations. It looked as though the UN would wind up in Philadelphia.
I telephoned Mayor O'Dwyer, and I asked him if he'd like to keep them in New York, and he said he'd give anything in the world to do it. I said, put your secretary on the phone for a memorandum. And I said, here it is. I hereby offer you 17 acres of land for the United Nations at any price they wish to pay. And 8 days later, it was all over.
One day, Byron Foy, owner of the Chrysler Building, called to ask Zeckendorf if he might rent him a particular apartment with a ceiling high enough to display Mrs. Foy's rare tapestries.
I said, Byron, while you're here, let's talk about another real estate deal. He said, what's that? I said, why don't you sell me the Chrysler Building? You see, Mrs. Foy was a Miss Chrysler. And he said, well, get hold of Walter and talk to him about it. About 2 months later, we drew up a contract and signed it to buy the Chrysler Building and the Chrysler East. While we were doing that, there was a property across the street called the Gray Bar Building. And we threw that in and got the whole thing under one piece of blanket financing. It ran about $52 million, and the Equitable Life Assurance Society made their biggest mortgage, the biggest one they ever made on a piece of real estate in the United States. And I think that probably is the largest real estate deal in this city ever.
And one day, Zeckendorf was stopped by a traffic light.
I remember riding through 66th Street one day after being offered the famous Drill and Riding Academy, which is on that block, and I turned it down because it was presumed primarily valuable for land to be used to build a new apartment house. There were 2 red lights in a row. I couldn't even get through, but I did see a parking space on the side, and I said, well, here I am standing in front of it. I'll look it over. I walked in and saw these horses riding around a ring, and I saw this wonderful high ceiling and clear span and all the different rooms they had for rehearsals, for shows, and so on. And I said, this isn't a riding academy. This would make a wonderful television studio. So we bought it, and I offered the television studio to all the companies. And I received return mail letters very politely turning it down. Well, that put us into the horse business. We bought 150 horses, started buying hay and selling manure. And we had a regular loss of about $4,000 or $5,000 a month. Until one day I got a telephone call from a gentleman who said his name was E.J. Noble, radio man, he said. I thought he was trying to repair my radio. Well, he told me that he happened to be chairman of the board of the American Broadcasting Company. Well, to make a long story short, I was ready to drop that property and lose the money we put into it, but Mr. Noble was so kind. He gave me $600,000 profit. It's now ABC's main central station.
Yes, certain deals are squarely on the record. Some attracted much attention, like the erection of Denver's Mile High building, the purchase of the Lincoln Hotel, the shopping center at Roosevelt Field, now well on its way. Other activities, though less spectacular, have been equally adventurous.
It was a jail in Boise, Idaho that they offered to us, and I looked at it for its real estate potentials, and I saw that it really had retail value. And the city said, well, do you mind if we keep it for a while? We've still got a few people, we've got some time to run. So for quite a while we held that with customers and tenants, as I say. We later turned it into a parking lot.
The man who bought a jail for a quick turnover was recently awarded an honorary degree of Doctor of Laws by Long Island University, of which he is chairman of the Board of Trustees. All this is on the record. Does it show a financial genius, a long-range planner? Or does it show a bold, lucky operator who's enjoyed a long, free ride on a rising economy? Obviously, only time will tell. But Zeckendorf isn't waiting for any final verdicts. Time is too short. He goes whizzing around the country, unwrapping one colossal plan after another. In his favorite role of a modern de Medici, he reveals his dazzling visions of handsome factories, spacious homes, comfortable office buildings, and shining cities springing out of wasteland. Between Dallas and Fort Worth, a project for industry and housing worth $200 million on land now used to graze cattle.
We hope to have a great industrial development and the source of revenue and employment which will draw upon and add to both communities. Industrial plants and the attendant housing that would go with it. We're just getting started on this thing. We'll get underway by the fall of this year, and it should be completed within the next 5 years, maybe 10. Depends on economic conditions, nationally.
A plan for the even more distant future.
We are the largest property owners in Los Angeles. There we bought property way ahead of its time. We own an area in Los Angeles of almost 12,000 acres, which is more land there is in Manhattan Island. But it's wild land. It's in the northwest area where it runs from the sea back to the San Fernando Valley, mostly through mountain country. But while its future is considerably off at some unknown date, it is rapidly coming because that's the only direction in which the city can grow.
In New York City, another dream with a price tag of $500 million, to rebuild the shabby west side between 30th and 38th Streets with a permanent World's Fair and a television city. These are the dreams. Can dreams on so vast a scale come true? In Wall Street, where dreams sometimes run into dollars and cents reality, they ask the question another way. It goes, could Zeckendorf survive a falling market, a sudden sharp drop in the economy? It's a highly pertinent question. Zeckendorf did make his name and his money in, and to some extent because of, a continuously rising market. Real estate is worth more today than it was yesterday. Will it be worth even more tomorrow? Zeckendorf guesses that it will. And to back up that guess are plans calling for investments of more than $1 billion. Among those who've been watching is Wall Street expert Gerald M. Loeb, partner in E.F. Hutton and Company, author of the best-selling The Battle for Investment Survival.
Certainly, if the country ran into trouble, I think Webb and Knapp would have its problems. But remember this, we would not have much of a country if men like Zeckendorf and those that go with him did not possess optimism and vision and a willingness to bet on the growth of the nation. It is men like that who pioneered in all of our now great industry.
Anyway, there's no question about one thing. Zeckendorf loves the spotlight, the drama of the press conference, the power to make news. Just the other day, he revealed that his plan to develop the southwest section of Washington, D.C., the most ambitious slum clearance project of all time, had been given official approval. And tonight,
it is our plan to implement the new Wall Street Renaissance with a balance of housing, pursuant to a plan conceived by Mr. Robert Moses and Mr. David Rockefeller. This housing will be available to walk-to-work residents of the financial district. They'll be extraordinary in character, type, and style, in that they'll all be round buildings, 30 stories high, 4, 5, or 6 of them, sitting in the midst of a garden with 360-degree marine view, visible from the ships at sea, either going to or from the harbor. We have actually started our planning for it, and we have volunteered to act as sponsors of this Title I urban redevelopment project.
That's the story of a tycoon in action. Just yesterday, he was making another deal. Moses Richter, a textile man who's thinking of buying up an Atlanta cotton company, which makes bags, asked Zeckendorf to come in with him. Billy Rose brought them together.
Well, if you're interested in having us join you, I think it's something we should certainly give serious consideration to. May I tell you some of the ground rules we like to employ in joining people in ventures? We like to supply the personality, the know-how, the organization, and we love to have the other fellow put up all the money. Does that appeal to you?
Well, I thought that we possessed the personality, but...
You mean we have a clash of personalities? Well, I can see we're both walking the same side of the street. It's a question...
But I wish to assure you that you do not possess the money, the other one.
You don't possess the money?
No.
Well, then we both lack the same thing. Both have this.
Yes.
I think we need a third partner.
Well, I don't think you're having any trouble.
You don't? Well, maybe Billy Rose, he's back there. He'll put up the money. He always likes to put money up for other people. Bill, come on over here. You've been getting angels to back you for so many years. Why don't you back two guys in the rag business?
I have it right here in my shoe.
If we're looking for the secret of one man's ability to do things, maybe this is it. He enjoys what he does.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented A Living Portrait, the story of a tycoon in action. Living Portrait was conceived, taped, and narrated by Martin Weldon. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us next week when we present The Record Collectors, an unusual symposium of early American popular music. Among our special guests will be the noted singer Margaret Whiting and composer-conductor Lynn Murray. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Who played the rhythmic bones on Nora Bay's 1919 recording of The Village Vamp?
Aristotle Figg.
Any boob would know that.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight we spin the hands of the clock backward into the fascinating past to bring you an unusual symposium of early American popular music, explored by the eminent Dr. Vincent Arbogast and Mr. Titus McFatridge, the record collectors. Our special guests will be the noted singer, Miss Margaret Whiting, composer-conductor, Mr. Lynn Murray, and a great voice from the past, Miss Margaret Young. And now here is our moderator, Mr. John Daner.
Good evening. Some people collect stamps, seashells, or old coins. Others collect paintings, butterflies, or match covers. With us tonight are two gentlemen who collect old records. They are Dr. Vincent Arbogast and Mr. Titus McFatridge. To take them in alphabetical order, let's hear first from Dr. Arbogast. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Dana, and friends out there in Radioland.
And Mrs. Tessie Dorblin in La Jolla.
Before we get to our records, I'd like to talk about what you two gentlemen do. I mean in the field of commerce as opposed to your hobby. Dr. Arbogast, you are a breeder of giant frogs, right?
Yes, Mother and I have a frog farm at Costa Mesa.
Dr. Arbogast, are you a real doctor?
Well, let me answer your question with a question, Mr. Dana. Are frogs entitled to medical services?
If they're sick?
You would deny them medical service if they were well?
No, I didn't say that, doctor. All I asked you was, are you a medical doctor?
No.
I see.
Well, one day several years ago, a mutinous assistant at the farm challenged one of my frog-feeding formulae. I told him, that formula, or pack your duds.
An ultimatum?
Pack your duds. He simpered. You're the doctor.
The weasel.
That's how you became Dr. Vincent Arbogast.
Yes.
Now, Mr. McFatridge, you, I believe, are engaged in the field of teratology, right?
Roger?
Titus heard an aeronautus use that as a form of agreement.
Oh. Well, what is teratology, Mr. McFatridge?
The science of creating monsters.
Monsters?
I made a dilly for a Christmas parade in Muncie, Indiana, for a department store.
Well, what kind of monster was it? Specifically, I mean.
Well, sir, I took the body of a crocodile, the head of the bearded yak, and the wings of the condor. Beautiful. I felt I had something here that would frighten any child.
At a Christmas parade, is that what you wanted?
Yes.
Did it work?
No. There were no children to frighten. They had all fled in terror from the first exhibit in the parade, a monster 5 floats ahead.
What was that?
Well, sir, it was a man-like thing stuffed into a flaming red suit with a raging white beard. As it lashed its reindeer, it waved ferociously in all directions, shouting threats at the crowd. The children left.
Now, as I understand it, you two gentlemen plan to present tonight your views on American popular music. So, may we have your first recording, please?
It is the hit tune of 1923, Toot Toot Tootsie. It is sang by that very popular duo of vaudeville and records, Billy Murray and Ed Smalley.
And note the realistic train whistle interpolated into the rendition.
Yesterday I heard a lover sigh. A lover sigh. Goodbye. Said goodbye. Oh me, oh my. Oh me, oh my, oh. 7 times he got aboard his train. Aboard his train. And 7 times he hurried back to kiss his love again and tell her toot toot tootsie goodbye. Toot toot tootsie, don't cry. Oh, please don't cry, little tootsie. The choo-choo train that takes me far away from you. No word can tell how sad it makes me. Kiss me, tootsie, and then do it over again. Kiss me again, sweet mama. Watch for the mail. I promise I'll never fail. You know if you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Toot 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 tootsie, don't cry. Toot toot tootsie, goodbye.
Toot Toot Tootsie, the 1923 hit sung by Billy Murray and Ed Smalley.
They don't make records like that these days, Mr. Dinner.
Dr. Arbogast, how long have you been collecting records?
30 years, 4 months, approximately.
And how many do you have, approximately?
Really, I wouldn't venture to say. I measure my collection by values far removed from consideration of mere number. Oh, let the banker count his money, let the farmer weigh his crops. But upon what adding machine, upon what scales can a collector measure the value of his treasure?
Well, Dr. Arbogast, how do you measure the value of the records in your collection?
I realized that everybody was collecting the records of artists who were so good that the public didn't appreciate them. But nobody was saving the records of the singers and musicians who were popular in their day. I determined to remedy that deplorable situation.
How?
I set out to acquire records that once sold by the millions. The records the general public paid its money for.
Well, now, do I understand you to say that there are no really great artists in your collection?
Not at all. It occasionally happens that a truly fine artist is acclaimed by the public as well as by the critics. In such a case, I would not let an artist's superior talent bar him from a place in my collection.
I see. Now let's hear from our other collector, Mr. Titus McFatridge.
The records in my collection, if laid side by side, would cover 2/3 of the space of a basketball court.
That's very interesting. How many records does that make?
I really haven't the slightest idea. I share Dr. Arbogast's views on the stupidity of counting the items in one's collection.
But how did you arrive at the figure of how much of a basketball court your records would cover if you don't know how many you have?
Empirically and incidentally.
Uh-huh.
At one time, I resided at the YMCA at Muncie, Indiana. I needed to catalog and sort out my records. Since my room was small, the secretary of the YMCA, Stanley Proctor by name, kindly gave me permission to spread out my records in the gym while the fellows on the team were in the showers. I noted that my records took up 2/3 of the basketball court. Now, those wishing to know exactly the number of records might write to the Muncie, Indiana YMCA for the dimensions of the court, and by the aid of simple arithmetic, compute the number of records I had at that time. Stanley Proctor, however, is no longer there. He was, I believe, transferred to Terre Haute in 1932.
Well, it doesn't matter, Mr.
Fort Wayne, not Terre Haute, pardon me.
Now, gentlemen, we move on to our first guest. Mr. Lynn Murray is a distinguished conductor in the field of popular music. His background might best be summed up by referring to his work on the hit parade with the excellent Lynn Murray choristers. For many years, Mr. Murray has brought Americans live, vibrant interpretations of their most popular ballads. Mr. Murray, it's a pleasure and privilege to have you here and to introduce you to my two colleagues, Dr. Arbogast and Mr. McFatridge.
Yes, how old are you?
Well, now, Dr. Arbogast, it's not necessary to...
A man's age is very necessary.
But
I have no objections to giving my age.
Oh, see, by the way, did you say Billy Murray?
Lynn, L-Y-N. I was born in 1909.
Oh. Well, that makes you, 46.
Gentlemen, please. I've just invited Mr. Murray to play his latest disc.
Disc, Mr. Daner?
I didn't realize Mr. Murray was a member of the Olympic team.
No, disc, gentlemen, platter, wax, recording.
No wonder these modern musicologists can't produce decent renditions. And they don't even agree what to call them.
Gentlemen, please, courtesy at least. Now, Mr. Murray, would you give us the title of your latest record?
It's called He's Got Time, and the members of the cast are Jane Russell, Connie Haynes, and Beryl Davis.
Never heard of them.
Of course not.
Let's listen to Mr. Murray's record.
He's got time. He's got time. You may not walk his way today, but he's got time. Because his rainbow didn't get that bright overnight. His roses didn't get to flower in an hour. His heaven didn't get that blue in a minute or two. So he's got time and he can't wait for you. He can't wait. You hesitate. You may not seek his love today, but he can wait to teach his little birdies how to tweet. Takes a week to teach his ivy how to climb. Takes some time and teaching sinners how to pray. Keeps him busy all day, but he's got time and he can't wait for you. He's got time. Took him time to make a shining rainbow. You may not walk his way today, but he's got a valley full of spring. Because his rainbow didn't get that bright overnight. His roses didn't get the flowers in an hour. His heaven didn't get that blue in a minute or two. So he's got time and he can't wait for you. He's got time. He's got time. He's got time. He's got time. Lots of time.
Well, gentlemen, Mr. Lynn Murray's latest recording.
It's a pity to put those unsullied young ladies at such a disadvantage, recording under this electronic hodgepodge. Where is the surface noise? Where are those lived-with sounds?
Well, gentlemen, perhaps now the public can hear the music. Isn't that the general idea, Mr. Murray?
Yes, it is. We're constantly striving for better forms of reproduction, you know. Today, thanks to high fidelity...
High fidelity? Music for dogs.
I read just the other day of a basset hound who, upon hearing a rendition of the funeral march on his master's high-fidelity set, went out and cut his throat.
A crime against society.
These people should be reported to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. That equipment...
Electrical equipment, blaring out noises all over the land. Soon we shall have a nation of deafened canines.
Man's best friend.
But, gentlemen, what did you think of Mr. Murray's record?
Sir, this is an electric recording, is it not?
Well, yes, Vincent. It isn't Mr. Murray's fault that the power is in the control room, you know.
Well, Dr. Arbogast, are you referring to what I understand was the acoustical or mechanical method?
The time-honored method, where the artist played or sang into the horn, and his true vibrations were directly stenciled onto the wax mother.
But that's one of the most primitive...
Has anyone improved on the wheel?
Thank you, Mr. Murray, for being with us and for bringing along your latest EP recording. He's got time.
EP, Mr. Dana?
EP?
That means extended play, gentlemen. Surely you realize records come in various sizes and speeds.
Aha, oh yes, now we're at the heart of the matter.
There is only one size, Mr. Daner, one speed.
Yes, 78 revolutions per minute, 10 inches in diameter. Although I have heard there is a small group of malcontents who are considering using 12-inch records.
Nothing will ever come of it. Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, for being our guest.
It was a pleasure, Mr. Dana.
Good night. Gentlemen?
Good night, Mr. Murray.
Good night, Mr. Murphy.
Dr. Arbogast, you have a record, I believe.
This record dates back 33 years to 1919. It features one of the most popular feminine singers of that blessed era, the incomparable Miss Nora Bayes.
Nora Bayes.
Oh, very great artist. She introduced Shine On Harvest Moon, didn't she?
Yes, but this record at the time was a very topical number, dealing with the influence of the flickers upon everyday life. The motion pictures.
Yes, sir.
Well, many movies in that early day had a wicked woman of the world who had designs upon the noble hero. Now, these women were called vamps. Among them were, let me see, Theda Bara.
Nita Naldi, Jetta Goodall.
Never belabor a point, Mr. McFadden. This record is entitled The Village Vamp and shows the effect of this type of movie upon a simple country girl. The Village Vamp, as sung by Miss Nora Bayes.
Have you heard about Miss Sally Green? Sally Green, Sally Green. Back home she was called the village queen. Sally Green was queen. She took one trip to the city, came back home, oh what a pity. Now the folks call her the village vamp. She's a vamp. She wears high-heeled shoes and fancy hose. She's a vamp, she's a vamp. Paints her face and powders up her nose. She's a vamp, she's a vamp. Folks all say down in the valley, look what Broadway did to Sally. Everywhere she goes, the roofs all say, hey, there goes the vamp. There goes the vamp.
What?
Oh, my. It's wonderful, wonderful.
Beautiful.
Now, Mr. McFattridge, do you have any special information about this record we just played?
Well, sir, Aristotle Figg was to have played the Rhythmic Bones on that record date.
Was to have?
They wrote him out at the last minute.
Oh, it's too bad.
Well, Figg never wanted to play the Bones anyway. He was a bass drummist at heart, played in the village band back in the Midwest. Mm-hmm. The bandmaster hated his superior talent and was always trying to find a way to get rid of him.
Did he find a way?
Please.
Oh, I beg pardon.
Aristotle Figg's son, Bonafide, dabbled in amateur chemistry. A wretched child, he also chewed bubble gum incessantly. At the Sunday school picnic, he turned up chewing and carrying some of his chemicals in a vacuum flask. He was drinking this mixture in between blowing gum bubbles and listening to the band.
Well, the band was there, sir.
Young Figg didn't know it, but the chemicals he had mixed and was sampling were in just the correct proportions to form helium gas. He blew one monstrous bubble.
What happened?
He took off. There he was, hovering aloft.
Did he just float around aimlessly up there?
No. They shot him down over the bandstand. Oh. The minister, fortunately, had his slingshot with him.
Was the boy hurt?
No. He landed on his father's bass drum.
Pretty lucky, huh?
On the contrary, Mr. Daner. The elder Figg was counting out an 18-bar rest, 3 bars before F in The Poet and Peasant, when boom-ti-boom landed his son. For that interruption, the bandmaster fired Aristotle Figg, who then developed his talent for the Rhythmic Bones and entered the popular music field.
Now, gentlemen, it's time to listen to the listener. And the letter box is open. I have one here from the South, Tampa, Florida, to be exact. A Mrs. J.R.W., She wants to know if it's true that a canary was once a featured soloist on an acoustical recording.
Yes, of course.
Vocalion B-147, starring the feathered songster Miss Lady Bird, formerly with the Ishpeming Mining Company.
Rescued from the mines by an alert Welsh bird lover.
The success of this record awakened the public to the plight of the unfortunate canary used against its will to test the air for poisonous gas.
Thus was founded in Sundown, Indiana, the SFTPOUCIMS, the Society for the Prevention of the Use of Canaries in Mine Shafts.
I see.
Meetings were held. Never let them take another canary down a mine shaft to test the purity of the air was the battle cry. They had, as a symbol of their crusade, a canary in a cage on a table on stage. After all, if it had been intended for birds to be under the damp ground, birds would have been born there.
But birds are not born under the ground.
But then miners were not...
Spread their wings, said Russell John, and give the canary the air. His audience loved his hatred of humans.
They just sat and puffed orgiastically on their pipes and cigars in high ecstasy. They'd be there today, I think, if that young ruffian hadn't been there.
Emma Shakespeare's son. He had an elastic band and a paperclip and a deadly aim. He shot the paperclip at the little canary on stage.
Oh, so that was quite a mean act. The bird was already unconscious as a result of all the cigar smoke in the place.
The paperclip lodged in the bird's bill, startling him so that he bent the little bars of his cage and exit. Still half asleep, the bird didn't know where he was. He flew around the room, shaking his bill to get rid of the paperclip. When he finally did shake it loose, it fell into one of the chandelier's empty sockets.
What happened?
A short circuit. The place burned to the ground, and the people there were incensed. What they felt was an ungrateful canary. A wave of anti-canary feelings swept the town, destroying the society forever.
Well, we can file Mrs. J.R.W.'s letter as answered. Now, gentlemen, I understand your next record is a rare one.
Indeed it is, Mr. Dana. It was recorded in 1922, and it features that beautiful and talented vaudeville headliner, Miss Margaret Young.
Margaret.
Careful, Titus. Its title is Way Down Yonder in New Orleans.
Way down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of dream it seems, there's a garden of Eden, that's what I mean. Creole babies with flashing eyes, softly whisper with tender sighs. Stop, oh won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Stop, you bet your life you'll linger there a little while. There is heaven right here on earth with those beautiful queens way down yonder in New Orleans.
Way Down Yonder in New Orleans, featuring Miss Margaret Young. Now, gentlemen, I have a surprise for you. We have as our special guest this evening none other than Miss Margaret Young.
Oh, bravo. Bravo.
Thank you, boys.
Maggie, we've been admirers of yours for many, many years. They just don't make records like that anymore.
They certainly don't.
Youngsters today have no appreciation for basic values. Maggie, how many copies of that recording were sold?
Oh, over 1 million.
There, you see?
But listen, I didn't come here to play my record. I came to introduce you to my niece. She's the singing star of our family now, and I thought you'd like to meet her and hear one of her records.
Well, if you insist.
Well, boys, just meet my talented niece, whose name is also Maggie.
How do you do?
How do you do?
What's your last name, young lady?
My full name is Margaret Whiting.
Whiting?
A whiting is a fish.
Will you walk a little faster, said the whiting to the snail? Lewis Carroll, Allison Munro.
The Reverend William Dodson, nom de plume, Lewis Carroll.
Oh, thank you, Titus.
Gentlemen, I should think that you would be quite honored to have as your guest tonight one of America's most popular singers. Margaret Whiting is known from coast to coast. Her records have sold by the millions.
Name one.
Well, there's Come Rain or Come Shine. That one alone sold over 1 million copies.
And would you rank such a song in the same class with Out of a City of 10,000 People, Why Did You Pick on Me?
Oh, that was lovely. Yes, it was, but I remember it well.
That song sold over 1 million copies, Mr. Daner.
Well, gentlemen, that was a little before my time. After all,
But she's right, Titus. She couldn't be expected to remember the classics. She's still young.
And we must keep in mind, after all, she is Maggie Young's niece.
Yes, that's a good point. Yes, the young lady, we've decided to listen to your record, regardless of our personal feelings in the matter.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. The name of my record is I've Told Every Little Star. I've told every little star just how sweet I think you are. Why haven't I told you? I've told ripples in a brook, made my heart an open book. Why haven't I told you? Friends ask me, am I in love? I always answer yes. Might as well confess. If I don't, they guess. Maybe you may know it too. Oh, my darling, if you do, why haven't you told me? Friends ask me, am I in love? I always answer yes. Might as well confess. If I don't, they guess. Maybe you may know it too. Oh, my darling, if you do, why haven't you told me?
I've Told Every Little Star, by our guest, Miss Margaret Whiting. Well, gentlemen, what did you think? Gentlemen?
Well, perhaps you could tell us something about the record, Miss Whiting.
Well, I'd be delighted. See, it's from a recent LP album I recorded for Capitol.
LP? First it's EP, and now it's LP.
One must need a code book just to talk to you people.
LP means long playing, approximately 20 minutes on each side of the record.
Perhaps for people with long ears, huh, Vincent?
Oh, that's very good. Oh, that's very good, yeah.
Gentlemen, of course, Margaret Whiting...
A Whiting can't hold a candle to a sardine.
Indeed not. I recall one dinner back in 1907, Vincent, in Kansas City.
Miss Whiting, we appreciate your dropping by.
Well, the pleasure was all mine. Good night, Dr. Arbogast, Mr. McFadden.
The oysters were perfectly dreadful, but the sardines, I recall a young man I met that evening.
Gentlemen, we are discussing recordings.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, the last recording was Way Down Yonder in New Orleans.
Well, no, we just played her niece's, Margaret.
Way Down Yonder in New Orleans. Most unusual. Most unusual.
Will you have some information on that record?
Yes. Pesag Gaskell, I think, played clarinet on that one. Do you mind Pesag, Vincent?
Oh, yes, I mind Pesag Gaskell well. Good clarinetist. He was a channel swimmer, too.
A channel swimmer?
The best.
There was a champion. Pesag never used grease. He used to flex his little muscles and say proudly, "What's good enough for the blue whale is good enough for me."
Well, gentlemen, our time is up.
Pesag Gaskell was an excellent channel swimmer, and at the drop of a towel he would plunge into empty water that even resembled a channel.
He was once compared favorably with the lemming.
Well, that's it, gentlemen. Our time is up. Now say good night to our listeners.
Good night, friends, out there in Radio Land.
And Mrs. Carrie Moomaw in the Needles Public Library.
By the magic of electronic recording, we have brought you the views of two men, Dr. Vincent Arbogast and Mr. Titus McFattridge, the record collectors. Their guests were Mr. Lynn Murray, noted composer and conductor, the popular singing star Miss Margaret Whiting, and Miss Maggie Young. This is John Daner saying good night.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed in Hollywood by William Frug. The Record Collectors was written by William Woodson, Lou Houston, and Larry Thor. Howard McNear was Dr. Arbogast, and Lou Houston was Mr. McFattridge. The moderator was John Daner. Next week, a new and unusual musical presentation, an original one-act opera for radio composed and conducted by David Brookman, based on the first war between the states, the story of the battle between Michigan and Ohio over the city of Toledo, told in music and presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
Some letters tied with glue, a photograph or two. I see a rose from you among my souvenirs. A few more tokens rest within my treasure chest, and though they do their best to give a consolation, I count them all apart, and as the teardrops start, I find a broken heart among my souvenirs.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight we present the mythical saga of a modern seer, a true tycoon of facts and figures, a molder as well as encyclopedist of public opinion. A man who, for more than a generation, had reason to pride himself in knowing what people thought and wanted, even before they actually thought or wanted it. A man whose every news release has been awaited with eager interest by paupers and presidents. A man whose pronouncements have often helped to shape national policy, crystallize business trends, and change the thinking habits of our people. A man, however, who one day accepted an assignment from the Lord of the Nether Regions and proved only fallible after all. The title, The Billion-Dollar Failure of Figure Fallop. Our story centers in one of the many tall, teeming buildings which seem to reach for the sky from each side of New York's Madison Avenue. The building is one of those which house some of the world's most influential advertising and public relations offices. Those business concerns which so effectively persuade so many millions of us to change from white toothpaste to yellow, from yellow to green, and then again back to white. Firms which maintain headquarters in this building have made America filter-tip conscious, lured children into eating nourishing foods, and helped to convince women that they would be out of style if they didn't either raise or lower their hemlines each year. The accounts of some of these firms run into tens of millions of dollars. There is one whole floor in our particular building, however, which is occupied by an organization devoted to an entirely different form of enterprise. It neither sells nor promotes the sale of goods and ideas, except perhaps its own services. Instead, it explores the public mind and registers and tabulates its reactions to the merchandise of its clients, whether tangible or intangible. Figure Fallop's factual factotums. As our story begins, Mr. Argus Goody, the vice president in charge of operations and executive secretary of Figure Fallop's factual factotums, is entering the busy lobby of our building.
Paper, paper.
Tough presidential campaign predict.
Hello, Joe. Got my papers?
Sure, Mr. Goody. News, racing force.
You wouldn't say that so loud, Joe. There might be potential clients around. They don't always understand.
Sure, Mr. Goody. I'm sorry.
Morning, Mr. Goody. Third floor, please.
Yes, I know.
Oh, no, it's an outrage.
Sir?
Swaps at Santa Anita. You know what? They're paying 1 to 5.
Yes, sir. Third floor, Mr. Goody.
It's a disgrace. Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Shekel.
Good morning, Mr. Goody.
Well, Shekel, what do we got?
Well, there have been a bunch of calls.
Well, that reminds me. As soon as we're through, call Casper for me. Find out if he can't get me better than 1 to 5 on swaps this afternoon or Santa Anita. Tell him I'll put 100 on him, but at better odds.
Yes, sir. Swaps 1 to 5, 100, Hialeah. There was a call from Pretty Skin Soap. Could we do a survey for them that would show...
That can wait. We got too many soap surveys now anyway. What else?
Glowworm lipstick.
Let it wait.
Well, there were half dozen more like that in the mail, and I guess they can wait, too. Oh, somebody from the Republican committee called from San Francisco. Could we find out how Mr. Nixon stands in Wyoming?
Oh, well, we might have to do something about that. They have some money. Call them back, Shekel, and tell them we'll take the job in principle, but they should wire us exactly what they want, and we'll wire them our acceptance and price. We better have something in writing.
Call committee, accept in principle. Wire requirements, will confirm, quote, price. Well, I guess that's most of it, Mr. Goody. Have you heard from Mr. Fallop yet?
Nary a word. The old boy must be really living it up, wherever he is.
I'm really looking forward to meeting him someday. You know, Mr. Goody, I have been here for nearly 2 years now, and I've never even seen Mr. Fallop.
Neither have I. But we're in constant touch by phone.
Oh, I forgot. There's somebody waiting for you in Mr. Fallop's office.
Look, Shekel, I've told you time and time again, I don't want to see people unless I know who they are and unless they have an appointment.
Oh, but he's a doll. Just a doll. Seriously, Mr. Goody, I don't think this is the sort of man even you would want me to turn away before you can talk to him. I told him you never saw anybody without an appointment, and then he said something about millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars?
Well, yes, Mr. Goody, that kind of talk is kind of persuasive.
Did he look like a nut or something?
Oh, no, Mr. Goody, I tell you, he looks like a real doll. Smooth, if you know what I mean. And kind of important looking.
Well, I guess I better see him. Shekel, what's this joker's name?
Oh, he wouldn't say.
Oh, one of those. How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Mr. Goody? That is correct, isn't it?
Goody it is, Mr. Sit down. I'm afraid I haven't had the pleasure.
I suppose you mean my name. I didn't think I should explain to your secretary because, well, you see, it is a bit out of the ordinary and it does require an explanation. Actually, if I may say so, I called to see Mr. Fallop, but I'm told he's away.
Yeah, he's been away quite a while. We're in constant touch, though.
Yes, so your secretary, a most efficient young woman, has told me. So I decided to wait for you concerning a matter that is most important to me. Oh, my name, yes. Well, I prefer Lucifer, Mr. Goody. Just Lucifer. It was my original name, you see.
Lucifer, huh?
I have been called many other things, of course. Satan has been a very popular number. The Arabs make it Shaitan, 2 dots on the I. I've also been called Asmodeus, Asmarotti, Beelzebub, Samael, the Old Nick, Old Cloty, and several hundred other names in many languages.
The devil, huh?
Yes, Mr. Goody. That is another name people often apply to me, but I still prefer Lucifer.
Okay, Mr. Lucifer. Maybe we better put it on the line. Now, what can this firm do for you? This organization, I should have said, since we have branches and correspondents all over the world.
Yes, I know. That's why I came to you. You've been most highly recommended to me by one of the inmates of my establishment, whom I happen to be on a rather friendly personal basis. He was once in charge of a rather major project, I believe. A nationwide survey as to the number of men and women who prefer to wear only the tops or the bottoms of their pajamas when going to bed.
Oh, Charlie Faxwell. Yeah, I heard he passed on.
You may be happy to hear that Mr. Faxwell is now one of my most valued assistants.
Oh, what do you know? Good old Charlie. I always knew he'd make good someday.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Faxwell told me something about these new methods of ascertaining what human beings think and believe and what they're likely to do.
Yes, those we've got, Mr. Lucifer. Why, our organization predicted within 6% what Monaco would think of getting a new heir.
Yes, that's all.
However, I frankly don't quite see in what way we can be of service to you, Mr. Lucifer.
Well, it is a little complicated, I admit. Generally speaking, though, my problem could be described like this, and I shall depend on your advice for any additional findings. You see, Mr. Goody, during most of the thousands of years during which I have been in my unwanted position, due to a mistake I once made, my duties have really not been too arduous. A predictable, slowly increasing number of children were born upon this planet each year. Of those who lived into adulthood, a certain fairly predictable percentage went astray and thus became my charges.
Uh-huh.
But ever since your species has acquired a certain mastery over the physical forces, ever since you have acquired knowledge which perhaps you weren't ready for, in other words, ever since you've become civilized, as you call it, my establishment has been a madhouse. Why, in some years, millions upon millions of souls stream past me, and I don't have adequate facilities for them, nor an adequate staff to deal with them. In general, I seem to be in for a hectic time. And when I mentioned my problems to Mr. Faxwell, he told me about your polls, which had been so useful to him, and he suggested that I see Mr. Fallop. I suppose we down below should not neglect modern aid such as yours.
Excuse me, Mr. Lucifer. I don't know which one of us belongs in a bug house, you or me. But I'll play along with you for a little while longer. Now, I ask you again, just what did you have in mind?
In mind? Well, it's quite simple, isn't it? I would like you to make a survey, or a poll, or whatever you call it, which will tell me with reasonable accuracy how many new arrivals to expect during each of, say, the next 20 or 30 years, so that I can plan my expansion program accordingly.
Look, Mr. Lucifer, that would involve the whole world, wouldn't it?
Of course, sir.
And just how would you expect us to get you this information?
I don't know, Mr. Goody. That's why I came to consult your organization. I understood from the late Mr. Faxwell that practically any question is now subjected to the test of a survey, and that your methods have been perfected to such an extent that you're capable of handling any of the normal difficulties you may encounter.
Well, look, Mr. Lucifer, just suppose that we agreed to undertake a survey. How would you expect us to go about it?
I'm sure I can't give you any advice, Mr. Goody. That, I presume, to be your business. But I take it for granted that you and your staff know the difference between right and wrong, between good and evil, and that you have statistics covering the life expectancies of average human beings in your office, or could obtain them, perhaps, and that by examining the behavior of a large number of individuals in various countries, deciding what percentage is evil, and then comparing your figures with your statistics on life expectancy, you might be able to give me a fairly accurate estimate as to the number of annual arrivals I have to prepare for. Oh, my. Believe me, Mr. Goody, I haven't held so long a speech or used so many long words since, well, it must be in the Old Testament somewhere.
Mr. Lucifer, do you have any idea how many people such a job would take if it's supposed to cover the whole world, and how much it would cost?
As to the number of people you'd need, I'm no expert, of course. A good many thousands, I should think. As to money, well, Mr. Goody, I'm quite prepared to believe that a project of the magnitude I have in mind might cost up to, say, $1 billion.
Excuse me, Mr. Lucifer. I mean, would you mind repeating that?
Why, I merely mentioned that I would not be unprepared to pay $1 billion for a survey of such scope.
A billion?
Why, yes, more or less. I hold a great deal of the currencies of various nationalities, you understand. Money which I was obliged to collect from new arrivals during all this time. Since you'll have to operate all over the world, I thought we might utilize some of this currency for the necessary expenses. I also have a fair store of gold coins, and I thought that some of those perhaps might be useful in countries for which I have insufficient paper currency on hand.
You know that gold is illegal.
Not to receive it, I believe, only to keep it. but perhaps you can find a profitable way to part with it.
Okay, Lucifer, you got a deal. How do we make out the contract?
Contract? Oh, you know, Mr. Goody, the only contracts I ever signed are signed with the blood of the other party. And I only do that because some writers of stories about me insist that that is my method. No, we don't need a contract. What I had planned was to make an initial installment of, say, $100 million to you. 90 million, as I thought of it, in various governmental and bank notes, and perhaps 10 million in gold for emergencies. That should be enough to enable you to start building an organization. Then, whenever you need more, you can just call on me, and if I should prove remiss, you can, of course, drop the whole project. Oh, I had thought, by the way, that about 15% of your total expenses would be a reasonable, clear profit for your firm.
15%? That would be $150 million.
Something like that. And I'm prepared to throw in a few $100,000 for any official or member of the survey staff who distinguishes him or herself. Does that sound reasonable?
Mister, you are nuts after all. On what bank are you going to give me a check for?
I was not proposing to give you any check, Mr. Goody. Just the cash and the gold.
You mean out of that little satchel? Well, that's hardly bigger than a woman's handbag.
Nevertheless, here's your money. Italian, 50,000. Burmese, 40. Brazil, 70,000. Argentina, China, Australia, Austria, Yugoslavia. Siam, Nepal, Formosa. Well, that's the lot, I guess. Count it if you wish.
I wouldn't know how to start. I can't even read the writing on most of these things. They look like money, all right, though.
They are, sir. Now for the gold. About 10 tons of it, I believe.
10 tons? Out of that little satchel of yours?
Every $1 million is a ton. Here we go.
Hey, wait a minute.
And now, goodbye, Mr. Goody. I shall expect a report from you. And my regrets to Mr. Fallop at having been unable to make his acquaintance as well. Oh, no, thank you. I shall find my way out.
Gold, it's real gold. 10 whole millions. Hey, Shekel! Shekel, come here a minute.
What a minute.
Money, Shekel. We got the biggest job that's ever been done, Shekel. Look at it. $100 million. And this is only the beginning.
Call from Moscow, sir.
What's the matter? Did Khrushchev get tight again? Give it to Mr. Ashburn.
Hail from Hong Kong, sir.
439, repeat 439, residents jailed for theft and burglary, week ending today. 2321, repeat 2321, women and girls arrested for immorality. List of name follows airmail. Thanks. Give it to Mr. Ross over there, will you?
Call from Tokyo, Mr. Goody.
Give him to Mr. Haskell at that third desk there. He handles Scandinavia.
Mr. Haskell from Ohio is here, Mr.
Oh, yeah, show him in. Sorry, Haskell, I didn't realize you'd come right along.
I just wanted to report on that bank deal you asked about, Mr. Goody. It seemed a little too complicated for a letter.
Yeah, what gives?
Well, nothing strictly illegal, but it sure wasn't strictly legal either.
I see. Good work, Haskell, good work. Look, do me a favor, will you tell him Mr. Brubaker over there, he'll take notes on the whole thing. Yeah, this is Goody. Okay, shoot. Yeah? Survey of 525 London women indicates adultery up 31% nationally in the last 10 years. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, Bill. Hey, Shekel.
Yes, sir.
I think we're really getting there. You know that idea of mine about borrowing a flock of Mr. Lucifer's girls? Well, that was a doggone near stroke of genius, if I do say it myself. What they did to Boston and Mason City.
Yes, I know. And to a lot of other places, too.
What's the matter, Shek? You ought to be happy. Don't you want us to make a good record?
Well, sure, Mr. Goody, but...
Stop being silly, Shek. When a client gives you a job, he wants results. If he sells soap, he wants you to prove to him that people like his soap better than any other kind. If he runs a camp for kids or old folks, he wants you to find as many kids and old folks who can afford to go there as you can find. So what's the difference if we help some people along where they're going anyway?
Mr. Goody, there's a gentleman to see you. He's waiting in Mr. Fallop's private office.
Well, who let him in?
I did, sir. He's our client.
Our client? You mean Mr. Lucifer?
Yes, sir.
Well, come on, Shaq. Let's give the big boy the word. Hello, Mr. Lucifer. Nice seeing you again.
How do you do? How do you do, Miss Sheckle? And you, Mr. Goody?
You've read our preliminary reports, I guess.
I have, and I've been somewhat saddened.
Oh, well, I can understand that since you've only seen the preliminaries. But I've just begun dictating the summary of our final report, and this will really make your eyes pop. We're going to wind up with only 2 holdouts. A character down in Central Africa somewhere and some preacher somewhere in Australia. Those girls of yours were a big help, Mr. Lucifer.
Yes, I see. I wonder if we did not misunderstand each other, Mr. Goody. Or shouldn't I call you by your right name, Mr. Fallop?
Huh? How did you know?
Well, the devil's supposed to know something, isn't he? I mean, I do have some sources of information of my own.
Do you know about this too, Sheckle?
Well, not at first, of course, but I did figure it out after a while.
You see, Mr. Fallop, I suppose we might as well say now that deceptions are all very well, perhaps, but take these reports, for example.
What's the matter with them? Aren't they what you wanted?
Now, let's see. Mr. O.B. Smith, bank president of so-and-so forth, Ohio, last year participated in an arrangement whereby a school foundation cost the city considerably in excess of actual valuation. Mr. Smith is estimated to have illegally profited to the extent of at least $10,000 from this transaction.
Well?
Well, did you trouble to find out that this same Mr. Smith has built at least one badly needed playground for children and has endowed several boys' clubs and Boy Scout troops? Why, it must have cost him several times as much as he could possibly have gained from this construction job, about which, as your reporter himself admits, there was actually nothing illegal, even though there were some shady aspects involved, perhaps.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, now, let us assume, Mr. Fallop, that you were one of the judges chosen to preside at the trial which all of your species must face someday. Would you condemn this man?
Well, there was something fishy about that deal.
There may have been, Mr. Fallop. But with a man whose entire life has otherwise tended toward the good, is that sufficient reason to condemn him altogether? Now, Miss Farwell of et cetera, is reported to have spent a week in Miami with a man not her husband. Did you actually know what, if anything, happened, Mr. Fallop?
Well, I don't have any eyewitness account.
I'm sure you don't, Mr. Fallop. I don't suppose it struck you as important either that Miss Farwell has spent her entire life taking care of a hopelessly paralyzed mother and 2 younger sisters.
Yes, but what's the...
Those things count, Mr. Fallop, when the final balance is struck. There is one thing, Mr. Fallop, that seems to characterize all this bosh. You apparently have never heard of qualities such as grace, penance, indulgence, and all the other saving factors which make human existence tolerable, and sometimes even beautiful in an odd sort of way.
Well, I thought you wanted us to...
So I did, Mr. Fallop, but I wanted to find out, not deal with loaded dice. Oh, yes, I'm sure that you use the 10 Commandments and the list of the 7 deadly sins as a guide, but didn't you try to tempt your subjects to violate those rules?
Well,
Those young ladies you asked me to send you.
Well, you did want a good report, didn't you?
A good one, yes, but a factual one. I fail to understand that you could think I would be so foolish as to want more, let us say, work than absolutely necessary.
Miss Sheckle, telephone from Rome. They say it's urgent.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Lucifer.
Well, I'll be going, Mr. Fallop. I suppose I shall just have to go back to things as they've always been, to wait and see from year to year who will be assigned to my charge. It may be slightly uncomfortable and unsystematic, but at the moment I'm inclined to suspect that it has certain advantages over your modern methods. You see, Mr. Phillip, I'm still committed to the old-fashioned idea that human beings are totalities with a spirit and integrity of their own. They may make certain mistakes, of course, but it seems to me that even those always have to be considered in the frame of the overall picture. Something your modern methods do not take into account.
Mr. Goody, may I see you a minute?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lucifer. I'll be right back.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Mr. Oh, I'm too confused to follow your different names around. There was a call from Rome.
Yes?
The money. Our office there says it's no good. They say the government that put it out went out of business 100 years ago.
What?
And that isn't all. Mr. Brubaker tells me that Belgrade called him, too, and said there hasn't been any Kingdom of Serbia since the First World War.
Why, that... Mr. Lucifer, would you come here a minute?
Certainly, Mr. Phillip.
How would you like you to step into the storage room with me a minute? About this money. Let me see. Here's a pretty one. Sardinia, 1843. I always thought Sardinia was part of Italy.
Well, so it is.
So what good is this money? Why, it's all 40, 50, 100 years old. Most of these governments don't even exist anymore.
Oh, my oversight, Mr. Phillip. Time doesn't mean as much to us as it does to you, I suppose. I naturally paid you in the currencies I have accumulated from my guests over the years, and I must admit the time element never occurred to me. At that, I suppose my money is as valid as your reports to me were.
Never occurred to you. Fine.
Well, your governments do change rather frequently.
Yeah, but all my money's tied up in this job. Every penny of it. And a lot from the bank.
Well, Mr. Phillip, this is something I had not planned on. Oh, what about the gold?
Oh, I'd forgotten about that. If it is gold.
It's gold, I should think. Unless the people from whom I obtained it were even worse rascals than I thought.
This stuff is all old, too. I couldn't do anything with it.
I would suggest that you turn it over to your government. Even if the coinage is old, the gold content should realize something.
Me stuck with all those expenses.
Well, it may seem to you to be a bit out of character for me, but if you should incur any actual losses, I shall make them up for you. But no more. Well, I'll be in touch with you, Mr. Phillip. And, do read a book sometime, will you? So many mistakes can be avoided if one has a certain amount of knowledge and understanding.
Make up my expenses. Me with $1 billion as good as made. Oh, well, back to work, I guess. No more morals for me.
Hi. So what gives?
Just no dough, that's all.
None at all?
Well, he says he'll make up our expenses.
Well, it might be just as well at that. A man from the Treasury and an FBI guy were here, asking about some big money they heard we got and hadn't reported.
Tell him to forget it. The stuff's no good.
I'll call him. Oh, by the way, Eisenhower and Nixon got nominated again.
Yeah, so I hear. We were right on that one anyway.
Yes, but the National Committee called up. Would we poll Arkansas and Vermont for Nixon?
Tell him no. I don't want any more of that kind of stuff.
And the Barbers Union called. They want to know, will we make a survey, how women like to be kissed by men with beards, seeing as how beards are coming back and all.
Yeah. I guess that's more our speed, Shaq. Sure, tell him sure.
I'll call him, boss. And, oh, yes, there's one more thing. There's a man waiting for you in the private office.
Oh, no, Shekel, no. I told you not to...
Oh, but he's a doll. I just couldn't say no.
All right, I'll see him. How do you do, sir? I'm Mr. Goody, the executive vice president. What can I do for you?
How do you do, Mr. Goody? I've been told by, well, actually a competitor, I suppose, that you've been conducting some valuable studies regarding human behavior.
Well, I don't know.
It was Mr. Lucifer, in fact, if you recall the name.
Oh, yeah, I recall. May I ask?
My name is Gabriel, Mr. Goody. I come from heaven.
Heaven? Oh, no.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and The Billion-Dollar Failure of Figure Fallop, written by Henry E. Fritsch, with Joseph Julian as Mr. Goody, Bob Dryden as Lucifer, and Elaine Rost as Miss Shekel. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week when, from Hollywood, we present Colloquy Number 3, a study of satire, with Stan Freberg, a historical examination of satirical literature from Voltaire to the moderns. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
A funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. I met a woman who sleeps with cats.
A woman who sleeps with cats?
Yeah, Mrs. Cat.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. This afternoon, the workshop examines another little understood aspect of man's behavior, humor, in Colloquy 4, the Joe Miller Joke Book, produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson and conducted by Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English literature at the University of Southern California. Dr. Baxter.
If you fear that your radio is receiving two programs simultaneously here, one of very old jokes and the other a talk on literature, then don't touch the dial. Believe me, this is all one program. Now, my own interest in the ancient wheeze is a scholarly one, stemming from the fact that jokes have always had a very real part in literature, at least as long as we have the spoken word. Moreover, there's always been a heartening feeling of immediacy about jokes, not only because so many are topical, but because in one way or another, we all use jokes with gratifying regularity. Some of us tell a joke to fortify a point we wish to make, to entertain, to enhance ourselves, thus, in the opinion of others. Or perhaps we tell them for the laudatory purpose of relieving the tedium of some dull occasion. Now, I can best show you what I mean by bringing you a few examples, perhaps, of a classic joke, a classic teller, and a typical occasion. Let's start with a man who's almost a semi-pro in the field, the after-dinner speaker.
Friends, put away your watches. I'm not going to talk for an hour. In fact, the brevity of my remarks reminds me of what Abe Lincoln once said when his tailor suggested maybe Lincoln's legs were too long. No, Sam, the president said. I reckon they're just long enough. They reach the ground, don't they?
And all of us have met this next fellow, the self-appointed life of the party.
Hey, you heard the latest story about the farmer's daughter? Well, the farmer did, and now she can never darken his door again.
Even learned men with professional degrees use jokes tellingly. As, for example, now, the glib and successful trial lawyer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I assure you I'm implying no criticism of my worthy opponent who found it necessary to address you for 2 hours and a half. But he did put me in mind of an old farmer they say Andrew Jackson came across one day. It seems the farmer was feeding his mule one piece of straw at a time. Neighbor, old Hickory finally said, feeding your mule that way, isn't that going to take a long time? Well, General, the rustic said slowly, reckon it will, but what's time to a stupid old jackass?
Yes. And let's not overlook the determinedly cheerful wife who feels she has to greet her husband gaily when he returns from a grueling day at the office.
Now, Henry, just lie back there and relax while I tell you. I heard the funniest story today.
Okay.
Do you know what one merry-go-round horse said to the other merry-go-round horse, Henry?
Yeah. Let's get off this merry-go-round and get married. I'm sick and tired of going around with you.
Oh.
And finally, the man whose living depends on telling jokes, the comedian.
Hey, buddy, do you know why cream costs more than milk?
No, tell me, my boy. Why does cream cost more than milk?
Because, stupid, it's harder for the cows to sit on those tiny little bottles.
And there, happily, there ends our illustration. Now, admittedly, these were old jokes. But if you make the common error of classifying them as Joe Millers, you're wrong. They're much older. Every one of those jokes, in one form or another, was already old before Joe Miller was born.
Oh, Professor, are you trying to tell us that there actually was a Joe Miller?
Yes. Although the records are unclear as to the year of his birth, we do know that he died in London in 1738.
Oh, I get it. Joe Miller lived. It's his jokes that died.
Oh, on the contrary, Joe Miller died. His jokes live on forever.
But I'd always heard Joe Miller was, sort of a myth, an excuse for a bum joke.
No, Miller was an actual person. But oddly enough, not only did Joe Miller never utter a joke himself, the book bearing his name was published more than a year after he died.
Oh, come on. You know, I think Joe Miller's still alive, and he's on my payroll as a writer under an assumed name. He's my brother-in-law. Dr. Baxter, you made some pretty fantastic allegations. Are you able to prove any part of them?
Well, yes, Counselor. It happens that I have with me several monographs written by Joe Miller's own contemporaries.
In a court of law, Doctor, that would be inadmissible as evidence. It's hearsay. Out and out hearsay. However, since you claim he's dead, acceptable proof would be the corpus itself.
Now, that's pretty ridiculous, isn't it? Even for a lawyer?
It isn't quite as impossible as it might at first seem.
Oh, now what sort of mumbo-jumbo is that? Either you can produce Joe Miller or you cannot.
You know, I don't see why I shouldn't try to produce him in this Bridie Murphy age of supersonic animation, automation, mechanical brains, technology more baffling than Merlin. Even though I do not pretend myself to be a pure scientist, merely a sometime student, this cause is a worthy one, and the end, if I succeed in materializing Joe Miller, merits the means. And the means are never very far away these days. Now, here beside me, I just happen to have a mammoth mechanical brain. I insert this punch card in it. I depress button A, so. I throw the switch marked go, go, go. And behold, we get...
Joe Miller here. Can you read me?
Yes, Joe, we read you 5 by 5. This is Dr. Frank Baxter of the University of Southern California.
Ah, yes, Doctor. Is there some service I am able to perform for you? Some forgotten speech of Will Shakespeare's or Ben Jonson, perchance?
No, Joe, not today. But right now, I'd like you to drop down here. It is down, isn't it, Joe?
There it is.
Good. Well, then, would you drop down for a few moments? Provide the answers to the questions I have for you?
Well, so be it, good doctor. Can you direct me to your meeting place?
Well, now, let's see. Let me focus. Yes. Now, go past that first thunderhead on the left, turn sharp at that fluffy gathering of cumulus, and then slide down the slightly tarnished rainbow. Straight ahead.
Ah, yes, friend Baxter. I see it now. Roger, Wilco, and out.
Joe Miller.
Greetings, good friends. And which of you chances to be the usher in literature, Dr. Baxter?
I'm the Dominie, Joe. I want you to know how much I appreciate this cooperation of yours.
The least I can do for a fellow student and player. Now, how may I serve you?
Would you just tell my friends here who you are, what you were, what connections, if any, you had with that famous book entitled Joe Miller's Jests?
Oh, Joe Miller's Jests. Ah, a pox on it and the fulsome knaves who foisted it upon a half-witted world. I bite my thumb at them, sir.
We'll stipulate the pox, Miller, but let's get to the testimony. The professor here alleges you never wrote a joke.
Aye, sir, nor never spake one. You see, good friends, I was a leading tragedian in London theatres, and a splendid one, if I say so myself, which I gladly do. I was a leading tragedian and not a comic clown. At the time in London, we had a self-styled critic of the drama, a suet head, one John Motley. Motley was an habitué of a tavern I frequented, which was the gathering place for all the mountebanks and roisterers from the Theatres Royal of Covent Garden and Drury Lane. John Gay, he who wrote the Beggar's Opera, among other things. Mr. Professor Lacey, all of them, the actors, the writers of midday.
This was that famous public house on Portsmouth Street?
Aye, friend Dominic. Well, to get on, this knave, this Motley, had a good thing going for him which profited him much. although it was equally abrim with chicanery.
You mean he had a racket?
He invented the rackets, this varlet. Would an actor buy Motley all the ale and sack he could hold, Motley in turn would publish glowing notices on the players' performances. A trap into which I would not fall.
Good for you, Mr. Miller.
Thanks, madam. And here, perhaps, it is best I explain that my chiefest misfortune was the maid I had wed, my wife. Comely, but a complete shrew. So perhaps you can understand that after an evening's performance I would repair to the tavern, spurning Motley and his noisome companions, and sit alone at the table the Boniface reserved for me exclusively, dreading the hour when I must return to my home and Dame Miller.
So all right already. Then what happened?
Well, after my constant rebuffs to buy his good opinion, Motley became so enraged he determined he would shame me and ruin my repute as a leading tragedian. So, one day when he came upon an ancient jest, so creaky of the joint it was repulsive, he determined his chance to destroy me had come. He waited until every turn...
Friends, imbibers, and countrymen, lend me your ears. I have a jest to tell you. A rib tickler just told me about that ever-popular tragedian, none other than Joe Miller. Here is the jape as Miller told it to me. A man asked his neighbor, but late married to a widow, how he agreed with his wife. Marvelous well, the neighbor replied, when I am merry, she is merry. When I am sad, she is sad. For when I go out, I am merry to go from her. And when I return, she is sad to see me.
Thus, instead of being greeted with groans and catcalls, Motley was filled with amaze to find he had evoked gales of leg-slapping laughter. Bitter and baffled, he managed to get aside John Gay and beseeched him to explain this unexpected outburst of mirth. Holding his sides, Gay managed his explanation.
Oh, friend Motley, don't you see? It isn't a horrid jest. What makes it comical is that a vinegar visage like that henpecked Miller should tell it. Aye, Motley, that's what makes it funny. Joe Miller telling any joke.
And there I was, hoist by Motley's own petard.
They didn't blame you for the bad joke, Mr. Miller?
Nay, madam, to the contrary. They found that to ascribe a jest to me was better insurance than had it been written by Lloyd's Coffee House. So from that night on, all ancient japes told in the city were laid at my door. But Motley, at first deflated, finally wreaked his revenge on me.
How did he do that, Joe?
So identified did I become with jests and jibes that my very presence in a play would set an audience to convulsions. And since I was a tragedian, soon no theatrical manager in London would give me employ. I died not too long after, a broken man.
Well, granting all that, you still haven't explained that book bearing your name.
Aye, I come now to that, sirrah. Upon my demise, one Thaddeus Reed, a shrewd publisher of folios, sought out Motley and proposed he collect the deadliest of the jokes being told and publish them as Joe Miller's. Motley refused to have anything to do with the publication which might perpetuate my name until Reed tempted him with visions of heady profits.
Motley, lend ear to me. There is a fortune in the book of jests.
I will not be associated with Joe Miller, that penurious, unfriendly, untalented...
Not for, say, £100.
Not for £1,000, you mean. How much, friend Reed? From a book of jokes?
I know not, except the rewards are limitless. Recall you Miles Coverdale's Bible, published in 1535.
Oh, yes?
Coverdale obtained the funds to publish the Bible by issuing a collection of jokes 9 years earlier. The one he clept 100 Merry Tales. And a century ago, in 1630, the court jester Archie Armstrong published his book, and both volumes still are in good demand at the stalls. Well, John, will you join me in this enterprise?
Aye, but on one condition. All London knows of my distaste for Joe Miller, and I do not wish to be made a laughingstock. I shall set down these jokes, but not under my own name. We shall create a pseudonym for the acknowledged editor.
Excellent, John.
And there you have the entire sordid story of Joe Miller's Jests, or the Wits Vademecum, edited by Elijah Jenkins, Esquire, and published by T. Reed, Anno Domini 1739.
No, Joe, that was a story well told indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter. One and all. And now my duty has been discharged. I must be going, forsooth.
How forsooth are you going, Joe?
A plague on you, sir. A pox and a plague on all hollow heads who practice what never did I preach. Milady, esteemed gentlemen, it is past the time when I must return. Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Joe, wait. I feel I should repay you somehow for all the trouble to which we put you.
Hey, he's gone. Just vanished.
Can you blame even him after that gosh-awful pun of yours? How forsooth are you going?
True, the pun is the lowest form of wit.
Well, perhaps. Certainly Shakespeare used many puns. The great John Milton even had Satan make them.
Puns are the basis of a lot of good humor. Like the joke I opened up with. You all laughed at it. The one about Mrs. Katz.
Well, that wasn't a bad joke. Yet there's another, perhaps more acceptable version if you'd care to hear it.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Very well, then. May I ask our joke demonstrators for version 13B of the Mrs. Katz joke?
I never thought I'd get here. I was just attacked by a man-eating rabbit.
A man-eating rabbit?
Yeah, I was in a restaurant and a man-eating rabbit threw a punch at me.
That was pretty good, Doctor. But, was it original?
Heaven forbid. This, like most jokes, is what is technically known as a switcheroo. Now, let me show you how this is done historically. Joe Miller's joke number 99, please.
A lady questioned about her age affirmed she was 40 and called upon a gentleman for his opinion. I do not doubt it, madam, replied he, because have I not heard you say so the last 10 years?
Now, let's see where Mr. Motley got it to include in the Joe Miller jests. Let's have the parallel joke from Armstrong's book, published 1630, please.
A court lady had dinner and, speaking of her age, said she was 40. One gallant, on hearing this, whispered to his companion, I have not the face to disbelieve her, for I've heard her say so any time these 10 years.
That's no switch, Doctor. That's out-and-out stealing. Even the numbers, 40 and 10.
Yes, but the theft was Armstrong's, because that joke, the joke he took his joke from, was current back in Latin times and Roman times and Cicero's day, and it went like this.
Oh, noble Cicero, Fabia Dolabella saith she is but 30 summers. Would this be true?
It must be true, for I have heard it these last 20 years.
Are there other examples, Doctor?
Yes, come on, Professor. I've got my pencil and notebook all ready, but they've got to be better than that.
Oh, there are dozens of examples, hundreds. Some I can't even quote because of the robustness of Elizabethan humor, and others which today are interesting, not for their shimmering wit, but only to scholars who seek sources. There's several jokes appearing in The 100 Merry Tales, printed in 1500. That's a book that Shakespeare knew and referred to, by the way. The 100 Merry Tales of 1500, there are jokes there, as well as in Archie Armstrong and Joe Miller, all similar, if not the same, and few of them are funny today.
Well, if they were funny once, Doctor, why aren't they today?
Let me give you one final example. Now, here's another joke, just as it appears in Armstrong's 17th century book.
Two Dutchmen, one very tall, the other of exceeding low stature, were walking together. A pleasant gentleman, seeing them, said to his friend, Yonder go High Germany and the Low Countries.
You call that a joke, Doctor?
Yes, at one time it was a joke and a good joke, and it enjoyed great vogue. But now, using it as a springboard, let's take a much more recent version, which dates back only a few years, when the American theater man Marcus Lowe and the producer Lee Shubert were familiar figures on Broadway. Now, Marcus Lowe and Lee Shubert happened to pass one day, and this was their greeting.
Hi, Lee.
Hi, Lowe.
So you see that Will Shakespeare was right when he wrote in Love's Labor's Lost, a jest's prosperity lies in the ear of him who hears it, never in the tongue of him who makes it.
Yes, Doctor, but you're quoting Shakespeare, of course. Haven't you a theory of your own about what's funny and why?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have a lot of theories. This is a dangerous business. Now, if one of you will be good enough to move that chopping block a little closer, I'll loosen my collar and lay my neck on the block.
Okay, Professor. Let's not keep a frantic world in suspenders waiting for it. Let's have it.
Have you given your theory a name, Doctor?
Well, I suppose so. It seems to me, by the way, that when we laugh, most of the time we laugh at someone who is doing something we'd like to do. We're all so inhibited and ruled and regulated by laws that Whenever we see any person getting off second base safely, doing something that we'd like to do and can't, we acknowledge with a warm satisfaction of laughter the existence of one of our fellows who for a moment gets free. We say often to ourselves, I wish I'd said that. I wish I had done that. Or I wish I'd seen that. You might call this the I wish I theory.
I wish I.
Well, but Doctor, that's pretty much a generality, isn't it?
Yes, of course. No one theory explains all jokes. But, to be specific, why doesn't one of you tell his favorite joke to the others and see if they think it's funny?
Oh, we're not professionals. Why not let the comedian tell one of his?
Good idea.
Okay. Let's take this one. The scene is an asylum. An inmate is looking over the wall, watching the gardener work. Finally, he says, "Psst, hey, buddy, what are you doing?" The gardener says, "Why, I'm putting fertilizer on the strawberries." The other guy screams, "How do you like that? I put cream on mine, and they call me crazy."
I don't think that's funny. I think it's true.
Well, applying Dr. Baxter's I wish I theory, I wish I hadn't heard it.
You don't know what's funny and what isn't.
Well, let's see if we do or not. I'll tell one I know knocks him in the aisles. It seems a farmer and his daughter were in the farmer's car driving back home with the money they'd just gotten in town selling their eggs. Well, suddenly the farmer spied two armed bandits approaching, so he whispered to his daughter, "Mary, quick, stick that money in your mouth and hide it." Well, the girl did as she was told, and the hold-up men couldn't find the money, which made them so sore they kicked them out and took the car. Well, once he was sure they were safe, the farmer said, "I guess we was lucky, all right. But if your ma had been along, we could have saved the car, too."
Gentlemen, can't we have some order here?
That traveling
Gentlemen, please, some decorum, if you will. Gentlemen, please.
Dr. Baxter, could I speak with you a moment, good professor?
Why, Joe Miller, back again. What brings you back, Joe?
I heard this idiotic argument, and I came back to assure you it was none of my doing, sir.
Of course it isn't, but I'm glad you're back. You left before I could ask you to dine with me.
Well, I really shouldn't, hate traveling after dark, but, I shall make an exception, good doctor. Been so deuced long since I've had any solid food, and, what shall the menu be?
Well, now, how would a steak this thick, strike you?
Perfection itself, but pray.
Then, let's see. Do go. Then perhaps a salad of tossed California greens?
Oh, the very words fairly titillate the gastric juices. And what shall we have with the coffee, then?
Why, anything you choose, Joe.
Would you have strawberries, Doctor?
You have all the strawberries your heart desires.
Oh, not for me, good friend. No, strawberries for you.
Why, Joe? Why strawberries for me?
Because I want to see what you put on your strawberries.
Well, that's it, good friends. Joe Miller's jests, or the wits what he make 'em. Oh, may Joe and his jests both leave us and rest in peace.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop's production of Colloquy 4, the Joe Miller Joke Book, with Dr. Frank C. Baxter, Professor of English Literature at the University of Southern California. Colloquy 4 was written, directed in Hollywood by Paul Franklin. Included in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Joe Kearns, Peter Leeds, Ben Wright, Dawes Butler, Howard McNear, Jay Novello, and Joe Forte. Sound effects by Gus Bays.
Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished author, Mr. Aldous Huxley.
Brave New World is a study of the future as it may be unless we are extremely careful. It depicts a society in which man has replaced nature by science, morality by drugs, individuality by total conformity. It is a hideous prospect, yet we seem determined to follow this path of self-destruction. But Brave New World need not be our future. The choice, after all, is always in our own hands.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, part 2 of 2 half-hour programs devoted to one of the world's most shocking and famous novels, Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future, Brave New World. And we are proud to once again have Mr. Huxley as our narrator. Original music is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
This is Aldous Huxley. In the garden outside the London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre, it was playtime. Naked in the warm June sunshine, 600 or 700 little boys and girls were running with shrill yells over the lawns, or playing games, or squatting silently in 2s and 3s among the flowering shrubs. And strolling across the smooth turf came the director of hatcheries and conditioning, followed eagerly by a group of new students.
And here we have playtime for our little tots. Notice the games, all carefully constructed to use as many mechanical devices as possible. In olden times, children used to play simple games using only a ball and a bat. Oh, madness. Nothing was added to increase consumption. Then came our Ford. He taught us the principle of mass production in the assembly line many centuries ago and changed all that.
Good morning, Director.
Sir, what an unexpected pleasure. Boys, this is the resident controller for Western Europe. This is his Ford ship, Mustafa Mond.
Boys?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. I was just showing the students the children, sir.
Lovely children. Busy as bees at their unrestricted play.
Controller, if you have the time, I wonder if you might tell the students something about the bad old days.
I might. Where are you taking them?
To the Hatchery and Conditioning Center to see the manufacturing of the babies.
Very well, I'll walk along with you. Yes, in the old days, children lived in a place called home. A rabbit hole with suffocating intimacies. Maniacally, the mother... please don't be shocked at that word. The mother brooded over her children. Her children. Our Ford, or our Freud, as for some inscrutable reason he chose to call himself whenever he spoke of psychological matters, our Freud was the first to reveal the appalling dangers of family life. Unpleasant as they may seem, students, these are facts. People used to be viviparous, gave birth to their children. What were the consequences? A world dominated by mothers and fathers was a world full of every kind of perversion, from sadism to chastity. There were also husbands, wives, and lovers.
Now everyone belongs to everyone else. Thank Ford for progress.
Yes, thank Ford. Actually, we still preserve a few outmoded ethics of pre-stable societies in our savage reservations. Did you ever visit a reservation, Director?
Yes, I once went to look at the savages in New Mexico. Well, that must have been 25 years ago. Father's marriage. Oh, very repulsive.
Yes. Well, here we are. I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye, Controller, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
And now, boys, if you'll follow me inside the hatchery. And here we are, a hive of activity. Alpha's superintending, Beta's doing the skilled work, Gamma's in green, busy at routine jobs, and Delta's in khaki, incapable of doing anything except sweeping the floor. Every member of society perfectly content to belong to his predestined caste. Except for a few criminal exceptions, which reminds me, one of those criminal exceptions is meeting us here at 11. An Alpha Plus, no less, Mr. Bernard Marx.
What has he done, sir?
What has he done? He refuses to participate in mechanical sports. He is lax. Here he comes now.
Good morning, Director.
Mr. Marx. You and Lena Crown returned from the Savage Reservation last night, I understand.
Yes, sir. We visited some of the places you told me about last week, Director. In fact, we
silence. Your attention, please. Everyone step this way. If I have interrupted your labors, it is because a painful duty constrains me. This man who stands before you, this Alpha Plus, the highest level of society, has grossly betrayed the trust imposed in him by his heretical views on sports and Soma, by his scandalous refusal to be promiscuous. He has proved himself an enemy of society, a subverter, ladies and gentlemen, of all order and stability, a conspirator against civilization itself. For this reason, I am ordering his immediate transference to a sub-center of the lowest order. In Iceland, he will have small opportunity to lead others astray by his unfordly example. Bernard Marx, can you show any reason why I should not now execute the judgment passed upon you?
Yes, I can.
What did you say?
You told me you visited the Savage Reservation 25 years ago, Director, with a young Beta Minus, I believe. You told me she was lost during a storm and that you returned without her. I thought perhaps you'd like to see her again. Linda?
Thomas! Thomas! Oh, Thomas, it's me. Don't you remember? You're Linda. Oh, I knew I'd recognize you, Thomas. You look just the same. No one aged us here. Thomas, look at me. I'm Linda. Remember? Hug me. Hold me.
What is the meaning of this? Who is this hag?
Thomas. Oh, Thomas, it's Linda. Linda, you're Beta Minus. John, look, it's him. It's your father.
Father! What's the meaning of this disgusting joke? Who is this savage and this dreadful woman? Take them away!
It isn't a joke. It's absolutely true. I'm his mother, and you're the father.
Father, it's me, John. I'm your son.
And now who is guilty of antisocial behavior, Director?
No.
A father as director of hatcheries. It was out of the question. The controller asked for his resignation, and all upper caste London was wild to see the savage and his mother. Bernard Marx became a hero, and even Lenina Crown had her share of reflected glory.
Good morning, Lenina.
Oh, good morning, Fanny.
Well, you certainly seem pleased with yourself.
Yes, I am pleased. Bernard called up half an hour ago. He has to go to a party at the controller's, and he asked me if I'd take the savage to the Feelies this evening.
Oh, lucky girl. What's he like, Lenina? I've heard he's terribly good-looking.
Oh, he is, but so very odd.
In what way?
Well, the day Bernard and I left the reservation, the savage came into my room. I'd taken a soma, so I didn't notice him until suddenly I awakened, and there he was bending over me.
What happened?
Well, naturally, I assumed something was going to happen, but instead of that, he just ran out of the room.
Well, how odd. What a terribly ungentlemanly thing to do. Doesn't he like you?
Oh, I'm sure he does, so I can't make it out. And, oh, please don't tell this to anyone, Fanny. It upsets me because I like him. I mean, I really like him.
Lenina.
I know it's immoral, but I just can't help myself. I do like him.
The days passed. Success went fizzily to Bernard's head. His diffidence turned to bumptiousness. His nonconformity was forgotten, and he became completely orthodox. The resident world controller appointed him official escort for the savage and asked him to make regular reports on the young man's reactions to civilization. This Bernard did assiduously.
Today I sent the savage to the Feelies with Lenina Crown. The feature was 3 weeks in a helicopter. Instead of holding the knobs on the chair arms, thus enabling him to experience the sensations of the lovers on the screen, the savage refused to participate. Lenina tells me he called the film vulgar and indecent. The savage refuses to take soma and seems most distressed because the woman, Linda, his M-O-T-H-E-R, remains permanently on summer holiday. In spite of her senility and the extreme repulsiveness of her appearance, the savage frequently goes to see her and appears much attached to her. Do you mean you refuse to come down to dinner?
Bernard, I'm sick. I've eaten civilization and I'm sick.
Do you realize that I've invited the most important people in London tonight? The 4 Chief Justices here. The arch community songster of Canterbury has flown in just to meet you.
You've changed, Bernard. You used to feel the way I do about things. I talked to Helmholtz Watson. He says you've changed, too.
I haven't. Listen, if you don't come downstairs for my dinner party, I'll be the laughingstock of London.
I'll come. Just let me read this to you first. One day, many years ago, I found this book in my mother's room. One of the Indians had found it in a cave. It must be hundreds of years old.
It's called The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. Oh, I've heard of him. We don't allow it. Smut.
But he says all the things I feel about Lenina. Listen to this. Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees into the bottom of my grief? Oh, sweet my mother, cast me not away. Delay this marriage for a month, a week.
Marriage? Oh, Ford, no.
Bernard.
Oh, marriage, that's too good, really.
Bernard, stop it.
And mother. Oh, sweet my mother. Oh, he's positively vulgar.
You stop
Wait
it.
till I tell Helmholtz about this.
Stop it or I'll hit you.
Oh, come, now, where's your sense of humor?
Bernard.
Can't you see how funny it is?
Get out. I said leave me alone.
I'm leaving, John. I'm leaving.
How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in it.
The next morning, a pneumatic young girl, crisply clad in a beta-minus viscose linen suit, stood outside the door of the Savages' apartment and somewhat nervously rang the buzzer.
What? Lenina,
You don't seem very glad to see me, John.
not glad. Oh, if you only knew.
May I come in, then?
May I kiss your hand, Lenina?
My hand?
Admired Lenina. Indeed, the top of admiration, worth what's dearest in the world. I wanted to do something first to show I was worthy of you.
What are you talking about?
Lenina, tell me something. I'll do anything you tell me, anything at all. I'd sweep the floor if you wanted.
But we've got vacuum cleaners here. It isn't necessary.
No, of course it isn't necessary. But some kinds of baseness are nobly undergone. I'd like to undergo something noble, just to show you how much I love you, Lenina.
Do you mean it, John?
Yes, but I hadn't meant to say it, not until I... Listen, Lenina, on the reservation, people get married.
Get what?
For always. They make a promise to live together for always.
What a disgusting idea. Answer me this question, John. Do you really like me or don't you?
I love you more than anything in the world.
Well, then, why on earth didn't you say so? Come here to me, John. Hug me.
Oh, but Lenina...
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Lenina, what are you doing? No, get away from me. Don't come near me.
Hug me, honey.
You strumpet.
A dram is better than a dab.
Get out.
But don't you want
Get
me?
out of my sight.
Oh, John!
Before I kill you.
Oh, he's mad. He's gone mad.
Oh, thou weed, who art so lovely fair and smell'st so sweet that the sense aches at thee. Impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Savage. Who's ill? Linda. My mother dying. Yes, I'll come at once.
Welcome to the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying. You've come to see someone in the galloping senility ward?
Yes. My mother.
Oh, how vulgar.
You know who I mean. Linda.
Oh, yes. Room 43, bed 16. She'll be dying any minute now. This way, please.
Is there any hope?
Well, of course not. Or else she wouldn't have been sent here. Through these doors.
What are these children doing here?
Death conditioning, of course. It starts at 18 months. Every tot spends 2 mornings a week in a hospital for the dying. All the best toys are kept here, and they get chocolate ice cream on death days. They learn to take dying as a matter of course. This way. Oh, here we are. Well, I must go. I've got my batch of children coming. Time for their chocolate ice cream.
Linda? Linda, it's John. Your eyes are open, but you don't know me, do you? It's John, your son. Linda? Linda, don't you know me?
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Linda. Linda?
Oh.
Mother?
The menial staff of the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying consisted of 162 deltas, 84 red-headed female twins, and 78 identical mongoloid male twins. At 6, when their working day was over, the two groups assembled in the vestibule of the hospital and were served their daily soma ration. It was into this crowd that the savage walked, so overcome with his grief and his remorse that he did not realize he was shouldering his way into the gathering throng.
All right, here it is, soma distribution. In good order, please. Oh, hurry up there. Stand in line for your soma.
Linda died because of this.
Oh, now don't grab. There's enough for everybody. 1 gram for an evening's delight, 2 for a trip to the gorgeous East, and 4 for a weekend in paradise.
How beauteous mankind is. How brave new world that has such people in it. Stop! Stop!
Ford is a savage.
Listen, I beg you, lend me your ears. Don't take that horrible stuff. It's poison.
Mr. Savage, please, the people are waiting.
You're slaves, all of you. Don't you want to be men? Don't you want freedom?
Freedom? Ford Almighty, call the police.
From somewhere behind the milling, angry crowd, Bernard Marx saw the savage. He and his friend Helmholtz Watson had been searching for John. Now they hurried forward.
Helmholtz, he's mad. They'll lynch him. Oh, Ford, help us.
Ford, help those who help themselves, Bernard. Come on.
Where are you going? Come back.
It's a fight, a real fight. I've been waiting all my life for this. Man at last.
I'll make you free whether you want to be or not. Give me those soma boxes.
Sir, Mr. Savage, no. Stop it.
Helmholtz, join me.
Yes.
Throw the poison pills away.
By all means, throw them away.
Stop it.
Freedom! Be men and be free!
Over here, officers, this way. Give them the
Throw them away.
Freedom!
Stand up as men. Win your freedom.
Soma spray.
Win.
John.
Your
John.
freedom.
Take them to the resident controller's office. All right. All right, it's all over. We're all happy now. We're so happy we all love each other, don't we? Oh, yes, we all love each other. Line up for your soma.
So you don't much like civilization, Mr. Savage?
No, I don't.
John,
You're talking to the resident controller.
We don't need your comments, Mr. Marks.
I think civilization is horrible.
And yet people are happy. They get what they want, and they never want what they can't get. They're well off, they're safe, they're never ill, they're not afraid of death, they're blissfully ignorant of passion and old age, they're plagued with no mother or father, they've got no wives or children to feel strongly about, they're so conditioned that they practically can't help behaving as they ought to behave. And you ask them to chuck this all away for liberty? My good boy.
All the same, it seems quite horrible to me.
Of course it does. Actual happiness always looks pretty squalid in comparison with the overcompensations for misery. And being contented has none of the glamour of a good fight against misfortune. Happiness is never grand.
They call this happiness. Working at an embryo assembly line, manufacturing babies.
Science, my boy. Besides, they like it. Well, Mr. Marks, the time has come. You are being sent to an island.
To an island? Oh, please, sir, don't send me to Iceland. I promise I'll do what I should. I'll conform to the rules.
One would think he was going to have his throat cut, whereas if he had the smallest sense, he'd understand his punishment is really a reward. He'll be sent to an island where he'll meet the most interesting set of men and women in the world. All the people who weren't satisfied with orthodoxy. Everyone, in a word, who's anyone.
Then why didn't you go to an island yourself?
Because, finally, I preferred this. Sometimes I regret it. Happiness is a hard master, particularly other people's happiness. Well, gentlemen, there are many islands available. Which climate do you choose, Mr. Watson?
Well, I should like a thoroughly bad climate. I think I'd write better if I had to contend with difficulties.
How about the Falkland Islands?
That would be fine.
Good. You may leave now. You too, Mr. Marks.
Goodbye, Helmholtz. Goodbye, Bernard.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, John.
One more question.
Of course.
Where is God in this scheme of yours?
It's a subject that has always had a great interest for me. You've never read this, of course, the Holy Bible, New and Old Testaments. I've got quite a few revolting old books like that here.
But if you know about God, why don't you tell the people?
This book is old. It's about God hundreds of years ago, not God now.
But God doesn't change.
Men do, though. No, my friend, call it the fault of civilization. God isn't compatible with machinery and scientific medicine and universal happiness.
But when you're alone, it's natural to believe in God. When you're quite alone in the night, thinking about death.
But people are never alone now. We make them hate solitude, and we arrange their lives so that it's almost impossible for them ever to have it. No solitude, no God.
Is that why there's no self-denial here? No God, no reason for it?
Of course. Industry and prosperity are only possible when there is no self-denial. If there were, the wheels would stop turning.
But God's the reason for everything noble and fine and heroic.
My dear young friend, civilization has absolutely no need for nobility or heroism. You're conditioned so that you can't help doing what you ought to do. And what you ought to do is, on the whole, so pleasant. So many of the natural impulses are allowed free play that there really aren't any temptations to resist. Anybody can be virtuous now. No temptations, no inconveniences.
But I like the inconveniences.
We don't. We prefer to do things comfortably.
But I don't want comfort. I want God. I want poetry. I want real danger. I want freedom. I want goodness. I want sin.
In fact, you're claiming the right to be unhappy.
All right. I'm claiming the right to be unhappy.
Not to mention the right to grow old and ugly and impotent. The right to have cancer. The right to have too little to eat. The right to live in constant apprehension of what may happen tomorrow. The right to be tortured by unspeakable pains of every kind.
I claim them all.
You're welcome.
Bernard and Helmholtz left for their islands, but the Savage was not allowed to go with them. The controller wished to continue the experiment. 3 weeks later, the Savage ran away. After some days of wandering, he took refuge in an abandoned lighthouse. But his desire for solitude was not to be fulfilled. His hiding place was discovered. There were articles in the papers. Sightseers came by the thousands. One Sunday, Lenina Crown came for a picnic with 3 of her latest boyfriends. The day after her visit, 2 young reporters came to call, hoping for an exclusive interview. The door of the lighthouse was ajar. They pushed it open and walked into a shuttered twilight. Through an archway on the further side of the room, they could see the bottom of the staircase that led up to the higher floors. Just under the crown of the arch dangled a pair of feet. They called. No one answered. They saw him. At last the Savage had found solitude. He was alone, quite alone.
Thus concludes Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. We wish to thank Mr. Huxley for appearing on these broadcasts as our narrator. And we would also like to thank you, our listeners, for your enthusiastic response to this new series. This is William Conrad inviting you to join us again next week when we present George Stewart's dramatic account of one of nature's most terrifying phenomena, storm. The following week, listen as Dr. Frank C. Baxter interviews William Shakespeare. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed by William Frug. Brave New World was adapted for radio by Mr. Frug. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Bill Idelson, Gloria Henry, Charlotte Lawrence, Parley Bear, Dora Singleton, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, and Lorene Tuttle. Original music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, transcribed an original story ballad, The Legend of Annie Christmas by Edmund Brophy, with original music composed and conducted by Leith Stevens, and starring William Conrad as the narrator and Amanda Randolph as Annie.
Night wind along the levee crying. Night wind sobbing against the shore. Ghost of Annie Christmas sighing, moaning blue for days no more. Where did Annie come from? Where? From the yonder seas out there? From the mountains of the moon? The far-off land of the Cameroon? Dambala's child, it has been said. Others say a king's instead. Greatest of the Nubian great, with bloodlines back beyond recorded date. Wise ones skilled in magic's way say she first saw light of day cast to earth by the devil's spell for breaking all the rules of hell. Others claim a mortal birth, a god and goddess straight on earth, and let their offspring stay behind, a symbol of contempt for mere mankind. Think of other times, forgotten scenes, the year of 1800 in the city of New Orleans. Rovers from all nations, wild men of Kentucky. Lucky if you stayed alive, just lucky. Swamp rats, cutthroats, mountaineers, buccaneers with gold-ringed ears, bloody politics and scheming wardsmen, pistoliers and deadly swordsmen, rivermen of varied shades and races, buckskin hunters wearing leather faces, outlaws from the bloody Natchez Trace, gamblers in broadcloth with cuffs of lace. Bowie, Jackson, Jean Lafitte, weaned on tiger's milk and meat, red-handed pirates from 7 seas of blue, Napoleon's artillery captain, Dominic Hugh. Into the Mississippi's mouth Annie sailed from the ocean south. She came on Christmas, hence her name, but no one knows from whence she came. 12 black giants manned her ship, broad of back and slim of hip, each stood 8 feet tall. 'Twas odd, and alike as 12 peas in a pod. They left her silent on the riverbank, turned roundabout and slowly sank from view into the distant far away, out to the Gulf, past Barataria Bay. And then Annie saw the people gathered round.
Good people, I am the most renowned, prolific mother on the earth. I bore 12 sons in a single birth.
She's bigger yet than a circus giant.
But majestic, no less.
A female Samson. Or Hercules.
Outwork a plantation mule, I'll bet.
A brawny griff took in her size and claimed her as his slave and prize.
By gar, you'll do in place of a ship. You're mine by the right of my rawhide whip.
You two-footed swine! The sin-blood white men gave you, and your kind would use to enslave.
The free manna color moved slowly in while Annie's eyes grew dark as sin.
By the brawn of my arm and this whip so dread, I'll tame your mouth or flog you dead.
She caught the whip as it cut the air with a movement fast as a hunted hare. And then they charged like wounded buffalo, these human mammoths, head bent low. And the griff cried out in mortal pain as Annie broke his ribs in twain. They rolled in the mud in a lock of death. O'er the river's roll, you could hear the breath of the watching crowd and the awful gasp of the would-be slaver in Annie's clasp. She gouged an eye, chawed his ear. The crowd stood awed and all of fear. She raised him up, a hook of broken bones, and beat him to the music of his moans. And like a toy, she flung him high. The bully boy swung through the sky out of sight, far into another county, worth no more now than a dead skunk's bounty. And the crowd tracked Annie around the city's streets, proclaiming on her wildcat fighting feats.
This day we found a champion.
A champion of God's forgotten children.
Bless you, Annie Christmas. This day'll be remembered a long time to come. She walks in glory with the saints.
And then she vanished up the Natchez Trace, a sudden legend of her ancient race. They honored her name on St. John's Eve, for the voodoo folk were quick to believe in the giant goddess who wore the 7 points of her kerchief turned to heaven. The years brought Annie far-wide fame. Poor folk of all races blessed her name. She mothered the weak and fought the evil strong. But when it came to love, her luck went wrong. Her first great love was Goldmouth Bill, a gambler from Natchez under the hill.
4 aces.
That's the end of me. I'm through.
Here's a chair open. You got my lasso.
How about you, Trapper?
Where you hail from, gambling man?
Natchez, under the hill?
Under the hill and under the deck. It was a smooth deal of cards. From the bottom, I mean.
My boy knife says you're a liar.
I got its mate, gambling man, and I'm a calling you. Hello.
He lost his head above the neck for 6 aces and a loaded deck. Annie drowned her sorrow and her tears with 1,000 dips of the cup that cheers. Her lamentations rocked each river town. Her wailing blew 100 oak trees down. Her next great love was a wild sea rover, a pirate known the wide world over. Again, fate stepped on the neck of her hope. They were parted by a length of manila rope. They swung him from a yardarm as the first light split the sky. I love you, Annie Christmas, dear. These words he chose to die. Annie drowned her tears and sorrow, cursed past and present and tomorrow, wallowed in a sea of fiery rum.
That's all of love for me till kingdom come. I'll buy a pie for Grigri, so my heart shall never, never more its love impart. Love's not for me what's 2 is 3. This voodoo charm my heart sets fancy free.
Annie grew a mustache, wore a hat of felt, stuck a brace of pistols down her sailor's belt. Annie cropped her hair, wore a pair of jeans, and took to running flatboats down to New Orleans.
Oh, Mississippi River man, blue waters light your eye. Oh, Mississippi River man, so tall against the sky. Your flatboat skims the water with a cargo riding high. You'll be dancing in the quarter, for another night is nigh. Oh, Mississippi River man, your song rings down the shore, for you're floating down to Dixie and New Orleans town once more.
Annie's reputation grew to fable standing. She trounced a local bully at every river landing. She wore a turkey feather rising from her hat, a challenge to all comers or any river rat.
You got a bully on these few blasted acres of mud you call a town? Get him out of his hole if he dare come out. I'll tear the hide off him and hang it up to tan in the morning sun. I'm a cross between a snapping turtle and a swamp gator. I was weaned on panther milk, and I eat grizzly bears raw for breakfast. Claws, burn all. Send your white-livered champion down the river landing. I'll grind his bones to dust. This is Annie Christmas. You hear me?
Such was the river custom. Such was the river code. A turkey feather was the badge of anyone who rode as champion of a flatboat along the waterways of the mighty Mississippi in Annie Christmas days. Now, Annie wore a necklace made of yellow beads that served to keep a record of all her fighting deeds. She slowly added to it for each eye and ear and nose, till it was long enough to use for hang and wash day clothes. When her boat was lashed to the city dock, she strutted proud as a turkey cock. Unloading was the least of all her troubles. 2 ton was light as water bubbles. She strode the gangway with iron arms, and people came from towns and farms to gaze with much amaze and stare, and then follow her on to Congo Square. Now, whenever she joined the Congo revels, she spit in the eye of invisible devils. For evil spirits of day or night, Annie was gifted with second sight. Annie danced to the sad, mad tunes, scattered 1,000 picayunes to all the poor folk of the land. Her purse had coin for every hand. Hear the old bambula drum beat with a rum-bum-bum-bum-bum as the beef bones thump on the scarred-up skin. 1,000 devils dance within your heart and soul and brain, and a swift, mad ecstasy of pain numbs and maddens and spreads a flame that burns and sears till you call the name and grasp the necklace cross to save your soul's immortal laws.
Damase bambula, badum, badum. Damase bambula, badum, badum.
Oh, hear the old bambula drum beat with a rum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Dance calendar in Congo Square. Ankle bells and posied hair bring a magic powder. Beware, beware, get yourself a powerful spell. The devil's there, the devil's there.
Beware, beware, the devil's there in Congo Square. The devil's there in Congo Square.
When the bugles blew and the war drums beat, Annie marched off with Jean Lafitte, her rivermen and his buccaneers and rugged dead-shot mountaineers. She fought the Battle of New Orleans in pirate boots and sailor's jeans. And when she cut loose with a sneeze, 100 redcoats died in the breeze. She fought by batteries 3 and 4, beside 2 men of fighting lore, the wild Belush and Dominic Hugh, who'd left his blood at Waterloo. She pitched the cannonballs like stones and cracked 1,000 heads and bones. And when all the cannonballs ran out, she threw the cannons and gave a shout. A shout that shivered the enemy ranks and raised the tide on the riverbanks. A shout of mad, blood-curdling yell like a demon legion loose from hell.
Charge! You scum of the 7 seas!
The line of redcoats broke and fled. They envied the peace of the quiet dead. And the ones who saved their skins by flight, they slept no more and their hair turned white. Men and cannon and horses flew into the void of heaven's blue, and she smashed the lines to smithereens and won the Battle of New Orleans. And then Annie quit the riverboats, bought herself some cows and shoats, settled down in a quiet place near a bayou off the Natchez Trace. Peace at last and a pleasant home. Her great feet itch no more to roam. She sat in the shade of her small estate, content and pleased with her happy fate. And people traveled from every town to see this goddess of renown, who shared her fire and told strange tales to the choral chant of the wildlife whales.
Yes, That's the way it was. There was only 14 in crew on this little old boat. So I pickled my fist in brine and sailed into 'em. 'Twasn't a fair fight by my way of reckoning.
And sometimes, on a starbright night, her thoughts would soar in fancy's flight. And she wished, as only the lonely can, for a life with the love of a goodly man.
This single bliss is a bitter kiss. I've had too many years of this.
She tossed the gree-gree charm into the air, and it fell on a distant planet there. And then something danced in her light, gay heart. Her blood raced up with a sudden start. She rested well that fateful night, for she saw her love with her second sight. And along the trail in the morning dew, he rode like a knight that Annie knew in the fairy tale of a picture book. His bold blue eye had the eagle's look. She waited on her swamp grass mat, and he tied his mule, removed his hat, advanced, and took her in his arms. Her heart sang true to his gentle charms.
I'm Brimstone Pete, a trapper man. I preach the gospel when I can. You Annie Christmas sure is life. Now, I'm a man of few words. Will you be my wife?
Her tongue was tied, but her ardent look made Brimstone reach for his holy book.
Heavenly Father, in the dawn of thy newborn day, I stand reverently before thee. My name is Peter Peppercorn, better known throughout the bayous of Louisiana as Brimstone Pete. My chosen bride is Annie Christmas. Bless this union, good Lord. My witness is my mule, a humble, faithful beast, akin to the one who carried thy beloved son into the holy city. I pledge thee, Annie, in the presence of God's early light, my name, my love, my honor, my heart, and my life. Whom God hath joined together, let no man set asunder. Just say I do, Annie.
I do.
So be it. Thank thee, our Father in heaven. Bend down and kiss me, love.
He married himself to Annie then, and a bird choir sang when he said, Amen. Now, Brimstone Pete was a sight to see. He was 6 feet wide, stood 5'3". He feared the Lord and prayed his prayers and exercised with mountain bears. Now, Annie's favorite Bible tale was Jonah swallowed by the whale. Brimstone read it until she knew word for word of it all the way through.
That Jonah was a wise old bird. You know what I think.
Now, what do you think, Peter?
I think he tickled the inside of the fool whale's belly with his whiskers, and the whale just had to chuck him up.
Is that the truth?
No, it ain't gospel, but I'm assuming.
Her love and kisses, beans and rice, transported Pete to paradise.
Hot red beans and Creole rice, cooked with love and lots of spice. Dixie chicken, fresh corn pone, start you licking fingers to the bone. Way down there in Congo Square, best in fair in New Orleans. Hush, puppy, hushes, all the barking dogs. Folks need their mushes just like starving hogs. Smell of heaven floating down along the street, and he's cooking gumbo for Louisiana treats. Sugar sack around your neck, wreck yourself a tasty peck. You ain't gonna leave a speck when Annie cooks with special love and means. Way down there in Congo Square, besting fair in New Orleans.
But sad to say, it had to end. Pete had the Lord and his traps to tend. He kissed his Annie's tears away, rode down the trail at break of day. As she waited, alone the long month through, but poor Pete was lost, long overdue. 6 weeks went by, and Annie's eyes clouded with a grim surmise. That alligator called Old Nick haunted and lived in the very thick of the dreadful swamp where Sweet Pete crossed on his trip to redeem and baptize the lost. Old Nick had teeth like cross-cut saws and was 40 feet from tail to jaws. In the smoke of the fire that very night, she summoned the powers of her second sight. Then into the swamp's dark, dismal deep, she went alone with a vow to keep. 3 hunting weeks, and then the very sky shook like a hurricane on high. Out of the swamp in a race cross bayou water, Annie chased Nick 1.25 miles. Nick smashed his head against the stony shore. Annie swung him high and aft and forth, snapped his jaws with strong bare hands. His dying tremble shook the bayou lands. Annie gutted him open wide, but Brimstone Pete was not inside. She looked and searched from throat to tail, but Old Nick was a devil, not Jonah's whale. His hunting boots and his watch and chain were all of brimstone to remain. Yet a miracle greeted a further look. There, fully intact, was his holy book. The great oaks mourned for Annie's loss. There were tears on the beards of Spanish moss. And the silence was such you could have heard the fall of a leaf or the wing of a bird. The good folks said when Old Nick died that Satan left the earth to hide, for no one ever sinned no more, and crops grew bigger than before. Now Annie's grief grew multiform. The great heart chilled which once was warm.
The Lord is my shepherd.
And the 23rd of the holy Psalms gave peace to her widowhood. Her qualms were quieted. She shut her cypress door upon the world and all forevermore.
I'll be this day with thee in paradise, sweet Pete. I'm bringing beans and rice.
And then her great heart broke in a clap of thunder. She died a-smilin', this woman wonder, and woods and water and earth and sky lent music to a last goodbye. The night was dark as the earth's inside. That night, when Annie Christmas died, the stars, the moon, the high blue sky turned darker than an evil eye. Her 12